Big up everyone. It's the big Saturday stream. You know it's your boy Sniper. Come on, man. Mr. Nah man. Big up, big up, big up, big up everyone, man. We got action-packed show for you today, bro. It's full of juicy information and that. You get me? Let me start at the top. Tibbity diddy, tibbity diddy dee. Kel says like number 3, big up. Ari, big up yourself. Anti-murder says like number 4. Yeah, she'll be asleep in 33 minutes. Yeah, catch it on playback. Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up. John BBB, like number 5. Dublin's Trillis, like number 6. Big up family. Mezzo, like number 7. Gurdeep, like number 10. What's going on? What's going on? I can't even see what John's saying at the bottom there. What is this? Oh well. Yeah, man. Well, big up. Let's go. You get me? Let me just play some, the intro music, man. You know how we work. All right.
Would you believe that I was odd? If I told you I looked in the mirror and hypnotized myself into perceiving I was God, your understanding of your own divinity got abused in church. Genesis 9:25. They tried to use the verse to tell you were cursed, personification of the universe. What I'm attempting to encapsulate in this unique verse is you and I verse. Oh, we don't need new sneakers or the new FIFA. We need new leaders. And I don't mean Obama or the pastor, your mama, Sean Carter. I'm talking to you fathers more than marijuana farmers, getting bananas with your llamas, always getting into dramas, disrespecting our partners. The kids are left in the darkness, and no one's left to lead the way. And they ain't sure who mum loves more, weave or rapes. As I blow a smoke ring, I sip my E&J. I wonder if we never lost pack where we be today. I know it hurts, but it's real. First they work in the kills, and there's rappers spitting verses in the skirt and some ills. But all the real niggas get murdered and killed. I'm sending out a SOS, this is an urgent appeal. We need more focused soldiers, too many culture vultures. Witnesses with no credit, trying to call Jehovah the revolution. Will not be televised, get off your damn sofa. Be more than a dank folder and study that Sankofa. It's gully when man knows the truth about his ancestors' legacy. Carried on his damn shoulder, identify him more with UBP than he can Sosa. But he's got his swam and couple man in a Land Rover with a plan for couple grands. It's a mad road, son. You be sitting in the can if the plan goes wrong. And it will, gonna set us up to fail. Getting in and out of cells that we can't get enough of jail. No peace in the streets, it's just another hell. But mum's heart still broke when they ain't give my brother bell. This ain't a stupid cartoon. They're shooting harpoons at us young tooting car moons. Look at our wounds, they will Malachi your cue to silence the truth. Mumia Abu Jamal, you for life figure views. Fluoride to calcify the third eye of the youth and leave them blind and confused. Smart lies in the news, dirty like the junkie in the park, lighting a spoon. Do you know the truth about the dark side of the moon? Let's go to NASA and ask them who's Jack Parsons, stranger than John Carter versus Marvin the Black Martian. You know, when a man's got a crater on the moon named after him, Alistair Crowley's brethren, you don't even know who that is. Go ask NASA. They'll be giving you stuff like Avatar and EP and all this rubbish. They ain't telling you what's really popping. You think you're in the know? Got your eyes wide shut. We should run up in the Vatican, gas blasting, but you mango munching coons are too busy dancing and laughing, answer for chances and meager advances. An elitist and heartless system defeat is the harvest. It's like you sow with your soul, but what you're reaping is garbage. Most of you are brainwashed by television, so you switch your brains off while Jedi's spitting. Yeah, it's real, but your dying is still realer. I am 7, the red pill dealer, slanging reality raps about these alleys and flats, no fantasy fronting, trying to bring reality back. Fuck boys keep screaming about carrying straps and handling crap, but none of them can actually rap. Turn on the mixtape, all I hear is yappity yap. I'm getting cash in the trap. Blah blah, something about grabbing my gap. I'm more genocidal, anti-Nubian propaganda. For my mouth of the being perceived as a proper gangster, but I just see a proper wankster. And even though he sells, he's just the anchor. Smoke and mirrors, illusion for the camera. Look how many false prophets infiltrated since the Panthers. I hit the steam room and meditate on blocking chakras. Astral projected by repeating forgotten mantras. Quantum leaping to the past life, gas anger. No crabs in my bucket, but both my dogs are cancer. When I die, don't cry, let's smoke a box of ganja. Throw my CD on the stereo and drop some bangers. One last time, turn it high. Let me speak to the masses, listen to every song I wrote. But you sheesh in my ashes, give my son my lyric book and let him read from my passage. I'm a believer in magic, and in every bar I cast a spell to free your mind from this darkened cell. Grant you bell, liberate your soul and break your art from jail. I know you feel your dogs are real, they're fugazi. So good sometimes it's hard to tell, but I can see the star trapped in the heart of a trap star. It's different from a star rapping about trapping but lacks heart. The world gets deceived by the media easy. Give us free is what I scream at the TV. Holographic subtitles when I dream in Swahili. Feeling like the seed of a fiend. All I know is there's lessons that I'm yet to learn, tables that I'm yet to turn, bridges that I'm yet to burn, stripes that I'm yet to earn. Still on the battlefield, feeling like a veteran. They're trying to trick you out your souls, and you're letting them. They're trying to trick you out your souls, and you're letting them. Illuminati.
Come on, Pete's, we just warming up. You get me? Big up JD, Matt Savage, my like Radar, African Goddess. Big up yourself. Come on. You there, man.
Yeah. Told the doc my heart was burning. He just gave me Gaviscon. I am like a vagabond, traveling through Babylon, searching for the God inside. Internal tetragrammaton. A humble brother full of pride, trying to get my balance on. Foggy with a crooked smile, riches want the magic one. Most my life's been doing crime, robberies with ballies on. J Gamble Street dreaming like my GOC in Paris 1. Left my son too many times, wondering where his daddy's gone. All the years I spent inside, my story's not a lavish one. Wish I could go back in time, reverse the damage that was done. All the pain I felt in life, just fuel me to carry on. It's probably where my passion's from. It's probably where my talent's from. It's probably what kept me alive when my mum and grandma's gone. That's why I got so many sides, a happy and a savage one, a tranquil and a man one, content and a famished one. I'm for peace that squash the beef, but never been a salad done. I could get your carrots gone, smoking on the highest strains like where'd you get your cabbage from? Greener than the Amazon, a jungle with my chalice bomb. I get my Congo natty on, feeling like a pot of gold, sliders and a trackie on. Everybody's Iron Man till I get my proton cannon on. Then they're drawing out their diagrams in the station, getting their ballad on. Told the doc my heart was burning, he just gave me Gaviscon. I am like a vagabond, traveling through Babylon, searching for the God inside. Internal tetragrammaton, a humble brother full of pride, trying to get my balance on. Foggy with a crooked smile, riches want that magic one. Most my life spent doing crime, robberies and valleys on. J Gamble Street dreaming like my GOC in Paris 1. Left my son too many times, wondering where his daddy's gone. All the years I spent inside, my story's not a lavish one. Wish I could go back in time, reverse the damage that was done. All the pain I felt in life just fueled me to carry on. It's probably where my passion's from. It's probably where my talent's from.
Big up Unique Diamond in the building. Come on. Cheers.
Yeah.
Crying in the sun, singing in the rain. Lately I've been feeling different in my brain. Someone showed me how to get rid of all this rage. Head full of fire, I'm sitting in the flames. Lone survivor, I'm living with this pain. Your physical is gone, but your spirit isn't phased. Your soul is eternal, it isn't in the grave. I can feel it in my heart, it's not written in a page in a book, but I know that it's gospel. Tears flow as I blow smoke from my nostrils. There's truth in a zoo or hope in a bottle. Trying to figure out where this piece goes in a puzzle. Rich in a mansion, or broke in a hostel. I would still emotionally struggle to comprehend, but it's part of the journey comes to end. Gotta say goodbye once again. It's like we're born to die, everyone ascends. Even though I cry, I see you once again. Even though though I try, I cannot pretend I'm not broken. At night I might cry you an ocean. Cry and cry till my eyelids are swollen. Rewind the last words that were spoken. Looking for a clue, trying to see if you knew that moment was our last and now so golden. Every memory now so potent. Friends asking me how I'm coping. Waking in cold sweats, whole bed soaking. I'm numb and I'm frozen. Every breath feels like I'm choking. Wanna put a hole in my head like a dolphin. Close to imploding. Feel like a piece of my soul has been stolen. That's not what I told him. That's not what I told him. I just held it, cause I ain't wanna be selfish. I bring down my people's vibes, and most of my real ones felt it. Numerous funerals, bodies in cubicles, happen so regular but isn't unusual. Words are redundant, nothing is suitable. The cycle of life and death is so beautiful, the flesh ain't forever. We are delusional, and the grief goes so deep. How could the lifespan be so brief? And the thoughts of my head, I don't get no peace. Smoke a OZ or OG, feeling like G.O.D. owes me. Reason for taking my codees and snatching loved ones from my homies. Tell me. Why? Man, it's fucked up, man. Pouring liquor just don't cut it. Yeah.
It's one of the great wonders of life. What will it be like to go to sleep and never wake up? And if you think long enough about that, something will happen. You will find out, among other things, that it will pose the next question to you. What was it like to wake up after having never gone to sleep? That was when you were born. You see, you can't have an experience of nothing. Nature reports a vacuum. So after you're dead, the only thing that can happen is the same experience, or the same sort of experience as when you were born. In other words, we all know very well that after people die, other people are born. And they're all you. Only you can only experience it one at a time. Everybody is I. You all know you are you. And wheresoever beings exist throughout all galaxies, it doesn't make any difference. You are all of them.
Big up man like Deep up in the building.
You know that very well. Only you don't have to remember the past in the same way you don't have to think about how you work the thyroid gland or whatever else it is in your organism. You don't have to know how to shine the sun. You just do it. Like you breathe. Doesn't it really astonish you that you are this fantastically complex thing? And that you're doing all of this and you never had any education in how to do it? You never learned, but you're this miracle? Well, the point is that from a strictly physical, scientific standpoint, this organism is a continuous energy with everything else that's going on. And if I am my foot, I am the sun.
Big up, Trillo Cactus. Salam alaikum. My sister. Come on. What's going on? We here, man. We here. You get me? The big Saturday stream. Everyone's still waking up, drinking their coffee for now, whatever they're doing. Come on. It's a wake up.
True face killer. One thing. I think I'm sharing the space in my end with a phantom. Makes me wanna throw lead in my magnum. Aim at a cop, empty my cannon. Blow me some pot, empty a dragon. Hoping it prevents me from spazzing. Rages like a deadly assassin that lives in my heart right next to the passion. I sit in the dark when I blow out the lantern. I'm boxed with the shadows in my mind till I'm champion. Till I restore the peace in my sanctum. Or I find some equilibrium. But out here like cowboys and Indians. Fighting for a piece of oblivion. Dreaming of millions. I believe the queen is amphibian. Or lizard. And people with billions. Are all wizards collecting souls from the many faiths of God. Ruling the maze where many stay lost. An elaborate labyrinth. I don't need no sage or amethyst. The bonfire on pagan savages. And the deities that they pattern with. I'm known to pulverize poltergeist. I'm a soldier that's colder than polar ice. Turn them over like with free open eyes. Linking with bulletproof wings and avoid them guys with a coke fight. Say I'm paranoid, but I know I'm right. My silhouette turns to ghosts at night. All ghosts turn into my silhouettes. So the flower of life and the smoke from a cigarette. We're all trapped in the world wide web, that's why it's the internet.
We are awake on your own, shadows starting to close. We are awake on your own, shadows starting to close.
Yeah, I love that track, man.
You little vagabond
And this one, come on. Big up, Sneaky.
Red pill. Strength, love, honor, trust. That shit makes me wanna bust my ting on a bed for violating one of us. Take a king heart and then dip it in rage. Force a king to live in a cage. Make him a slave for minimum wage. Put death on his plate and then fill him with hate. This is the world that we live in today. All about energy given away. Malevolent entities have been manufacturing enmity. We've been enemies for centuries. So what, bruv? What's that got to do with essentially, they want us all gone eventually. Okay. Alliance of defiance, the rise of the rebellious tribes. I'm dead into ride. What is life if you ain't ready to die? I'm trying to thrive. What's the sky if you ain't ready to fly? What kind of guy am I if I ain't ready to try? Don't you know? All smartphone screens are scrying mirrors. Don't you know? Where supreme beings ruled by lying lizards. Don't you know? My free eyes open, but I ain't crying rivers. Strength, love, honor, trust is all you need if you're riding with us. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor.
Now as I sit and wonder, waking up from my slumber, trying to free my mind from the spelling that man are under. Now I can see the clarity, actions with no disparity. Evil doers hiding the dealings in the name of charity. All I need is honesty, honestly through this odyssey. Trust, love, honor, respect's a rare commodity. Integrity's a must in my presence, that's my policy. Guidance of the new generation, that's the monarchy. Gang, gang, if they ain't with it, let them hang. Knowledge is my weaponry, wisdom is what I bring.
Strength, love, honor, trust.
20, if that's I need freedom, that's a must. This is ebb and flow, cause and effect. Let them know, got these nooses round my people, them's neck. Let them go. Nowadays I watch while I step. You never know, cause your best friend could switch up the set and turn to foes.
Strength, love, honor, trust. 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 Strength, love, honor.
They say I should have sell out to Illuminati. Throw away my zubi that I'm bunning on and party. Should have done a shot of rum, line of coke with Bacardi. I should put my shades on, step and get my wave on. Shouldn't get my brain on, moving like I'm acting smartly. I should be like Trayvon, not speaking up like Vagabingy, the brave one. Nah, I should have been happy with my chains on. I should have known about His Majesty, the same one. Could have stopped World War II when he spoke. The one that took a sword to the house of the Pope. They think I shouldn't worry about that, but I should vote. The same ones that sell guns said I shouldn't smoke. A plant that never kills no one, it's like a joke. But it's not funny when nothing we are broke. And the government are making money from it like it's coke. Message in the paper painting me like I'm a failure and a villain cause I told. Duppy kill him on the rhythm, cut a throat. Cutting off heads when I'm spitting what I wrote. Something for the drillers and the realists giving hope. Bonafide upon a liar living in a cult. Going over heads, what I'm giving to the roads. Guess I shouldn't talk sense. I should give them what they know. I shouldn't drop it like Jeds with Vanessa on the phone. This thing I should have sell out to Illuminati. Throw away my zubi that I'm bunning on and party. Should have done a shot of rum, line of coke with Bacardi. I should put my shades on, step and get my wave on. Shouldn't get my brain on, moving like I'm acting smartly. I should be like Trayvon, not speaking up like Vagabingy, the brave one. Nah, I should have been happy with my chains on. Yo.
Mad, come on, people. Big up on the big up Cosmic. Like number 22 and all that. Yeah, we here, man. Come on. Got summer breeze. Come on. Listen. You get me? In there.
I listen to the wind when it speaks. I whistle when I sing to the streets.
Big up Color Me Carter. Jeez.
Not because they're listening to me. Nah, just because I'm thinking of a beat in my head while I'm walking from the beach. Feeling good, much better than I've been.
Jeez.
More grounded, more time for the betterment of dreams.
Betterment of dreams. Jeez.
Tailoring my life, sewing up the seams. Raising like a tide, flowing like a stream. I can feel the vibe resonating in the air like steam is alive. Gotta focus on the green. Cause nothing ain't free but a kiss from a queen. Or the little wisdom that she whispers to me. I give thanks cause not everyone's gifted to see what is hidden inside. I'm reciting this rhythm of life on the mic, so you live it with me. Some spreading their lies so ridiculously. I can't stomach it, so I eat Leviticusly. I'm sitting with apple bunning underneath a sycamore tree. Not a building in sight, disconnected from the city and spite. It's alright, come and sit and you'll see. Some caught up in the cycle that live miserably. And it's peak, cause most stresses aren't visible to see. And what's hurting someone else is just minimal to me. That's just the way it is, not a care for another man's kids, it's a trip. I listen to the wind when it speaks. I whistle and I sing to the streets. Not because they're listening to me. Nah, just because I'm walking on my own. I'm doing that instead of talking on the phone or staring at it like a drone. I'm just free and being in my zone. Just a being called a human, not a clone. Just real, clean clothes, no comb. Got a tablet and a couple smartphones in the backpack for the Instagram and the Snapchat. Gotta use that to promote rap. Pointing at the facts like a weather map. A lot of talking trash, I'm ahead of that. Nourishing the ones like a water tap, but without the chemicals and all of that. No fluoride, just pure vibes. No war hype, just foresight. No more lies, just raw rhymes.
Big up man like
Talk
Bad
more
Marsh.
said, say 4 lines than what a lot of them said for the whole night. A lot
Hey.
can't see the real like there's no light.
Right.
Giving them sight, tell them hold tight.
Jeez.
Walking upright, wearing all white. Giving insight, trying to ignite. A fire inside, trying to invite. Lost lions to the pride, to the winning side. Tell them to connect to the inner guy. Cause most outside just gonna live a lie.
Hey.
They're not gonna try, they'll just turn a blind eye to all the fools' rules they abide by. Move back, mind, tell them bye-bye. Utilize the time, it'll fly by. Don't get caught in a slide line. Make bigger plans, aim sky high. Envision what you need in your mind's eye. I motivate myself, listening to dry cry. Positive music is a rare find. If you're moving negative, you get air pipe. Knowledge is receding like a headline. It's deep, cause the DJs give you airtime. Even though it's weak, I spit peace on a strong beat. Harder than your favorite. Said he's hard, but he's in a vid wearing makeup. Don't follow these fools, live, get your cake up. They are helping you to bake bread like a baker. Just giving you a lesson in how to be a faker. Trust nothing that you hear, and only half you see, beloved. Then you'll get somewhere near the truth. Truth's a deeper subject than what they be showing on the news to mislead the public.
Come on, bars. You know, ain't ready for that, bro. Get some mud. It's a freestyle.
It's magical. Are you one? Can't stop building bridges, you know. It's time to connect the dots, see? Yo. I woke up this morning to the sound of angels calling. Levels of conscience are rising, the system of Satan's falling. Every minute days are dawning, cities grow but nature's calling. Rivers flow to seas, trees grow from seeds and bumblebees are swarming. The Most High speaks to men but most of them won't heed the warning. A man can't see what's in his face if he's asleep and snoring. I'm not a sheep to slaughter, I'm more like a lion roaring. Got no time to sit and watch the news because I find it boring. I prefer to look for clues, it's my own mind that I'm exploring. Sitting down, breathing slow and reading on some tile flooring. Raindrops on my window pane, sound the judge has mercy pouring. I'm mastering this game, something like the Airy scoring. Creation is the most magnificent, so I can't stop adoring. Babylon's main focus is destruction, I can't stop restoring. I'm motivating the like-minded, there's no time for stalling. My shining light of sun at age of 7 months was crawling. Love, mercy and wisdom is what I'll try installing. Tell stories about the ancestors that came before him. Teach to fight without fighting, not like mindless brawling. Nations fight against nations, it's a time of warring. One night I was walking, me and the most I was talking. I always question Jah and call him when I need direction. Help to bring what's dark to light and let me see deception. Don't let Babylon the Great alter my perception. I don't want to live in a dream like I'm in Inception.
That's
he
right.
said, son, I'll grant your prayer if it will ease your tension. Immediately I had to come to terms with my reflection. I saw the main politicians were corrupt with no exception. And the people walk the path to paper self-deception. Ignorance and misconception. Stolen jewels in their collection. Secret schools with their election. Rats will run with no direction. Bombs will fall with no objection. Devils walk with no detection. 9/11 is a lesson. Stories full of imperfection. Vaccination, death injections. More means of communication, but more disconnection. More highways and intersections, but much less introspection. More lies and discontentment. More wrongs brings more resentment. TV channels build attention. Tell too many lies to mention. Flashing lights for my attention. They don't enter my dimension. Waiting for the right ascension. Pressure builds the hypertension. More death causes more suspension. Lyrical acrobatic, spit bullets a piece just like an automatic. Gripping the mind like magic, to granny it's like a racket. I spit on the rhythm and I attack it. We light up the wicked just like a matchstick. The wicked can't match it, just lit up a fat split. They never took acid, strictly natural herb and that's it. To be positive my tactic, never believe anything I read that's written in black ink. It never been that dim, check it, yo. I'm a student, a sales promotion, controlling my own emotion. I'm moving like locomotion, my words are just like an ocean. Deep and I try involving the sheep and help them evolving. Many problems we're facing, let's come together to solve them. Many souls have been stolen, but they won't stop my devotion. I'm watching the House of Commons. I can't stand the commotion, I'm not involved in their argument. Cussing, laughing in Parliament. Many secrets are harbouring. Talking truth is a harder thing. Burning, looting and bartering. Can't be harmed because I'm smartening. I speak psalms to the fatherless, I'm not asking for bargaining. Secret handshakes and bargaining. My spars that they're targeting. Got no time to be arguing. I'll be smart to the saga ends. Judge our talks to the heart cement. Some are clowns that just laugh at them. Minds are blunt but I'm sharpening. Seeing snakes in the grass again. If he's fake then I'm passing him. Paper chasing and hardship will make a slave of a starlet. Turn little Jane to a harlot, it's sad. I'm waiting for retribution, making my contribution, changing the institution, speaking my mind, debating, I'm practicing elocution. No, I'm not fussing or fighting, I'm trying to find a solution. Finding it hard to breathe because of all this smoke and pollution. Talking truth to the nation, won't pay the church's donation. I'm staying true with creation, build a righteous formation where love and life's the foundation. A humble organization, running herb like cremation. Amongst I'm finding salvation, I'm in a time of inflation. Money causes frustration, children suffer starvation while we give in to temptation. And take no time for frustration or Marcus Garvey quotation. More lies, more loss and taxation. Most I bless you with patience, so I'll endure the duration. Changing planet migration, I'm not a slave to a mason or afraid of Freddy or Jason. Open eyes when I'm aging, I'm like a vinyl rotating, I'm love. Are you one? We say, are you one? You say, I am one. We say, are you one? You say, I am one. And that's all we need to know. No, we say, are you one? You say, I am one. We say, are you one? You say, I am one. We say, are you one? You say, I am one. And that's all we need to know. No, so Rastafari, love and life, see? Psychology, I mean, you find a spin.
Mad. Why? Oops.
Start your own print-on-demand.
Going crazy. Yes, selector. You know how the thing set. You know how we rolling. Come on.
Yo, get me. Yeah. Come on. Yo. No justice, no peace. They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. When I eat, all my brothers get a piece. Stay high, car brothers smoke trees. Stay high.
Big up Ace Montana up in the building.
They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. And while we steady putting work up in the street, snitch niggas be working with the beast.
That's right.
Pebble bits of both, trying to dodge broke.
That's right.
We never lost hope, we never had hope. I come from where the struggle is real, where if you ain't grinding, you ain't guaranteed your next meal. Where I'm from, the bros don't do romance. They just wanna grab big bombs with both hands. And when their sister walls out, they
Turn
turn
savior.
like it weren't you
You
promoting this behavior.
behavior.
Wife and child's I
Prioritize.
prioritize. I see myself in my son's eyes.
Much.
So I don't wish I can go back in time. I'ma set the situation, make sure that my son shine. And I'ma only tell him one time. Never chat to the one time. Cause we and them ain't friends.
Chase. Pull up. Don't know what's going on.
Yo,
North Wheezy.
yeah.
Man like Todd's.
Yo,
No justice, no peace.
They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. When I eat, all my brothers get a piece. Stay high, car brothers smoke trees. Stay high. No justice, no peace. They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. And while we steady putting work up in the street, snitch niggas be working with the beast. They working with the beast. Pebble bits of both, trying to dodge broke. We never lost hope, we never had hope. I come from where the struggle is real. Where if you ain't grinding, you ain't guaranteed your next meal. Where I'm from, the bros don't do romance. They just wanna grab big bombs with both hands. And when their sister walls out, they turn savior. Like it weren't you promoting this behavior. Wife and child's I prioritize. I see myself in my son's eyes.
Come on.
So I don't wish I can go back in time. I'ma set the situation, make sure that my son shine. And I'ma only tell him one time. Never chat to the one time. Cause we and them ain't friend. They want us locked in the pen. We're trying to make sure we don't come off the ends. Dog, I don't wanna see no jeweler. I'd rather put down for my son and for my daughter. I wanna give the world to my son. And I wanna give the son to my daughter. Dog, I whip work up in the water. I can do 1 into 1 or get a Z back from a daughter. I'm honest, like I would never shoot. Yeah, if I'm taking anything, it's everything. So just corner. Word to the corner that I work.
Yo.
All them man are bitches. All them man for wear a skirt. I've done mine. I can tell you about the dirt, but I'm humble over here with just my balls and my word, dog. I'm comfy on this corner. Them boys sweaty like they sitting in a sauna, dog. I'm comfy on my ones. Cause most these wannabe killers are really just them informers. Me and my troops hopping out of coops. Cause they question man's badness. Man's about to get them proof. Henny and a boost, that's the juice for man to get loose. Then do up the booth, cause they know anytime I touch the mic, dog, that's fire. Plus I spit the truth, cause I've never been a liar. White youths out SD ask about me round Briar. Cause I get about, I know road like tire, dog. I work these roads, cause I know my roots. Grew my hair into locks, cause I know my roots. Yeah, we kicked off doors, I still got my boots. Why these fake rappers lying, telling free the truth? Blood, I work these roads, cause I know my roots. Grew my hair into locks, cause I know my roots. Yeah, we kicked off doors, I still got my boots. Why these fake rappers lying, telling free the truth? Yo!
Come on. Y'all ain't ready. You know,
are
it's
you a
your time,
council or
Maximo,
housing
please,
association tenant?
Special
If you are,
dedications
pay
for my jabby jabbers.
Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's lean. Leaner. Blood, I'd rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what that mean? What that mean? Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's lean. Keep ties to the mob. Stay on job for the peace. MOB, why would I run? If I got my machine, best be ready to die if you wanna be free.
Young dog jumping out the van like Scrappy and put 6 9s to your face like Takashi. I was in N with dubs like Dappy, getting trappy in the tracky, make a hot cat, take the day off and turn cappy. Squaring with a baddie with a fatty puffing Cali. You're actually a patty, the chatty on the lappy. I was aggy in the nappy. I went from snatching bags with Danny to waiting in the alley with a bally and a strally. I ain't here to dilly dally. Show Sally, give me the loot and keep the fanny. I smoke wacky backy to keep from going scatty. I'm from where they pull up on Ducatis and get clappy. I ain't got no fire in the booth for no Grammys. No hardest bars or songs for champagne pappy. So I get love from the yardies and the ackies, Marlies and the paddies. If you're true, holler at me.
Big split for that, whoa. So you know a man's lean up. Blood, I'd rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what I mean? What I mean? Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Big split for that, whoa. So you know a man's lean up. Keep ties to the mob. Stay on job for the peace. M.O.B. Why would I run? If I got my machine, when I got that. Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Oh, they're closing in. Look, they poison the water and sky. Now they're hurting my brethren with needles. Best be ready to die just to protect your people. They're coming with all type of evil. So right now knowledge is vital. Cause if you can't see the rival, you must be living with your thumbs in your eyeballs. I push weed in a big spliff, and I burn mine eye too. I need all that ganja, cause they tryna test my gangster. They been tryna take my life, and now they wanna vax my youth. I soon load up with the gang and go crazy like Splash. Big split for that, whoa. So you know a man's lean up. Blood, I'd rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what I mean? What I mean? Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Big split for that, whoa. So you know a man's lean up. Keep ties to the mob. Stay on job for the peace. M.O.B. Why would I run? If I got my machine, when I got that. Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Best be ready to die if you wanna be free.
Mutt. Don't know. For all my jabby jabbers, man. I know you're pissed. But the reality is, why would I care? I wouldn't care.
Red pill trill. Why would I care? Heavy black actor, got $1 billion from Black Panther. My friend's mum died from mad cancer.
Jeez.
The YGs let off the door in a chicken shop.
Across the road from Santander, and they actually think that that's gangster. Genocidal like Rwanda. So fuck Disney and Wakanda.
Why would I care? If Paige was eating Alicia.
What?
In the streets we got beef with a Reaper. Trying to put my peeps in a sleeper.
Jeez.
Why would I care? If Chip squash beef with Bugsy Malone. Pigs still trying to find drugs in my own. Tap me chatting to the plug on the phone. Why would I care about a monkey top from H&M? From a fucking block in a crazy ends. No love for cops, the Jakes hate my friends. Lock my cousin up, gave him 8 to 10. We'll probably never be the same again. So why would I care? If Sneeko really turned into a cat. Another OG that turned into a rap. Cold beef turned my flats into a rap. So why would I care about Ugo or Oscar? Ugo or Grammy. It's not helping me get food for my family. I don't give a fuck. I'm rude and I'm anti. They're sick because they listen to Lowski. This ain't a game, it isn't Shinobi. No comebacks, you get dipped with a pokey. So why would I care whose team lifted a trophy? Why would I care if Wiley accepted the MBE? I'd rather hit the Queen with an M16. But at Parliament I met them scream. Why would I care? Very black actor, got $1 billion for Black Panther. My friend's mum died from mad cancer. The YGs let off the door in the chicken shop.
Oi! How do skipping round here?
Haters. Come on, big up the Yeah crew. I know you've been waiting for this one. Standard. Hey.
Yeah, this is England. Free line of etiquettes, manners and disciplines. Free lagans on shirts of the citizens, but there's no lagans here, there's a significance. Yeah, this is England. Hard-working men working hard for their dividends. Run out of work, now they can't find enough of this money stuff, so they just blame it on immigrants. Yeah, this is England. The kingdom, the land that I'm living in. Monarchy, empire and new millennium. Man, it's so mad, man, I'm telling them. Yeah, this is England. Poverty politics turn man to simpleton. Single mum out looking food, her little one. Daddy's gone cause of how Babylon systems run. Yeah, this is England. Buckingham Palace and strawberries in Wimbledon. Backers, crack addicts, fanatics and vagabonds. Tell me what problems are mad upon. With all of this, why is it me that they're tripping on? All just for this herbal tea that I'm sipping on. Someone silence to talk about the medicine. They can't cut off this mic that I'm blessing on. Yeah, 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 this is England. America's ID, the evident number one, the international immigrant. The culture, the great, the benevolent. When people debate over everything, sing songs of praise about the slaves that they never been. It's funny how people here never think about the words of the song that they forever sing. Yeah, this is England. Council estates with no divisions in. Just people pissed off with the richer men. The people that's ripping off each of them. Can't keep fooling them up like the preacher them. Bum politicians, not one of them speak for them. You feel it, then turn up the speaker then. And then free up, break out of the sheeple pen. And go look for relief. Burn up a fire, I light up the sheets. How they gon' fight you for finding some peace? What Haile Selassie guy said in his speech. He said that it's not an is, it's becoming. Words for the wise to stop nuclear bombing. The man that taught man to be all that he can. Overstand before it ends in a bang. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yes! Is huge.
Come on, big up my brother Motion up in the building. Done though. So the team 6.
Yo, her eyes are black pearls, staring at the map of the world. All in black, cameras snapping my world.
Come on.
She's a girl, the one anointed. May ask the name that she shall appoint with. Supreme justice cut from 48 laws of royal scripts. Kings from Kemet.
Kings from Kemet.
Bits in the courtroom defended by lawyers' lips. From the patriot laws that hold the poor orphanage. Pale horses tread over hell's fortress. Left countries in debt in exchange for resources. Boardroom meetings discussing events that must take place in every fourth season. Atrocities of war, treason, misled soldiers and vets. Stab opium in their flesh, whores and sex. Sonos and text. This world's cornered in debt. Terraform us through what we consume. Poisonous foods. Cancer cells spread. The population agendas ahead. I fled a jackal. Busting shots through the capital. Hoping I can catch the devil with this Adam's apple. For the psychological madness we adapt to.
Hey, come on.
Yeah. For the psychological madness we adapt. Lord have it. I swore to slay every devil on this planet.
Come on. What? Pull up the reload. All of that good stuff. Come on, man. Done now. Jeez, that anthem. We got man like Melanin 9. Cheers.
Yo, her eyes are black pearls, staring at the map of the world. All in black, cameras snapping my world. Glad she's a girl, the one anointed. May ask the name that she shall appoint with. Supreme justice cut from 48 laws of royal scripts. Kings from Kemet, caught for coiling bits in the courtroom, defended by lawyers' lips. From the patriot laws that hold the poor orphanage. Pale horses tread over hell's fortress. Left countries in debt in exchange for resources. Boardroom meetings discussing events that must take place in every fourth season. Atrocities of war, treason, misled soldiers and vets, stab opium in their flesh, whores and sex, sonos and texts. This world's cornered in debt. Terraform us through what we consume, poisonous foods, cancer cells spread, the population agendas ahead. I fled a jackal, busting shots through the capital, hoping I can catch the devil with this Adam's apple. For the psychological madness we adapt to. Yeah. For the psychological madness we adapt. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torture and sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swim the atlas, putting my thoughts on the canvas. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torture and sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swim the atlas, thoughts on the canvas. Taped on the wire, raining fire, satin alien robes, blast my way through a pagan's abode. Spirits catch me with a touch, harder than brimstone, 6 looking like clones, gripping my coat. Wonderful light skin tone seduced me, named Lucy, said she admired the truth I speak. A fine harlot with a plate between her knees. She lured baby fathers with bloody dances to set up some rape charges. Some even got their brains blasted. Mysterious cases, bottle-shaped waist. She walks to the lowest center of gravity, trying to grab it with the essence of a woman's worth. Pulling my shirt, whispers in ears to full of whisper. She lusted me to give her what she couldn't return. Pure blasphemy. Before I knew it, she turned and asked me. Her marble floors turn to fire, just reflections of desire. Images jump out the frame in attempt to pierce my attire with spears. She said the words I speak is relevant every 24,000 years. The next come around is near, spoken by prophets, pharaohs and witch doctors. A glitch in the equinox is upon us. Your death is a promise which has to be made to the higher forces we pray. Outside display the portal in space, black clouds and cyclone winds. Sing Orion's hymn before I snap the gin in his forehead, and study the science of this dream before I woke from this torment. Studied the science of this dream before I woke from this torment. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torture and sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swim the atlas, putting my thoughts on the canvas. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torture and sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swim the atlas, thoughts on the canvas. Yo, the beast is trying to annihilate the young seeds. Aspartame fluorides within the fruits we eat. Save the babies, save the babies. The beast is trying to annihilate our young seeds. Aspartame fluorides within the fruits we eat. Save the babies, please.
Come on. Yeah. I. Come on. We're going to come back to some of that in a little bit. I've got a little words of wisdom that we're going to impart on you. Lesson 1. You get me? Let's go. Alan Watts, come on. Let's go in. You lot ready for this? Are you ready for this? Do. Just fall back and listen. Wise words.
The reason why certain people turn to philosophy, why I became a philosopher, was that since I was a little boy, I always felt that existence as such was weird. I mean, here we are. And isn't that odd? Of course it's odd. What do you mean by odd? Well, it's what's different from even. I mean, what's odd stands out. What's even lies flat. But you can't see the outstanding without the flat background. Here's the thing standing out. It's odd. Each one of you is odd. Strange, unique, particular, different. How do we know what we mean by that, except against the background of something even, that is not differentiated, like space? And so you get this philosophical itch. You begin to scratch your head and think about, why is that so? Well, after a while, you realize that's a meaningless question. And you ask, how is it so? Well, that leads you into science and other investigations. So you want to know, what is it? I mean, this happening, this thing called existence. What is it? You ask that question long enough, and it suddenly hits you that if you could answer it, you wouldn't know what terms to put the answer in. I mean, when we investigate the properties of nature, and we do get some answers, all the answers are in terms of particular structures, forms, patterns. And these can be measured, and their behavior can be predicted. But when I want to ask the question, what are the forms made of? I mean, what is it really? We can't think of any way in which we could answer the question, because we would have to have a class of all classes. When you ask the question, what? It's like saying, is you is or is you ain't? Is you animal? Is you vegetable? Is you mineral? Are you a Republican or a Democrat? Are you male or female? Are you a Christian or a Jew or a Hindu or what have you? We classify always to give an answer to the question, what is it? And when you classify, you distinguish an inside group from an outside group. Right. So what we want to know is, what is the group of all groups? Well, we can't imagine what the outside would be. So we can't answer the question. What is it? So the physicists finally abandoned the quest for stuff. And they gave us a description of the universe entirely in terms of form. The pattern, not the stuff. When people ask, what's the web? Yeah, but you can't do that. What's the pattern made of? Surely mustn't there be an answer to that? See, what happens is, when you turn up the microscope, all stuff turns into form. It becomes articulate. You know, the carpet looks like some sort of stuff. But when you look at it under a microscope, you will see the crystalline structure of the nylon or whatever it's made of. See? They want to know, what are those crystals made of? All right? Turn up the volume, and you will find molecules. Turn up the volume. You find wavicles. But we think the wavicles must be of something. But of course they're not. We find substance or stuff totally vanishes. They say, does it matter? What does that mean? Does it matter? Is it important? In other words, does it measure up to anything? Matter comes from a Sanskrit root matra, which means to measure. So from this root matra, we get, going on into Sanskrit, we get the word maya. And maya is generally translated illusion, although it also means magic, creative power. The word illusion, switch over, we get that from Latin, and that comes from the Latin ludere, to play. Let's pretend that we matter. See, the world is a musical phenomenon. Good music never refers to anything except the music itself. You don't ask Mr. Bach, Mr. Ravi Shankar, what do you mean by this music? What is it intended to express? Listen. That's the meaning. Giraffes are giraffing, trees are treeing, stars are starring, clouds are clouding, rain is raining. And if you don't understand, look at it again. And people are peopling. Wow. We notice that all these suchnesses appear and disappear. They keep changing. They come and they go. But if you get hung up on your particular form, I'll have to alter the language a little bit because, you see, your form makes a duality, whereas you are your form. You're what you're doing. Now, you think, for some strange reason, I must make that go on as long as possible. And therefore, you think you have an instinct to survive. And so the only thing anybody can agree about today, so far as the discussion of ethical and moral problems are concerned, is that we ought to survive. And therefore, certain forms of conduct have survival value and certain forms don't. But when you say to yourself, you must go on living, you put yourself in a double bind. Because you said to a process which is essentially spontaneous that it must happen. And the basic form of the double bind, which is imposed upon all children, is you are required to do that which will be acceptable only if you do it voluntarily. So when we say to ourselves, you must go on, the reason is, you see, that we are not living in the eternal now, where reality is. We are always thinking that the satisfaction of life will be coming later. Don't kid yourself. Which is to say, only suckers put hope in the future.
Wow, wow, wow. Powerful, 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 powerful. Big up Slash up in the building, like number 29. Jump on, people. You know what I mean? Let me send the link out again, even though it's in the description. But I need some people to jump on. Boom, 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 boom. Da-da-da. Big up Ellen Watts, though. Get me if you want that video and videos like that. Yeah, man. Just ask, man, and I'll put it in the chat, man. No problem. You get me? Yep. Let's go. I got something for you. She. Whoa. Okay. You gonna learn today. Yeah, my point is, yeah, as I said, it's fear of a black planet again. You know what I mean? Like everything was black in the beginning, you know, and there's enough evidence and artifacts and history and science and everything that matches up with it. You know what I mean? I just feel that we're being overpowered by the small 1% trying to take over this planet. But in reality, if we go around it, we'll see that a lot of people are of color, as we say, melanated. You know what I mean? So it's mad. Mad out here. Reality's a bitch. But we're gonna teach. Let's teach. All right. Rest in peace to the big man Rakola Rushdie. That was a couple months back. Yeah, man. That's a great teacher of mine. I mean, I listened to him a lot when it comes to this information about the world and what's going on and what happened before Europeans got their hands on world information, you know? It's crazy. World is small. As I say, 6 degrees from separation, yeah? One thing. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go. Get your papers and pen and your pads out. Come on. Mud.
Let me take you around the world, and after we're going to start in Africa. We're going to start in Egypt and Sudan. And Egypt and Sudan, I don't know if you know it or not, are in Africa. Did you know that? Yes. And they've always been in Africa. Yes. I've been in Egypt, I think, 24 times now, and it's been in Africa every single time, with no exceptions. And this is an important piece. Now, a lot of times we start with Egypt or Kemet, which is the actual name. I taught a class last night, and a person asked me, Renoko, Dr. Rashidi, should we use the African names whenever possible? A lot of us don't know the African names. So we use both the traditional names or European names in some cases, as well as the African names as we move along. Remember, this is a process. A lot of us develop a bit of knowledge, develop a bit of consciousness, and then have a tendency to look down on people who were just like we were at one point in time. It's easy to be condescending and self-righteous when you get a little bit of knowledge. But condescension and self-righteousness are not a part of the admonitions of my aunt. So what is consciousness? What does it mean to be conscious? Being conscious is more than the clothes you wear. Yeah. Being conscious is knowing what is more than knowing the difference between Hotep and Hetepu. Being conscious is more than having a tradition. It's what you do. I never saw Marcus Garvey with traditional African clothes, and he didn't have a traditional African name, but he loved Africa. So stop talking about you know more than everybody else, your religion is superior to everybody else. Judge people not on those things. Judge people on their actions, on what they do every day. That is consciousness. Consciousness is not what you wear. Consciousness is not just having a few words of Swahili or Twi. Consciousness is what you do. Now, this piece is right here in your neck of the woods, not far from here. This is at the Oriental Institute at the University of Chicago. You have resources right in your own backyard. I was at the Field Museum today for the first time. I saw the Egyptian collection in the Field Museum. I pledged myself to see every significant Egyptian collection in the world. And that may sound very ambitious, but I've already done 90% of it. Now I'm just kind of cleaning up. So I went to the Field Museum today, and I realized that somebody had done some serious work, because near the Egyptian section, there's a sign that's and with a map that says Egypt is in Africa. Somebody put some pressure on folk to do that. Because you know these Europeans don't want to let up. Even now in 2017, I would imagine the average European scholar, in parentheses, would deny that Egypt was African. So you have resources right here, and I wanted to acknowledge that. Now here is, you know, you run into politics too. This is an incense burner that's about 5,400 years old. Okay, it's older than any of us, even me. And this is not from Egypt; it's from Sudan, from a place called Qusto. And this is where the kingdom of Tasseti was. The name Tasseti, T-A-S-E-T-I, means the land of the bow, as in bow and arrow. And it's important because this is a kingdom that precedes even Egypt. So Egypt is very ancient, but there were other kingdoms in Africa that came before that. And this is also important because it says that the impetus for Egypt did not come from Europe, did not come from Asia, but came from deep in the heart of Africa. Now, the reason I say the politics come into play is because the way the piece is displayed, you can't see the king on the throne. You can see it in the books where you see the whole image photographed and demonstrated. On the other side of it is a man seated on a throne like this one with a crown on that we are later to associate with ancient Egypt or Kemet itself. So the piece is in the Oriental Institute at the University of Chicago, but they don't show you the way it's positioned, the most important part of it. Now, isn't that interesting? So the
Okay, Cosmic, I'm going to answer your little dead question. It's so dead. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I believe in As a Muslim, I believe in Adam and Eve, but I also believe that there's more than that. Yeah, and which Adam and Eve story are you talking about? There's going to be several, basically Genesises in the history of African people. So if we're talking about the last so-called Genesis, then cool, no problem. Do you get it? So there's many different, Adam and Eve stories. Where did the story originate? What are we doing here? We have to go back, and most of them don't even go back as far as this this little incense burner. You get what I'm saying? It's levels to this, man. You know what I mean? When we're talking 5,000 years ago, what exists? Tell me what exists. What civilization, what people, what thing exists 5 to 6,000, 10,000 years ago? Who's there? Who's doing all these spiritual concepts and these concepts of Adam and Eve and God and all of this, and the first man and the first woman, and you know creating man out of clay on a potter's wheel? Who's doing all that if not Africans? We exist. So either the concepts with us, and it's spread out that way, or it's a story based on an old story that has been brought forward a couple, well, almost a millennia. Do you get what I'm saying? Because our existence, I don't think anyone can actually pinpoint it, to be honest. Yeah, we have 300,000 years at the moment, and I'm sure they'll soon find some new archaeology or some new bones. Yeah, that will tell us, oh, no, 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 no. Homo sapiens sapien is now much older than that. You know what I'm saying? They keep moving the goalposts, but it's no problem. You know what I mean? That's why we're here as researchers and, you know, searchers of the truth. We don't care how it comes or who's got it or who was first and who was thing. It just so happens they tell us, yeah, that these Africans are the first people on the planet, and everyone descends or comes from where they were. You get what I'm saying? Or from their DNA. You know what I mean? These are things are clear. So like, yeah, when we talk about Adam and Eve, we have to go in it. If we're talking about the R1 Adam and Eve, yeah, they're gonna have an Adam and Eve. If we're talking about the A1, well, that might be the original, the second coming after the original pause. Yeah. I don't know. Get me. Let's just work it out, man. We'll work it out together, man. Don't worry, man. But yeah, man, big up for the question still, but yeah, it's not really relevant, is it?
The piece is there, but what makes the piece significant is turned around so that you can't see it or photograph it. So we need to put some pressure there too, because it's not enough just to know. You got to do something with it. I want to make you feel good, but the reason I want to make you feel good is because I want you to do something with that good feeling. This feeling.
So the ancient what? Creation story is a myth. Whose creation story? Whose mythos? You see, my story is a myth. Yeah, his story is history. You get it? So anything that we do or we done from time, before they even existed, is going to seem like mythology and all of this type of stuff. Yeah, it might have some supernatural qualities in the stories and the pantheons, or trying to explain to simple humans what your ancestors did, and certain principles of the universe and nature and all of that. We got a much harder job than Europeans. You can start with your alphabet, then you can make up a dictionary, and then you can define words and all of this, and from the old English, the old Greek, the old literature. Our thing is not like that. We're the originators of language, alpha, beta, whatever you want to call it, aleph, bait, all of that. These are taken from concepts from these African people. You know what I mean? And they're not the earliest African people, but they're the earliest for the Europeans. So what can we do? Yeah. Most of the other concepts are taken out of Sumeria. You know what I mean? Sumeria is just a reflection of Egypt. They're the same people. They just moved to that area, settled, did what they wanted to do, blah, blah, blah. We know that because the stories and the, mythoses are identical, other than few dialect. The only thing that's changed is the dialect, is the language, right? But essentially, they're all the same people for long periods of history before any European interaction and trying to work it out, you know? So it is what it is, man. Yeah. You can't say myth and you're there. And all of these books and these religions exist. They're based on older stories, older mythos, older scriptures and scrolls. That's the good thing. Because when you're dealing with us, it's scriptures and scrolls. You know what I mean? When you're dealing with European and sorry, pyramids and hieroglyphs and there's hieroglyphs all around the world. Every temple, everything, whether it's Mayan, Aztec, they're doing hieroglyphs. So there's some things that are universal, it seems, prior to the existence of what we're talking about and how we're speaking in this bastardized language, which is a mixture of many other languages. You know what I mean? When we start going to those older ones and then older civilizations and what they spoke, those are the originals. Everything is an off branch off of that. So then, if the language is an off branch off of that, then obviously the theories and the concepts and the mythoses come off those people as well. You know, it's just so far, far, far back. Some people can't fathom. But I just keep it clean and keep it plain before you existed. If you're European or of that persuasion. You know what I mean? And even most places around the world, you still have to get acknowledgement and thing to the original people who wandered out there. You know what I'm saying? To China, to India, to wherever, to Europe, to, the Americas and all of that. These are proven facts over 40, 50 years. People have known this information, you know what I mean? That's why I find it very strange when I talk. People think, oh man, you're just a black supremacist and da-da-da-da. I'm a black realist. You know what I'm saying? I'm a melanin realist. Yeah. Because that compressed sunlight that man has in their body and everybody has, is an amazing thing, man. Told you, man. It's a wonderful drug. But anyway, man, let's play back the video, man. I don't like thing. And unless you're gonna jump on Cosmic, that would help. So we can have a more better dialogue than just we don't do the typing thing.
Feeling good by itself is not enough. That's the start. Self-esteem, pride. But what do you do? All right. And then we're going to go right down the dynasty. We're going to spend a lot of time with Egypt. So I hope you're ready for that. I'm going to go fairly quickly, and then I'm going to take you around the world. What I want to do is look at classical civilization. One of the things I learned from perhaps my greatest teacher, a man named Ivan Van Sertima. Ivan used to say, you heard of Ivan Van Sertima? Yeah. Can't take for granted now. Everybody doesn't know who some of these folk are.
Jeez, I got a video of Ivan Van Sertima for you. He wrote. They came before Columbus. It's an old video that I thing. It was a lecture actually that he did in America years ago. But Ivan Van Sertima wrote some great books. You know what I mean? That we had to study and all of that. Books like Black Athenia and all of these type of stuff. Real classics, huh? That one specializes Black Athenia. I don't think that was Ivan Van Sertima as well, but Black Athenia I bought from a bookstore in Finsbury Park or whatever, mainly concentrated on food and how the movement of food and certain crops and thing reached around the world. They have to have an origin of where they came from and carrots from the Sahara or wherever. Yeah, you're like, what's going on here? That's how I knew everything don't come from England. Everything in England that grows is imported. You know what I mean? From other places around the world. But
you know about Kevin Durant, you know about LeBron, and how many points they scored, the kind of dunk he did last night. But the average African American cannot tell you the name of a single African who lived before slavery. So if you know more about Beyonce than you know about Queen Ty, something's wrong. We are not being programmed in the right way. So we'll go through Kemet and we'll go through it fairly quickly and I'll take you around the world. This is a very important figure. This is the person that we call the Scorpion King. We have no idea what this man's name was. But the reason he's called that is because there's a scorpion in front of him. This is also, we're going to go through the dynasties. Do you know what a dynasty is? A dynasty is a family of rulers, one member of the family coming after the other for an extended period of time. Okay? A royal house. And you have 30 dynasties in ancient Egypt, or Kemet, which means the black city or the black community. And of those 30 dynasties, I'd say 25 or 26 were native African dynasties. You do have a few foreign invaders. You have, for example, dynasties 16 and 17 are made up of the people called the Hyksos, the rulers of foreign lands who invaded Africa. And then towards the end of Kemet, you have the Persian invasions. But of the 30 dynasties, I'd say 25 solid are purely African dynasties. And it's interesting in that the head of every African dynasty was a woman. The line of descent is passed through the female side of the family. In order for the king to be the king, for the king to have legitimacy, you had to marry the female in whom the royal bloodline reigned. What does that tell us? That women were very respected. And I like that. Now, you can measure, if you want to, the great civilization of Kemet because of the pyramids they built, the architecture in general, the temples, the tombs, the monuments, the literature. But you also look at the greatness of a society based on the values of the people in that society. So that women are highly respected. The worst thing you could do was to disrespect your mother. That was considered an abomination. You just didn't do that. It was unthinkable. There were no prisons in ancient Egypt. The concept of prison seems to be purely European. There were no old folks' home. It wasn't like you were waiting around to put your parents away. There was no child abandonment there. I've never heard of sexual abuse. There's not a single case of rape in the entire history of Egypt. This is profound. Because if you look at Europe, that's the entire history. Warfare, violence, child abandonment, the abuse of women, so that a dog becomes a man's best friend. That's deep. You cannot even find, and I've only seen one exception, and I'll share that with you today, in the history of ancient Greece and Rome, where you have a man and a woman portrayed together. Do you know Plato, who is regarded as the greatest of the Greek philosophers, thought that a romantic relationship between a man and a woman was a form of insanity. If a man fell in love with a woman or a woman fell in love with a man, it was Plato's idea that they must be insane. Plato's idea of the ideal relationship was an older man and a young boy. So don't you go around talking about, I want a platonic relationship. Sometimes sisters tell you that. Look, I don't want to get too deep. I don't want to get intimate. I just want a platonic relationship. And I guess in their attitude, in their thinking, that's a non-intimate relation. That ain't what that word means. We should examine a lot of the terminology that we use. Ouch. Because a lot of us are using cast-off terminology that has nothing to do with the African experience. We're using terms that other people have used and attempted to apply to our situation, and it doesn't fit. All right. So here's Scorpion. This is a bad photograph right here. And this represents my work over the last several years in particular. Spending all my money, traveling all over the world, breaking up relationships to go into these museums and take these pictures. This is from the first dynasty. And this is a brother named Narmer. And this piece is called Narmer's Palette. It's gray slate. It's in the Egyptian, this one is in Oxford in England. This is in Cairo itself. And one of the best things about traveling to Egypt now, I was just there in September. Now you can take photographs again in the museums. For about 10 or 15 years, they stopped that. That's very frustrating. To get into one of these places, and you got this expensive camera, and they tell you leave it at the door. So about a year ago, in order to make some money, they decided to reverse that policy. So you could do a tour to Kemet and just visit the museums alone. They don't care about the culture. They don't care if you learn anything. They want to make some money. Because the people who are in Egypt today are not the people who built the pyramids. These are invaders themselves. And for them, ancient Egypt is a cash cow. They talk about how we can make some money. And trust me, they do not give a damn about you and me. And they treat African Americans much better than they do people on the continent. That's why the situation in Libya is going on. Because the people who are involved in that are invaders of Africa. They will never be Africans. Just because you've been in a place for a long time don't make you native to that place. As Kwame Ture used to say, just because a cat has babies in an oven, you don't call the babies biscuits. You should apply that to the American experience. So y'all going around talking about I'm a black American. I have, questions with that. When did you start being an American, by the way? From the time you were taken from Africa, at what point did you cease to be an African and become something else? So these kinds of questions emerge in these kinds of presentations. Anyway, this is Narmer, and this is a classical image of an African king with a war club, a mace, about to bust the brains out of the enemies of Egypt. And that's what this represents. Many people would say this represents the unification of the southern kingdom, which we call Upper Egypt, and the northern kingdom, which we call Lower Egypt. All right, we're going through the dynasties. Now, this is a nice one. This is in the Petrie Museum in London. One thing Europeans do well in is steal. If they don't do anything else well, theft, they excel in.
Mad.
Why do you think we're here? But they also took our stuff, and it's in these museums right now. Museums, by their very nature, are European institutions. The idea of putting things on display denotes a sense of superiority and ownership. And not only are our artifacts on display, but in many cases, Africans themselves have been put on display. And not just Africans. Geronimo was put on display. So there's a whole history in the United States and Europe of human zoos. And even white folks. You might remember a film called Elephant Man. And Elephant Man was a deformed Englishman who was literally put on display. This is not African, purely European, because it denotes in their eyes superiority. Now, this is Aha Mena. It has been suggested that from this brother we get the expression aha, which denotes discovery. And it's applicable even now because we are, in a sense, a new era of discovery. We're discovering ourselves. This is limestone. This is a beautiful piece, and it's very well preserved. This is 5,000 years old. Now, he's from the first dynasty. Now we're already in the second dynasty, about 2900 BC. That means 2,900 years before the beginning of the Christian era, or almost 5,000 years ago. We're talking a long time now. This is before Greece, before Rome, before the first dynasties in China, any of those places, African history was already old.
I told you.
This brother's name is Kaseki. My tradition says he stood about 7 feet tall. He is also the first person in the world to commission a navy. Not the first African, the first human being to commission a navy in Oxford. This is King Djoser from the third dynasty. This is the beginning of the Pyramid Age. This is the person under whom Imhotep worked under. So if you don't know but one African, Imhotep is the guy you should know. And we'll get to Imhotep shortly. This is a beautiful piece, actually from his tomb. And this is the tomb. This is called the Step Pyramid. And this is not only the first pyramid, but it's also the world's first large stone building of any type in Africa.
Wow.
This is from the end of the third dynasty. This is a brother named Huni. And this is his pyramid. So see, the pyramids evolved like everything. They went from basic to very complex. This is the first true pyramid builder. His name is Sneferu. And there is symbolism here. For example, look at those long, long fingers. Nobody has fingers like that. So the question would be, what did that symbolize? In order to understand ancient Egypt, you must understand African culture. The problem is even the best of our scholars tend to interpret ancient Egypt, ancient Africa in general, through European lenses. Because Europeans have been the ones who have had the ability, controlling the world for such a long time, to go and do the research. They had access to all of these. Those are the ones who wrote most of the books. We were enslaved and colonized. And so now what we are doing is catching up. And a part of that is interpreting African reality through the work of these European writers, some of whom were honest, most of which were not. This is King Khufu. Khufu is responsible for the Great Pyramid, which is called Khufu on the Horizon. It's probably the most perfect structure in the ancient world. I should have had a picture of it. I don't think I did because, as you can see, I was even working on the presentation when I got here. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, Khufu on the Horizon, is 486 feet high, nearly 500 feet high. That means it's 48 stories high. Hey, I got it. I didn't realize it was there. And that's me, Renoko Rashidi, legend in his own mind. This, in a sense, gives you some idea, although it's really, a picture can't really capture it. You got to be there to see it. I've been there a bunch of times. Sometimes if I'm leading a group, I'll go off on my own just to stand there, and I still don't believe it. I don't think there's ever been a time where I haven't pinched myself and say, Renoko, is this a dream or is this real? Did human beings really do something like this? Did Black people really do this? It's amazing that we have to come back and remind ourselves that we really did do great things at one time, that we really did have a history before slavery. The stones here, we're talking about 2.3 million blocks of stone. I suppose the average size is about the size of this table, if you can see it. The average weight of the stones are 5,000 pounds each. That's the average weight, which means some of them might be 100 tons. Okay. Now, one of the two really remarkable things, one is the stone itself came from about 500 miles away. So let's suppose we're going to build something here on the south side, and we have to go to St. Louis to get the building material. Now, that's an achievement in and of itself. And then having got the material, you have to put it together. And they didn't glue it together. They didn't use cement. They cut the stones so precisely that they fitted them together like a puzzle. Thousands of years ago. And these were not built by slaves. Let us remind ourselves of that. We know in many cases, even the nicknames of the people built them. Some of these sisters and brothers had, and you know they were sisters and brothers, based on the nicknames. Nicknames like BB and Mimi and DD. You know these are Black people that we're talking about. It is said when they finished them, they covered them with limestone and polished it until it looked almost like it would glow. And it sits on 13 acres of land. Let's say an acre is equivalent to like a half a block. So let us imagine a diamond sitting on 13 acres, nearly 500 feet high. And what that would look like when the sun came out in the morning. No clouds in the sky. This is what their ancestors did. So, you know, if you could do that, we don't have a need to build another pyramid. But there are other needs that we have. So if you believe you did great things, you can do great things. All right. These are just pyramid builders right here. I shouldn't minimize them by saying just pyramid builders, but there's so many. His name is Radadef, and even this one is beautiful, even just the fragments. This is in a place called Hildesheim, Germany. I don't know if I saw any Black people that whole day. I was in Hildesheim. And this is Khafre. He's the second of the great pyramid builders, and he's also responsible for Oromaket, the Great Sphinx. And here he is again. This is beautiful. This is limestone, just in Boston. And this is, hey, look, I can stop right now. This is really what it's about. I love to see, and I cannot apologize for this. I love to see Black men and Black women together. We need each other. We may be mad at each other. We may call each other all kind of names. We got all kind of baggage, all of us, but we need each other. There's no getting around it. Now, if we can't even do that, how are you going to talk about Black liberation? If Black men and Black women can't come together, then, I mean, hey, it's lost. This is the basic building block. And that doesn't mean to be racist. Racism is not loving yourself. That's called self-preservation. That's called common sense. We should all want to be with somebody who looks like us. If you knew your history, she's not behind him. She's next to him. And you know what? They look proud. And they look happy. And they look content. And they look secure. This is what I call noontime love. This is from the 5th dynasty. This is one of my favorite kings. His name is Sahura. I love it. Dynasty 5. This one, I don't know. I may put it in my new book. I'm working on a book called The Black Image in the Ancient World. Now, what am I calling it? Beautiful World and Divine, The Black Image in Antiquity. And it's just images. My publisher is really on me to finish it. Images from the museums. So I don't know if this is going to fit. His name is Usere, and this is from the 5th dynasty. It's not the best photograph, but something about it draws me. Now, this is from the 6th dynasty. Here you have an African queen and a female aspect of God, aka goddess. This one is important because it's the first image that I know of in the history of Kemet where you see a pharaoh, a king, painted black. Now, these are black people we're talking about. This is Africa. These are black people that we're talking about. But black is also symbolic. What did it symbolize? In ancient Egypt, black symbolized deification. It symbolized divinity. In other words, black was the color of God. And every now and then you will see a pharaoh, a king, and sometimes a queen mother painted black. That means they were highly significant. This one is 4,000 years old. His name is Nepepedra Mentotep II. All right. The same king, and this is one of his wives. Now, the king, for political reasons, for diplomatic reasons, might have numerous wives, but there was always the great wife, the great royal wife. And some of these sisters and brothers were really very much in love with each other. I mean, romantic, mad, crazy love. The kind that I guess we all aspire to have in our lives. Now look at that little short crop haircut she's got right there. And this is either her or one of her sisters right here. Now here you see a perfect role reversal. Now, this is the way most women in Europe, in Kemet were portrayed. Not that they were non-African, but the light color represented class. It meant you didn't work in the fields, you didn't work in the sun. You lived in the house, you lived in the palace or in the temple. Look at the afro in this brother. This is 4,000 years old. This is in a museum in Portugal. And this is from the 12th dynasty. Look at the hairstyle now. And you can see that it was originally painted much darker. On his forehead, it's called a uraeus. This was a symbol of rulership. This is the largest sphinx in the world outside of Africa. The sphinx usually had the body of the lion and the head of the king. It is said that it represents man or humans conquering their Lord nature. This is a man named Amenhotep II. This is in the Louvre in Paris. This one I photographed in September in Cairo. This is a bad brother named Senusret III. He reigned for 38 years. And here's the same king, and I love this piece in spite of the fact that it's badly damaged. This is in the Louvre in Paris. This brother is supposed to have conquered all the way to the Caucasus Mountains and left an army there. Look at this one. Now, this is my favorite king, and his boy, we got folk.
You heard that, yeah? Left the
guys must
army
have
in the
thought it was
Caucasus
something
Mountains. Who leaves the army in the Caucasus Mountains? For what? For what
For a
purpose?
lecture? Really?
Huh? Who lives their troops in the Caucasus Mountains? Who's in the Caucasus Mountains that you need to patrol against? Man, stop this nonsense, man. Wake up and smell the Kemet coffee, man. The African coffee, man. Jeez.
Yes.
Let's go again.
This
Remix.
was a symbol of rulership. This is the largest sphinx in the world outside of Africa. The sphinx usually had the body of the lion and the head of the king. It is said that it represents man or humans conquering their Lord nature. This is a man named Amenhotep II. This is in the Louvre in Paris. This one I photographed in September.
Licked off the nose. You know what I'm saying? Licked off the nose. You can see, and these be in various museums around the world. Yeah. Just running around with African pieces and all of that. Oh, I don't know who it was. It was No. Stop it. As we said, fear of a black planet, man. You mad, you upset, you mad. Look at you, all emotional.
in Cairo. This is a bad brother named Senusret III. He reigned for 38 years. And here's the same king, and I love this piece in spite of the fact that it's badly damaged. This is in the Louvre in Paris. This brother is supposed to have conquered all the way to the Caucasus Mountains and left an army there. Look at this one. Now, this is my favorite king and his boy. We got folk came out today. You guys must have thought there was something going on here. You came for a lecture? Really? Who says black people aren't interested in their history? We should destroy that myth. And you know what? I think this is the key. We can tap into this. Everybody wants to be proud of themselves. Everybody wants to feel like they came from something, somebody. Am I wrong? I don't care how wealthy you are, how poor you are. Everybody wants to be able to poke their chest out and lift their head up and say, I'm proud of who I am and where I come from. And this is we talk about black people need to unite. That's the basis of unity. Not just oppression, but history. The sense that we come from something or somebody special. This is Nama Amenhotep III. This is a bad brother right here. He reigned for 45 years. And he had 2 pyramids constructed. And his daughter became the pharaoh. And this is a piece where it looks like he has locks. This is in Cairo. And there's the same king. I'm going to show you several images of him. Look at those big Barack Obama ears. The idea was the bigger the ear, the more you heard. And the more you heard, the more you would know. And the more you knew, the more power you would possess. They said ignorance is evil. Here, people run from knowledge. We get told ignorance is bliss, it's happiness. You don't want to know because with knowledge comes responsibility. You might even have to change your lifestyle once you get some information. A few months ago, I went to the doctor. He says, look, you're diabetic. Well, what? I knew I had gained weight. I knew my diet was wrong. I knew I was spending too much time in KFC. But when the doctor tells you that, it really, hey. He says, but you need to lose some weight. So I lost 30 pounds. You see, I embrace that. Because with knowledge comes responsibility. Otherwise, you're going to die. This is it, Cambridge University. And this is another one of the same king in the Louvre. And look at this one. This is not the greatest piece of art, but look at how African he looks. Now, if I know this, if I can scramble around and go to all these museums, you know these European scholars know it. So we've been lied to. We've been bamboozled. We've been sold a bill of goods. We've been told we didn't do anything when all the evidence to the contrary. Look at that, brother. And here he is again. I love this. So world weary. Look at those bags under his eyes. And that was the image that they wanted to portray. A man on, well, this is in Copenhagen, Denmark. All right, God willing, I'm going to go back next month. Look at this one.
Yeah, Axel. Copenhagen,
now, this is
yeah.
in Hanover, Germany. I photographed this in September. There's not even a caption to tell us who this is. But look at that happy to be nappy hair. Look at it. All right, let's talk about the sisters a little bit. This is one of the baddest sisters of all. If I had to say rank the top 5 black women in history, this sister would be in the top 2 or 3. Her name is Amos Nefertari. She was deified during her lifetime. A set of prayers are written for her that were in effect for hundreds of years after her death. And I'm going to show you more of her as we go along. She and her husband are the co-founders of the 18th dynasty. Now, the hardest part was trying to figure out which images I wasn't going to include. I have about 150,000 photographs. This is her son. Isn't that a beautiful piece of art? Even if you disagree with everything I say, what you might do, the art is beautiful. This is a brother named Tutmos I and a woman named Queen Amos and the child that they produced, who is Makare Hatshepsut. Now, she's perhaps the most powerful woman in the ancient world. She was actual pharaoh for about 20 years. Now, she wasn't supposed to be. Her father was pharaoh. Her husband was pharaoh, king. But her husband was sickly and died at a young age. Now, Egypt had undergone an invasion by a group called the Hyksos. And it lasted for over 100 years. So these Africans say, we ain't never gonna let this happen again. And so normally her nephew would have been the king, but he was only about 9 or 10 years old. There were several boy kings besides King Tut. So they agreed that she would run things until he was old enough to be the king. And once his sister got into power, she said, later for that. I don't care how old he is. In fact, I'm gonna come up with a story. And the story is my father was actually not Tutmos the first. After all, my father was God, Amen, amen, who came down from heaven and impregnated my mother. Who can tell me I'm not fit to rule the country? And that's what she ran with. And she did a pretty good job. And this is from a temple at a place called Deir el Bari. And look at this sister in the middle, this full-figured sister. She is the queen of a place called the Land of Punt. And this is in the Horn of Africa, East Africa. And the people of
Come
Kemet
on,
thought
man.
this was
All
God's
day
land.
long. We told you, man.
Here's a very tender one.
Sure.
I like the tenderness here. This is Hatshepsut's significant other. His name is Sinemut. He is also a great architect. And he's the what's called the chancellor. He really ran the financial affairs of the country, but he's also the teacher of Hatshepsut's daughter. And look at the tenderness with which he's holding that child. I love that. We're talking 3,500 years ago now. And look at the shape of the head. We'll talk more about that in a moment. This is maybe the most powerful pharaoh of them all. His name is Thutmose III. He reigned for 54 years. This is Hatshepsut's nephew. Yes, he finally came into power. He ruled altogether for 54 years. He's a little guy, short brother with a big head. He reminds me of somebody I know. And he's a warrior king. Tradition says he conquered 105 nations. And he led 17 military campaigns in person. You have an idiot in the White House right now, a lunatic. Can you imagine him at the head of an army? But back then, the king actually led the troops into battle. He had to be a pretty tough person to do that. And this is Amen himself. Now, I no longer use words like gods and goddesses because I think that's a European concept. Africans always understood that God was one, but there were different aspects of God. God manifested him or herself in different ways. Strength, fertility, intellect, artistry. These aren't gods and goddesses. These are aspects of God. And this is Amen, who is probably the most powerful aspect. And this is where obviously we get the word amen. From Africa. And he's painted black. Ain't that something? Now, I would imagine the average Negro minister, if you said this, he'd say it's time for you to find another church home. Because we're just not programmed to think that way. The church used to be, and in some cases still are, very progressive institutions, but in many cases, the churches are at the rear of the struggle, not at the beginning. This is a man named Amenhotep II, and this is Amenhotep III. This is the father of Akhenaten, the grandfather of Tutankhamun, the father-in-law of Nefertiti, and the husband of Queen Tai. He is called Egypt's dazzling son. He is called Amenhotep the Magnificent. And I'm going to show you several images of him. This is from Berlin, in Cleveland, in London. Look at that. Look at the hair. Back in Berlin, in Cleveland, and this beautiful one right here is in the British Museum in London. But what good is a king without a queen? And so this is Queen Tai. He selected well. They met when they were teenagers. He was about 17, she was 15, and they fell in love. And you see them together a lot. Which is interesting because she is not of royal birth. She is what we would call a commoner. But Amenhotep III must have really been strung out. And this is his queen. Look at this sister right here. As a young woman, look at that. This is in Florence, Italy. Look at this. This is about this big. I took a very good photograph, if I do say so myself. And that's the one right there. This is the one that you're not going to see on the History Channel. on the Discovery Channel, Learn Channel. You sure ain't gonna see it on BET. This image should be burnished in all of our minds. This is what women in ancient Egypt look like. And she looks serious. Don't play. Don't take no mess. All right.
Where's that one?
It's in Berlin. And it's small enough to fit in your hand.
Yeah, big up Miss Sarah.
As we move along, I'll show you one with the top.
Yeah,
Long kind of extension on top of her head. It's made of wood. 3,400 years old. How would you do that? How could you carve something that would last for so long and be in such a perfect state, almost like she could talk to you? This couple was so powerful that their imagery and status remained generations after they physically died. Now here you see what's called a stela from a tomb of this man right here. And that's Queen Ty and Amenhotep III up above. That's what I call eternal love. I love that concept. These are two of their daughters. These are masterpieces of art. This is the high point of ancient Egyptian art. And I just compare it to these sisters in Ghana right here. These students, these are girls. Now, in a lot of schools in Africa, Ghana in particular, I know Zimbabwe too, I've seen it personally, they make the girls keep their hair cut short until they're about 15 or 16. That way, that's not an issue. I know this is going to shock you, but they go to school to learn. It's not a fashion contest. Nobody wears Air Jordans. Nobody's pants sag. They go to learn. They think, I know this is astonishing, this is one of their sons. And you can compare it to this photograph I took over the summer with this little boy from Namibia. Now here is the one from ancient Kemet. And here's this child in Namibia. And what an attitude this young brother has. Look at that look in his eyes. These are poor people who have not converted to Christianity, not converted to Islam. Sometimes they walk around stark naked. But you've never seen a people so proud and so dignified. You have to ask their permission to visit them. And then when you do, generally they don't pay any attention to you. I love it. Look at that. This is Akhenaten. Akhenaten is credited with being the first man of nonviolence. And he changed the style of art. Look at these images right here. Look. All right. Thank you very much. Look at these beautiful pieces. Look at this one right here. Looks so lifelike. A sphinx of that brother. And of course, Nefertiti. Not the Nefertiti that you used to sing that makes her look so European. And it may not even be Nefertiti that we're talking about that piece. There's a lot of questions about that piece in Berlin. And look at those lips. Beautiful lips, just made for kissing. See, I'm a heterosexual male. I don't apologize for that. Family portrait. And another one. Look at those big-headed children. Let me show you some more of those. Now look. And look at that one. And look at this one. These are not aliens. They thought that was a form of beauty. And apparently they would do that from the time they were young. There's a group in Africa right now called the Mangbetu in Central Africa that still do that today. To me, it's beautiful. These are called the Amarna princesses. Amarna was the new city that Akhenaten developed. Now here's one of those girls, and here's another one. I don't know if it's the same girl portrayed twice or two sisters. And then here, these are all from the same period. This is called, in the museum in Berlin, A Stroll in the Garden. And this one of King Tut and his wife. So you see this consistently. Men and women together. Not women subordinate or inferior to the male. All these are Tutankhamun, but here's one you may not be used to seeing in King Tut. And here's another one.
Jeez.
They stand right next to each other in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo.
Come on.
Now let's see if you can tell the difference. There's one. And then they look very similar, but they're different.
I got that one.
And this is almost Nefertari again, painted black because black represented deification. Look at the hair. These are musicians at a banquet. And this is from a
3C,
tomb.
boy. Mad.
And you see these cones on top of their head. They're made of wax.
Mm-mm.
And there's perfume in the wax.
Mm-mm.
So that when it got hot and you started to sweat
Hair
like
butter.
I am,
Mad thing.
the wax would melt and get in your hair. So you walk around all day with this sweet smelling perfume in your hair. They like to look good. They like to smell good. They like to party. They like to make love. They like to eat well. They like to live life fully. Look at the hair here. These beautiful, heavy braids and locks. Now, this one I photographed this morning in the Field Museum in Chicago. Tell me that image doesn't have any, huh? Who does that look like? Michael Jackson.
Mad.
Tell me that don't look like Michael Jackson. How old is that? This is it's older than Michael Jackson. This is from the 1890s. This is about 1300 BC, 3,300 years ago. Look at that.
Mad.
Now I wonder if Michael saw that. Seriously, it's in the Field Museum. I wonder if he saw that and said, "That's what I want to look like." I'm just speculating. I'm not saying that's a fact, but it's something to think about. Well, I wasn't going to talk about the nose, man. Because we're going to go down that road, you see. These are the last rulers of the 18th dynasty. It's 4:30. I wonder if this might be an appropriate time to take a 10 or 15-minute break. I know we said 5, but I think this might be good. It's a little crowded. It's a little hot. So let's take a break. Okay.
Let's take a break. Let's see if the people's buying the books. You get me? No, he's a great man, man. Rest in peace to Rakono Rushdie, man. He's a great scholar. They got their own Chevelle.
Now, this is Seti the first two up here, and this is his son, the person who is to be called Ramses the Great. And he's a little boy. I talked about family and intergenerational transmissions of wisdom. So here you see the father and the son before two priests. Over here is, look at all these symbols. This is an ankh right here. This is called the key of life. I have one around my neck. It symbolizes male and female union. Over here, it doesn't appear to be an ankh, but an actual cross. So sometimes you see both symbols together. Sometimes people say the ankh is the precursor of the cross. I don't think that's true.
Nope.
The cross is a very ancient symbol before Christianity, by the way.
Yeah. See?
There he is as a
Told
youngster,
ya.
Ramses the Great. Look at the scalp lock. And again, that same little child with the attitude from Southern Africa. This is just to show that Egypt was African.
And you wonder why I say what I say, and then people be here like, "Oh yeah, you're remixing Maku," and of course I got a remix on real information that has been handed down from a long time ago. You know what he's repeating there? He's repeated 20, almost 30 years. He's been doing that. You know what I mean? That's just one individual who concentrated on African presence in Asia, African presence in Europe, African presence in the Americas, Africans in Africa. Do you get what I'm saying? So, you know, it is what it is, man. And us around the world. Crazy.
It wasn't from the Middle East. It wasn't European. It wasn't Asian. It was purely African. These are all of Ramses the Great. This is a bad brother right here. He reigned for 60 years. Had close to 300 children. At least his wives did. He played his part. He signed the world's first peace treaty. But he is also a warrior king. This is in Manchester, England. And this is in Warsaw, Poland.
Mad.
Not a lot of black people in Poland. Look at the hair. The crown that simulates human hair, a human hair that simulates the crown. Whereas this Budapest, these are all the places that I've been to get these photographs. Budapest, Hungary. Look at this gigantic statue. The picture doesn't do it justice. This is an enormous statue of Ramses the Great at a place called Mit Rahina. That's the Arab name. The European name is Memphis, not Memphis, Tennessee, Memphis, Egypt. And this is a gigantic outdoor museum. And this is a giant statue of Ramses the Great, Usamare Ramses II. This is Ramses the Great in the white and Nefertari, his great love, in the brown. Again, the colors are symbolic. In this case, just the choice of stone that they chose to use has nothing to do with ethnicity. But I call this eternal love. And the curator must have thought that same way because these are two different artifacts that are placed together in the museum. This is Nefertari. The root of the word is Nefer, N-E-F-E-R, which means beauty. So if you have a name like Nefertari or Nefertiti or something like that, it means the beautiful one has arisen. The beautiful one is here, something like that. This is in Glasgow, Scotland. This is a coffin lid. How realistic. This is in Warsaw, Poland. Look at the braids there. Look at the details. This is in the Louvre in Paris. This is Ramses III. He was not biologically related to Ramses the Great. But Ramses the Great was so great that a lot of other kings took the name. This is a Kushite. The land of Kush. Now, I know when a lot of people think of Kush today, you're not thinking about a black man from the Nile. I'm not trying to get in your business or nothing like that. This is an Orient Institute. Go see it. Now, I could easily do that, but I don't want to embarrass y'all in here. Look at this sister. You talking about limber? Is she an acrobat or is that African yoga? This is the coffin lid of Ramses III. Now, the coffin lid is at Cambridge. Another one of Amos Nefertari, painted black. Most of them are painted black because she was deified. A little woman, about 5 feet tall, with thinning hair and buck teeth. They actually found hair extensions in the tomb. And they loved her. Asar, also known as Osiris, or the Book of Coming Forth by Day and by Night, or the Book of Gates. These are papyrus scrolls beginning from around the 18th to around the 22nd dynasty that talked about concepts like resurrection. These are the first people to talk about resurrection. They believed that you could rise again, but only if you did righteous deeds.
Jeez.
From the 22nd and 23rd dynasty, an unidentified king. And look at this sister right here in the Louvre. Her name is Cairo Mama. This was the most powerful woman in the world at her time. This is 2,700 years ago. Her name is Amenutis I. She is the sister of a king named Pianki or Piye. She is more or less the co-ruler of Kemet and Kush. During this time, Kemet and Kush were united into one powerful kingdom or empire. And this is the sister who was the most powerful woman of her time. A brother named Shabaka. This is her brother. This is from the 25th dynasty. And this is the toughest of them all from that period. His name is Taharka. John Henry Clark said, the great John Henry Clark said he gave us the last great walk in the sun. He took armies all the way to Jerusalem. He took an army before he was king, according to tradition, all the way to Spain from the Nile Valley. This is in Copenhagen. And this is a woman from that same period, the 25th dynasty. This one straddles dynasty 25 and 26. Look at the dark brown paint. What we are looking at, in essence, are like X-rays. A lot of these artifacts were originally painted bright, vivid colors. Look at this one. You do see a certain amount of them with the noses knocked off. Yes, I don't think that's the result of foreign invasion. I think that was a religious ritual associated with death. Now, the average sister or brother, if you ask them, well, white people knocked them off. This is a brother named Amasis, and this is in the Capitolini Museum in Rome. And this is Aset and Heru, Isis and Horus. Tough sister right here. This sister was a magician. She could fly. She could grow wings and fly like a bird. She invented the wedding ring, according to tradition. She is responsible for the concept of domesticity. She is the significant other of Asar or Osiris. And this may be the first clear example that we know of the Virgin Mother and Child.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Uh-oh.
And who is that? Imhotep.
Jeez.
You know, anybody else, you should know him. Why am I showing him now? Although he lived in the 3rd dynasty. Because in the 26th and 27th dynasty, he was elevated to the status of a deity. Now that's pretty deep. 2,000 years after his death, he was elevated to the status of a deity, in this case, the god of writing. He is the world's first scientist. He is the world's first known multi-genius. Before Michelangelo, before Leonardo da Vinci, before Einstein, before Isaac, before any of these guys. Our brother reigns supreme, the father of medicine, the world's first architect, etc., etc., etc. He was so powerful during this period of time when the Africans had libation ceremonies. Libations is when you take a drink. It could be gin, it could be snaps, it could be water, it could be any of a number of things. And you pour it in the ground and call on the ancestors. During this time, other African writers, before they would write something, had their own libation ceremony. They would pour ink in the ground and ask themselves rhetorically, could there ever be another like Imhotep? That's pretty lofty praise. 2,000 years after, this is from the 30th dynasty, the last native dynasty. This is either Nectanebo the first or Nectanebo the second, we don't know which. And he is the last native ruler of Kemet. And then you go into what's called the Ptolemaic dynasty, which is established by the Greeks, the Macedonians, the Yugoslavians, we could say. Now, this is not an African. This is not a black man. But the influence of Africa was so strong that he must portray himself as an African to have legitimacy. Just the opposite of what we do today. Why must you be liked to be considered beautiful? Why must you put on somebody else's hair to think you look good? And in Africa, it's taken to another extreme. People are bleaching. They say, I don't want to look white. I just want to look nice. What is it about lightness, whiteness, that appeals to us so much? You know why? Because Jesus is white. God is white in most of our minds. That's the ultimate form of colonization. The color of God, which you attempt to imitate. And the sisters say, I don't necessarily want to wear that weave, but that's what I got to do to be successful. That's what I got to do to have a man. That's deep. And then we pass that down from generation to generation. No wonder we do crazy stuff. We are crazy because the environment is crazy. It's stressful. The biggest killer of black people is stress. It's on us all the time. I feel it when I leave the United States and when I come back. When I come back to the United States, my antenna go up automatically. I love black people more than black people hate themselves. That's deep. To love our people more than they hate themselves. Because the average African ain't talking about black liberation. You must think you are crazy sometimes, and you're right, to want to liberate a people who see no need for liberation. Anyway, that's Cleopatra and her son. Now, let's leave Egypt. This is from Kush. This is from Kerma. This is from Sudan. I saw this, took this picture a few months, last summer. And these are some of the great kings of ancient Kush. One of the Kushite kings. And another, this is a Spelta. Look at these two powerful Kushite kings. This is in front of the National Archaeological Museum in Khartoum, Sudan. Look at this Kushite prince. This is in Worcester, Massachusetts. This is a queen mother called a Kintaka. Her name is Amani Sheketo. She is a queen mother. They were very powerful, as black women should be treated. All right. And this is just Julie from her tomb. One more piece. This is called the Ishango bone. This is about 25,000 years old, 25,000 years old. This is found in Central Africa. This is one of the most ancient counting sticks in the world. There are notches carved on the bone in sequential order. A brilliant mathematician named Claudia Zawslowski did a very deep study on this. So long before, when Europeans were still living in caves, Africans had at least rudimentary forms of mathematics. Out of Africa, this is from ancient Iraq.
Say Nizzy.
And this is from ancient Iran. Now, there's nothing, this is in the Louvre. There's nothing about this that says on the caption African, but I looked at that and said, those are black people. Maybe because I was influenced by this card that I got from Africa. You can see the similarity there. This is from ancient Lebanon. This is about 3,000 years old.
Mad.
And this is from Judea. This is from the kingdom of Lachish,
Jeez.
captured by the Assyrians.
That's
in
Zulu's
700
favorite
BC.
one. Come on, man.
Look at that happy to be nappy hair.
Come on. Jeez.
Look.
Come on.
Now tell me those are not black people.
Come
I
on.
dare you to tell me.
Tell him.
Look at it.
Tell him. Zulu's been saying this from time. Brought this evidence from time ago. Eliza, brother Zulu. Come on, man. They're not ready, man. This is old news for us. You know what I mean? The evidence is there. Like what we don't have evidence is of everyone else claiming to be a part of us or be around or have a great civilization when it didn't even exist yet. Bullshit. Nothing. But anyway, we understand the cultural appropriation.
Our history has been so suppressed. Why? Because we haven't written our history. From ancient Iran and ancient China. This is from the Shang dynasty in China. A libation vessel of a tiger protecting a little black man at the dawn of Chinese history. Let's spend some time in China. This is a bodhisattva, a person who has achieved a Buddha-like state of enlightenment. This is in the Tang dynasty. And this is in the Tang dynasty in China. So let's go down. Let's start. Shang dynasty, Tang dynasty, another one from the Tang dynasty. Why is the Tang dynasty important? Because it's a classical era in Chinese literature and art. And then the Yuan dynasty. This is the dynasty established by Kublai Khan. And then last but not least, the Ming dynasty. So we can identify clearly, distinctly black images in at least 4 Chinese dynastic periods. This is not just a black man. This is Bodhidharma or Dao Mo. He is the person credited with inventing or introducing Zen Buddhism. He's the person who supposedly took martial arts from India to the Far East. There he is. That's a Chinese porcelain. That's not an African porcelain. That's from China. It's over 500 years old. Look at him. I could have modeled for that if I took my glasses off and put something on my head. And what about Japan? There are 2 Japanese proverbs that go for a samurai to be brave, he must have a bit of black blood. Another version of the proverb goes, to make a good samurai, half the blood in one's veins must be black. Nobody has black blood. So we assume that has an ethnic connotation. There's a tradition that the first shogun of Japan was a black man. Now this is Fudo-Maya. Fudo-Maya is one of the patrons of the samurai. His name means the immovable. And he's one of the major figures in ancient Cambodia. Now look at these. These are from Vietnam. These are 1,000 years old. And another one. Not my best picture. That one's pretty good. Now, the first 2 were images of the Buddha from Vietnam. Look at that happy to be nappy hair. And this is Vishnu. And this is the Hindu deity Shiva. These are all from Vietnam 1,000 years ago. Look. Look. These are in a museum in Da Nang, Vietnam. One of my favorite places to explore right now in terms of the ancient presence of black people in the Far East. Just look at the features, like Bantu knots. This is from the Divarati period in Thai history. Look at that. And look at this one. And look at that. See, we haven't studied this.
Much.
The African diaspora didn't start with slavery. Black people began migrations out of Africa thousands of years ago.
Facts.
How about Europe? Look at this image right here called the Venus of Willendorf. It's the best picture of this I've taken so far. I've been in this museum about 3 times. Look at that nappy hair. But what about Greece itself? Look at the African warrior at the Battle of Troy in Greek mythology. Speaking of Greek mythology, this is Andromeda. According to the Greeks, Andromeda, whom the Andromeda galaxy is named after, the biggest galaxy in the solar system that I'm aware of, Andromeda was a daughter of the king and queen of Ethiopia. The term Ethiopia meant the land of the burnt-faced people, the land of the black people. She married Perseus. They had a child named Perses that became the basis of the historical country of Persia. Now, how many of us know, how many Trekkies in the room know that the largest galaxy in the solar system, according to the Greeks, was named after an African woman? These are things we need to know. We need to give our children a sense of pride. We are the founders of humanity and civilization. We got nothing to be ashamed of. This is before slavery. All right. African youth in Rome, Marblehead 2,000 years ago. Look at this one right here in Hanover, Germany. This is from ancient Rome, a Nubian in Rome. This is from Spain, 700 years before the Moors invaded Spain. This is from Osuna, Spain at the beginning of the Christian era. This is a black knight. One of the few images not from a museum. I couldn't help myself. This is Saint Maurice. This is from a church in Germany in 1240 AD. He became patron saint of the Holy Roman Germanic Empire. His name is Saint Maurice. He is a knight and a saint. And you can go all over Eastern Europe. I've been as far north as Latvia and Estonia in the Baltic states and found these images. This is in Magdeburg, Germany. This is at the end of the European Renaissance. Actually, it's the Italian Renaissance. Look at these men about to be beheaded. But more importantly for us, look at the images on the shields, the heads of Moors. This is about 1350, almost 700 years ago. And then this one, the last one from Europe. This is done about 1485. This is in Berlin in a place called the Gemäldegalerie Gallery. Why is this one important in the scheme of things? Because this is just before the advent of the transatlantic slave trade, which would change everything. It changed the power dynamics in the world. It changed the world. It changed the way the world came to see Africa, and our Africans have come to see themselves. This is the last time when you see clearly an African and a European portrayed on levels of perfect equality. So we are the victims of the slave trade. And that's why we wanted to show you history before the slave trade. Our history didn't start with Chicken George. Now let's finish up with the Americas. This is from Guerrero, Mexico. This is 3,400 years old. This is a little head of an African at Princeton University. But mostly what we know about the ancient African presence in the Americas is from the Olmec civilization. And what stands out the most are these magnificent heads, of which we've been able to see 20 or identify. I've seen all of them, photographed all of them. Last time I was in Mexico, which was in August of this year, I was told they had recently found 2 more heads, but that they were small ones, but that the people found it didn't want to tell the government, because if they did, the government would come and get them. This one is called El Rey, the king. And here's another. I'm going to show you about 8 of them. Look at this one. This is one of the smaller heads. These are 3,000 years old. It's before Columbus, before slavery, before any of that. What are these black people doing in Mexico at that time? They certainly aren't slaves. Some of these heads weigh 100,000 pounds. You would not erect a head of 100,000 pounds to an enslaved person. They must be a person, maybe even a deity, but they must have been very significant. Now, you know where we get most of the resistance to this is from Mexican scholars. We're saying, we're not going to let you black people take our history from us. I said, I'm not trying to take your history from you. I'm telling you, there were Africans in your history. There were Africans there. That should build a bond between us. And they ain't having it. And I ain't backing off. Look, I take groups to Mexico every year. I encourage you all to at least get one of my cards. So we're driving down the street. I'm supposed to lead the group through the museum, but I hadn't been to the museum. We're driving down a busy street. All at once, I see a big white building over there. Is that the museum? He said, yeah. I said, stop the bus. This is like a huge street. And he looked at me like, is this guy on drugs? Has he lost his mind? I said, stop the bus now. Let me off. I told the tour guide, I said, look, I'm going to the museum. I'm going to become familiar with the artifacts. And then you bring the group. I came in there, and this was the first thing I saw. And I sat down next to that head and just stared at it for a while. That old man head seemed to say, Renoco, give that guy the middle finger. Anybody who looks at this and says, I'm not African, there's no evidence you could ever give them that would make it, because some people close their minds like you close a window or a door, fear that a new idea might come in. And I fell in love with that head. This is 20 tons. Look, this was the last one I found, the last of the Olmec heads that I was able to identify. No 2 of them look alike. This is one of the Levante heads. Look. And look at that one. And this was the first one that was excavated. Even the people who found it. It was first identified in 1868 or 1869. The person found it said it looked like an Ethiopian. Then it was excavated in 1938, 39. The people who identified it, dug it up, said they nicknamed it Joe Louis. This was the first one that was excavated. And this is a companion to it. This is the one with the braids in the back. Look. Somebody imagined that? You dreamed that up as just a style of art? This is what we need to tell our children. But it's not taught in the schools here. And it's not taught in the schools of Mexico, although it's right there. So I keep saying again and again and again, it's our job. We have to do this. This is called El Negro, the black. That's what the peasants who dug it up called it, the black. All right. This is from the Mixtec civilization. This is at the Fine Arts Museum in Houston, Texas. Look at those, look at the hair. Look at the beard. There's just a little ceramic head in a museum in Mexico City. Look at this one, 1,500 years old. It looks like he has a pair of glasses. And the keloids. This is in ancient Mexico. Look at that one. And look at this one. What is that, brain surgery, trepanation? But it's clearly African. And it's 1,500 years old. And it's in Mexico. Look at this. The images are so powerful. It is true that seeing is believing. And a picture's worth 1,000 words. And finally, look at this one. And look at that one. Black skin warriors. Look, black. And another one. These are people of high rank. This is over 1,000 years ago. This is Mayan. This is in the National Museum in Belize. And finally, from Peru, from the civilization called the Moche or Mochica that comes before the Inca. Sisters and brothers, we are a great and mighty people. We have a history that's second to none, and we need to know this. History is our immune system. It tells us who we are. John Henry Clark, one of my great teachers, used to say that the relationship between a people and their history is exactly the same as a relationship between a mother and her child. Our mother is calling us. Our mother is saying, time to reconstruct us, to resurrect us. And this is the basis of the future, to go back and lay that foundation so that we have a sense of confidence, so that we can believe in each other again, trust each other again, love each other again, because in essence, that's really what it's all about. Am I right or wrong? So I could show you about 140,000 more photographs, but I think that we've been very, very productive, okay? I hope I've given you something to take with you. And then the question becomes, what now? What next? Where do we go? What do we do? How do we take our knowledge of self and translate it into something concrete? Thought without practice is empty, and action without thought is blind. Marcus Garvey said it best. I got some Garveyites in the room. Up, you mighty race, you can accomplish what you will. But in order to stand up, you got to have a foundation. You can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the fruits of the tree. So that's my message to you today. Thank you.
Big up, Mark. Yeah, man, that was great, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Big up Mezzo. Big up Zulu. Big up Dublin. Big up everybody who's tuned in, man. Yeah, that was great. But jump on, family. Yeah. Yeah, guys, jump on. Let me put the link out there. I need to go down the road, so I need some of y'all to jump on, man. Get me. Come on, jump on, family. Come talk to your boy Sniper, man. And ladies, especially. You're all there in the audience. Come do your ladies' hour or something, man. Do something. Do something. I don't know if MJ's about, but the rest of y'all are about, man. Come on, man, sisters. Come do your thing, man. I'm sure Trilla will soon pop up and Khan. Yeah. All right, let me play some music. Meanwhile, wait for y'all to jump on, man. I ain't saying shit. Yeah. Oh, sorry. So yeah, let me just clean that up. Yeah, that was excellent, man. Sometimes people don't need talk, man. They need pictures. They need people who've actually been to these places and these museums. Listen to some of them museums, though, bruv. The Louvre, all sorts, Poland, this one. It's liberties, bruv. You know what I mean? We're not saying that people can't look at our ancient stuff, but it's bordering on what? There's no borders. They've just crossed all the lines. You know what I mean? Just to entertain themselves. It's a deep disrespect, man. We wouldn't do that to their ancestors, man. Yeah, but there's reasons why they're doing theirs. Because they're the babies, man. It's just an acknowledgement to you. If you're a baby, you're a baby. You can't start pretending that's not the truth when we know clearly it is. All right. Yeah, we deserve a music break after that, man. That was some real shit. Yeah. So we roll on the Big Saturday stream. You get me? Hope everyone's having a good time. Yeah. They're saying it's a bank holiday weekend. Come on. Right, me. So back to work. Bonus. Go, my brother.
All night you should have pressed record, you know. The camera. Yeah. You don't right in the chair. You don't come out from underneath this after. Trust me. Okay, find my fire.
When we come, weed up a bun, weed up a bun, weed up a bun. When we come, weed up a bun, weed up a bun, weed up a bun. When we come, weed up a bun, weed up a bun, weed up a bun. When we come, weed up a bun, weed up a bun, weed up a bun.
Pick up a spliff and drift. I'm not a stoner, it's a lift. Real herb man know what it is. Sativa smoke, no coke in my chest. No gas, no diesel, no crack, no B, just cess. You can ask anyone that knows weed, I'm blessed. No cigarette for the eye, just merch or tie. Wrap that with the lettuce if it goes dry. Put that in the fridge, it will stay fresh. Right next to the parsley and cress. They should sell herb next to the fruit and veg. It's good for the body and good for the meds. Gives you a good feeling, toes to the head. I'm sitting on the ceiling, smoking the head, thinking about life and it don't make sense. Like, why we gotta pay for food? And why the homeless ain't got food? The more I think, the more it's changing my mood. The more I wanna know more of the truth. The more I gotta show that to the youth. I wanna eat something so I peel some fruit. Give thanks for the present that grew from the root. Then I wanna drink something so I draw for a juice. Take 2 sips, then I draw on a zoo. Wanna learn something so I watch YouTube. Something deep with about 1,000 views. Study and breathe like the Shaolin dudes. Stay disciplined and master the moves. Master the self cause it's harder to do. Wanna write something so I draw for a tune. I look out the window, gaze at the moon. Man ain't gonna get there anytime soon, but it still makes me feel like I am in tune. One with the night and day, I'm alright. I'm not afraid of the dark or the light. I'm just awake, spraying bars on the mic. Gotta stay level so I take 2 draw. And the something tastes good so I take 2 more. Herb's not a jug, herb is a cure. Ask anyone why do they smoke it for. My spliff cycle, my Rizzler's raw. Gotta stay natural, stick to the pure. Wanna go sit down next to the shore and look to the sea. Don't wanna feel trapped, I've gotta feel free. There's so much more that's inside of me. So much potential that I can see. Let me master my chi. Take off my trainers, tie up my gi. Bar to the sensei, step on the mat. I'm doing all this while I'm sitting down on the flat. I'm astral traveling, imagine that. All because of this green herb that's in my sack. I don't know why herbs are under attack. When herb is the best of the herbs, they got it like what is the best is the worst. It's a crying shame and a curse on itself. Staying ignorant is a burden to health. Don't be ignorant or under a spell. Study the earth, that's knowledge of self. And know that knowledge is power. Cause they wanna tell man sweet is sour, not knowing what's real in that. And I'm not really feeling that. That's why I gotta read in that. Food for the brain, I gotta feed on that. It's real nourishing like a vegan snack. Let me take 2 more pulls with the kush ting. Herb for the outlaw, herb for the hoodlum. In the Arabic tongue, herb is a Muslim. Can't tell me nothing about herb, it's a good thing. It grew on Solomon's grave. Moses lit up the ting in the cave. Bruce Lee used it to ease the pain. Tosh told them, let me tell them again. Legalize it, not to do it insane. Dave Chappelle linked up Mary Jane. Charlotte Green put on live TV cause she couldn't take no more, watch it and see. Rick Simpson hills people for free, what you know about me? I'm ready to die defending a tree. Chain man to the trunk. Love the forest, a little something like gum. For no reason, man, I'll get up and run. If man for the feeling, man, I'll tell a man come. If we stand together, then we're gonna stand stronger. Free the herb and we're gonna live longer. Plant a seed, add water and sun. Pick up the herb, put down the gun. Pick up a Rizla, fill it and fun. Pick up the roots, put down the rum. Good for the back, sweet to the tongue. Good for the blood and circulation. More love, more life, more cultivation. Ain't nothing new under the sun, so I gotta connect to the old and the young.
Come on, man. You know my little fire track, man. Bad boy track. Come on. Hit that like button. Hit the PayPal. Hit the Cash App. You know how we do. Come on. The big Saturday stream. Fire music. Fire entertainment. You get me? Come on.
I've been trying to relax a bit, yeah. But they call you pussy if you are a pacifist. But the lyrics still pack a punch, not lacking grit. Think I didn't see shit cause I didn't grow up in the maddest bits. I'm just not down with the fake persona. Never. Smell the bullshit in the air, fuck a fake aroma. I only walk with the real as of late alone. Yeah. Accentuated by the fact that I'm always sober. Something I'm serious, moody, something I'm weird. Some days I think it'd be better to disappear. Yeah. The mountains help me to see shit a little clear. Get control of my psyche, the biggest weapon is fear. The biggest healer of tears, or so I'm told. Feel like I'm wiser but growing old. Yeah. Everyone around me is settling down. Giving up on dreams in exchange for the pounds.
These are levels though. Levels. You have to get up early in the morning to get to this level. Listen and learn, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, jump on when you're ready, my G.
I've been trying to relax a bit, yeah. But they call you pussy if you are a pacifist. But the lyrics still pack a punch, not lacking grit. Think I didn't see shit cause I didn't grow up in the maddest bits. I'm just not down with the fake persona. Never. Smell the bullshit in the air, fuck a fake aroma. I only walk with the real as of late alone. Yeah. Accentuated by the fact that I'm always sober. Something I'm serious, moody, something I'm weird. Some days I think it'd be better to disappear. Yeah. The mountains help me to see shit a little clear. Get control of my psyche, the biggest weapon is fear. The biggest healer of tears, or so I'm told. Feel like I'm wiser but growing old. Yeah. Everyone around me is settling down. Giving up on dreams in exchange for the pounds. It's confusing just finding your way. In two minds, Gemini, born the last week of May. The world's in need of leaders. We got Boris and May. Tried not to get political, but what can I say? Fuck them. Feeling like we're stuck in a maze. I just wanna get up and away. I don't talk if I got nothing to say. If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace. If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace.
Still surrounded by dreamers, sleepers, walking speakers distorting the mental views of the fallen. Evil is talking, projected through their recordings. Secretive sorcery, selling souls like they're Jordans is fuckeries cause of covered seas. How many hungry humans hunting for money trees, consuming everything they see until there's none for we. I had to sit and learn the lesson from the honeybee. Float under the sun, I'm free, tending to my mother's needs. Pollinating planets, don't panic, just overstand it. A man is only a man and it's mad, he's making it manic. Order out of chaos is the order of the day, it's that way. Cause they formulate the hates, they're emphatic. They'll sell you death in a packet and then we buy it and say it tastes good, just how we like it. But we're wrongly guided to keep on siding with the system that's violent and doesn't listen to the teaching to the king. But it's lying like it's the Christian. Lions are in my vision, I'm smiling because I'm different, not blinded by my religion. Been guided back to a kingdom, experience teaching me wisdom. Victims been tricked into eating everything that they're given, that's not my decision. Rastas stay practicing idle living cause the food is killing. Salt and sugar like heroin, all of this belly filling. Cock sniffing and Henny sipping, got our medi slipping. Gotta stay woke or stay in prison, one it meant to fit in.
If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace. If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace.
You put in the back track, Radar. Pause. But yeah.
Not in my name, not in my name. Rappers wanna drive me insane, but they're not in my lane. Nah, they're not in my lane. I'm riding lions on the African plain. Niggas know what I'm saying. You need to know what I'm saying. If you don't, then you don't. It is a shame. You need to open up your brain. Open up your brain. Frig up and you won't be contained. Don't be afraid. Tell them
straight. I don't like fakes. Little man, what did I say? This ain't no game, and it ain't sweet like cake. See you, man, I don't rate. You hold no weight. Plus, I never hear what you say. Do yourself a favor, elevate. It's all good having fun, but stop with the dumbness. No competition, but we all know who runs this. Can't keep kicking, gotta throw some punches. Gotta draw content, gotta draw substance. Large on the track, but timid when in public. You say that you rap, but really you just chat shit. Calm down the hype tick, ease up the antics. Don't exaggerate, don't act frantic. For us it comes natural. It sounds like you plan shit. Keep doing what you're doing if you wanna stay average, but not in my name.
Not in my name. Rappers wanna drive me insane, but they're not in my lane. Nah, they're not in my lane. I'm riding lions on the African plain. Niggas know what I'm saying. You need to know what I'm saying. If you don't, then you don't. It is a shame. You need to open up your brain.
Big up Zion.
Open up your brain. Frig up and you won't be contained. Don't be fake, big awake. Watch out for the snake. Snakes are in the grass, hissing, listen and it's bait. Even if you are illiterate, you can read the face. Not just looking for Elizabeth's paper in the race. It's depressing and ridiculous, taking up the waves. Music for the masses, from the masses of the maze. Mathematics most attracted by the glamour and the glaze. It's distracting, I'm attracting the energy that I raise. Who's the captain of my ship? Is His Majesty Fire Blaze, man. Just trying to grow and live naturally, that's the way, fam. Not spending money on nothing dumb, I just save, man. If I had a penny for everyone, that's a waste, man. I would have a billion pennies and buy up wasteland and plant a garden of veggies to feed the starving. Their bellies wouldn't be empty. It's better to make a change. So many be slaves for a whip and a chain, but it's not in my name. Not in my name. Rappers wanna drive me insane, but they're not in my lane. Nah, they're not in my lane. I'm riding lions on the African plain. Niggas know what I'm saying. You need to know what I'm saying. If you don't, then you don't. It is a shame. You need to open up your brain. Open up your brain. Frig up and you won't be contained. Don't be fake, be awake.
Straight, I lay my game flat. MCs go us to take back ASAP. They made rap an excuse to stay gas. We don't rate that. That's as fly as a plane crash. All these fake cats acting bad with their bait traps. Nothing strange as we show you crabs with the flames at. Yo, we ain't mad. We glad to see your tape stack. Still a shame as you stay slack on change fact. As you attack your own people to make cash. Your brain has been scarred like a slave's back. They have no down without a praying mat. We be laid back and chilled out, but we don't take crap. I've been sighting with binoculars on, looking far and wide, thinking where the warrior's gone. What the deal? What the real soldiers dropping like rain? As long as there's blood in my vein, tell them not in my name.
Not in my name. Rappers wanna drive me insane, but they're not in my lane. Nah, they're not in my lane. I'm riding lions on the African plain. Niggas know what I'm saying. You need to know what I'm saying. If you don't, then you don't. It is a shame. You need to open up your brain. Open up your brain. Frig up and you won't be contained. Don't be fake, big awake. Wait.
Come on, big up family. Done now. Demand him.
Ready to create a website quickly and easily? Bluehost Website Builder helps you do just that. And
come on. Big up my niece. Yeah. Unrequited out now, man, on all platforms. Make sure you go get that. Cop that. Yeah. Jeez.
I ain't done a freestyle in a minute, it's been a while. F.T.K got me moving like Charles, raising my eyes, the sun's off the charts. Can't leave the house without wearing a mask. Rolling stuff, she don't care about class. That's what they say and expect us to pay for a vaccine, one for straight. Melanated people, they want separate car. We compress from a try violate. Black lives taken, they can't stop the hate. Taking us out, cameras all in our face. Rest in peace to the ones that are gone. Never forgotten, cause we not stop the run. Racists coming out the woodworks, coming like set them the one for shy, cause some of them are even the nuns. Teachers, leaders, all of them are. Whoa, let me not say much, cause I need a piece, I got to scrape up. Last one's friend, yeah, it's outrageous. Had us on lockdown, smoking my braids out. Karens and Kevins, all in a space now, saying what they want, cause it's rage when they call up. I don't have the time to think about the small stuff, creating the time for the mind that's before us. Being on a grind. Been mashing the time. See, I ain't on a long thing no more, this is all up in the mind. I ain't need to get mine, gotta put that work in and waste my time. Cause you don't really wanna play if you don't wanna do the time. If it ain't on the schedule, then nigga don't bell me. Cause I got shit to do, trying to get that money, trying to get that Grammy.
Mad. One more time. Wheel up. Pull up. I mean. Come on. Y'all gonna get that work.
I ain't done a freestyle in a minute, it's been a while. F.T.K got me moving like Charles, raising my eyes, the sun's off the charts. Can't leave the house without wearing a mask. Rolling stuff, she don't care about class. That's what they say and expect us to pay for a vaccine, one for straight. Melanated people, they want separate car. We compress from a try violate. Black lives taken, they can't stop the hate. Taking us out, cameras all in our face. Rest in peace to the ones that are gone. Never forgotten, cause we not stop the run. Racists coming out the woodworks, coming like set them the one for shy, cause some of them are even the nuns. Teachers, leaders, all of them are. Whoa, let me not say much, cause I need a piece, I got to scrape up. Last one's friend, yeah, it's outrageous. Had us on lockdown, smoking my braids out. Karens and Kevins, all in a space now, saying what they want, cause it's rage when they call up. I don't have the time to think about the small stuff, creating the time for the mind that's before us. Being on a grind, been mashing the time. See, I ain't on a long thing no more, this is all up in the mind. I ain't need to get mine, gotta put that work in and waste my time. Cause you don't really wanna play if you don't wanna do the time. If it ain't on the schedule, then nigga don't bell me. Cause I got shit to do, trying to get that money, trying to get that Grammy. What have you done? Where have you been? Ain't on agenda when my life ends. Ain't on a lay thing, it's about the strength is what I possess. Finding the flows and the rhymes that will shine. Making the sounds of what's good grime. Setting the trends can make a man sweat. Man says he's got bars, so where are they then? It's all about the talk, yet there ain't no sense making bars. It's about commitment. We don't slap with this cause we built for this set relationship. Music penmanship, I got bars, so I don't need Mars. Galaxy floor was made for the stars. Bout your man, cause when them move to sneak cars. That'll be all for today. That's the end of the class. Gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. Ain't on a long thing, gotta get that work. Gotta get that work. We gotta get that work. Gotta get that work. Ain't on a long thing, gotta get that work.
Come on, you know what time it is, man. We fire over here, man. Bare talent. Come on. Get a little Tai Chi of that, you know?
The elements of musicians fuse the stem liquidation and lyricism of Nubian mysticism, delivering the vibes through the pen with precision. Can't limit wisdom, fit to glisten with no intermission. One swift position, dropping jewels and gems is tradition. And with opinions of unruly men's criticism and fake dominions of the news at 10 removing zen. Race and religion got me losing friends, it's true again. The what, how, who and when, be confusing then. Until the end, let anew begin. We know things won't shrink, the soul sings at the home of kings. Stranding those strange land, the roots will mend the broken wings. Close to sin, but too bright to be low and dim. Wrapped in golden skin, focusing on going in. Echoes of wind, the speaking voice is sobering. Soaking in the sea of noise, my vocal swims. I go within, for those who ask where I've been. Internal voices got external forces where I'm thin. It's all or none, still everything is everything. Let me bring to the table for friend and kin. Been on the soul plane for those who haven't seen me. Create my own imagery and scenery to be free. The soul sings on the way to the home of kings. It's all or no things, though everything is everything. I explore consciously and saw poverty, perform quality, walk solidly on your odyssey. Restore sovereignty, but in all honesty, the authority belongs to tautology. That's facts of the universe. Hang on to beauty as an absol, my truest words. We stand strong and lose the nerves. Back home, my deuces up. The music heard serves for therapeutic purposes for the nucleus. Back from space and time eternal, where my actions shape prescribe the journal. Replenish me extensively like now flow. Watching the cycle go round, another child grow. High or low with no middle ground. An uncivil town always ready to bring you down. I bring about mad ambition while they signal doubt. Distancing criticisms to finally fizzle out. I go within for those who ask where I've been. Internal voices got external forces wearing thin. It's all or none, still everything is everything. Let me bring to the table for friend and kin. Been on the soul plane for those who haven't seen me. Create my own imagery and scenery to be free. The soul sings on the way to the home of kings. It's all or no things, still everything is everything. On each account, you better love self, because you will never be able to be anyone else. Inside's infernal, fire bubbles that flow eternal. We're climbing hurdles, disciple circles with no rehearsal. Role reversal for the elite. Time the poor man experiences prestige. I release, collect peace and forget grief. Neglect sleep when each energy is critique. Criticism gains separatism like nepotism. Stepped in rhythm for mechanisms of better living. Opposition to subtle forms of terrorism. Come of storms of a clever system's demolition. Can't give neglection to introspection where treasure's hidden. Instant lessons reflected in both friend and villain. Sense and vision, intuition, premonition. Awarded every mission's equilibrium.
Mud. All right, I had a request earlier. Let's see if I can answer that request for them. Oh, what was that?
Leap on your brain like quantum.
Mud.
We're all broke as a joke, we got nothing to live for. Tired of seeing nothing when we open the fridge door. We link more cats than we do yats, this shit's raw. Your stats go up and down like a seesaw. We're piss poor, stuck in a shit position. And to top it all off, these rich people start snitching. So it's hard to hustle, to stay alive you gotta love the struggle. Kids are shooting guns, not throwing up their knuckles. The game's evolved, I've seen man exchange their soul for Big P. I could have done it too, but that just isn't me. I'm comfortable in the streets. I ain't in a rush to blow and become one of them hoes in the industry. Fuck that. My generation ain't having it. Show us opportunities, we're grabbing it. We're hungry. Most of us can't turn to dad or mumsy for money, cause they're broke too. This shit ain't even funny. Thinking about Malcolm X, I never met him, but who cares? I show enough respect. You know I'm fucking scared, smoking weed, puffing grets and sipping Hennessy, ready to ride on my enemies. Fuck my life, I'ma die eventually, so I'ma do some crazy shit to make sure they remember me. I'm free crazy titch, fuck police, fuck your snitch and the judge. You know them cunts never wanna see us rich. They get jealous when they see the whips we're sitting in. Top down, they got a frown, they know the kids listening. I talk to God, but still continue to live in sin. It makes no sense, like guys who go gym and still ain't hench. I'm over 10 CDs deep. You need to get your rep and respect up. You can't see me, G. I smoke a big tree and end up in the sky. I'm the best that ever did it. You won't admit it till I The pain and struggle have to maintain and hustle. The people that hurt you the most are the ones that say they love you. Most artists get extorted, some are even paying double. But my circle's tight, so I stay way away from trouble. Edmonton's like a maze, I'm just trying to solve the puzzle. There ain't no opportunity, the government give us fuck all. But it's cool, I don't need help, I'ma get it myself. I know these Nazis will rather see us going crazy in the cell. Fuck them. I never really followed the law. It's always been fuck the police since the age of 4, waging war with the system. Trapped in Great Britain where they support pop but ignore man that spit wisdom. It's sickening, the game's changed, but who am I to complain? You don't deserve sunshine if you can't survive the rain. Take that in. The Lord put me on this earth to ball. I'm only 5'7", feeling like I'm 10 feet tall.
Yeah, no, you got your thing. Got it. Big up.
Monzo Flex lets you pay later for pretty much anything.
Can I buy my mum a posh tea?
We don't
Paying
can't.
3,
We don't
interest
like
free.
Yeah.
I always like this track. I always love this track.
I can't hear the beat.
I can.
Hey, I'm just flicking through bare papers. Some of these bars are from 08 and shit. This is mad. I can't just throw them in a bin. I gotta lace them on something, man. We got Flavor D on production. Everything you're about to hear is just my throwaway thoughts. You might have clocked that my life's non-stop. Been here from day one and I'ma ride till I drop. These men are running around fighting for what? What's the meaning? The only thing I'm fighting for is my freedom. I'm leaning low in a drop top, feels like I'm dreaming. Girls are hollering non-stop, craving the semen. Hoping the condom pops, I know that she's scheming. I'm just trying to beat it, not trying to breed it. But in the back of her mind, I know she's thinking that I'll bear back her one of these times. Nah, it's not that. I seen the results of my brethrens that got trapped and now there ain't no turning back. Most are serving crack, thank God I learned to rap. Otherwise I'd be inside with the rest of the man. I spent most of my life investing in grams. Now I'm selling music to you, I have to give thanks, thank you. These are just throwaway thoughts. I don't have to try hard, they're just throwaway thoughts. I'm just giving you my heart with these throwaway thoughts. I hope you can see the art in these throwaway thoughts. Pure emotion with these throwaway thoughts. I don't know when I wrote them, they're throwaway thoughts. I'm just smoking, reading these throwaway thoughts. Online I see people quoting these throwaway thoughts. Okay, I got a militant mind state. Fuck prison, I ain't chilling behind gates. See me in the Caribbean with my mates, living it up, every chick could get fucked. They say the kids plush, go gym, do my sit-ups. Got a healthy diet, get wealthy or die trying. I don't need you man to help me, I'm riding the soloist to handle my own biz, know this shit. I see my destiny, you man are whack, you never get the best of me. M18 and N9, I rep them streets, you best believe. I'm trying to go worldwide and get them peas, cause in the hood there's too much grief. I used to lick shots and not care who sees. I used to link swords and not care who sees. I used to start fights and act hype back then, but now I'm grown, I don't move like UMCs. These are just throwaway thoughts. I don't have to try hard, they're just throwaway thoughts. I'm just giving you my heart with these throwaway thoughts. I hope you can see the art in these throwaway thoughts. Pure emotion with these throwaway thoughts. I don't know when I wrote them, they're throwaway thoughts. I'm just smoking, reading these throwaway thoughts. Online I see people quoting these throwaway thoughts. Throwaway thoughts, yeah, throwaway thoughts. Okay, throwaway thoughts, throwaway thoughts. You want throwaway thoughts, have throwaway thoughts. I got throwaway thoughts, you know, throwaway thoughts. Throwaway thoughts, throwaway thoughts. I got throwaway thoughts, you know, throwaway thoughts. Yeah, throwaway thoughts, throwaway thoughts. You know, throwaway thoughts. They're just throwaway thoughts. Life ain't what it seems. It's like a long dream. It's like I'm on a raft floating upstream. Everybody's blind and deaf. It's like they don't see secret societies and all their smoke screens. Shit, I feel like Rothstein minus the Pesci. Get off me. Don't fret me, come and dead me. Industry don't wanna see me unleashed like Jet Li. That's why you don't see my face on the telly like you should do. They call me ghetto and hood too. Try to tell me compromise. I'm like, fuck you guys, I don't settle. I'm a rebel with the underground. Sell my soul, don't fuck around. With or without this shit, I'ma make large amounts. Hop up in the car and bounce, take the roof down. Now the stars are out. Fuck my school teachers, who's laughing now? Yeah, who's laughing now? Can you hear me? Who's laughing now? These are just throwaway thoughts. I don't have to try hard, they're just throwaway thoughts. I'm just giving you my heart with these throwaway thoughts. I hope you can see the art in these throwaway thoughts. Pure emotion with these throwaway thoughts. I don't know when I wrote them, they're throwaway thoughts. I'm just smoking, reading these throwaway thoughts. Online I see people quoting these throwaway thoughts. Throwaway thoughts, yeah, throwaway thoughts. Okay, throwaway thoughts, throwaway thoughts. You want throwaway thoughts, have throwaway thoughts. I got throwaway thoughts, you know, throwaway thoughts, throwaway thoughts, throwaway thoughts. I got throwaway thoughts, you know, throwaway thoughts, yeah, throwaway thoughts, throwaway thoughts, you know, throwaway thoughts. They're just throwaway thoughts.
Right. Walk on in. Sorry, Pete's just doing something. Right. I'm going to head out. I'm going to leave this video playing. It's a good one. Let me see which one I should do. So many juicy videos. What do we want here? These are just throwaway thoughts. All right, let's do one of these debates. Hey, everyone likes debates. Let's go, let's go, let's go. This is Dr. Ben. Man, I always want to talk about Dr. Ben. Flying myth. I don't know about that. Let me see. Anyway, let me do what I'm doing. Car. Right now. Boom, 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 boom. It's one of the great debate selections. Dr. Ben versus George Simmons. Okay. Give me a little time. I'll be back. Okay. Just hope there's no adverts in this. It don't look like there's no adverts, but yeah. I'll see if I can still tune in from down the road. But I'll be back, man. Give me about 20 minutes max. You get what I'm saying? Big up people, man. And enjoy.
University of Alabama in Birmingham. My name is Lee Naves, and it's my privilege this evening to serve as moderator for the program. We have two very special guests. One is Dr. Yosef Ben Yochanan, who is an African anthropologist, an educator, an author, and a scholar. He's on my right, and on my left is Dr. George Simmons. Dr. Simmons is also a professor. He was born in the St. Croix, Virgin Islands, USA. And we will discuss a number of topics this evening. These gentlemen are here to talk about African origins. As you know, in America, Black History Month is celebrated every February. Without further ado, let's get right into it, because I know they have some interesting viewpoints that will stimulate your thinking, even if you disagree with them or agree. I'm going to call you Dr. Ben, if that's okay, because I understand that's what people usually call you.
Yes.
One of the more controversial positions that you take is that Black Africans landed in America 2,000 years before Columbus.
I would not specify the day, but probably exceeding 2,000 years. The fact is that Columbus never came to the United States of America or North and South America. He came as close as San Salvador. There's a rumor that says that Columbus came to America. He did not come to America. He came to an island of America. Vespucci came to America, not Columbus. He came to the Caribbeans. But it is commonly stated, just as much as they state, that Columbus discovered America while the Indians sat down watching doing it. Now, but all the knowledge of Africans in the Americas, quite knowledgeable to scholars. The fact that it's suppressed doesn't have any validity at all.
Let me bounce a couple of things off of you. One thing, this article that I'm going to be referring to our home audience and to our studio audience, this article came out in the September 1981 issue of Science Digest, and it's entitled Black Kings in Ancient America. You and some other black scholars believe that these people, African people, came to this continent before Columbus.
We don't believe, we know.
How do you know? What evidence?
The evidence is there. For example, when you go to Central America, the Yucatan Peninsula, and at Ecuador and places like that, they have caches of Carthaginian money found 200 feet down in the ground, meaning that there were pluvial disruptions and those money was buried. So it indicates a period of time, at least from that, when you look at the strategy, you could tell the period of time in which they've been here. And when you're talking about Carthage, you're talking about at least 212 BC when Carthage was finally destroyed by the Romans. Again, the Queen Makeda, which you call the Queen of Sheba, there are maps which Rome, the church in Rome, the so-called Holy Father, has suppressed these maps from the time of Justinian, showing South America and what is today called Central America. The maps there and Makeda goes back to at least 892 BC.
Before Christ.
Before the
Let
Christian
me point
era.
out another thing, just from the same article. I don't know if we can see this on television, but here is a picture. Tell me what this is, and why do you see this as proof of the presence of Africans in America before?
That is the
Columbus.
head of an Olmec, Olmec. And the Olmecs were said to be the first of the indigenous Americans. And if an Olmec walked in here, then you would believe that he had come from the middle of Africa. And there is no doubt about it that all of the writers prior to racism admitted that the Olmecs were in fact Africans who had come across here. There is no doubt when Pigafetta and others, the point is that Van Sertima is writing and others, but Leo Weiner in 1938 at Harvard University wrote a 2-volume book for which he was fired about the Africans, Olmecs being Africans. And
let me bounce this off of you, okay? You take the same statue. You say that they're obviously black
African.
features, thick lips, broad nose.
The stereotype.
The stereotype. Other anthropologists say, I think Michael Cole was one of them. He says that this is not a black man. He said the people who made these statues, which I understand are 8 feet high, the people who made these statues didn't have sharp enough tools to give them white features. So they're not really black statues. They're white people carved with crude tools. What's your response to that?
It's strange that the tools were not sharp enough to make narrow noses, but it was sharp enough to put eyelids. So it would seem to me that an eyelid is harder to make than a thin nose. But Michael Cole is no less a racist than the head of the Ku Klux Klan. I mean, what's the difference between Michael Cole Reagan and the Ku Klux Klan? It have the same philosophy. What is the difference between the fellows writing the Bible and write about the Queen of Sheba saying to Solomon, look not, ye daughters of Canaan, look not upon me because I'm black. My parents sent me in the vineyard and that's all this nonsense. She's black because nature made her black. Her mother and father were black. That's why she's black. Had nothing to do with going in any vineyard, even though it's in the Bible.
Okay, you talked about religion. We're going to get to that in a while. Let me turn to Dr. Simmons. You also agreed with this position that Africans were in this.
I have no problem, no doubt.
Why?
As a matter of fact, speaking about, like Dr. Ben mentioned, and you spoke about Michael Nico, I own a book several years ago and still have it in my possession by Michael Nico himself, who is considered one of America's leading archaeologists and anthropologists from Yale, one of America's most prestigious schools. In his own work, he referred to them as Negroid. And he went further to state the title of the book is America's First Civilization, what you call civilization. And to turn around and to tell these youngsters and other people in America in particular that the black men were the first to build any type of civilization in the Americas will be disturbing to Americans. And so...
Let me ask you this,
yes.
Even if you're right, let's say you're right, what difference does it make?
It makes a lot of difference.
What kind of difference?
It takes the inferiority complex out of the black man who felt that his only beginning and relationship here in this part of the world is that of slavery. Then it puts him in the driver's seat because, again, they don't tell you that there are man-made hills within the United States. They call them mounds. And they range from in the Midwest all the way down the eastern seacoast of the United States. And they have found artifacts in them that are similar to things found in West Africa and in Egypt, which is Northeast Africa, that predates the arrival of the so-called indigenous Indians to these lands. Another thing is some years ago, one of the major television networks back in New York, I don't remember exactly which one, ABC or which, had did a documentary. And they said that these Olmecs are the ones who brought right into the Americas about 3000 BC. To tell blacks that they ought to be glad to enter into these schools of higher learning today in order to read and write, because their ancestors back in Africa couldn't read and write. You see what it will do to tell them that they brought right into the Americas? Antonio Pigafetta, that Dr. Ben mentioned, who sailed with Magellan when Magellan came to the so-called New World in 1519, when they landed at the land of Verzin, which we now call Brazil, they were met by people in canoes that carried as many as 40 people. And Antonio Pigafetta recorded that these people were jet black. It seemed that they came out of the infernal marshes. That meant that they were burned. He said, naked and black as they are in 1519, 27 years after Columbus's arrival to the so-called New World. Another thing they don't tell you, again, you heard my associate.
Why haven't we heard these things before? Why don't we read them in the New York Times, Birmingham News?
If I stole another man's country and I brought your ancestors here to work for me, could I tell you how great your ancestors were and still expect to keep you in slavery?
Well, let me give you a better, not better necessarily, but an added situation of that. Most black people in Birmingham, Alabama, like in Harlem, New York, are Christians, and they go to in a black community, a black minister, a black congregation, but with a white Jesus, because they didn't know that that Jesus, up until Pope Julius II, had the first black Jesus painted. He had Michelangelo to do it, but up until that time, the world worshipped the Black Madonna and Child. The present Pope is going back to Poland to worship at the statue of the Black Madonna and Child. That's in the New York Times. But what the Times says the next day, don't worry about the Black Madonna and the Child. She was originally white, but there was a storm in the 16th century, passed by and turned it black. But the same storm must have gone to Spain, and then it went to Ethiopia, and it went to the Soviet Union and turned all the Black Madonnas black. It was a hell of a storm.
Well, okay, let's get together here. I mean, we're jumping around, and I think we're going to have a beautiful, interesting hour. Okay, because of this subject, I was going to get to this later, but since you opened it, let's deal with it. Okay, you're in the Bible Belt, gentlemen.
I heard so.
You heard so. And I must tell our audience, we had dinner together earlier, and we got into this a little bit. So you're going to hear some interesting things. Because you guys are taking issue with a lot of what we grew up with in the Bible as fact. And you tell me that's not so. You got to fix that.
I brought it right here.
What is it?
Before I show you the picture you wanted to see. This is Pope Pius XII in his private chapel, praying to the Black Madonna and Child, and all the popes of Rome in their private, this from the church, the Roman Catholic Church itself. I just got rid of the copy of the history of the Black Madonna last night. I brought one copy. It's published by the Roman Catholic Order of Nuns called the Daughters of St. Paul. And they said that the picture of the Black Madonna and Child in Poland is reputed to have been painted by St. Luke. Now, St. Luke is said to have been one of Jesus' disciples. He ought to know what Jesus had looked like. So if he painted a black woman and child, who am I to say that he wasn't? Besides that, however, in Anacalypsis...
So now you guys are saying Jesus was black?
We're not saying it. It's what has been written up until the Nicene Conference of Bishops in 325, when Rome, under the order of Constantine, the Roman emperor, ordered the 219 bishop at Nicaea, and they took away Christianity from the Africans. Just remember that before they said Jesus was born in a manger in Bethlehem, they said he was born in a cave in Ethiopia. It was at the Nicene Conference that changed that. Let's go further. Wait a minute, let me be sure I'm following you now. You're saying that the birth of Christ as we know it is not accurate. It's a farce. It was only You realize what you're saying? A farce, a lie. You know what a lie is?
A lie is a lie.
The person who wrote that at the Nicene Conference of Bishops in 325 AD, Constantine, the Roman emperor, ordered a conference be held because Rome wanted to take over Christianity from the people who started it. Christianity was started with Pantius and Boetius in a place called Alexandria in Egypt. And Egypt is in Africa. I saw it up to January the 9th, it was there.
You talked about that a little bit last night. in your lecture. There was a lecture last night, Dr. Simmons, here on campus. You talked about the separation of people don't want us to see Egypt as part of Africa. You talked about the historical thing about blacks being in Egypt as well.
Yes, what I did last night.
I don't want to get away from the other point.
No,
I
just saying that what happened is that I dealt last night the fact that Herodotus, the institutions of higher learning, white institutions, considered the father of history. He himself, when he visited Egypt around 450 BC, almost half a thousand years before Christ, said that the Ethiopians, the Egyptians, the people of cultures, which is part of present-day Turkey, were people of black skin and woolly hair. All right? And so I just want you to understand that the Egyptians we now see are conquerors, just like people who came here and took this land from the Indians, so that they're not indigenous to Africa, those who now rule Egypt. And Egypt is just as much a part of Africa as Birmingham or Alabama is part of the so-called United States.
Let me just be clear on this. So what you're saying to me now is that the people that we see, Sadat and all those guys, are not true Egyptians?
No.
The fact that
Sadat's mother was a Sudanese. Nasser's mother was a Sudanese, but their fathers were Arab conquerors. The one that was the African was Mohammed Naguib, the first president of Egypt, the one that overthrew Farouk. But 1 year after that, since he was looking for a hookup with the other Nile Valley countries as it used to be in antiquity, he was removed by the Arab conquerors. The Arabs didn't come to Egypt until 640. The first non-African people came to Egypt, otherwise called the Hyksos, in 1675 BC. The Africans there were already in the 13th dynasty period. They had built every pyramid you saw there before. They had done the S-turn in the Nile. They built every one of the major temples that had already been built, including the Grand Lodge of Luxor. The first European to come there did not arrive until the Greeks arrived with Alexander II, the son of Philip of Macedonia.
Look, I'm a college graduate. I never heard all this stuff before.
Because they didn't intend to teach you that. They can't tell you that you're inferior and teach you that you taught Egypt, Europe. The first Europeans to be civilized by the Africans were the Greeks. When you heard of Homer, the first European to have written anything, you couldn't miss that. They said that Homer wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey. And that was not until 833 BC. The Africans had already in 255,000 at the Tassili Mountain. They had the Sibyllian period, first, second, and third, the pre-dynastic period, all the way up. The Africans had produced men like this, Imhotep, the multi-genius that designed the step pyramid of Saqqara. The first man to be a physician that even Hippocrates, the so-called father of medicine, is giving him credit and call him the god of medicine. The Greeks changed his name from Imhotep to Aesculapius. There he is. There he is.
Wait a minute. This gets into what you were saying. So wait a minute. You guys are telling me now that black men taught Homer and
as a matter of
went
fact,
to Egypt to school.
As a matter of fact, the Egyptians said Homer was Egyptian, not Greek.
That's right. It's only the Europeans said that. The Westerners now said that he was. But let us go back. Remember that Homer himself said in the Odyssey what? That the gods Zeus and Apollo, Europe's first gods, came from Ethiopia. Go read it. And I didn't write it. He wrote it. Thales, from Thales down to Socrates, and Socrates down to Aristotle, which they call the pre-Socratic philosophers and the post-Socratic philosophers. Each and every one, including Plato, who spent 15 years in Egypt receiving their education.
You're saying Plato was educated in Egypt?
15 years. Before that, you heard nothing of him. Every one of them.
What you have me believe then also, for part of what you said last night, is that Plato and these guys went back home, and they were big guys. But they were taught in Egypt? Is that what you said?
They came there
for their education.
And they said it. They didn't hide it. It's the modern writers, the modern instructors and professors who trying to deny it.
Right, you can't have in a racist school in Birmingham non-racist education.
Let me get to something you said last night that's not going to make you very popular in this town and may not allow you to get safely out of town. You told an audience last night that you saw, I think, in a tomb in Egypt.
Yeah.
You saw it with your own two eyes, right?
Yes.
You told me that Moses, there were more than 10 commandments. Moses just took
42. The negative confessions. Moses isn't supposed to have been born until 1349 BC. The Africans were already in the 18th dynastic period. Akhenaten who died before Moses was born, and Edu-tainment, who died more than 2,000 years before the birth of Moses, and others at the Grand Lodge of Mem had 42 laws called now the negative confession, one for each nome. They go like this: I have not killed man nor woman. I have not spoken ill of the gods. Moses is supposed to be born in Egypt, they said, at a place called Sukkot. Already, it says that Moses get the 10 Commandments of Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai is still in Africa, right? The Sinai Peninsula is a part of Egypt. More so, is it possible for Moses to be born in Egypt, educated in Egypt? At age 85, he's still in Egypt, and he did not learn the negative confessions? Is it possible for you to go to school, born in the United States, go to kindergarten, elementary, junior high school, and college, and never heard of the United States Constitution? Then it would have been impossible for Moses, when everybody had to read the negative confession 5 times a day, for Moses not to have seen those 42 laws and extracted 10 of them, leave 32 more. Now, if you could go to the temple of Setaiwan at Abydos, to go to the tomb of Ramesses VI at the Valley of the Kings, go to the temple of Edfu, where you would, by the way, see the story of an immaculate conception and a virgin birth 4,100 years before the Mary and Jesus story.
As a matter of fact,
wait.
No,
let me understand.
This is shocking.
Let me just put it in form of a question then. I mean, I don't want to stop this because we're here for information. But what you're trying to get me to believe is that Moses didn't get the 10 Commandments from Mount Sinai, but he got them
from his fellow Africans.
Moses was the high priest in Egypt, a high priest of the Egyptians in Egypt. Then what was he teaching? He wasn't a high priest of the Jews.
There were no Jews in those days. They called them. Remember now, there was no Israel yet. Israel is not until 1196. And when we to hear of Abraham, Avram as he was called, coming into Egypt, the Africans already in Egypt, already in their 14th dynastic period when he shows up. All of the pyramids are built. That's another thing. Everyone, the 62 pyramids in Egypt were built before the first Jew was born.
Why was he fleeing from the Pharaoh?
Let me ask
what
you
was the
something.
charge?
I can write anything when I want to write, you know. Who's going to stop me from writing if I got the power?
I was about to ask you, what kind of trouble do you get into for holding these kind of views?
Oh, the other day, a black sister spat in my face, and because she couldn't take that. She couldn't take that Jesus was black. She said, no. I mean, he had no color. If he didn't have no color, how John the Baptist saw him to baptize him?
Do you realize that you're getting at the foundation, that you're shooting and digging away at the foundation of what most of us grew up believing?
Yeah, well, we believe a lot of things for a long time. One thing, they give us 3 pages in the Bible. Slave, obey your master. And that's what we believed for the longest time. They said that Jesus said, so how would Jesus, who fought the system, say to the slave, obey your master? They didn't sound rational with it. So, look, most of the things, we're in a European system. You could come to this university and spend 4 years, go back and spend another 2 for your master's, and another 1 or 2 for your doctorate, and never had any course at all about Africans. But every day you come here, you got courses about Europeans. This is an extension of European culture, European belief, European racism. And it has no intent of teaching about the Africans. The Africans built the Europeans' first university, the University of Salamanca in Spain. These are historical records. It's just like...
Hey, one of the things you said last night is that it's not just black people who are saying these things.
No.
Most of this information are written by white.
In white books.
It's just that they don't emphasize it in the classroom. As a matter of fact, let me back you up when you open up the discourse. We were speaking about Columbus. None of them in here, none of the listening audience, even in the air, has the faintest idea that in the life of Columbus, when after his death, his family had to go to court because charges was raised, and this is in the record in the Vatican, in the secret archives of the Vatican, that Columbus was shown a map of where the Queen of Sheba that Dr. Ben spoke about, this black woman who had mated with Solomon and produced the son, Menelik I, and they lived more than 900 years before the birth of Jesus, had already sailed through what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar, came to lands to the west that was longer than Africa and Europe combined. And that, brother, is North, South, and Central America.
May I add this? Right here at this university they teach, and I've just been here a few days, right? A day. They teach in this institution because it's the same as Cornell anywhere, that Hippocrates was the father of medicine. He's not until 333 BC. Let me read this for you.
Okay, you teach at Cornell, is that?
I teach at Cornell also.
They let you teach this kind of stuff at Cornell?
They teach it now, I'm there.
Okay.
1700, in 1700 BC, that's 1400 years before Hippocrates, you can find the Kahum medical papyrus. Papyrus is paper.
Okay.
A compendium of information about women's diseases and pregnancies. In 1600 BC, that's 1300 years before Hippocrates, the Edward C. Smith Papyrus, a comparative surgical text and anatomical inquiry. It especially deals with the spinal column. 1550. Let me jump to one here. The Ebers Papyrus. A medical, there is the whole book on it. A medical paper by Queen Hatshepsut, the first known queen in history, an Egyptian queen. A papyrus designed to show women how to develop a method to stop pregnancy, to insert into the vagina, made of the shrub of acacia and honey, which break down into lactic acid. Not only that, Monsanto, DuPont.
So we're talking about birth control.
Birth control in 1550 BC by the Africans.
It's a long time before the pill.
A few days before the pill.
But keep in mind, however, keep in mind that Europe is not yet in history.
European history. The Greeks ain't arrived yet.
All I ask one at a time.
All right.
Okay. Go ahead.
The civilization began. Homer have not written his Iliad and Odyssey. And the hero.
Okay, all the stuff that you're saying we can find this.
I ain't nothing say if it's not here, it's either in Doc's library or mine back in New York. Nothing we take for granted.
Or the books that we brought down.
And you said they're not all written by black men.
No. Anacalypsis is written, look now. Okay. Anacalypsis is a 2-volume work by Sir Godfrey Higgins, written in 1838 in England and published by Watson Company. The Golden Bow is a 13-volume book by Sir James Fraser, published simultaneously in the United States and England, and it was published in 1938. Bible Myths and the Parallels in Other Religions, written by Thomas W. Dones, and is published in 1887 by Watson Company, London, England. The Ruins of Empire by Councier Volney is published, there it is. It's published in 1792 by simultaneously in England and France, done by a man who was with Napoleon Bonaparte.
Let me just say this about that. If we just give you the benefit of doubt and consider what you're saying to be true, I mean, you are chipping away at everything we've ever been taught, most of what we believe.
But you were taught it as slaves. Nobody.
Slave in 3 pieces?
Yes. We are no longer physical slaves, but we are mental slaves. And this is the worst form of slavery. Some of us believe that the Cadillac and the house on the beach makes us free. But it's the mind that makes us free.
Well, I'm just glad I have to ask the questions and don't have to defend any of this stuff. Go into something else for a minute. Tell us about some of those pictures, because I want to get as much into this hour.
Well, this picture that you are looking at right here is the picture of Pope St. Peter, the first Pope of Roman Catholicism, as the church admits.
But this
the
man
church
has a black
said that
face.
Black face, black everything.
If you strip him, it's black all the way down except his fingernails and all those things like that.
Well, how do I know you just didn't get a picture and paint a black face on it?
No, that is the statue in Rome. That you're looking at now.
Right now at the Basilica.
Take a jet.
Can't afford
Take the fastest means and go to Rome and come back,
right
and
there.
then tell us if it's not. That same picture, I used to teach at Roman
You say,
Catholic
wait a minute,
colleges.
this is there now?
Yes, now.
With
And
the black
every pope kisses
his feet.
Every pope kisses his toe. They said his toes are worn by the thousand kisses placed there. If the book that I got it from was not that heavy, I'll bring it that you see the Pope kissing Pope John the 23rd.
And
kissing
who is this black guy?
St.
Peter. The man that they told you, every black minister, every white minister says, Jesus gave Peter the keys to heaven, which means that no white man, nobody else could enter into heaven unless he come by way of me, the black man. But I hold the keys to heaven.
That's right. And there's no reason why Peter should not open for me. He suffered too then.
What else you got there?
Well, what I have here is some black saints. St. Augustine, some of you say the St. Augustine. St. John Chrysostom, St. Athanasius, and St. Ambrose. Black saints of the church. You have to remember that Christianity is called in Europe and by Europeans as the new religion. Right. It was alien to Europe. Emperor Constantine is the one who decided to take it. He said, I need a religion to unify my empire. With this religion, I could then conquer the world. And he himself was never a Christian until on his dying bed in the year 337 when he became converted to Christianity. But he took it to unify his empire.
But isn't it Augustine in his unchristian doctrines? He wrote 48 different works. The three most noted in the West is his Confessions, which he specified who he was, and then the Holy City of God, and the last was on Christian doctrines, the fundamental principle for modern Christianity. Three black women, Felicita, Perpetua, and Nymphana, were the first to die for Jesus Christ. Next, and they were from what is today called,
how do you know this?
It's in the documents of the church. And it's in the writing of the church. And was it not Pope Melchizedek, the three African popes of the Roman Catholic Church, Melchizedek, Victor III, and the other one,
Galatius.
Pope Galatius. We have them there. Now, these are church documents. But remember, when there came a time in 1506, after we lost power in Spain, the Africans ruled Spain from 711. We were calling ourselves Moors, M-A-U-E-R-S, then M-O-O-R-S. From 711 until 1485, 774 years, when we built and brought into Europe the university system, building the University of Salamanca, S-A-L-A-M-A-N-C-A in Spain, a copy of the University of Genève from ancient Ghana, which was equally a copy of the University of Sankore in Tombouctou, which the French later called Timbuktu. Now, look, if you want to read it, read Stanley Lane Poole's The Moors in Spain, written in 1887, or Alejandro Macaziza. Read his book in Spanish, The Moors in Spain, and said that even the bath was introduced by those Africans.
You said the bra was introduced by...
The bath was reintroduced because Rome had a bath before, but they stopped because of not understanding the Christian doctrine that the Europeans had embraced. They stopped for over 1,000 years from taking baths. Matter of fact, I'd like to make mockery of the fact that the Queen Victoria of England boasting of herself being the cleanest woman in all of Europe, taking one bath per month. I have books show you where people were made saints for boasting and never even washed their hands. Saints of the church.
Did you have a copy with dirt with you?
No, I didn't bring too many.
Okay, let me, because you guys are bombarding us with so much. Just tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do on a day-to-day basis. Dr.
Well, my name is Yosef Ben Yekanen. I teach at Cornell University History and Egyptology. I'm an author, former member of the United Nations, graduate with a PhD from Cambridge University in England, a PhD from the University of Barcelona in Spain. That should help. I originally was a civil engineer who turned to anthropology and history with a law degree and practiced law. Now, black people had to know a little bit more to get a job. And I was born in Ethiopia and came to the Caribbean as a young fellow at age 6. My mother's a Puerto Rican, and we lived and grew up in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. My father was a barrister. And I, as I said, worked with the United Nations and then finally started teaching at Columbia University and other places. Got fired a number of times, of course.
I would imagine so.
So yes, with this kind of thing, they don't want, with the documents in my hand. When I exposed that Planned Parenthood was nothing new, that it was done in Africa as early as 1550, I was fired on the spot by Professor Ralph Linton. But about 10 years later, the American Medical Association published the Ebers Papyrus, the same thing I got fired for.
Okay, I want to get back to something in one of your books in a minute, but just tell us, our audience at home and studio audience, a little bit about yourself, Dr. Smith.
Oh, I'm not as fortunate as Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben is the intellectual. So I like to be the other extreme. I like to say that my college is that of hard knocks. And I use myself as the example as to how high a black man could come from mother wit. Mother wit in the sense that it is said that blacks are not intelligent. And so that what we do is complement each other. He being the extreme with all the degrees, and I will remain the little fellow in the street. However, the little fellow in the street have taught at some of your best colleges and taught the professors so that they could teach you. I've taught at Marist College. I've lectured for Yale. I have lectured in most of your best institutions. I just went to do a week seminar out in the state of Washington to educate some professors how to teach in teaching and teaching logic. I think what happened, like some people say, well, Simmons, why don't you go and get the thing? I said, no, at my age, I'm not looking for prestige, but my churn will. And since there's a thing that black people are dumb, I like to sit back being dumb and just waste the intellectual other folks away.
Well, he's being very modest.
I'm looking for that.
He's my associate in my office.
That's all right.
And yes, and at Malcolm King College, and was the chairman of the Department of History in many schools. So he's being modest.
I am.
Let's get back to some of this. Let me see that for a minute. Let's get back to some of this stuff we were talking about last night. You were talking about at dinner. You guys just took on the Bible. And
which one? There are many Bibles. You got about 3,000 versions. And the one that most people here believe in is the King James Version. And when a version is not a fact, a version is something like the original. And James commissioned 47 men under Sir Francis Bacon. He pulled them from Cambridge University, Oxford University, University of Eton, and University of Scotland at Glasgow. Those 47 men wrote God's words.
You're not going to be very popular in this area.
I didn't plan to be.
Okay. This quote from one of your books, and this will be available to our studio audience, and we'll talk about this a little bit after we get off the air. And I'm not even sure I should read this. This is from a Bible.
That's the Bible in this. You should read it. Read what was in Genesis up until the 6th century. It is still in the Book of Mormons. That's the people in Salt Lake City, which many blacks have joined because they'll join the Ku Klux Klan as the open membership. It is still in the Calvinist teaching in South Africa, and read what was in the Bible up until the 6th century.
So you're saying that this is still in the Mormon Bible?
It's still in the Mormon Bible. It is still in the Calvinist Bible. And look at the bottom where the Roman Catholic Church had it, and they now make an excuse that they were sorry that it was ever in there, but nevertheless it was.
All right, let me just share this with our audience here and our audience at home. And this is from one of Dr. Ben's books.
And from all the books, that it's on page 120 and 21 in that book.
Let me just share a little bit of it here, because I want to get some reaction from you, and it's something for folks to think about. And you say this is from a Bible. Therefore, it must be Canaan, your firstborn, whom they enslaved. And I'm just starting in the kind of the middle because there's a lot of it here. And since you have disabled me, doing ugly things in blackness of night, Canaan's children shall be born ugly and black. Moreover, because you twisted your head around to see my nakedness, your grandchildren's hair shall be twisted into kinks, and their eyes red. Again, because your lips jested at my misfortune, theirs shall swell. And because you neglected my nakedness, they shall go naked. And the rest of this stuff is underlined. And this is a quote from the book. Bible, you say. And their male members shall be shamefully elongated. Men of this race are called Negroes. Their forefather Canaan commanded them to love theft and fornication, to be banded together in hatred of their masters, and never to tell the truth.
That's right. It was in the Judeo-Christian Bible until the 6th century of the Christian era, also called AD, Anno Domini. And some black ministers refer to it. Just a few weeks ago in New York, I was listening to my radio on one of these religious programs sponsored by a liquor store. And it says, the minister says that these young blacks are acting up. We shouldn't act up anyhow because when we die and we go to heaven, we're going to be white anyhow. So we say anything. Remember that we did not know that Christianity came from Egypt, and that the first monastery was on the island of Philae, which is still there now, and that the Christianity went into Ethiopia and all of North Africa, where they had 7 patriarchs and 27 bishops before the first one in Greece or Rome. We knew nothing about that. We didn't know. Up to now, you got black people sending missionaries to Africa, not knowing that the Coptic church is older than the Roman church. We still send missionaries. We still tell lies about Africans eating the missionaries. I wish we did eat the missionaries, then we would have had no problem. But we still got that. We still got roots. People thinking that roots has something to do with history when the man says a novel. People naming their children Kente Conte and Conte Kente and all kind of thing now. These people,
you take issue with that? You find something wrong with that?
It's garbage. It has nothing to do with history.
Are you calling
it's a novel.
Roots, the most popular television show in the history
Amos
of
and
this
Andy
country?
was the most popular radio show. And it had nothing to do with black people. It were 2 white Jews. You know, as I told you, the worst part of our enslavement is not the shackle on the hand. It's the shackle on the mind. What we have been conditioned. Look, remember this, that the slave master doesn't train his slave to be free. We once used to train ourselves when we had such things as the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the African Baptist Church, the African newspaper. Frederick Douglass, Nat Turner, Denmark Vesey, and all these different people had churches where they taught the people their own history. Look, go into our churches and find out, do they sing the spirituals anymore? No, they got anthems from Scotland, from Germany. They don't sing the songs of the African people anymore in the churches.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong? How does a song from Europe, from Scotland relate to you? You Scottish? You could have fooled me. But you see, this the whole.
Suppose that we just, not all of it, just suppose we believe half of what you said here tonight. What difference is it going to make?
Quite a lot of difference. Your behavior.
What difference?
The behavior of the child. If you tell a child that all his ancestors and all his people before him ever was, and you prove it to him by not showing him anything that his people did, why would he feel good? When you got busing now, everybody been fighting for busing. So the bus goes, you show me one bus bringing one white kid from a white neighborhood into a black neighborhood to study. All the buses go from the black neighborhood to the white neighborhood. Show me a class in music appreciation where they're showing you African music. It is European music alone. Now it has an impact on the child. The problem that we are facing is that, I see you ask what's the difference, okay. In the church tomorrow, they're going to be a church, and every one of the black churches got a white Jesus. Go into a Chinese church and see if you don't see Jesus got slit eye like a Chinese. Go, you know what I mean? Go to everybody but us. Religion is the deification of a culture. And the gods look like the people talking about it. And the angels. Here you got Jesus. Now give me, if you talk about image. December the 25th, coming. You're going to see this, and before. Jesus wrapped with swaddling bands. It says it. Wool. We're in the desert now. It's 110 degrees minimum Fahrenheit. We're in the desert, and the child is wrapped in swaddling band, the wool. What mother's going to wrap her child in a wool blanket in the desert? Let's go further. And on the roof of the manger, there is snow. If you give your daughter an icicle and then tell her, take it back and put it in the oven with 110 degrees Fahrenheit and go back to expect to find an icicle, you're going to find running hot water. But that image is in our head. This is a European version that was painted by Michelangelo for Pope Julius II in 1509 in the Sistine Chapel. He finished in 1511. An image, one picture that says worth 1,000 words. Now you have three wise men in the middle of the desert. One is from Africa. One is black, they said. I mean, how this possible? Moses born in Egypt, and they show him in the book. He was born in Africa. Another one. The angel of the Lord, wait now, the angel of the Lord come to Mary and said to Mary, carry the little boy and hide him among his cousin in Egypt because Herod wants to kill him, right? She comes and take this child to Africa. Egypt is in Africa. Hid him among his cousin. He's blonde, he's blue-eyed, and he got golden hair. And he's hidden among a bunch of black kids. The army came, the navy came, everybody searched every house and can't find that boy.
God, time's moving on, and there's so much here. Okay, let me just throw this at you. I'm sure you've offended a lot of people's religion. There are those who would say, or sure I'm thinking, or sure I'm sure they're thinking, that what you're saying is just a lot of racist garbage.
Well, they will say reverse racist. They don't allow us to be plain racist. We have to be different. We're the reverse kind. Now, people will say anything, and even black people will say we will control our mind, our thinking. The point is this, that the person said, have never read anything hardly. Let us go into the theologian's library and see the amount of books they have. How many of these people have gone and traveled? You see, what I'm saying, there is no major university, major library in Europe I have never been to. There's no major library in Asia or Africa I have never been to. I have been to every one of the major tombs and temples of Egypt and got the pictures and read the hieroglyphs and everything like that.
You even said you discovered England. Tell people
I discovered England when I was, the first time I went to England, I discovered it. I was in the middle of London walking around, doing like this, looking around, and the Bobby, that's the policeman, he came and he says, what you doing? I said, I'm discovering England. He says, you must be deaf. You know, that means crazy in English. And England have always been here. I says, well, I'm doing like Columbus. I just came here. I'm the first of my people to come, so I got to discover it. They discover everything that they came to, isn't it? They discovered the source of the Nile. While the African brought them, showing the source of the Nile. Africans there having a nice bath, naked. Naked, we were bathing very naked because what we got to hide? We were naked.
But you claim that Africans invented the brassiere.
Yeah, but the fact that they invented the brassiere as a string for the purpose of keeping the breast from jumping up and down. I mean, you know, kids, it causes young men to burn when they see that. But the thing is, as I was listening to Dr. Ben speaking about the European discovery, I thought about going to the moon, that the Europeans have not changed. Up to today, he still operates that way. Wherever he goes, the first thing he does is plant a flag. When the United States sent men to the moon, they didn't care if there were moon people up there. The first thing they did is put that flag. This belongs to us and the Bible.
I'm ready to kill for it.
Okay, putting aside charges of reversed racism, you guys are chomping at the beliefs of a lot of black folk. I mean, at dinner, you shook up some people when you said that, talked about black preachers.
Yeah, but let me just ask you this. I mean, let's just say this.
All right.
People believe, unfortunately, most black people here believe that the only religion black people ever had was Christianity or Judaism or Islam. They forget that the first known religion was the worship of Ptah, P-T-A-H, along the Nile. There was no Adam and Eve mentioned any place yet because there was no Judaism. And if there's no Judaism, there's no book of Genesis.
But you went so far as to say that the virgin birth, Adam and Eve, Noah,
were all repetition, and they could read the works of...
You said they're myths.
They're myths. All religion is myths. Religion is based upon belief.
There are people who would bet their lives that Jesus was born.
There are people who are dying to go into cemeteries. But that doesn't make things stop. The way we were taught as if there was no other religion but Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. There were religions, and our religion way older than Judaism and Christianity and Islam.
Let me jump
that the Africans did. The religion of the worship of Olodumare, for example, among the Yoruba, is more than 2,000 years older than Christianity.
All right, let me get to this because I see time is creeping up on us. We were sitting around the dinner table, some students and people, and question came to you both. The way you sound, you guys may not believe in God or something.
I am married to an ex-nun, an ex-Roman Catholic nun. I drive her to 35 years we've been married a few days ago, and I drive her to church on occasion. I'll go in and listen. I'll go to the mosque. I'll go to the Buddhist temple. I go to anybody's religion, because religion is a belief. Nobody has it. Now, you ask if I believe in God, you must first explain, because I met the guy that robbed my house, believed in God. He had a big cross on his chest when they caught him and down at the precinct. He believed that didn't stop him from robbing my house. Believing in God don't make you good or bad. The Ku Klux Klan believe in God. The one thing that they said, that they have established a religion to protect the name of Jesus. And so read the whole philosophy. Most of the people here in the Bible Belt will cut your throat for being black. Did the Bible stop them from being racist? No. That don't mean a thing because you believe. You believe in your behavior, two different things. And people ask, you believe in God, you don't believe in God. So what that mean? It doesn't mean I won't cut your throat.
Okay, but you said earlier that if we start paying black preachers tomorrow morning,
the church will close. How many of them come in to do volunteer work? It's a business. There's a salary people get out of it, whether it's Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, or what.
Christianity and religion as we know it is a business?
Big business.
Biggest business, they're bigger than IT&T.
You get all kinds of tax breaks and all kinds of privileges when you're the minister.
His salary is paid. You think the Pope would be there if he didn't get a big salary? He'd get the big salary of all. Do you think, no, let's face it. How many ministers you know doing it for free? Just tell me.
Okay, this is
black. If you don't pay your 10% tithing and see if you're going to get buried, they leave your corpse and may come to the undertaker parlor and say a few words, but you're not coming to the cemetery. You sing in the choir all you want and go get married and see if you don't have to pay.
What are we to learn from all this? How are we to change our lives? Or how will it change our lives in the better, or can it?
No, I am not against anyone believing in a God system. To the contrary, I do believe in a God system. A system. But what I'm against is that for African people, and by the way, you're Africans, you may not know that, but just remember, if you get a rabbit and put it in an oven, and the next day you go in and it has little ones, you don't call them biscuits. And if Africans come to America and got little babies, they're Africans. Okay, I know you don't like that when you look in the mirror because you can't think you're an African. But anyhow, I have no objection at all. My children, I have a daughter who's a Jehovah's Witness. I have...
Does that bother you?
No, it don't bother me because I train my children. And I know what they believe and don't believe. And in fact, of her being a Jehovah's Witness, when problems strike, it's Big Daddy they're coming to. I know that. And my daughter was trained to be intelligent, that you don't pray to stop getting pregnant. You have to do something about that. You gotta go either to the drugstore or a gynecologist. You pray all you want. If you're having a man, the praying will stop the pregnancy. You understand? But birth control will. Okay, the pill will help. Now, that's reality. I'm not gonna tell my daughter, no, you believe in God, if you got a man, pray, and the boy will make you pregnant.
Okay, but I can think of a specific example. People who may be physically ill would not go to the doctor. I'm thinking of one particular instance that I know about.
Right.
Lady would not go to the doctor because she said she'd rather be in church.
She's gonna die soon. I do not want a minister when I get hit by a car. I want a specialist in bones.
Well, let me take you for a moment. Use myself as an example. I was bleeding to death. I was going to die. I was losing blood faster than the doctors could give me. And they said, we must operate. And there comes a priest to say something over me, whatever it is. I told him, I don't need them. I don't need them. I want a doctor.
That's right. That's intelligence.
He's standing in the way of the doctors. They need to work in me.
It doesn't mean that he doesn't believe in God. It means that he's intelligent.
And this is
because the priest want the same doctor. If the priest had an accident and the doctor comes up and another priest come up, and when he look and he has a ruptured aorta or something like that, you think he's going to tell the guy, pray, man, I need that, and tell the doctor, go, he's going to tell the doctor, get me to the hospital. When you go to the hospital, how many priests, ministers you will see lying up there getting treated? Because they got sense. You know what I mean? You know, it isn't irreligious or godly for me to say, I fell down and broke my leg, and then say, Father, straighten it out. You know what the Bible said? I will help those who help themselves. What the Bible could be used for negative and positive. It's got all kind of negative and positive. The whole thing is your interpretation of it. You go to 15 Baptist church and you get 15 back. Why tell me now, if it's religion, that you got one block 200 feet long and got 6 Baptist church in there? Same Baptist denomination. Tell me why, if you're a Christian, why you need a Methodist, a Baptist, a Presbyterian, a Catholic, and it's the same Jesus.
Why?
Money. Big business. Everybody want to run their thing. If I get 10% from you, 10% for the next guy, 10% of $70,000 a year is good loot. I mean, I could get a few Cadillacs behind that, and a nice home and a nice wife with a mink coat, and you see some people taking the last dollar and giving to the church, and then come and ask me for my dollar.
Let me just, because I've been informed that we have about, I guess, less than 5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes. We've covered a lot of subjects. We've had a lot of questions. And I guess in just maybe a minute summary, each of you, I mean, we hear about this stuff maybe once a month, Black History Month, and we go back for the other 11, living our lives, being bombarded with other kinds of information. What can we take from here, and what can we do with it, and how can it help us? I mean, that's a multifaceted question, but if you can, let me start with you, Doc.
What I would say is that I would advise anyone to start reading and researching on their own, because I don't know of any school that educates. I've been trying to find a school that does. And all of them, as far as I find out, all they do is train people to be a bunch of regurgitators. So I say to my students that you have to go out and take that training that you receive and then make it work for the benefit of yourself and your people. And then you show me that you are one who are now happen to be an educated individual. So you have to keep reading, and it will benefit you in the long run.
Well, is there any value to what we've been doing here for the last hour?
Yes, because now we have brought a tremendous amount of new information, hopefully, to light, and other people will start trying to check us out, and then they too will become enlightened. We hope that they do try to prove us wrong.
But you probably also offended a lot of folks.
Well, look, new knowledge does. If someone tells you that your girlfriend that you love so well is a prostitute, and you never seen her prostituting, it's shocking. And if you catch her, you really can't believe it. You might even kill the guy for telling you. So I'm not surprised if it hurt, because when you start to change or deal with people's belief pattern that they have held on so dearly to, and many have even offered to fight, give up their lives for their belief, only to find that the belief is untruth.
Okay, we just have a minute left, and I know that's not a lot of time, but final statement on your part, Dr. Ben.
God is truth, they said, and truth is a constant effort of research. There is no limit to truth, and one must look constantly to find truth. I've traveled this entire world. I didn't sit one spot and read one book. I went to thousands of libraries over the age. I'm 64, and I've been from 1938. I have been doing research in the area of African people.
Think you've been making any progress, making any difference in people's lives?
Progress is a relative thing. It all depends on what you're equating from what point to where.
Okay, we only got 30 seconds left, so yes?
No, we haven't made any progress if you look at percentage-wise. And the college campus we are now, professors, let's say, where we got 5 professors and 1,000 students. One time we had no professor and 100 students. It doesn't make any difference. The percentage is worse now.
Okay, we're out of time, and we want to thank those of you at home and those of here in the studio. If you'll stick around, we'll talk a little bit more. But we hope you found something very interesting and stimulating, and I know you've got
Will Brother please come to the stage? Brother Carl Galvin. And let's give that black warrior a rousing round of applause. I am Harold Muhammad, minister of Muhammad's Mosque, number 46, New Orleans, Louisiana. We are so grateful and thankful to Almighty God Allah, who came to us in the person of Master Farad Muhammad and raised up in our midst a divine leader, a divine teacher, and a perfect guide in the personage of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But brothers and sisters, if I live to be 1,000, I could never thank Allah enough for blessing us with a bold, fearless black man in the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. We thank Allah for Archbishop Darling and for Bishop John Marie, bold and brave black men who had, as Jesus said, know ye the truth, and the truth shall make you free. They stood up and told the folks, take what you got and go. I'm going home to my people. We thank Allah for this. We are happy to be here tonight as the co-host of this historic event. And we just want to very briefly give you a summary of what brought us to this day and time. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us, and his number one student, the Honorable Minister Farrakhan, teaches us that history is best qualified to reward our research. If you are ignorant of yesterday, it's no wonder you are lost and don't know what's going on today. But if you understand that yesterday or today was built on yesterday, then you can look to tomorrow. You can carve and shape a future for yourself independent of your oppressor. We have been asleep here in the hells of North America like Lazarus laying at the rich man's gate, begging for crumbs that fall from the rich man's table. But we are waking up, and the Spirit of God is moving among the people. The graves are waking up, and the dead are rising. How do you know? Because on September the 8th, the Times-Picayune published a letter written by Reverend and Attorney A. Morgan Bryan Jr. And the letter stated that Jesus is not of African origin, nor is he black. Well, a few days ago, the black community would have read it and put it aside and just forgot it. But on this historic day, my phone rang, and it was a warrior for the cause of liberation for black people on the other end of the line. Brother Carl Galvin said, get your Picayune, turn the page, so-and-so and so-and-so. We've got to do something about this, and we've got to do it now. I said, come on by, Brother Carl, let's go have coffee. We had coffee and read the article, we examined it. We said, look, we need to debate the individual who wrote the letter. We respect his opinion. He has a right to an opinion. but we believe that he is wrong. Black people are not deaf, dumb, and blind anymore. We realize that we were brought here in the bowels of slave ships, and the same people that brought us here gave us an image of Jesus that looked just like them. We're not dead today. Go ahead. And we don't need to take a white Jesus and then take a black paintbrush and stroke Jesus just to boost our own ego. That ain't what it's about. We say emphatically, and it shall be proved here tonight, that Jesus of the Holy Bible is a black African, and he is ours. All praise is due to Allah. So I, like Father Glenn G. John Marie, is so happy that Allah produced for us such men as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, Archbishop Darwin, and we have in our midst a student of the most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, a student of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, who's going to present our case. We've got to understand the seriousness of tonight. Never before in the annals of our history, our sojourn in America, has a slave stood up to confront the slave master and say, "You lying. And I'm going to tell the world, you're lying." So we have with us tonight, and you'll hear from him in a minute, a warrior and a champion, minister and doctor, Khalid Abdul Muhammad. We thank Allah for this. So we got to go on with the debate. So at this time, I'd like to bring to you our brother and minister in the ministry in Atlanta, Georgia, Minister Tony Muhammad. Let's hear it.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I bear witness that there is but one God, and I bear witness to all of the great prophets who have come in a line of divine. I'd like to greet you, my beloved brothers and sisters, in the greeting words of peace, in one of the forgotten languages of our mothers and fathers. That language is Arabic, and that greeting is Assalamu alaikum. I hope that everybody is ready today as we begin to prepare for this great debate. And we won't belong the matter, we will get right into it. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the proposition for this historic great debate is resolve. Jesus of the Holy Bible was a Jew and not of black African origin. And today, the debaters will be at the red, white, and blue table. The Reverend Attorney A. Morgan Bryan Jr. Attorney Morgan Bryan was born in New Orleans. Attorney Morgan graduated from Louisiana State University, where he received a BA in sociology. Trinity University, where he received the MS in psychology, and the LSU Law Center in 1956, where he received his JD. He is a member of Phi Delta Phi
and Theta Chi and served in the U.S. Air Force during 1951-1955. He's been a practicing attorney in New Orleans since 1956. The first 23 years were with Doss, Kerrigan, and Stiles. The next 3 as a founding senior partner in Bryan, Simon, Harrington, Smith, and Redfern. The next 4 years as a founding senior partner in Foyer, Bryan, Hardy, and Zatsky. And currently from 1986 as a sole practitioner in his own profession, law cooperation with offices at 700 Camp Street, New Orleans. He primarily handles civil litigation in the construction, surety, and architect, engineering, and tort fields. Memberships are held by Attorney Morgan in the American, Louisiana State, New Orleans Bar Association, the ABA Tort and Insurance Practice Section, Fidelity and Surety Committee, and its Forum Committee on the Construction Industry, International and Association of Defense Councils, Fidelity and Surety and Architect, Engineer, Construction Litigation Committee, Defense Research Institute, and Louisiana Association of Defense Councils. He is an arbitrator for the American Arbitration Association, is listed in Who's Who in the World, Who's Who in America, Who's Who in American Law, Who's Who in Religion, and numerous other such biographical works. Is a past president of the New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary Board of Trustees, and was, from 1982 to 1987, a Special Assistant Attorney General for the state of Louisiana. As part of a team of trial lawyers handling the Creation Science Balance Treatment Act litigation in the Federal District Court in New Orleans and Baton Rouge, the Fifth Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals, and the U.S. Supreme Court. Attorney Morgan has lectured and written over the years and still does so regularly on all aspects of construction and surety practice, surety rights, security rights, architect and engineer professionals, liabilities, product liabilities, and the like. At CLE seminars of various national, state, and local bar associations, business and professional groups, trade associations, and LSU law centers, and CLE Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, Attorney A. Morgan Bryant. And now, at the red, black, and green table, we have Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. His voice is penetrating, firm, at times raspy, and always musical. His language ranges from highly articulate to street corner gutsy. His presence is forceful, militant, powerful, noble. His sense of humor can have the audience bouncing in their seats with laughter. Yet his ability to paint the seriousness and pain of the Black experience in America can bring tears to the eyes of the toughest of his listeners. And his head is shiny, black, and bald. But the most distinctive trait of the handsome, gargantuous Black man is that he speaks from the human rights of Black people and all oppressed people around the world. Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad has seized upon a monumental mission with vigor and enthusiasm. And the result is a fiery orator that leaves notes who hear the message unchanged. He is currently Associate Director of the Urban Crisis Center. The UCC is a race relations, human relationship institute in Atlanta that is highly acclaimed by such clients as U.S. Steel, Inland Steel, Federal Express, New York Transit Authority, police agencies, city, state, and federal government agencies, IBM, Xerox, AT&T, and many Fortune 500 corporations. He's a scholar, historian, orator, and activist. He has taught in the Pan-African Studies Department of California State University at Los Angeles, California State University. He was a recipient of the Ford Foundation Fellowship to do intensive studies at Harvard, Yale, and Columbia. Armed with a Purple Heart and Valor Award from the Civil Rights Movement and the Black Conscious Movement of the 60s. He has traveled 6 times on fact-finding and research missions to Egypt, 6 times to Mecca and the Middle East, and 3 times to Jerusalem. He has had first-hand experience, has seen with his own eyes, and has lectured in every major city, town, and township in South Africa on liberation. Because of his love and dedication to the liberation and salvation struggle of the downtrodden, the grassroots, the street gangs, and the black masses in general, he is loved and honored for his strong, bold, uncompromising principles stand the world over. You can hear him on the world famous popular rap group Public Enemy's album, It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back. Public Enemy tells the world through their tremendous respect for Dr. Khaled and how he has been a great inspiration to them in their climb to the top of the chart and in their great quest to raise the consciousness of black masses. You can see and hear him on the Public Enemy's Fight for Power album. You can also see him on videotape from Spike Lee's blockbuster movie, Do the Right Thing. The rising, brilliant rap star Ice Cube of Africa Most Wanted, a promising bright star of beggar movie, Boys in the Hood, says that Dr. Khalid Muhammad opened his eyes and taught him what time it is. You can hear him on Ice Cube's new album, Death Certificate. Since the mid-1970s, he has been a presenter at colleges, universities, and major international conferences around the globe. He has traveled and lectured extensively throughout Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Americas. He has served as Minister of Defense and Supreme Captain of the elite Fruit of Islam and National Spokesman, International Ambassador of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. Presently, he holds a portfolio of national, international, special assistants and walking in the footsteps of both Minister Malcolm X and Minister Farrakhan. Dr. Khalid serves in the same role in the Black movement. He is the Minister of Mosque number 7, based in Harlem, Brooklyn, and New York. He is a member of the Honorable March of God, the UNIA, African Communities League. This revolutionary scholar of national and international recognition is also a member of the Association for the Study of Practical African Civilization and has lectured on most of the American campuses in Nigeria, Egypt, Ghana, Libya, South Africa, Uganda, Canada, England, France, and Italy, and has fired and inspired audiences at Howard University, Hampton University, Morehouse, Clark, Morris Brown, Harvard, Yale,
of the University of California at Long Beach. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. At this time, we would like to let the debate begin. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, be notified by the sound of the African drum when you have 10 minutes to close. At the 45-minute time, you will be notified again by the sound of the African drum. Gentlemen, I ask that you strictly adhere to this time constraint. You will each have 30 minutes of rebuttal time. You will be notified by the African drum when you have 10 minutes to close. At the 30-minute closing time, the African drum will sound again, indicating your time is up. 45 minutes will be allowed for closing arguments. The African drum will sound at the 10-minute time. And you have 15 minutes will be allowed for the closing argument. The African drum will sound at the 10-minute time and at the closing 15-minute time limit. Gentlemen, we all anxiously await the great debate on this most timely topic. Thank you for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I present to you the Reverend Attorney A. Morgan Bryan, Jr.
I would know nothing among you save Jesus Christ and Him crucified. I'm here tonight, and I'm not a reverend, incidentally. I'm a layman. I'm a member of a local Baptist church. I'm not an ordained minister. I am a practicing lawyer, but I want to tell you something about the perspective from which I come to this debate or dialogue, as I was led to understand it was going to be. I don't pretend to try to convince you of my point of view through rhetoric. As a trial lawyer, I know a great deal about rhetoric, but I don't plan to use rhetoric tonight because I don't think rhetoric is what's involved in trying to present a view of the Lord Jesus Christ. Secondly, I'm not here to argue the point. I'm going to present to you as best I can and as best the Lord allows me to do so, my view on the subject. How God works in the hearts of each of us in terms of belief and what we believe or don't believe, what we accept or don't accept, that's up to Him and His Holy Spirit as He deals with the hearts and minds of men and women, human beings. I don't believe in arguing points of this sort, and I will not argue them. I will try to discuss them as best I can. I also am coming to you from the perspective of not wanting to consider this a great debate as it's been declared in these opening comments. I don't know where that came off, great debate. I'm not a great debater. I'm an ordinary layman who had a viewpoint, and I expressed it in a letter to the editors to the Picayune. And incidentally, the letter that appeared in the Picayune edited out all of the scripture references that were in my letter to the editor. Hence, those of you who read the letter in the letters column didn't get the benefit of the perspective that was major in my viewpoint, and that was it's a biblical perspective. I'm not competent to debate Dr. Khalid on matters of the Quran. I confess to you that I don't know much about the Quran. As an educated person, I know what it is, but I've never studied it, I've never read it, and I don't purport to be any kind of an articulator of things in the Quran. I don't know that much about the Nation of Islam, other than what I read in the newspaper. So I don't say that to be facetious. I say that to simply be honest before you so that you know where I'm coming from. I'm not competent to debate with Dr. Khalid fine points of doctrine or the tenets of belief of Islam or the Nation of Islam or what the Honorable Louis Farrakhan stands for or what many of you stand for in that respect. I don't see that as the point of my being here tonight. I was simply asked on the telephone the morning after the letter appeared in the Picayune, would you be willing to debate with somebody the point that you expressed in the letter? And I said, certainly I'm willing to do that. And I am willing to do that. But I'm doing it from a biblical perspective. Now, I want to tell you one other thing about myself, not that I want to emphasize myself, because I don't. I want to magnify the Lord Jesus Christ in anything I do and say and think here tonight. But I do want you to know this. I became a Christian 40 years ago. I was in my middle year of law school at LSU when I was led to Christ by a minister, a young Baptist minister. He had been witnessing to me for approximately a year before I finally received Christ in my heart, humbly repenting of my sins and trusting him as my Lord and Savior. Prior to that, I had been an arrogant, cocky, smart-aleck, cynic, probably an agnostic. I was never an atheist. I always believed there was a God, but it didn't bother me and it didn't interest me. I was an agnostic in that I couldn't care less about God and the things of God. But once I was reached with the message in the gospel of Christ, I gave my heart to Christ there when I was a young man in my 23rd year. I'm 63 years old now. And I received Christ and I accepted him. Since that time, I've been a member of Southern Baptist churches. The overwhelming majority of my church life, 35 of the 40 years, has been spent right here in New Orleans, in First Baptist Church of New Orleans. I'm a deacon in that church and I'm a Bible teacher in that church. And that's all. That's all I present to you by way of qualifications for what we're doing here tonight. As a practicing lawyer, having to be busy about my business in order to support my family, I did not have any time and did not spend any time, because I didn't have it, to prepare myself by going back and doing any research in anthropology or sociology or archaeology or any of or history, ancient history, or any of the things that probably have a bearing on this issue. But as I said, my letter was primarily written from a biblical perspective, and that's all I feel at least somewhat qualified to deal with you about tonight. And that's all I intend to do. If that causes me to be regarded as the loser in the debate, so be it. And I'm not conceding defeat at the outset. I'm simply mentioning to you my limitations. I think it's important for you to know that I have those limitations. I don't come before you as somebody qualified in the same way that Dr. Khalid is. On the other hand, he may not be qualified in some of the areas that I'm qualified in. Now, I don't have any political agenda. There'll be absolutely nothing in my presentation that has anything to do with a human struggle, and I'm not minimizing those things. I'm simply saying that's not on the agenda for me tonight. If it is on his agenda, then so be it. I'm not prepared to deal with that, and probably won't, other than as I deal with the subject that I was given to come here and dialogue over. Now, having said all of that, I will go ahead and make my presentation to you. Incidentally, I didn't quite understand why there was a lot of laughter when, as I was being introduced, it was commented that I was at the red, white, and blue table. And I did hear comparable laughter when Dr. Khalid was stated as being in the other table with other colors. I don't know the significance of that, but if it has anything to do with a denigrating of my Americanism, and I am an American, then I can't say that I care for that. I'm a citizen of this nation. I was born in this nation. And incidentally, I'm not a representative of slave masters. That was mentioned. I'm not a representative of slave masters, despite the fact that I'm white. All whites have no sympathy with slavery. Some whites may, but not all whites do. I do not, never did. I grew up as a child in this city and never had any such attitude.
Shabbat shalom.
As best as I know myself, and we can often be wrong about ourselves. Others see us better than we see ourselves. But as best as I know myself, I am not a bigot, and I don't have any anti-black racist views.
Jump on, family.
I have a view regarding Jesus and his origin and his ethnic background. That has nothing to do with racism. That has to do with the way I interpret and understand the Bible. Finally, I will say to you that, so that you'll understand what I feel about the Bible, what I believe about the Bible. I accepted the fact when I became a Christian that this is the divinely inspired Word of God. I believe that entirely. I have no doubts about it in my mind, and I have no qualifications to bring to that stated proposition. I believe that the Bible is not only the divinely inspired Word of God, but because I believe that, I believe it's inerrant. I believe it's infallible. I believe it is without error, despite the fact that human beings were God's instruments in writing the Bible. I don't concede that because human beings wrote the Bible, it can have any error in it, because I believe that if God is overseeing in his divine way the production of what he intends to be produced by these errant human being writers, God alone can control the outcome. God can see to it that the outcome is one that is precisely what he intended. And that's what I believe about the Bible. Hence, everything that the Bible states to me is believable and is true and is what God is trying to reveal through a written record, through a written word to humankind. It was what I read in the Bible about Jesus that led me to put my faith and my trust in him 40 years ago.
Yo, you guys jump on the show, man.
I have only two main points in my belief that Jesus was not of black African origin. And both of these beliefs, as I said, are not based on a bigoted point of view or any anti-black racism in my heart. They're based solely on what I understand the Scripture to reveal. First is that I believe Jesus is plainly shown in the Scripture to be the divine, incarnate Son of God Almighty, Jehovah Elohim. I believe that that's who Jesus the Christ is. I believe he is the eternal, pre-incarnate Christ, a divine member of the triune nature of the Godhead, a mystery that I don't understand. I don't understand how God, I believe fiercely that God is one, that God is one God, the ruler, the creator of this entire universe, the eternal almighty being in this universe, and how he has chosen to reveal himself in the person of the Son and the Holy Spirit is an enigma to my mind. I don't profess to be smart enough or eternal enough or infinite enough to understand all the parameters of that, but I do believe it. I believe it because God's Word reveals it. So I believe that Jesus the Christ is the pre-incarnate, eternal, second person of the triune nature of the Godhead, and I believe he came into this world in the flesh, in the form of the servant, in the form of human beings, in the form of sinful man, though he himself was not a sinner, never committed sin, never had any intention to commit sin. But I believe that Jesus was God incarnate and walked upon the face of this earth, lived on this earth for approximately 33 years, and his purpose in the coming in the first advent was to do the work of redemption and atonement for the sins of mankind at the cross at Calvary, in order that human beings who would put their faith and their trust in him would be able to have eternal life, would be able to have an eternal life after this life in the heavenly realm with God. And I believe that it's necessary for people to have their faith and trust in Jesus the Christ in order to be saved, in order to be saved from perdition and to eternal heavenly bliss. Now, I believe that God had his own purpose, and I don't know his reasons for why he chose to pull out of the nations a man named Abram, later to be called Abraham, and made a covenant with Abraham, and among other things gave him a promise of a certain geographical portion of this earth called the Promised Land, Canaan, but also gave him, more importantly than that, a promise of posterity, a promise of seed which God said to Abraham would bless all the nations of the world. He didn't limit it to any one nation. He said the blessing of that seed to the world would be to the world. And I believe that God has his own reasons for why he chose Abraham. And then Abraham is therefore the progenitor, the originator of a line, a genetic line, a line that's descended from Abraham that comes all the way down to Mary and to the person that was born from the body of Mary, Jesus. But Jesus himself having no human father, because the Scripture reveals that the Holy Spirit of God overshadowed Mary and caused miraculously and supernaturally the conception to take place within a virgin who had had no relations with mankind, and that is the human birth of the Lord Jesus Christ. So I believe that these are the things that the Bible reveals to us about who Jesus is and how he came into the world. I believe that while he was on this earth, he was prepared for the climactic event of the cross and the resurrection. The cross is the place where ignominiously and largely disbelieved in and rejected and despised, he bore the penalty that you and I, as human beings, owe because of our sins. We are all sinners. I believe the Scripture declares that we're all sinners. We're all born short of the glory of God. We're all born under the condemnation of our sin and in need of being redeemed and saved by what Jesus has done. Jesus made it possible by what he did. And I don't regard Jesus as merely a great prophet. I believe that Jesus is the divine Son of God. And to me, that's more than just Son in the conventional sense. That Jesus is, in a mysterious way that I don't understand, Jesus is God himself incarnate in a second person of a triune nature of the Godhead, in which God has sought to reveal himself to man other than by revealing the full, eternal, infinite attributes of the Holy Almighty God. I believe it would be impossible for God to reveal all of that staggering attribute about himself to mere mortals, to mere human beings. That's why the incarnation is such a special event for bringing God into the world so that he'd have a confrontation with human beings and a fellowship with human beings and a walk among human beings, and then go to the cross and do the work of atonement in dying the sacrificial death, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. And then I believe that Jesus was miraculously resurrected by his own power and the power of God Almighty, and not through any human intervention. And I don't believe you can explain the resurrection in rational terms. I believe that the resurrection is a supernatural, eternal act of the Almighty God, and Jesus was raised from the grave, glorified, no longer in a mortal existence, no longer in a corruptible existence, no longer destined the way all flesh is destined to a grave there to corrupt and permanently decompose, but was raised, glorified, and in eternally equipped bodily form from which he walked the earth only another 40 days and then ascended back to the heavenly realm. And I believe that Jesus, in his glorified post-resurrection form, is promised, he himself is promised, to return to this earth at the end of time. And I'm not trying to get into the details of the return of Christ as I believe them and as I understand them from the Bible, but I am trying to say that I believe in a risen Savior, a resurrected Savior, who is ascended and on high at the right hand of God the Father now, constantly interceding for all of those who have their faith and their hope in him, and who is promised to return at the end of time, the exact time of which we know not. We are privileged to know some of the general characteristics of the times, so that we'll at least know we shouldn't be fooling around if we're out of Christ. We shouldn't be fooling around if we have not yet given our hearts and our lives to Christ. But we don't know. No human being knows the exact time that Jesus will return in the full glory of what the Bible describes as the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the wonderful counsel of the mighty God, the everlasting Savior, the Almighty, the Prince of Peace. He's coming someday in that way. And I believe that when he does, he will consummate the age. And everything that's temporal will just perish. The scripture says that this whole universe will someday just go up in a conflagration, a perishing of that which is merely material, a perishing of that which is temporal as distinguished from eternal. And yet God will then usher in the permanence of the new heavens and the new earth that the book of the Revelation speaks about, and the eternal kingdom of God will be forever and ever and ever. And those who belong to him through faith, those who have been redeemed by the shed blood of the Lord, and who have appropriated that shed blood to themselves by their personal repentance and faith, will spend eternity in their own glorified forms, having been resurrected from the dead if they died beforehand, and having been translated if they're living when those events take place, and raptured into a translated form. I believe all of that. I believe it to the bottom of my toenail. And those toenails are about 76 inches away from the top of my head. Now, I said all of that to say that I believe the Bible reveals that the line that God started with Abraham and brought all the way down through the annals of time to a point, where an humble Jewish maiden, chaste, I believe in the virgin birth of Christ. I do not believe in Mary as an aggrandized human being who is somehow divine herself. I do not believe that. I believe the only divine person who ever walked the face of this earth was Jesus the Christ. And I believe that his divinity is co-equal with that of God the Father, because he is God the Father in a revealed human, earthly time or era in his existence. I can't separate the difference between God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, and not see them as distinct personalities and yet not believe that they're three gods. I don't believe in three gods. I'm not a polytheist. I'm a monotheist, and I believe that somehow it doesn't bother me that my finite mind, which is the opposite of an infinite mind, my finite mind cannot comprehend such an infinite concept as the triune nature of God. Nor can it comprehend the virgin birth of Christ. Nor can it comprehend many of the other mysteries that the Bible teaches us that are beyond the ken of human understanding. Human belief, we can believe them, but human understanding just can't necessarily comprehend all the details of those great mysteries. So I believe that Jesus, in the flesh, insofar as his fleshly person is concerned, came down from a line of humanity that began with Abraham and ended with Mary in Bethlehem that night, almost 2,000 years ago. Now, I don't see anything in the Scripture that teaches me that that line that I just described is anything other than a line called Hebrew, a line called Jew, a line called Israel, a line called the seed of Abraham, a line called the fruit of Jacob in the sense of the inheritance, a line called a seed of David, a line called from the tribe of Judah, of the 12 tribes that Jacob sponsored and progenitor. So I base my belief that Jesus is a Jew on the Scripture that details that line. I'd like to share some of those passages with you. In the Gospel account by Luke, in the first chapter, we read this in verses 26 and 27 and some other selected verses following that. In the 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent from God to the city of Galilee named Nazareth. That's where he was from, although he was born in Bethlehem. But his mother Mary and her espoused person Joseph, they had not yet consummated their marriage physically. She was still a virgin, though they had what in those days was tantamount to a contract of marriage. They already belonged to one another and pledged their troth to one another, but they had not consummated the marriage sexually or physically. And she was indeed a virgin according to the Scripture. And the angel of God, a messenger of God, angelic beings are creatures. They're creatures of God. They're not divine. They're simply creatures not of this realm, not of this world. They're different from us. We're creatures called human beings. Thank you. But this angel, this messenger of God, comes to Mary in a city in the province of Galilee, the city called Nazareth. And verse 27 says this: to a virgin espoused to a man whose name was Joseph, of the house of David, and the virgin's name was Mary. And elsewhere in Scripture we find that Mary also is of the lineage of David. So both Joseph, who was not Jesus' physical sire, don't misunderstand me on that point. That would destroy the doctrine of the virgin birth, and the Bible doesn't teach that. The Bible simply teaches that Joseph was her consort, as it was, but not having yet consummated their marriage. But both Joseph and Mary descend from the line of David. So in that sense, at least the reputational father of Jesus, because he had the reputation of being the father of that family, Joseph did, was of the household of David. Then the Scripture goes on to say, and the angel came into her and said, "Hail, you who are highly favored. The Lord is with you. Blessed art you among women." And then further on down, the angel said in verse 30, "Don't fear, Mary, for you have found favor with God. And behold, you shall conceive in your womb and bring forth a son, and shall call his name Jesus." And Jesus is our English transliteration of the word, the name, but the name Yahshua in Hebrew is literally a name which means Savior. So Jesus, the very name Jesus refers to his saving work, to his atoning work for sin. And so she was instructed, you shall call his name Jesus, and he shall be great, and shall be called the Son of the Highest. The highest is a reference to God Almighty, so the Scripture is plain. He shall be called the Son of God, the Son of the Highest. And the Lord God shall give unto him the throne of his forefather David. Now that doesn't mean a temporal throne. David is simply symbolic of a throne which represents the position of the Savior, Jesus Christ. He is the King of Kings. He's the Lord of Lords. But he comes in the type of a previous king of Israel named David. And then the Scripture goes on to say, and he shall reign over the house of Jacob. House of Jacob is Israel. He shall reign over the house of Jacob forever. And of his kingdom there shall be no end. You see, those are words of perpetuity. Those are words of eternality. Those are not words of having a termination in history or a termination on the things of this earth. So these are descriptions of the marvelous heavenly kingdom of the Lord Jesus Christ. All of this is prophesied before Mary even conceived and nurtured him and then bore him. And then it goes on to say Mary was perplexed about how this could be because she had not had any relations with a man. And verse 35 says, and the angel answered and said to her, the Holy Spirit shall come upon you, and the power of the highest, that's the power of God, shall overshadow you. Therefore also that holy thing which shall be born from you shall be called the Son of God. And then the scripture goes on in that first chapter of Luke to talk about these great things regarding the Lord Jesus Christ. In verses 67 and following, we read this in the first chapter of Luke. This is the father of John the Baptist, who was a child born 6 months previous to Jesus' birth by a cousin of Mary, and that father was named Zacharias. And it says, and his father, meaning John the Baptist's father, Zacharias, was filled with the Holy Spirit and prophesied, saying, blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he has visited and redeemed his people, and has raised up a horn of salvation for us in the household of his servant David. That's simply another reference to the Davidic lineage of the ethnic background of Jesus as a human being in the flesh. His fleshly person is from the line of David. And then he goes on to say things about which clearly shows that he's the Son of God, that he's divine. And verse 73 in that passage refers to the oath which God had sworn to their forefather Abraham, showing the beginning of that line. Then I would commend to you in the second chapter of Luke. Verse 4 in the second chapter says, and Joseph also went up from Galilee out of the city of Nazareth to Judea and to the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the household and the lineage of David. There were circumstances, political as they were in that day, that led the family of Mary and Joseph, Mary by then being pregnant, with this fetus, which was the Son of God. And I might say, well, no, I won't say it. That's an aside. But in any event, they were led from the town of Nazareth, their hometown, to Bethlehem, the city of David, for tax purposes. And that's where Jesus happened to be born. All of that's consistent with Scripture. In Micah, the Old Testament book, it specifically prophesies that the Messiah would be born in Bethlehem. And the book of Matthew and books of Matthew and Luke in the New Testament record that was in fact the case. Then in the 10th and 11th verses of that second chapter of Luke, the Scripture says, For unto you is born this day. This is when the angels made their announcement to the shepherds who were in the field. Unto you is born this day in the city of David, that's Bethlehem, a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. Jesus is his name. Christ is who he was. The word Christ is our English word from the Greek word Christos, which literally means the anointed of God. Just as Messiah is the Hebrew word for anointed.
Sniper's back. Make sure all of you, sorry, man. It's my mistake here, because when my Facebook, there's a problem with my Facebook, so I took it off, and then I added Freestyle Friday TV. So, yeah, big up all the people on Freestyle Friday TV, but we on general Sniper TV. You know what I'm saying? But I only did that just to, use the space, basically, and get more people to listen in. That's all. Big up, everyone. You know what I'm saying? I hearing there's beef going on. What? Amaziah and Chemo, yeah? You get me? What you saying, Amaziah, man? Let me. I know both of you for a long time, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Someone needs to update me. Big up, Zulu, my brother. Come on.
Shabbat shalom, uncle.
Yeah. Shalom. You get me? So what's going on, man? You get me? You came in. You
just came back from church, so just chilling.
Okay, wicked, man. Wicked.
You
you got some videos for us as well?
Yeah, I have the Star Wars team.
Yeah, I want that. But yeah, this debate's all right, innit? This debate's all right. Because right now, you ain't found nothing to critique on my man, innit? You're like, yeah. Yes, talk, brother. Preach the thing. Yeah.
Wait, the white guy?
Yeah.
Nah, when he said that Jesus was an African, I'd side-eyed him still.
Yeah, but I thought you would as well. I was thinking, I wonder. Nah, Zulu ain't gonna back that. You get me? He was backing him all the way, all the pause on that as well. Yeah. Yeah, I could hear you as well. You were saying something like, yeah, preach, brother. Like at first. And then when he said that, bro, he went completely silent, bro. I ain't heard nothing from you since. I was in the car
Yeah.
driving. I'm thinking, oh man, yeah, Zuni's gonna go mad in a minute. Yeah, because like, how can you
100%.
have that as a standpoint? It's not a great argument, but shows you they were having these debates about these things. Look, 1991.
Mad. That's a long time ago, man.
It's ages ago, man. Yeah, you know what I mean? 2-3 decades, like 30 years and shit. Like, allow it, man. Quite easy. That nothing is new under the sun. Big up, Scott.
Nothing is new. Yeah.
Well, nothing new under the sun.
Big
Or the
up, big up,
debates,
big
or
up.
the discussions, and the arguments have long standing. You know what I'm saying? A long standing, whether they're true or not. The arguments have been made on some things. You know, the validity of Adam and Eve. Someone was arguing with me about Adam and Eve earlier, man. Trying to suggest that, like, I don't know what he means. You know what I mean? Because like, you know that man is of the Abrahamics. You get it? So like, I can't go against the Abrahamics. I can't do that. It's just not in my remit. What I do
You
is
mean that comment when that person said, "Oh, you used to be stricter, now you're siding with the Abrahamics" or something like that?
Yeah, it's a ridiculous nonsense statement. Right? Doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Because I've always kept true. The people debating are reaffirming things that I've already mentioned. Do you get what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
it's actually showing where I got some of this information from. Do you know what I'm saying? Because Dr.
Yeah.
Ben and all of these prominent scholars, like these were the guys. These new ones, like these Sarah Suit and Setis and all of that. Even Setis, like the last generation of those men. Do you get what I'm saying? Of them proper scholars and them man, they were, as you know, like Dr. Rakono Rushdie, who passed away this year, rest in peace. Yeah. These man was out in the field. You know the ones there, man standing in front of the pyramid having this conversation. Like, oh shit, who's that in front of the pyramid? Oh, it's me. Yeah. Yeah, you can't argue with that. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, we're all arguing, me, you, Khan, and all of that, yeah. But ain't none of us draw a picture right from the spot. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And none of us drawing a picture. Like we've drawn the pictures, like, yeah, pull up this information. Like I said with the Israelites in
The siege of Lachish. Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? Because you've done that years ago.
100.
Right. And these men are showing you they were doing it years ago before that.
But Michael, this is what I mean, yeah. Like I hate the dishonesty in the Pan-African like community sometimes because like they'll disregard the Middle East, they'll embrace Kemet, yeah. But they'll look at Samaria, the Middle East, and they'll just say, "Oh, that's all white people and Middle Eastern people." But when you show them the siege of Lachish, like the one that you saw, and you show them all the images of Moors and all these other images of Arab-looking people, like looking like us, like how did they answer that?
They don't. It's a dismissal thing.
It's fake.
And it's a denial. Yeah, of course, it's fake. It's fake. It's not you. You know what I mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Let's continue with the presentation. Foolishness.
Like when Shakura did this presentation and he showed the image with the 4 races, that Egyptian one.
That was mad.
And we know that one was edited,
crazy.
right? Because they definitely
fully
made
edited.
They made the Egyptians look lighter as well. I was seeing that, I was like, that's not the original one. But anyway, man tried to show that, like, oh, see, look, those are the Israelites, those are the Hebrew people. You see, they're not black. You see? I'm like, bro, I could do the same thing with Egyptian images, showing you some edited images, saying that, look, they're not black. I could do the exact same thing to you. But the difference is I went to the British Museum and I saw the African-looking images for myself. I saw that Siege of Lachish in Gallery 8. I can even tell you where. Gallery 10, British Museum. And you'll see the whole stele, the whole thing of Esarhaddon, the Assyrian king. It shows the Nubians. It shows the Egyptians. It shows everyone.
I told these man, like, bro, like, when you're hearing a man pull evidence and you're hearing it from museum in Poland, we've got to really like look at the reality. Some of the best works that we do have as Africans are in other countries.
In other countries,
or on display, or traveling around the world on some tour that we didn't know about. You know what I mean? Tutankhamun or whoever.
It's everywhere but our homeland.
But our homeland. And anything to do with us. So disrespectful.
That's a fact.
Yeah. So this is why we say original fear of a black planet again. Yeah, because once in the beginning is now and never shall be, world without end. That's biblical quotes. You go,
Yeah.
yeah, that's biblical quotes. Like, make sure you know. As in the beginning, was blackness, darkness, everything. Even in the metaphysical concept. Yeah.
But it also
In
says in the
the
scriptures that
beginning
there should be
was
a
the word.
confusion. Exactly. And it
Mm.
says in the scriptures that there should be a confusion of faces. And the way I
Mm.
understand this is there's going to be like a switcheroo. There's going to be
Right.
like a face swap. And
Yes.
it even says in the Apocrypha that the Gentile, the Goy, will make images of God in their likeness.
Right.
And they will put them in the temples. And this is what we see in these Christian
Right.
churches with the stained glass windows, with the statues
Yep.
of St. Paul. They're
Mm-hmm.
making our apostles, our prophets, our God in
Mm-hmm.
their image.
Mm-hmm.
And they're making that the mainstream standard. So whenever you think Paul or Jesus, you think Caesar Borgia, or you think Zeus, or you think Hermes. You don't think
Right.
Paul, from the tribe of what's it called,
Mm-mm.
Zebulun. You don't think John, son of Zebedee. You think
Yeah.
Saint John, this European
Yeah.
looking guy, or you
European
think
guy. Right.
Jesus Christ, this European looking Jesus. You don't think
Yeah.
Yeshua Hamashiach.
That's why, because I mean, in reality, what white guy would have been hanging with all these black guys? Doesn't make sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, hiding in
Simon.
Egypt as a
Yeah, all
baby.
of these man.
Man.
Even the tax collector was black.
Everything was black, bro.
Yeah. Even fucking what's his name? Judas.
Judas was
Iscariot.
black. Yep.
Black. Yeah. We're not denying that. You are saying we are all things. We are all things. We are good. We are evil. We started this shit.
Yeah.
Judge anything, idol worship, you name it, what you perceive it to be. We started it. But the interpretation and labeling started with the Europeans.
Because they won the war, they got to recite the story in their way.
To the victor, the spoils, right?
Yeah.
Is what said. Yeah. Fuckers. But let's see
Damn
what this
shame.
guy's gonna do. He's in trouble, man. I put it in the chat from the beginning, like Uncle shook, man. You know what I'm saying? Our little white uncle, man. He bit off more than he can chew. Man said, "Who said it was a great debate?" I don't know where that came from. Oh shit!
Man said, "I didn't come here for a debate."
I did
and
come
starts debating.
Yeah.
Big up
I'm a
Stabzilla.
layman. And all this. Like, don't make your excuses. Just because he's
Stabzilla, I got a video for you, my brother. Star Wars.
Yeah, I seen. I watched it. I like the video, the Star Wars thing, innit? After this, innit, we could probably watch it. I didn't watch. I only watched like a couple minutes. I said, let me watch
Yeah,
it.
it's very sad because I like Star Wars, man. When I saw that, I was
Me
like,
too, man.
damn.
You ain't the only one, man.
Have you seen Obi-Wan?
Nah, I was gonna watch it like next week or something.
Bro, that shit is. Woo.
Nah, I got family out over the house, innit? I don't want to watch it in peace. You know what I
mean? Yeah. That's what you mean.
Yeah, we call that private session. Private
Big
sesh.
man thing. Pause.
Yeah. You know, someone send you a video and I say, no, Zulu, private sesh. Yeah, that means I'm going to watch it by myself, enjoy it with my popcorn.
Exactly.
Yeah, no one disturbing, no one in the house, everyone's gone out or whatever.
Yeah, man.
Boom. Feet
Any
up.
minute I can have niece and nephew running in my room.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
That's family, you know.
For real.
Yeah, you're pissed off when they're there, but you're even more pissed off when they're not.
Yeah.
It's strange.
Yeah, 100%. I was thinking a couple of days ago, I was like, damn, I haven't seen my niece and nephew in a minute.
Right.
2 days later, I'm like, can they get out of the house?
Yeah. Jumping all over the furniture. Also,
when they break his shit, it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, like fuck's sake.
They nearly
it
broke
doesn't
my
happen
PS5,
anymore.
man.
Oh, they broke your PS5.
Oh my, yeah, they nearly broke my
Bro,
PS5, man.
No. Yeah, I'm glad you said nearly.
They already,
that's what it would have been.
nearly, because they broke one of the USB ports. So at least I got 2 more left. So
it's always a controller that someone breaks or something. You know, I hate that shit, man.
Controller, I don't mind, but controllers are expensive nowadays.
Bro, they're like they're 70 quid, you know.
No, they're big money, man.
Yeah.
Even the PlayStation 4 controller, it's not.
Yeah, bro, I can't even get one. You know, they all sold out on Amazon. They're like 50 quid.
Yeah, £50. Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna have to pay
only £20 more. But you know what I did? I went to a game and I did this thing where every time the controller messes up on the PS4, I can take it back pay £7 or something, and get a
And
new one.
okay, that's smart.
Yeah. So I was like,
That's
okay,
smart.
because that one they gave me is Brock. It's lucky that I got 2 or 3 more that are decent. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Right now I'm using this gold one. It's like gold
Yeah,
in
because
color.
I
You know
tried
what I'm
one
saying?
from CX, but CX is such a ripoff, bro.
Oh fuck's sake! They're gonna
CX
give you
is such a
used shit.
ripoff.
Yeah. Then one button's not working. One press
Yeah.
top R1 or R2's not working. Like, bro, I've been through it, man. I got about 5, 7, a graveyard of controllers still.
Man.
Proper graveyard. Yeah, like mad. Like, wow. What's wrong with this one? It seems fine. Yeah.
The
So try
analog
and buy
don't work. What's wrong with that one? You press circle, it
Nah,
presses
it's
the X. What's
significant
wrong with that
buttons as well, like the X
one?
button. Do you get it? If the X button don't work on the controller, throw it away, man.
You know
Throw
the
it away.
controllers match when the levers ripped off and everything from the
Yeah,
thumbstick.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's standard. That's
Yeah.
standard sometimes with me. Yeah, like those little them little controllers at the bottom. Yeah. When
Firstly,
the
it's the
when the
analogs. They start disappearing.
yeah, when
You
the
know, the
analog thing
plastic
starts
part.
to get like, yeah, the plastic's gone and everything.
Yeah, that's a vet. That's a
Yeah.
vet.
You know it. We all in trouble. Yes, family, jump on, man. Lady Sarah, all of that. What? Dublin? What's going on? What are you doing out there? Huh? 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 Huh?
This man
Yeah?
said, "What war?" Like he don't know what we're talking about.
Who said that?
Dublin is like, "What war?"
Oh, yeah. Don't worry, man. Don't worry, Dublin. As we said, to the victor, the spoils. Yeah. Colonization is a form of war. Slavery is definitely a declaration of war.
That's a
So,
declaration
like,
of violation. Forget
yeah,
war.
it's a declaration of violation of war. Yeah, like you didn't know you was in a war. That's how you get enslaved. Yeah, for saying things like what war? Yeah, nigga, better get your wits about you. Don't go down to the lakeside.
I'd rather go through 1,000's war than be enslaved,
Mm,
man.
right.
In that sense.
At least give
Because
me a
they're
heads
coming for
up.
you. You're thinking they're coming for my items, my, you know, for this,
They
that.
didn't
Now
give
they're coming for
Africans
you.
a heads up. They just pretended to be our friends, and then they fucked us up, fam. Yeah. Oh, we
Also,
love you. We love you. Oh, can you take us to the interior of Africa? Could you take us here? The Great War of Zimbabwe. Can you do this? Can you do that? Can you do that, Africans? Huh? Can you take us on safari? Can you take us to the deepest, the highest mountain in Africa? Can you do this? Can you do that, bruh? Bruh.
but you know
It
the
was
problem is,
very
Maki,
subtle.
we're too giving. We show them too much shit, and the next thing you know, they're gonna say they
Yeah,
founded
yeah,
it, or
yeah,
they're gonna say they invented it, or they
Yep.
founded it. We're just too open arms, man.
Yep.
But I think they did invent it though. The art of backstabbing. 'Cause I don't
Yeah, but
think
you know,
it's
you know
been.
what we need, yeah.
Mm.
We
We
need
had
that
no
Afmos.
concept.
We
Yeah,
need that
so
Afmos energy, like kick out the
yeah,
Hiscos. You know what I mean? Fight back. Like
yeah.
all this, like, oh, you can come into our place, and and next thing you know, they're taking over. Like, what the fuck, man? We should have
Did you
learned from
see
the
this?
Hiscos.
Did you see this? The pharaohs that was Stopzilla and them man there.
Yeah, bro, bare of them
Big
are
heads.
E1B, There's bare
The man
pharaohs
had big
E1B.
head.
That's definitely some. No, stop.
Man
So
had
Egyptian,
little body
He's
and
probably
big
Egyptian,
head.
Say
fam.
that again.
Yeah, I
He's
saw
probably
Midbest. He was
Egyptian.
like, mad. Midbest was
I'm
like,
gonna do the
yeah, I
test
wonder
in
who
it
that is.
just to show you, man. I ain't no Yakub or
I told you,
Egyptian.
look,
You know what I
Kemet.
mean? Nah, I'm joking.
Now you're Kemet. You're probably Kemet still.
Kemet and
I
Yakub
know.
is
I
all
always
one
think about
story,
doing a
bro.
DNA thing, but then I realized they keep your DNA, so I
Yeah,
don't.
but they've got your
I
DNA
might.
anyway, right? From
Yeah,
from
true.
birth.
Might as well, innit?
Yeah, man. 'Cause what if you're related to some pharaoh or some king or something? Get
Exactly.
that,
But can I get money out of it?
You can probably go to the Egypt and say, "Look, I'm a relative of Akhenaten." They
Yeah,
might
just
give
tell
you
me get out.
some privileges.
or a beating. One of
That's
the
what I
two.
was thinking. Where are the Somali, Ethiopian dynasties of Kemet? And they're clearly there. Yeah? I'm seeing man looking like Will Smith with semi-straight nose and 3C hair. Like, what are we doing here? Yeah? Bare 3C women as well. Yeah?
Mamaku, have you seen?
Sarah. I saw Bear. I saw Axel.
Have you seen? Have you seen the mummies though? Like a lot of the mummies, I don't know if they're 100% untampered with, but there's a lot of Gillette in the mummies still.
Yeah.
So there might be more of the East people that are like Egyptian
Of
still, or like
course. Especially in the later dynasties.
In the later dynasties. But you see though, the nappy hair stuff though, like that's more like I would say more Mesopotamian though. Like when you look at the Israelites depiction, or you look at the Syrians, the Sumerians, they have more of that nappy kind of like
Bantu-ish
kind of. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that we haven't got Egyptian, but I think we started off Mesopotamian and then we went into Kemet and mixed in there.
But we're dealing with other stuff. We're like Khoisan and all sorts, because you can see it in the hair texture. Who's got that hair texture first and foremost? It's the Khoisan. Yeah? If the Khoisan mixed with the mixed with the other pygmies of varying description, because even to get the Khoisan, the Khoi and the San people are two different. So we're talking about Khoisan as one, but their still thing goes back older. It's still a combination. Even the name is a combination, as we've always said. To be a Nubian, you are part Dongolawi and another tribe to make a Nubian. So even in the name it says mixed. When you say Nubian, you're saying mixed, but of two specific tribes. I mean, and everybody who's a mix in Africa knows their origin. Well, you're from the Horn, or you from South, or you from East, or you from West, everyone knows their origin, fam. And there's only a few tribes that have been there since the beginning of existence. Yeah? Of what we know. But no problem. I'm going to hear what Uncle's saying, man. Big up, ladies. Jump on the panel when you're ready. So you can do your ladies' hour. Yeah, and Triller can jump on in that. And Khan. You know how we do. Yeah, full ladies in it. And it that's where us men jump off like, yeah. Cool.
You know ladies in Triller and Khan.
And then
they don't do the intellectual convos. They just chat about feelings and shit.
Nah, they just talk about lady stuff, and then Triller comes out and asks them, why don't you love me? And then it goes left from there, bro.
Yeah, or Shine jumps on and they just entertain him for an hour or two. You know,
for
real. But they've taken to Mezzo as well, still. So, you know what I mean? Mezzo fitted in. He can yeah, they can check.
He's a new contender.
No, he's got that. Yeah, better than next man. Triller. Because what Triller does is talk to them in a smooth voice. Because he's not quite drunk yet, it seems. When ladies' hours usually on, he's semi-sober.
Yeah, Khan sometimes jumps on as well in the lady hour.
Yeah,
but he flows with them though. Yeah, he flows with them nicely.
I know.
Yeah, he sounds just like them, you know.
What's it in there? Fucker.
And Eunice as well, man. Don't forget that I didn't forget what you said before you left.
Yeah, but Eunice has been getting brave lately. Have you noticed he's been clapping back?
I know.
Yeah. Unnecessary as well.
It's like he's learning how to defend himself now.
They never.
Yeah, we don't mind. Just not in our direction, yeah? And even some of the people you're trying it with, they still got bars for you.
Yeah, definitely do. Connors.
Bad Mask, Khan. They all got bars for him, boy. It's mad.
Yeah, there's just too much ammunition. The Hamas, everything. There's just too much.
Right. And he keeps adding to it.
Yeah, he does it on purpose. He knows what he's doing.
Definitely, yeah, he does it on purpose. There's no way.
It's so dumb. He needs to allow it, man. But anyway, you know, until you grow some balls, literally, yeah, it's gonna be beat. This guy's been talking for 40s. No, he ain't been talking for 40-something minutes. The intros
he's basically preaching.
Fucking pissed me off, bro. Yeah, I was.
Yeah, my man had to repeat the thing twice.
Yeah, his intro was short. Yeah, Professor whatever his name is. Yeah, quick. Yeah, but when it came to Khalid Muhammad, bruv, these motherfuckers went in for almost 15 minutes, bro. Introducing a man.
That's how you know you already lost. Introduction 15 minutes? Nah. I'm out.
Yeah. 2 compared to 15. What are we doing here? You know what I mean? I was like, rah, the biasness was thing. That's why he knew he was gonna lose. He was like, rah, this is too much.
I am not a rapper.
But it sounds like he's doing a full-on sermon now. Like he's talking about salvation and it sounds like he's doing like a proper like sermon rather than debate.
Yeah, but we'll see because I've never watched this, so I don't know what's gonna happen. But I'm kind of sure Uncle Khalid is gonna tear him a new one. So yeah, let's enjoy.
So Messiah and Christ mean the same thing. They simply mean that Jesus by name, Emmanuel by name, is the Messiah, the anointed of God, and his anointing is...
He ain't lying, but let's see what relevance it is. How are you saying these men are not black? Emmanuel. What white person gonna call himself Emmanuel? Let's get that right. Huh?
Yeah, for real.
It doesn't even make sense. I've never seen
I know bare Africans called Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, I lie. And they're always from a French.
And Moses. There's a lot of Moses. The Moses, Emmanuel, John.
I got a cousin Moses.
Abraham.
Yep.
John.
When it comes to the names, we know these are African names. You know what I mean? Muhammad, all of it. They're all
Ezekiel,
African. Right.
Hezekiah.
Everything. Like, what?
I know bare Isaiah's is on Josiah's. I know bare of them.
Isaiah, Josiah. Yeah, bare.
Jabari.
Jediah. Crazy.
Yeah, Jediah, everything. Yeah. Well, don't play with us when it comes to the name. When you hear these biblical names, you know they're African. Seth. Yeah, shut up, man. We're not Ashkenazis yet. So what are we doing? It's only Seth from Kemet. Like, and then it says Satuk. Yeah, is the original term. So it's like, bro, so what are you not doing?
Yeah, but Michael, them Ashkenazis be calling themselves Bacon. Like the surname would be Bacon or some shit like that.
Kevin Bacon.
Or Snyder.
Schneider, you know.
Schneider.
That's a scary name. Big man thing. Schneider.
Yeah. You don't see
that
a name.
Sound Israelite at all.
Hold on. You don't see a name close to that in the biblical. At any part of it. Yeah. Yeah. The prophet Enoch. Ain't no again. Ain't no fucking European calling himself Enoch, Enos. Yeah. Or calling himself Canaan. Yeah. Or Canaan. No. He call himself Cain.
It's all black people.
Yeah. Black nigger shit.
Waving flag.
Keenan. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, even down to Cain and Abel.
Yeah.
Or Abel. It's Abel.
Abel, yeah, they freestyled with Abel now, no?
Well, I know a little you named Abel. Guess where he's from? Ethiopia.
Mad.
So just allow it, man.
Ethiopia, they never change. They love the name John, though.
Thank you.
The name John is just...
And the name John
even like
exist.
names like John and Matthew and Luke, the Hebrew forms of that would have been like John would have been Yohanan.
Johan.
And then Matthew would have been Mattiyahu.
Mm-hmm.
So like even the sounding is similar, but it's been Latinized to Matthew or to John with the J's and all that stuff.
Match.
So you really think about it, a lot of these names are like Hebrew in their origin. Like when you think of John or like Simon or Samuel, you think, oh, that's just like a white guy's name. No, the original name for that is of a Hebrew origin, of Aramaic origin.
Well, did I find that Solomon was Suleiman. Yeah, right. When I found that out, I said, "No, I'm done. I'm done with you Euros and your interpretation of our African names. I'm done." Yeah, even Solomon's minds. Huh?
Even Solomon's older brother, Absalom. In Hebrew, it's Abshalom, means father of peace.
Yeah.
Get it? Ab
Shalom
means father, and Shalom. Abshalom.
That's like saying, Imhotep. I am Hotep. Hotep is peace. Right? Like Shalom and Shalom. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, wow, what are we doing here? We've always been doing these type of things with words, it seems. You know what I'm saying? To go with what you're saying, Zulu. We've always done that. Yeah, we throw the piece in and throw a little extra and make you overstand the principle. Because it's always been there. You know what I mean? That's our thing.
Yeah.
Shalom, salam, hotep. Relax yourself. You know what I'm saying? All the same word.
But you know what's funny, Marky? Why
Mm.
aren't they embracing their Germanic old names like Ragnar and all that shit? Well,
Oh,
why are
fuck's
they
sake.
calling themselves Simon and all this stuff?
Fritz.
Why are they calling themselves Aramaic names and Hebrew names?
Their
Why
name
don't
was
they embrace the
Friedrich.
Celt?
Friedrich and them type of names.
Frederick
Friedrich
and
and the
yeah.
Ring. Huh? That's the story of the Lord of the Rings. It's Friedrich and the Ring. This is
Oh
what do you
shit.
call it? Bavarian history. Yeah? This guy loses his girl goes to hell, then he has to go to hell. Basically, he put on this ring, sneak in, and go and save his woman.
Isn't that
Come on,
Dante's
family.
Inferno?
Right.
Yeah.
You get what I'm
But
saying?
without the ring. Yeah.
But it's
Wait, do you get
older
that from
because
Devil May Cry?
huh? No.
Nah,
But
nah,
that's
nah.
part
Devil
of
May
it.
Cry. They don't. Yeah.
I bet Devil May Cry is part of it as well.
Hmm.
Trying to emphasize the same type of principle. So yeah,
See, I
I
think
could
his
agree
mom
to
was
that.
an angel. His dad was a demon or something like that. Yeah.
Hmm.
Something like that. Something like that. And
Dante
both the brothers
Inferno.
hate each other.
The
They had
Dante
like a
Inferno.
Cain and Abel, Dante
Yeah.
Inferno mix story.
But all that going
Yeah.
to the underworld to go and collect your girlfriend is not new. Yeah? It's not
Yeah.
new.
I mean, if he
Yeah?
was to do that, that means the something must have been so sweet. You had to risk it all.
Right.
What
Yeah?
what was it?
Yeah, the pumps was that
What
good.
was it?
Pandora's box. Yeah, it was Pandora's. Hey, it was Pandora's pum pum, man.
A powerful story, man. Risked it all
Hmm.
Man sold his soul just to get the.
just to get the new.
Go to the underworld to get the pum pum back. Yeah. Couldn't just give up and find another chick. Say, oh well, shed a tear, move on. No.
She must have been doing that smoke. What's that thing? What was them African girls do? The smoke on underneath the hole, and then they put a dress on.
Follow the frankincense. Mad.
Man.
Oud. Follow the oud pum. Yeah. Follow the
It was just
nativity pum.
inferno, mud.
Yeah, follow the nativity pum. I can for frankincense, she must be close by. No, this is mud. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Man are gone to hell. Man are gone to Hades. Man are gone to cross the river of Styx. Yeah.
And like, how come we never have no stories of females doing that for us? Like,
That's not African way. Because African women don't allow themselves, it
to do
seems in
that.
history, to get into them compromising positions.
For real, for real, for
Huh?
real.
How did you end up in hell? Mad.
And why am I here?
But nowadays,
That's the first question.
women want to be men nowadays. They can't
Of
respect
course.
the sacrifice men do for women.
I'm been constantly doing. But it's the Euro. The Euro's history is about remix, yeah, mixed with a little simping.
Big
But
man
as you
thing.
said,
And we
all
could
these
do it
Dante,
ourselves. Why are you helping me? Type shit.
all these Dantes and Fornos, all these Romeo and Juliets. Like these white men will give their life for their woman. And in reality, that's a lie.
For real.
They don't respect them.
Nope.
It's only in the last 100 years they're able to vote. You have to stop
Take
the
a shower,
nonsense.
vote. It's mad.
Huh?
But you know what's
Queens,
crazy about
yes.
that whole thing, Maki? They
Mm.
had the whole queens ruling this country, yeah.
Mhm.
But yet they only were able to vote in the last few decades ago.
Yeah.
Like you had Queen
Yeah.
Elizabeth, Queen
Suffragette.
Victoria. Like
Bad
make
girl
sense of
queens.
that.
Bad girl monarchs running the country. But the actual women in the country were slaves for a long time.
That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
They were getting dogged out in the dark ages. They were getting dogged out. Like, it's crazy.
Nah, man.
Now they can
Until
breathe.
the, let's say, early or mid 1900s. That is an L. You know what I'm
And
saying?
then you look around the world. There's black girls that are ruling the ocean. Black girls doing this, that. It's come
I
on,
mean,
man.
if you
It don't
think
make
about
sense.
it, though, as much as women were treated like shit, All they really had to do was cook and then get fucked in it.
Yeah.
Like,
Mad.
I know it sounds crazy me saying that, but
Mhm.
obviously not every woman, but generally, you either served someone, you cooked, and you got slept with.
Mhm.
Like that's not hard work. Like
That's
compared
the
to a man going
European
to
way.
war, man
Right.
inventing shit and being a
And
scientist,
guess what
being
he's
a
going to do? Your man is going to rape and pillage in other countries and other diasporas. Yeah, that's his thing. So he
I've
don't
never
need you with him. You're gonna stay at home and
I've
do
never
whatever you
understood
need to
why
do.
the Vikings and all that, like they
Mhm.
literally lived off just going around raping and pillaging. I
Mhm.
never understood that.
Yeah, it never made no sense, innit?
But
But then,
it makes sense in the terms of British history. This is how Vikings are in their veins because they bred their way in. Ragnar had a son that was half. Yeah,
yeah,
he married a he slept with the
Mercian.
Mercian princess, right? And created a son. So that's
You mean,
another
and then you got
extension.
Rollo and Normandy,
Right, right.
Roller, yeah, he went to France.
the
French niggas.
Normans.
Now, yeah? So they're half French or half Viking.
Apparently, the
Mad.
Vikings went to Morocco as well. You know.
Uh-huh.
Morocco. There's even some, they found their bones in America
I told them they went to
recently.
India, but man, I can't didn't want to accept it.
You don't want to accept it.
Mm.
But when I saw once, because I don't know if you watched the TV show Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Watch
Yep.
it.
Yep.
You see the
Yep,
end
yep.
part where they go to North America.
Yeah, I
Yep,
saw
yep.
that.
Yeah, a couple of weeks after, I see on BBC News they found like Viking bones there. So I'm like, oh shit,
Yeah.
that could have been Floki.
Oh,
But
they've
you know
done
why?
that. They've done that a long time.
But you know why a lot of people use the argument, oh, the Vikings went to America, because what the Americans want to do, the white Americans, they want to justify their
Why there
place in
was?
America by saying, oh,
Yeah,
look,
yeah,
see,
yeah,
Vikings were
yeah.
here as well. So that
It's a setup.
some of
It's a
us
setup.
exactly. You see?
Yeah.
Might have come earlier. Like, fuck off.
Mm-hmm. They
Or
tried to say that
back.
they were there before the Native Americans. I've seen some
Mm-hmm.
people trying to say that shit.
Nah, that's cap. That is very cap.
That is
Ah,
super cat. Yeah, you might have been in Greenland before anyone else. That's cool. Yeah. But moving on from that, boy.
like you can take
Sketchy.
Iceland, you can take Greenland, bro. We don't want
Yeah.
it, fam. We don't.
Yeah.
We don't want
Obviously.
the Greenland, bro.
You can
Some
even have
they didn't even
Canada.
want them countries.
Yeah. You can even have
They didn't
Canada
want
and you
Greenland.
didn't take it. You didn't take Canada.
Yeah, have Canada, have Canada, man. It's cold. It's a cold shithole, man. I
Yeah.
don't want
That's
Canada.
the first thing you're gonna buck up on
You know what I mean?
coming down the coast. You're gonna buck up on Canada
Yeah,
first.
they're
Like,
used to the cold anyway, innit?
mm.
Take
Oh, it's
Canada,
not
man.
Canada then. Isn't it? It's not Canada, it's the new world.
The
Get
new
me? For
world,
the
yeah.
Vikings. So what? Yeah, you discovered it,
They
rediscovered
call
it,
they
because
call they
there's
call
already
it
people living
Vinland. They
there.
called America Vinland.
Vinland. See? Did that stick? Did they carry
Nope.
on? No.
Nope.
Rubbish. Typical European game. No creativity. Uh-oh. Speaking of Europeans, big up, Crown.
Big up,
Big
big up.
up,
My favorite
my
white, my favorite
brothers.
white panelist. My favorite white
Mm-mm.
panelist.
Come
Big
on.
up.
Cheers, man. Cheers.
Big up.
Come on.
Do you see the things I sent you? Go on.
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Keep it coming, innit?
Pause.
Pause.
Oh shit!
And I'm gonna send
I
you
forgot
this
where I
thing.
was for a second.
I'm gonna send you this stuff about
Yeah.
the Gutians, because you made a theory about the J2s coming in and invading the E1s, and historically there were a foreign group of people that invaded Sumeria and actually took over. They're called the Gutians, and they actually come
Yes.
from the Caucasus regions. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna send you that, and then maybe that can help you in the debate.
Yeah, I think I've already got that one, but yeah,
You've got the
send it anyway.
Gutians.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
the Gutians. I think they were saying that they were the ancient ancestors of the Kurds or something like that,
Mhm.
or the Armenians that live in that area now.
And when you look at all those images of the Sumerians with the blue eyes and all that, that's after the Gutians invaded.
Yeah, yeah. So this is the bit I'm up to now, where the J2s and the R's sort of mix. There's some
Yeah.
sort of mixing going on that originally wasn't there.
Of course.
But then after that, that European
Listen,
gene
if
comes
the
more
R1
into
can
the.
fuck, if the R1 can fuck a Neanderthal,
No,
yeah.
the R ones are like the Russians. They're like sort of like more
the
further
Rus.
out
Russian?
than the J's.
No, man, R1s are fully Europe. like fully.
Oh, that's
Everyone,
no.
all the way to
All one is
England,
Russia.
Ireland, everywhere, and Germany and parts of Europe. That's all the fucking R's.
It says
Yeah.
here. It says here Western Europe as well as some parts of Russia.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, R's, man.
Yeah.
R1s, R2s, R3s. You know, nothing to do with no J's or no nothing. Like, that's madness.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We know who they
Yeah.
are.
But I think
Exactly,
the
exactly.
chromosome of Adam is probably Noah, if this thing is true, because then it would make sense because all the haplogroups are branching out from the three sons, right?
Exactly.
So it would make sense that the chromosome of Adam is actually Noah.
Of course. So when I said that before, I've had man pull me up at Speaker's Corner. Maku, you said there's more than one Adam. I said, yeah. All right. What do you want me to say?
Yeah.
Because each person who's going to create a new successive generation can be considered an Adam.
Yeah,
Pre-flood
yeah.
or after the flood. Right?
Yeah.
And a lot of what we're talking about is after the flood. So yeah. What are we doing?
My
It's
only
kind of
problem.
spooky how like the more we learn and the more science kind of becomes like more specific in these sciences. It's like, how did the ancients know about this stuff, man? How
Exactly.
is
They
it
were
in the
already
Bible?
smart.
Do you get me? Smart. That's the
They were
freaky
already
part about it.
astrologically, metaphysically,
Yeah.
just like Imhotep, who you know is a master scientist and all sorts, an architect and all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, wanting to supplant his genes. Yeah,
Yeah.
because he knew the value of Abraham. He knew
Right.
what Abraham was.
Mm-hmm.
So what would you do? You put your bloodline in, of that prophet, and then you would have descendants that were,
Mm.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have no Ishmaelites, and we wouldn't have no tribe of tents of Kedar, and then we wouldn't have no tribe of the Koresh and the Prophet, peace be upon him. We wouldn't have none of that. So we have to look at it in perspective of the origins of it. Where is all this coming from? This is just different black people having their different interactions because Abraham wasn't European.
What I'm saying is, you can't call people black in a
Mm-hmm.
time where there's no contrast to that. Like, because black's
Oh.
only black, because white is white.
Mm-hmm.
Like, without black people, you ain't got white people. It's like night and day, innit? Like, you can't call people black in a time where everyone was black.
Mm-hmm.
I would say phenotypically, since you made a good point that you can't say black or white, I would say phenotypically, the Mesopotamian and North African peoples would have been between maybe a Negroid-looking person to like an Indian-looking person.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I look at it, because you do see the
Makes
Persians and those kind of look at Indian or coolie looking, but then the more west you go, more close to Africa you go, you see the curly hair a bit more,
wavy.
you see maybe the wider lips and the nose. So it seems to be like a range between those two types of phenotypes, like the straight hair Indian looking versus the quote unquote Negroid looking. You know
But
what I
here's
mean?
the thing, though, Zulu. Even the
Yeah.
Indian-looking people you're talking about now would have, at that
admixture.
time, looked
They were
more like
admixture.
they would have more looked like Somalis.
No, they would have looked like Dravidians.
Yeah,
like they're supposed
Dravidians
to.
looked Somali. They looked East African.
They
So
are
you think
East African.
you think Indians are East Africans?
Yeah.
No, originally, yeah.
What is what's the haplogroup though? Do they have a different haplogroup?
They branch off from F. They go in different directions, but yeah, roughly.
What's
they're
the paternal?
they're gonna be diluted. Yeah, if they were E1B1B in originally, they're gonna mix with other J2s, all of these other people within India.
It's saying here that India
You
has a
gotta remember-
haplogroup H.
Yeah, that's European, no?
We said that HH. No, it's not European. European is R. So, yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking
Again,
of the mitochondrial
H is not even you. Yeah,
Yeah.
H is not a European. No, it's not.
There's a lot of J's in India.
Right.
And then I
because-
think there's a lot. The northern Indians are mostly R's.
Mm.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
want to see like
30,000 years
R3.
ago. This is what I mean. Are you confident with these dates,
time,
Con?
man.
Because these dates are nasty, man.
I don't
Like
know. I don't know
50,000
the
years.
implication of it. Like, what's it saying?
50,000 years, bro. Some of these dates, man.
Which is why
And
they
that's
say
just and that's
time
just
has
one
fucked up.
branch. That's just one mutation from the long list going all the way back to chromosome Adam.
Wow.
Don't know if you can just take it at face value like that, but it
No, I'm
does
not
sort of give a
comfortable with it.
nice
I'm not
like
comfortable with it because every
comparison.
more data just contradicts. That's
Yeah,
what I find. Yeah.
yeah.
It's like, well, hold on. How about we push the whole timeline of the original thing back? Then it might make more sense. Yeah. Because if you don't do that, you're just gonna say like people 2,000 years ago, yeah, whose origin are 30,000 years ago. Like, what are we doing here? Just tell everybody that 30,000 years ago these people existed, and move your fucking digital clock or your calendar back, and maybe it might match up with theirs. Yeah, because we're not using the same calendars and shit.
No, definitely
So
not.
yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Like how
I,
they
I don't I
work
don't I
things
don't I
out.
don't believe the data are accurate, and I'll tell you why.
Uh-uh.
Because it's gonna feed into that
No way.
Homo sapien. It's gonna feed
Mm-hmm.
into that evolutionary chain. Because
Evolution
when you
monkey
get
shit.
past 200,000 years, you're gonna start
Mm-hmm.
looking at Neanderthals, Australopithecuses, and
Mm-hmm.
Homo erectuses, and none of us here are gonna accept that. So,
Mm-mm.
like, are we gonna just take? Are we just gonna
No,
take the
I'll
letters?
accept the name.
And
I'll
then
accept the name, right? I'll accept Australopithecines, right? But I'll say to them that Australopithecines are our ancestors. So they still look like us and
but
everything. They're
bro,
just
they look like
older.
apes, though, man. They look like
The
apes.
thing,
Uh,
Zulu. Let me say
Forget
something.
about their interpretation, Zulu.
What we're
Because you're
looking at
right.
here, yeah,
You're gonna make it
is
be
about 10
monkey.
different sciences, right?
Lucy's
So
gonna
you've
be
got
a
the science
monkey.
of haploid groups and DNA, you've got the science of like anatomy, physiology, you've got timelines and carbon dating. Like they're all different specialist sciences that we're having to sort of leapfrog from one to the other, including history, including mythology. Like all these things come into it to just get an overall picture. Because there's limited data when you're like going that far back in time. Do you get what I mean? Like, so we're sort of filling in the blanks ourselves in a way, and we're
Limited
going by
data.
like what makes logical sense. But
Limited data
really,
for Europeans.
yeah, like really, sciences ain't really designed to kind of mesh into each other.
So you're saying
So
we can take the letters and ignore the
Thank
date?
God Africans
Is that what
write
you're
shit
saying?
down.
I'm not saying ignore anything. I'm just saying always maintain a
Yeah,
healthy
take the information.
skepticism.
No, you're right, Zulu. Take the information. Yeah, but just like when it comes to the timeline bit, be very dubious.
Yeah, because that's from a different science, isn't it?
Affix your logic
Dating
to it.
things,
Yeah, in
carbon dating.
timelines. How you
That's
do
a different
timelines,
thing.
Zulu. You put your logic to it, and you'll see that, like, because even if they just give you the basic data, they'll tell you one thing's 2,000 years, and then they'll tell you another thing's 30,000 years, and then they'll tell you another thing's 100,000 years that all relate to the same thing. Like, bruv, what are we doing? Get your
We've got to kind of use
organizations
our
right
own
and your
judgment,
departments.
really. We've got to
Of
kind of
course,
overstand, like
of
the
course, of
saying
course.
goes, to overstand it.
Yeah,
We have the overview of it.
of course. But you have
No, I
to
think
analyze it and break it down. That's what it is.
Yeah,
I think that, I mean, you could say maybe the present day markers are accurate. Like these people today are E1, these people today are
Right.
J2, whatever.
Yeah.
But when we start going back to
Back
Ks
then.
and Fs and all
No.
this, like, what is this, man? Like, are we just
Lies.
going by the evolutionary model at some point? At a certain
Yeah.
point, we are
No.
using it.
Yeah, true.
What it is, you
100
have to
Zulu.
understand, yeah, that roughly you got
Someone's trying to squeeze
you got
themselves into history.
branches that branch off from each other. So two people, let's say for example, went in different directions, but they have a
Here we
common
go.
ancestor. As long as you can get that in your head and you don't really think of it as one came after the other came after the other in a consecutive lineage, that doesn't always happen that way. So sometimes like people go their separate ways. So for example, if you look at the E's and the J's, right, we're saying they're two different people, but they had a common ancestor. So when the J's branch off now, then there's another branch where the R's go off and do their own thing, and then some of the J's go off towards India and they become a different category. So because we don't know how these categories are designated, who decides when J's became R's or whatever? Like somebody somewhere said, okay, these people are different enough from the original groups to warrant their own classification now.
No, but what's
That's a
pissing me
whole
off,
nother
yeah,
science
Khan.
within itself.
Yeah, but haplogroups is just the other day, fam. Doesn't
What
even
I'm
go
saying
back
is,
as
like, we
far as,
shouldn't really
hold on.
take these labels too
It doesn't
seriously
go
because
back as
really,
far as the
all
archaeology,
human, like, if we're saying all
anthropology. It
humans are
doesn't.
human, right? We're all the same, really. When you
No,
start
we're
giving
not.
people these labels, we start trying to imagine them being so different from each other. But really, it's not that.
Well,
It's
no, it's
just that
not
they've
that.
moved into a different climate under a different set of circumstances, or they've become inbred by being isolated, and their genes have sort of slightly taken a different route. But really, ultimately,
And that's you,
all humans are,
unfortunately.
of course.
Well,
No, that's
do
you
you know,
lot. Yeah.
do you know what it is?
Because
Yeah.
when we're talking about me and Zulu, there's no fucking admixture other than the Africa one.
No, there is.
No, other than
No,
the
the
Africa
only
one.
other mixture me and Mac are gonna have is from pygmies and Khoisan.
And from other
Well,
Africans,
me and Mac
like,
are from the same
that
tribe
exist.
originally.
But yeah, there's man with 2 fingers and 2 claw feet. Are me
I
and
don't
Zulu
know.
related to them in
I don't know
Africa? No, we
why
don't.
you think
They're not. We're not.
admixture is not really that important, really.
It
Admixture, all
is
right, it's going to change
extremely important.
your phenotype maybe slightly,
Sorry.
but
It's
apart from
extremely
that,
important from the
how?
original matrix of it.
Why
Yes,
is it? Why is it?
extremely. We're not talking about, yeah, your first individual, whoever you originate from, was an admixture. That's a bad start.
It's not.
Where
It's not.
me and Zulus was original. You know what original means?
No, you're not original.
How? We're
Because that
from
Hold
the
on, I
suits your
can't.
original.
suits your politics. In
Hold on, you're
actual
saying
fact,
original. We're saying we're not original. What do you mean? You're saying we're not original Africans?
Right.
no, I'm not saying you don't originate from Africa.
The original
That's a
Africans.
different
No.
thing. I'm saying the original Africans
Yeah.
would have been different people.
Of course, because that's
I can
thousands
I
and
can agree with
millions
that.
of
I
years
can
ago.
agree with that.
Yeah, because that's millions of years ago. But we're saying within a certain space of time, because remember that only interactions come in the modern time. Yeah. But why we was millions in years in Africa? Yes, of course. Multiple mixes and multiple
Here's the
mixes and
thing.
multiple
Millions of
mixes.
years in Africa. Where is this
Yeah.
even coming from, man?
Come on.
Millions of
Yeah.
years.
Well, it wasn't millions of weeks.
Here's the thing for
Tell
me,
you that.
yeah. If you look at this whole system,
I'll
this
say
whole
millions. You know
science,
why I say
it's
millions?
like
Because we can't
humans
even
have got like
put a
barcodes
time on it.
on them. So when you go shopping, for
We
example,
have no
yeah,
evidence to
you
say
got
anything.
barcodes on all the products that you're buying, right?
Mm.
And humans are like that. They have this barcode, this haploid group that can prove that human beings didn't just leave Africa, they actually returned to Africa at times as well. And there's always been that corridor where people have been going out of Africa and coming back into Africa. Do you understand?
Hold
Now,
on.
when we look at
How old? Hold on. How old is J2, for example?
30,000.
30,000 years.
So what does that mean in Homo sapien history?
That means that there came a point in time where a bunch of people went off and they were isolated from other groups, and they became their
Only
own.
hold on.
They
Wait.
became their own group.
So hold on. Only 30,000 years ago, right?
Yeah.
But the existence of Homo sapien is what?
200,000.
300
But
fucking thousand years.
Here's the
Hold
thing:
on
what
1
you're not
second, bro.
understanding,
Hold
Maku.
on, my brother.
Go on.
300,000 years.
But that's
So,
irrelevant.
like,
That's
so
irrelevant.
in the timeline of just Homo sapien, yeah, how 30,000 is a fucking blip.
It's
Yeah,
not though.
because
you're not
no,
understanding
bro.
one thing. Listen to what I'm
No
saying to
one
you.
you can mention,
Hold
yeah,
on.
exists
It
prior
doesn't
to
matter.
30,000 years ago.
What
No
I'm saying
one.
to you is this:
Yeah,
there could be
no one you
100,000
know.
years pass where nothing happens during that time.
No, that's not true.
Do you understand?
Nothing
Yeah,
that
of
you can
course.
actually measure or know
What I'm
because you
trying to
don't
say
have
to you is
records of it.
the actual number you're looking at 100,000 or 300,000
Yeah.
doesn't make a difference. What matters is, yeah, like Zulu was saying before, and another day he was saying that when we look at, for example, comparing J to E, we can see that E is closer or has less bus stops along the route when you go backwards to the original. So they're closer.
Listen to this.
That you need to think of it more in that
Listen to
way
this.
rather than in
No,
actual years, because the years doesn't matter.
If we are E, yeah, it just shows how far we've come in our development as Africans, right? Untouched, yeah?
No,
Because
that's
things
bullshit.
start happening, hold on, things start happening and admixtures start happening after that point. Fuck your J2 or your fucking R1s and all of that shit. Yeah, that's not original. That's late in the fucking day. So
But
yes, time does
We
matter.
all come from
But
Noah.
there's
One
one thing
second.
you're not
Yeah?
realizing. If we went
Time
back in
does
a time
matter then.
machine, if we went back
Okay.
in a time machine to the
Yeah, you
original
would not
J's,
exist.
they wouldn't have looked any different from the E's. Like you'd be walking amongst them thinking they're the
Right.
same people with the same
So
culture. It's just they
okay.
lived in a different climate, a different environment, and
All right.
eventually, after a long period of time, then they ended up being different.
But what about A1?
Yeah,
What
what
about
about them?
L1 and
Adam.
L2 and
A
all
is
of that? And
Adam.
No, A
those
is
are the
like
first
the
people.
pygmies and the
Right.
original Africans.
Thank you. So look at the
But
time.
but
Look at this.
we're not A though. We're E.
We're E. Thank you. And I'm accepting that, right, Zulu. But
Yeah, but
that
E
shows the mixing of Africans within the continent to the extent that modern Africans are E1B1B and E1B1A. Cool, no problem,
Maku. How many
right?
stages
But
is there
no one
between
wants to
A
talk
and
about the
E?
ones before.
1 minute, 1
Hold
minute.
on one second, Zulu. I mean, Khan. Yeah,
Go on.
Zulu. They don't want to talk about A1. They don't. Yeah,
Why?
and they don't want to
Why don't
acknowledge.
they?
Hold on, that every single number up until E and down to J2 was us and is us. The more
What do you
as you
mean
get
us
to
though? When you say
E1B1,
us, what are
I'm
you
E1B1.
identifying as?
I'm
When you say
E1B1A.
us,
I'm E1B1A. What?
you're E1B1B
What?
and A mixed together.
Okay, cool, no problem. Whatever it is, yeah, it has to be older than that because A must be in there. B must be in there. C must be in there. D must be in there. F
Yeah.
must be in there before E.
All right.
Right. So plain and simple. If you don't know alphabet, then why are we even having this conversation?
All right.
Why are they even
Question. But
labeling?
Wait a
the
minute.
question
How
is it
many?
in
Why are
alphabet?
they
Is it
even
in alphabet?
labeling
Is
But
it in
here's the
alphabet?
thing.
But hold on. But guys,
Go on.
do we
Yeah.
understand how haplogroups actually work? Because is it in
This is what I'm
alphabetical
saying.
order?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes,
It is
it is.
roughly. It is. Yeah. Roughly.
Come on,
Really?
bro.
Yeah.
Yes. Like I played a whole
Wow.
video on fucking haplogroups, and you're telling me that's what the question you're gonna ask.
So you're saying that the
Unless you
person
didn't
that has
see it.
haplogroup Z is like the last person to
Right.
evolve or
Well,
something?
I don't know. We can't absolutely say that.
No,
I
what are
don't
you
think so.
saying, man? Of course.
I
How
don't
are you
think
gonna
so.
you contradicting
There,
yourself?
have been
I'm staying out of it. But
there's
yes,
sub
Zulu,
1 minute,
you are
man.
correct.
There's
Yes.
subclades and little small groups that are
So
discovered
J2,
later
what's
on.
J2? He's a pussy, isn't he? He's a baby into this. Yeah.
Bro,
Who?
This is what we're trying to
A
say.
is China, bro. A is Mongols in China.
Yeah, because they came from Africa
What?
and made it all the way to Mongolia before E's and J's even existed.
Oh my gosh. I knew I couldn't trust this haplogroup shit, man.
I told
Why?
you.
Why?
It's
Bro, this
flawed.
is
Speaking,
it's all over
the
the place. It's
original
all over the
Mongols are
place,
closer
Kwan.
to the original
Listen,
Africans.
Zulu. Yeah. What he's saying is that some of those
Yeah, some of
original
those.
people,
Yeah.
share DNA.
Well, the
With
originals.
with
Yeah.
modern people. Because if you're gonna say Chinese or Orientals or Mongolians, that's new. Yeah, that's not original. We know that's not original just by look, by DNA, by anthropology, archaeology, and just facts. Yeah, we know everything came after fucking A. Yeah, and A's and L1s and L2s are fucking Africans. Yeah. Now you want to do this spread out of Africa theory, that's down to you. But what we're saying is, yeah, we've been going out of Africa from time immemorial when Africa wasn't Africa. Hold on.
Yo, Kevin's going in the chest.
Let's say for argument's sake, a group of Africans moved to Mongolia, right?
He's right.
And everybody who met up with them was dominated by them, and they still maintained their dominance in terms of haploid group, right? So that means they take everyone's women, and the men they minimize them, so they could have a little, a couple of other little letters.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, J2 is not happy. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Get your Anatolian ass out of here.
Yeah, you're not even Anatolian. That's even the cheek and the audacity of it. Mad. You're not even that. Yeah. You can put your thing to modern day tribes, modern day peoples. Yeah, you can't put yourself to ancient peoples like us. Yeah. One, they're telling us we're E1B1A and E1B1B, but that's still ancient. Like, what are we doing? So we're saying, look, it's a timeline thing. For us to be here now, we're Nubians, we're new beings, we're new forms of our ancestors. Plain and simple. Whether we Bantu or this one or that one or that one, even to get Bantu took thousands and thousands and thousands of years before any other people existed. Like, let's be honest. But no one can pinpoint the origin of these elder tribes. And they still come from older tribes, as I found out. As you said, with the Khoi and the
Yeah, because
San.
Bantu is a mix. It's a recent mix and a recent like unification after the
Right.
dispersal from leaving Levant, from leaving Kemet and all these places. We went into West Africa, and then from West Africa we started spreading out into Central and South.
And to know that a Zulu would tell you that Ndembele is of the Zulus. It's like the newer Zulu, right? It's
Yes,
off branch.
exactly,
It's just a bunch
exactly,
of Zulus who went
exactly,
somewhere else, right? But they
exactly.
are essentially. That's what man's saying.
Speak the same
I heard
language.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it from a Zulu. Like, you know what I mean? Was explaining something the other day, and I was like, yeah, come on. It only
Like
makes
if a
sense.
Zulu person spoke to me, I would understand what he's saying. 100%.
Thank
It's the
you.
same language,
Because you
everything.
are Zulu. Yeah, we're not arguing
And
about
even
that.
with the Shona, the Shona is different only because we split off for a long time. But when we re-encountered them, the similarities are still there because
But when
again
we
we
say
all
split off,
migrate.
yeah, you're going to breed with another admixture tribe. You know what I mean? Another original, or you know what I mean? You're going to mix with another set of people.
But it's just
Because
it's
we're
just
in the
another,
future,
another part of the family. It's just another part of the
right?
family.
But we're in the future talking about things that had gone already.
Yeah.
Things that have gone already to make us what we are now. And I'm like, well, I don't know how Khan can't see that. That we're so different because we're E1, B1A, and B, yeah, by our blood. We're different from our ancestors completely. That's bullshit. Do you know what I'm saying?
We probably look exactly the same as them before.
And I
I
realized,
think
like, oh, hold on. I go 2 generations back. It's different tribes we're talking about. My great grandma was Irobo. That's a whole nother tribe.
that's how one of the tribe. Yeah, exactly.
That's a whole nother tribe. Like my great grandmother, yeah, was a different tribe to my grandmother, who's Shakiri. But her mother is Irobo. Like, bruh, can we stop
But
playing this game? Like, you know how
do all
Africans
those
work.
tribes share a common ancestor?
No.
No.
No. Or if they do, it was a million years ago. Yeah, because you understand that some tribes have to leave where they are or where they were at a particular point in time and come down to that region and then meet tribes that are already there. So how are they related? No, they are related, but well back and so safely and so distant that they can breed together. And there won't be no genetic defects or no problems. So yeah, when they say yeah, we're all related and yeah, to a certain extent. And in Africa, it's more than 6 degrees of separation. It would have to be, otherwise, we'd all be disabled in the future, in the now. We'd all be disabled and have ailments and disabilities and and that our genetic faults that we do have are only minimal and result in albinism, vitiligo. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Only
But you don't think
genetic.
that maybe, but you think that maybe not to say that we can maybe have relatives in the family, but because our genes are stronger, we can handle it a bit more. Like you can maybe marry your fourth cousin and it won't do as much damage as it would like if an Indian did it, or if you know what I mean? Because like think about it, like for example, like slavery times, like they're not gonna know who's related to who, right? So a lot of the people today might have just married each other after the slavery was abolished, and not knowing, oh, that's my cousin from this tribe or whatever. But they're still healthy today, isn't
And
it?
if you're gonna be part of the royal establishment kind of thing of your country or your people, or your town or your city or whatever, yeah, they hold that shit in high regard when it comes to who they breed with, what happened, what tribe connected with the next tribe to create you or to create peace and then to create you and then to create, what various admixtures of that. Oh, I'm half this, I'm half Irobo, and I'm half Yoruba, and I'm half Shakiri, and I'm half. You get it? If we wanted to do that as Africans, yeah, we just don't tend to generally do that. You know what I mean? Because the obvious is what's true. Two of the same tribe hardly like get together. That doesn't make no sense. You're called that because of the region. But when we check the origins of a lot of people, they say, oh, we came from somewhere else. We came from somewhere else and we settled here and da da da. You know, your granddad or your great granddad, but he was from another tribe called so and so and so, and they came from the Middle East or came from, you know what I mean? West of Africa or South of Africa or wherever. We got so much diversity within Africa and it's so fucking large and vast. Yeah. We only maybe think of it on a small scale.
But yet we still look like Bantu is a very big tribe, but every Bantu more or less looks the same. The differences are very hard to spot. So that indicates to me, and it doesn't always mean they come from the same tribe, but the fact that they look the same, the languages have similar words, similar culture, food. Like for example, in your culture, you guys have pounded jam and all that. We have pap. Why are we pounding these carbohydrates? Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like even like the stews, everything.
and all
Like
that.
why are we
we
eating
doing
the
that?
same shit? Why are we having the same spiritual systems? All of these
Cow
things.
foot, cow's knees, whatever.
Do you see what I'm trying to say?
It's all the same.
Even like when you look at the spiritual systems, you guys have you guys have the Oludamare, they have the Mare in Mashona. Why is it all the same? It only indicates that they come from a general tribal, a parent tribe that now splits off into all these. Okay, you're Igbo, you're Zulu, you're this, you're Nguni, you're and then thousands of years later, you have modern day Africa. But I'm saying that Bantu tribe itself would have had to be amongst the ancient civilizations, the ones that were there 5,000 years ago, like Sumer or Egypt. It had to be amongst those tribes, because if we're the oldest people, then we have to be amongst those people, the civilizations.
We have to be
It only
amongst those
makes
people.
sense.
Thank you. Yeah. Otherwise, it's just like somebody's chatting shit. Not chatting shit, but as I said, timeline from the beginning is messed up because you want to add carbon date in, then that's even more confusion. Like, which part of confusion? You know what I mean? I'm trying to be logical, but you're giving me dates and numbers that are just clearly contradictory, or you know what I mean? Like, gonna make me think, whoa, hold on, this doesn't make any sense. I'm supposed to be a logical guy, and I'm trying to apply logic to this information, and it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't fit. Maybe you might have to push the timelines a bit back, come towards sniper type of thinking, and other black scholars and other scholars, European, thinking, no. Maybe we might need to go further back with our thinking. That would account for how people are here now. Because even their tribes, you're saying, or their admixture is 25,000, 30,000, 40,000 years ago. But yet the history of supposed Homo sapiens is 300,000 years now. What are we doing? How long is that in 300,000 years, fam? 40,000. Are you dumb? Let's get to 100,000, then we're saying something. Yeah. But you're saying for a long time, man, we're doing nothing. Makes no sense. Yeah. That's a modern lie because you weren't there, Mr. European. You wasn't there to know what man was doing 100,000 years ago. If man had chariots, if man had wheels, if man had proper things, civilization and all of that, you can only guess. But
How
the
can you have
indication is that we
how
already
can you
had
have
that.
chariots
Yeah.
without horses to pull them?
All right, you just came in bulldozing. Like, what the fuck?
What do you mean horse?
No, but I'm saying like a chariot, is a specific thing, innit? It's
How
like
old are horses?
you got to have horses, innit?
How old are horses? How old is the existence of horses? You
I
think
don't know.
Well, then why are you talking about horses?
Because
Like
I know
Africa wouldn't have horses.
where horses live, and they don't live in Africa.
Where do they live?
We have
They live
horses
in
in
like
Africa. Oh,
in
sorry, my brother.
Turkmenistan.
Don't they come from
we have
America?
No, horses
in
come from
Africa.
Turkmenistan.
Are you saying there's no horses in Africa?
Yeah, that's right.
There's no horses in Africa.
That's right.
Yeah, I
No,
think so.
we had tribes and things that are on
There weren't
horseback.
none in America either.
Bro, my brother. We have tribes that are on horseback. Those houses that you talk about, you know, in
Wait, didn't the Nubians have
northern
horses, Max?
Nigeria, of course. But I'm just saying to modern time because they're actually
Bro,
ancient people still, yeah,
before
who have
before they had
always traversed the
before they had
desert. 1 second,
chariots.
my brother, before they always traverse the desert, yeah, and there has been many African caliphates and rulerships and invasions and incursions into other people's land from Mali to Egypt and whatever. That was on horseback, bro. Like horses are
Okay, so
carved
can't I
on the
looked it up.
wall. Hold on, horses are carved on the wall of Egypt, and you want to tell me about where? You want to tell me about where? Europe.
I think what Khan's trying to say is that
With your
at
baby
certain
horses.
points they were traded into Africa through trading, or maybe Africans went out of Africa and brought them back in. But they're saying that the horse itself
With
isn't
who?
native.
Hold on. If you've
Isn't
got
native to
depictions
Africa.
of man with chariot before,
No, but we're not denying that they had them, Maku.
No.
It's
Before
whether or not they originated in Africa. That's the
Listen.
question.
Listen. Before any European exists, yeah, to trade with. Like, what are we talking about trade? Unless we're talking we were trading with other forms of ourselves, then I can accept that. Yeah.
No, but this is why I said Maku.
One,
No,
one
hold
sec,
on,
Zulu, Zulu.
hold on. Before the emergence of the first European civilization,
Forget
we already
Europeans,
had.
man. Listen,
Hold on, my brother. We
I'm listening.
already
Go on.
had depictions of us on horseback
I
with
understand that,
chariots.
Maku.
So, like,
But
what are we talking about? He wants to
Maku,
bring himself in late in the day when maybe, yeah, man did trade with man.
Listen,
Yeah, but
Maku.
we
Did
never
all
traded horses.
animals? Did all animals originate in Africa?
No.
So it's possible that horses lived somewhere outside of Africa, isn't it?
Right, and then Africans went out there and
said
brought
that.
horses. Yeah,
Right, but
that
we're
would
all
have
right.
been.
Let's say
Hold
that
on,
happened. But what
that would
year
have
was that?
been in a
Roughly
time.
when?
Yeah, but that was
Roughly when?
before any European civilization exists. Let's agree that.
Okay.
Right. So then, what are we talking about?
It's the same.
No,
It's
we're
the same
just getting
thing.
the timeline straight. That's all. We're getting the
yeah,
timeline
but we
straight.
can't even.
It's
we
the
can't
same thing
even
with
remember.
It's the same thing
That's
with
our
camels.
argument.
It's the same thing with camels. Camels don't originate from Africa. They were brought in from Arabia, and those camels in Arabia actually originated from America, supposedly. So animals originate in many different places,
Right?
and it doesn't matter where they are today.
But is
doesn't mean that
it true that Africans are in all those different places originally? Huh. Who's there before them?
Yeah.
No one's
But then
there
again,
before
Maku,
them.
but
So
Maku, we know that we've
it's a
traded.
trade that works both ways. No.
But
When we go places, we take shit with us. We're the first niggas with boats. There's no argument there. So then, filling the boats with horses, camels, whatever, and taking them to other parts of the planet, or those animals being there and us traveling there and saying, there's so many horses here, let's take them back with us. Yeah. But this still in a timeline where no European civilization, not even Greece yet. It's not even in the twinkle of its
Okay,
parents' eye
Maku,
or whatever.
I just
Yeah?
typed it in, and it says here, horses entered Egypt at the end of the Middle Kingdom, which is around 1780 BC.
Madness.
Its entry was linked to the arrival of nomadic groups known by the ancient Egyptians as the Hyksos, who are the desert rulers. Soon the Egyptians loved horses, and they began to acquire its best breed from the Arabian Peninsula. So it's saying here that the Hyksos brought in the horses, which would make sense because
to southern what we're calling or northern Egypt, right?
It says
I
Middle
remember
Kingdom.
that whole
It doesn't say
region.
that.
1 second. Yeah, but I'm just saying that, and that's still within dynastical Egypt, like bruvs. What we're talking about is pre.
And 1700 BC, Maku.
That's
1700
dead food,
BC ain't
man.
that long ago.
No, it's just the minute,
No, but
last
you know,
minute. And Africans have had horses way before that, and way
that's
after
not
that.
true. We
and
never
way,
had horses, bro.
Africans.
That's not an African animal. A
No,
horse is
you're
not.
saying Egyptians. No, cool. I can accept Egyptians, but Africans went out across the planet, settled, created civilizations across the planet, and you're saying like they wouldn't make use of any resources out there. We don't care. we're indigenous to the planet. So all of this Africa business. I agree with you that we ain't all from Africa like that, but that was when the continent was one. And if we're gonna do that Pangea shit, you're talking 200 million years ago. Now I know you're not gonna accept that.
But this is the thing though, Mike. We got to understand. Yeah, there's animals in Africa that are in other parts of the world. Like for example, Africa has unique animals like impalas, and they have giraffes. They aren't giraffes in any other part of the world but Africa, right? Unless it's from a zoo, unless someone took them there. So
are zebras
not
considered? Sorry, are zebras considered horses?
Maybe they're from the same family, kind of. I'm not. Maybe I think a giraffe is more like a deer, no?
Not a giraffe. I'd say the bloody zebra.
No, zebra is a horse.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we weren't riding zebras, bro.
How do you know?
You can't tame a zebra. They're too
How
wild.
do you know? What? We can tame any fucking thing. If we can tame a lion, one second. If we can tame a lion and we can domesticate all of these animals, why you've got domestic?
You can't ride a lion though.
My brother, why you've got cats in the first place? Because cats came out of domestications, right?
Bro, we're talking about
domesticating animals.
We're talking about taming an animal and using it for transportation. We're not talking about just having a pet lion. We're talking about someone actually riding a zebra.
Do you think camels were born to be ridden by human beings?
Of course not. It took time.
Thank you. So what's the difference? Like, please.
The difference is no one's done it in Africa. No one rides zebras. What? That's the difference.
I think some people rode zebras still. Yeah. You can't say in the whole of Africa no one rode the zebra.
Okay, so why haven't we got hieroglyphs of Egyptians using zebra chariots? Why
maybe they just look like horses. Yeah, maybe they didn't put the stripes on it, but maybe it was the image of a horse on the horseback in front of a chariot, because that looks like a horse. It doesn't look like any other like leopard or a rhinoceros, or you get it. We had horses.
Someone said, Mr. Alio says it's a wild donkey.
What is?
We definitely had donkeys though.
Yeah, we had donkeys, mules, all of that. Yeah, even to find your Dead Sea Scrolls, it took a woman riding a mule, and the leg of the mule went into a hole in the ground, and she found these scrolls and thing in some pots and stuff. It was a hole in the ground, so the donkey or the mule's leg went into the ground. But that's only recently. Yeah.
Okay, I just typed in here. Yeah. Most typed in where do horses originate from? It says here, big approach.
I'll be like one. Big approach.
It says here, most experts agree that horses originated in North America approximately 50 million years ago. They were small animals, no larger than a small dog, and lived in mostly forests. They gradually increased in size over millions of years and adapted to more and more environments, including
probably through breeding as well.
So it's saying here that North America, 50 million years ago.
I was going to say that you can domesticate a zebra. 1 minute before you go. You can domesticate a zebra. It will just take a lot longer, but you can do it.
No, I don't know about
it's just harder. It's just harder.
If you've got the ability to domesticate a horse, you can domesticate a fucking.
That's what I said. I mean, you can domesticate almost anything, but it would take longer for certain animals.
Let's do this. Yeah. First people on the planet, supposedly Africans, right? So who's the first to do domestication? Because we see cats in ancient Egypt. Yeah, we see lions, we see all of that, but we see domestication with the Egyptians. Now I'm saying, the origin of these Egyptians, when you go way back at the beginning or the halfway through, as you said, Zulu said, the Middle Kingdom, is the existence of everybody else starts to come into play. Assyrians, this one, that one, then Greeks and whatever. You know what I mean? All of this.
Harappan as well, remember Harappan.
Right. All of this after, while Egypt is in a zenith.
Egypt is probably even older than what they say. So I would say
that's what I'm trying to say.
I reckon it's going to
timeline.
go back way back, couple of thousand
Yeah,
years.
but Marcus, someone one day thought, okay, let's ride these animals. Pause. Someone sat there and thought about it. It's not just like we're always doing it. It's not natural to ride an animal. So I'm not saying that we weren't the first people. I'm not saying we weren't the first
You need
people
to
to
check
do it.
your history, bruh. Some people,
No,
it
it's not
depends on what
natural,
you deal
man.
with. Sorry, it depends on what you deal with. Because if you're in a part of Africa where livestock is your thing, yeah, you might not ride horses. The only thing that you're using your chariot for is to make a cow, those huge cow with those huge horns,
Yeah, but that's not
do what
natural,
it needs
Marcus.
to do, right? Well, it seems to be natural, as in we're men. We make things. Man makes. Yeah, we don't create, but we make stuff. Yeah. So we would make a wheel. We made the chariot. Yeah.
Okay,
Or we
but
made
wouldn't you
the
agree that
farming
okay?
tools. 1 second. So we could use the oxen to till the land rather than
No,
us
Marcus, I
doing it
agree
like
with
we
that
originally
100
did
million
like that.
percent.
Bruh,
They would
come
use
on,
the
man.
cattle to plow. I agree, 1,000,000%. Probably doing
Right.
that longer than riding horses. I would say personally, probably right, because
Right.
farming is more essential than transport, right? So,
Thank you.
but then
Well,
now when we're talking
kind
about
of.
war horses or
Yes.
going on campaigns,
Yes.
actually making saddles, actually
Yes.
riding an actual animal. I don't think
Yes.
this became an actual thing until that Middle Kingdom thing.
But it's
Because
still first. It's still first with us. It's still not first with them. It's not first with Greeks. You don't see Greeks riding around on horses. You don't see fucking Romans really riding around it. They walk to fucking England. They walk to what do you call it, Germania, right?
I can't remember whether there was
Right.
horses in
So
India.
I'm
I'll have to
saying
have a
like
look.
these men are talking about horses like it's theirs, and yet it's in the Americas. Cool, but 50,000 years ago could only be people who are older than 50,000 years on the planet. And I'm saying these people are 6,000 years on the planet. These Europeans, yeah, Asians a little bit older, Orientals a little bit older.
You're talking about Khan.
Then thank you. Khan's way at the end. He's the last baby, 5 minutes. Yeah. But when we're talking in the terms of human, you know, the phenotype and blah blah blah, we know all of it came out of us, right? And us mixing with other things that were out there, because we know we weren't the only hominids on the planet.
Oh, you upset Dublin, man. Big up Unique Diamond, man. That's what she was.
There was Monkey Man. There was also, as I said,
do you believe?
Man,
I heard you talking about the book of
Lizard
the Nephilims and the Nephilims and the book of Enoch. Do you believe in all that kind of stuff?
I believe I believe in some of it, but I don't believe in all of it.
We read and we study.
Because it is interesting. It is interesting. I'm not saying I believe it, but it doesn't. Some of it makes kind of the more you read it, the more it kind of makes sense in a way.
Well,
it's a weird story, but
I can't read. It's like, but that if I thought in certain ways, yeah, it would restrict me from reading a load of things. Yeah, we don't use emotions when analyzing or studying or breaking down information. The two just don't make good bedfellows. Yeah,
but
people start getting emotional and doing all these type of stuff.
Because I watched.
But hold on, right? Whenever you hold on, let me say this here. Whenever you're reading these books outside of the Bible, yeah, not to take away from them, because some of them are very true in some respects. But it's very important to know who wrote this, when was this written.
Do you think some of them could be allegories and
right? Because it could be it could be fan fiction. It could be Talmudic. It could be Kabbalist.
Man could worship Satan. And he could be a Mason, and he's writing a book. That's why we say author and authorization. We have to check those things.
Yeah, because what happened is I've always watched the normal, the Ark, what is it called? Noah's Ark, yeah?
Yes.
And whenever I watch the old story, it's pretty straightforward. Animals are put into the ship, it floods. Then I watched a movie called Noah with the Russell Crowe in 2000.
That film was demonic. I hated that.
And that film I was so confused because I didn't understand what the Nephilim was. I was like, this is mad. This looks like science fiction. And then when I started looking at the Book of Enoch recently, I've realized, that's where they've got the story from.
That's where they got it from, bro.
Yeah, but they didn't say the men were rocks. They didn't say
the men were rocks. Yeah, what was that all about, man?
They didn't say the men were rocks.
They said they put the flame of they put the flame of the angels into a rock.
Sorry,
Yeah, they put the soul of the angel into the rock, and then when they killed the rocks, the angel flew up. It's just so weird, man. And then Noah had the skin of the serpent, the scales, or on his arm, and he had magical powers. Like, what kind of
that's
crap
not
was
in there.
that?
That's
It's
not in there.
weirdo stuff. No, what is that?
Okay, all right. It's hard, it
They're
was
just
hard for
making
me.
up shit. Like,
Dude, when
I
I
was just
first
like,
watched it, I was so flummoxed because I didn't know anything about.
And
the Book of Enoch.
there was no black people, Raj. There was no Indian looking people, no black
Oh,
people.
yeah?
It was just all white people.
Did you ever
And
watch?
and
the
we're-
Gods
Oh
of
yeah,
Egypt?
yeah, you're right.
And,
You're right.
and Raj,
yeah,
we're
yeah.
talking about the first people, by the way. Can you
Yeah,
imagine?
yeah.
What about Gods of Egypt? That's a
Oh, that's a
I
ridiculous. You
hate
can't-
that film.
homeless.
Man. I
No,
hate that
there's
film.
another one. There's Gods of Egypt, and there's another. Oh, what's it called, man? Let me just see. Gods. I
Fair
can't.
violations,
I
bro.
can't watch these films anymore because it looks so stupid.
Bro, and do you know what's so sad
Like,
about
it-
that Prince of Egypt film, Max? They made
No,
the
Gods of
black-
Egypt is on
black
the next level,
Egyptians
but
as
there's one.
servants, bro.
There's
the black
another
one?
one with
They made-
Christian Bale. Let me have a look. Christian Bale's on
That's
that.
the one
that
we're talking about. That's
No,
the one
no,
we're talking about.
Gods of Egypt is even worse. It's got what's it called? Oh God, what's his name, man?
Bro,
Jared Butler in there.
Look at this Australian guy playing Ramesses, some
I know,
blue-eyed
I know,
Australian.
I know,
And the only black people that are in there are the servants.
Yeah. You see them
Man.
in the background milling about.
Tar. They got the South African brothers Tar. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all you're getting. Tahuti.
Man.
Yeah, that's all you're getting. Yeah, you blacks, that's all you're getting.
It's disrespectful. I'm telling you.
Like
And then
all
people want
these
to say, "Oh,"
counterparts
and
weren't
then
the
you know what's
same as
annoying,
him.
Maki? People want to say, "Oh, you guys are doing this. We was black. You're making everything black."
We were
They're
changed.
the ones making everything white.
No. The thing is, look here. I understand. Look. When I speak to white, like United Elron, we created everything. We made everything. The pyramids, Harappan civilization, everything is to do with them. Yeah, like the whole world. So I understand why there's a blowback, but you shouldn't make the same mistake they're doing though. Yeah, because sometimes I hear people saying, "Oh, we created everything as well." No, dude, man, you didn't. It's like it's a united collective.
It's a team effort.
It's a team effort. So when you're looking at a certain progress, I mean, the last 400 years, no one's going to say that when it comes to the West, they're probably the most technologically advanced at the moment. But their inventions are built upon other inventions that were built by other groups.
Yeah, man.
But still,
Like a gun, a gun
Yeah.
can't be made without gunpowder, can it? You can't shoot a gun without gunpowder. Who created gunpowder?
But Raj, still to this day, there's people that will tell you with a straight face that the Egyptians were white.
Yeah, I've had it with Elron. That's why I say,
What's
they're on
that
top
all
of the
about?
pyramid. Well, they're on top of the pyramid getting burnt. Like, how does that make sense?
They
The
can't
only
even
time they can
survive in
say they
Africa,
were,
bro, without getting skin cancer.
no, the only time they can say maybe they were a little bit lighter would have been under Cleopatra because I think she come from Greek heritage. But that was way later. That was like just
I
2,000
think
years
the
ago.
biggest influx they had of non-African people
Was
was
the Ptolemy,
the
the
Hyksos.
Hyksos and the Ptolemy.
What year was that?
That was Middle Kingdom, like 1000 BC, 1700 BC.
Motherfuckers.
Yeah.
And the Hyksos weren't white. They were just like olive
No,
or like
they
Middle
weren't
Eastern
white
kinda.
as in Elrond, though.
They
Yeah,
would have
they
been
weren't white,
either black or brown people, mixed.
Yeah.
I think a mixed group. You wouldn't have had white people with blonde hair walking around.
But Raj, this is what I said. Yeah, the original people would have been a variation between the
Yeah.
Indian look or
The
the
thing,
Negroid.
Zulu. This is
But
what I
this
said to you.
European thing
The
is
part
a
where
baby
I'm up
thing.
to, part where I'm up to is where the Russians or the white Europeans are mixing in with the Middle Easterns who are considerably more melanated than they are now.
Yeah.
So
that's
even
why,
when, for example, I'm
glad you
watching a
admit that.
program like the Turkish program about the beginning of the Ottoman Empire, they struggle to cast melanated people, and they're having difficulty because when you think about it, in the last 200 years, they've had nothing but Bulgarians, Russians, Greeks mixing in with them. Do you see what I mean? So even the population of Turkey itself has gone from Middle Eastern with a good
looking
percentage of
more
black
white
in
now.
there
Get
to
Zulu,
being almost Russian.
Next
Hey,
time
did
you
hear where
argue,
Cleopatra's from? She's from Cyprus. Mad
Who's
thing.
that?
Yeah,
Yeah, but the
Cleopatra.
Cyprus then ain't the Cyprus now.
Right,
The
thank
Cyprus
you.
then,
Bro.
they would have been more like I
Thank
said,
you.
like East African looking.
Yes,
Asian
the
looking.
Greeks would have been a bit more,
More
obviously there was
E1. They would have been much more E E1.
As I said,
well, you see the Sicilians because they're on an island. They've been kind of like separated. They're still quite dark.
Yeah, but they'll tell you it's because of the Moors, though, right?
Okay.
They'll take
But one
because
thing you
the
should
North
say, Zuko,
Africans
is
came
that,
in.
when you speak to people like Elron, who's a German, when you think of Germany right now, you think of a technologically advanced a group of people.
Nah,
But
they're not.
during Caesar's time,
Germany,
read what Caesar said about the
they were
German people.
barbarians, man.
He said they were
They
running
were living
around
in
the forest.
forests, man. Yeah.
They were running around the forest naked with
Yep.
no shoes, but they were good at fighting. What does that sound like?
That's
It sounds like the way the
Bit
British were
savage, doesn't
describing
it?
other groups.
Describing Africans.
Yeah, and
That's a good
Indian.
point.
So,
That's a good point, Rod.
so
And
the
you,
problem is that depending on what time you're in history, like when the Egyptians were going to the UK, they would have thought like if they ever come here, they would have saw at that time, wow, these people are backwards, or whatever group here. So certain groups have their time.
Right.
that's a fact.
Right now, it is the West time, whether anyone likes it or not. It's their time.
Fact.
But
Oh,
when
they're
they start
ruling now.
thinking
That's
that
a
they
fact.
created everything, this is
Yeah.
when it gets stupid because
Well,
all
it's
these
not
inventions
even
are
that.
built upon
I don't think they
inventions.
do that. I don't think they do that. I think they genuinely are on a voyage of discovery, right?
Yeah, definitely.
To find out what happened before they ever existed. This is the whole point of what they're doing. We're not the ones doing archaeology, anthropology. For what reason? We told you. You said our thing was mythology. Someone said it earlier, myth. But that's a myth, Mackie.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
shit.
true. That's true. That's true. They were
Do you think
downplaying our
do you think
tribal.
it's the Neanderthal DNA
Hold
that
on.
Khan's
Now
got?
biblical stuff is a myth because biblical stuff is based on ancient texts that came from ancient civilizations, which most likely and most probably were Africans. Oh man. Yeah. Take your L any which way you want it, but you can't take our L.
But the thing is, we've seen throughout different
You don't take
civilizations
our
that
L.
look, if you look
Our
at
L
India,
is
if you look
your
at
God.
India during the
Come on,
Harappan civilization in Indus Valley, they had running sewage, water in every house, and somehow I don't know why the civilization went backwards. It can happen
right.
But that
sometimes.
happens. That's
It
part
happens.
of
It's
it.
Look
weird.
at Mexico. Look at Mexico. Big up family. Look at Mexico.
Yes,
Look
yes,
at the
yes.
Olmecs.
The Olmecs, the Aztecs, all of that shit.
Look, we
Yeah.
showed
It's
you
always done
videos
that, Raj.
earlier.
It's like 3 steps forward, 2 steps
We
back.
was
It's
there.
always been like that.
We was
And it'll
there
happen to Europe sooner or later.
and we
as
left.
well.
No, we was there and we left. It happened to Europe already. The Africans of
It
Europe
did. It
were
did.
The
Yeah.
Dark Ages.
expelled.
Dark Ages.
Expelled. You got your St. Patrick's.
How the Irish saved civilization.
Right. Expelling pygmies from Ireland.
No.
Pygmies from Ireland.
Oh,
Is that one of your guys, Dublin? Is that one of your guys?
What the fuck were pygmies doing in Ireland? No, maybe because they were there first. Yeah? Severus, the fucking black fucking Roman, general, who became emperor, brought the biggest army to England to fight people in Scotland who were black also, who were riding around on chariots.
Yes,
and had
because we were.
spears.
We
Hold
were
on.
the reason why they didn't invade Ireland. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, they had the other side had chariots and spears. I said,
Yeah, but they weren't black, Maku. They might have been melanated, but the blackest British were the
listen and hear what they
British,
said.
the proper
Sorry,
Britons,
sorry.
the
They
English.
might have been
Britain.
swarthy looking.
They would have been.
Hear what they said.
They would have been blacker.
Let me finish.
Hold on.
Than the Scots.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm saying that these, and what the British also said was that these people were from somewhere around the Mediterranean. What the fuck was Mediterranean people of different types and driving chariots and da-da-da? And if we go back to the Mediterranean, it could have been in the time of the Carthaginians before any Romans.
Definitely.
Yeah? And then that would make more sense that these Africans who have elephants, chariots, spears, all of horses, and all of this shit can travel across the globe. And the evidence is clear to see, and people are calling them gods in some places, calling them Nagas or Negus in other places, because they come in with big afro, silk garms, because there ain't no silkworm in Africa. Yeah, that's facts. There's some things that are not in Africa, and they're still amazed. Tobacco doesn't come from Africa, but yet the pharaohs have got the whole lungs full of weed
And cocaine
tobacco
and all sorts.
cocaine. Who's
But listen,
processing cocaine thousands of years ago? Like, what are we doing?
when you go to our burial tombs, that the Halpo group that they find in the bones is H. So that's not Irish today.
No, that's
no,
Indian.
exactly.
That's Indian.
Exactly.
That's Indian.
Oh, I'm an Indian. What technique? No,
Hey,
big
you're
up, big up.
H. You're H.
Yeah, Indian is H. You're H.
Yeah,
Oh, is
Indian's
it?
H.
But here's the thing, Maku.
Yeah.
The Indians of today don't represent the
Like
H
Cheddar Man.
fully correctly because they have a big influx of R's in there that
I think
lightened
Cheddar
them
Man
up,
was H.
made them a
Well,
lot
so
lighter
what?
than what they were.
What are you saying, man? They're not the H from 7,000
No,
years
no.
ago.
No, you're talking about the north. If you go to the south, they probably are still
They're
No,
proper
quite.
hold on.
myself. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I
so
feel
the
like
north,
You can find
the north
them.
has
I'm
been
not saying
quite.
they're extinct. I'm just saying they're not as
It's all mixed.
widespread.
Some of them,
mixed.
some of them are darker
Go
than us, you know, Max. Some of them are darker than us, you know.
Who?
In India.
In north, in
Yeah, I
the
know,
in the
no,
south, in
bro.
the south.
I
in the
know that
south.
clearly. I'm not saying in general they got that thing that some Africans have. Yeah, that black shiny skin and and all of that. Like some Sudanese, some Ghanaians. You know what I'm saying? Like we've got Africans who are as black as them. Yeah,
Some of
but I call
the
that
Aboriginal Australians have that
I
as well,
call
don't
that
they?
reactive melanin because if they're in England, they're pale.
Yeah,
If they go back home for a month or
they're
two,
under the sun,
they're
right? Yeah.
super black, blacker than their
Yeah, that
eyebrows.
is
Put it
true.
that way,
That is
or
true.
blacker than your eyebrows. You get it? So I've always made these things clear. I've seen a man come from Sri Lanka, and bruvs, he was blacker than the blackest black.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is true. That is true.
And because of
and
no
within a couple
sunshine.
months,
Yeah.
no, because in a couple months, this nigga faded.
Yeah,
He's super light skinned. Like, what the fuck? You knew he was Asian. You think he still had kind of what you
It's probably
consider
wearing
dark
Fair and
skin, but
Lovely,
not
man. Fair and Lovely.
Fair and Lovely. He didn't use no bleaching cream. He was from the bush. His head
So
was
how did he get
wobbling.
lighter then? I mean, was that nat? I mean, how
It's the
how did he
conditions.
get?
Climatization.
No
He's got-
sunshine.
Thank you. So they're assuming and they're putting that to black people when that's not how it works for us.
What
So
we need
we're
to
showing
recognize
you
is that
there are
the
different
shape
types
of the
of melanin.
planet, the shape of the planet, even though you're going up in the hemisphere, you're going north, you're actually more further away from the sun. The quality of the sun is less. The vitamin D is in the sun is less. So a man's gonna get like looking malnutritious or withdrawn, or he's gonna lose his color coming to England.
I don't think it's the sun. I think it's the
It's the
absence
quality
of
of the sun.
No, it's not the quality.
It is.
Sun
It
is
is
sun
lacking.
because
That's why
everyone's
Matthew, in
still
England,
tan.
the more north you go, the
Bruv,
suicide rate just goes through the roof. Male suicides.
Let's be honest.
It's because the sun is being hid by clouds. It's
summer
not
now.
that.
No, it's the
yeah.
quality of the sun.
Thank
It's the
you.
quality
It's not
of
the
the sun.
quality.
It
Sun
is.
is
not
It
the
is.
quality.
Look it up.
Because
Bruv, I've read up on it. I'm telling you, it's the quality of the
Well,
sun.
bruv, it's not
It
the quality
contains
of
less
the sun
vitamin D.
because what protects us from the rays of the sun? It's the same 7 layers of atmosphere. Like, what are we doing?
And why does
I'm
it
saying is
contain
that
less
Whatever comes
vitamin
from
D,
it,
though, Khan? It's
the
because
equator is different, and when you look at Scotland, which is literally Greenland, it's different.
we know, but I'm saying in England, yeah, that's not what is making anyone the absence of sun and the conditions of cloudy, rainy, and all of that, yeah, is what's making certain people lighter. And even us people who melanin won't change, we don't have change in melanin like some of our cousins. Yeah. So there's different types of, I call it reactive melanin because it reacts to sunlight. Yeah. That's what the word Egyptos, affected by the sun. Yeah. We are not affected by the sun. Do you know what I'm saying? But we have cousins and family members who are affected by the sun, meaning that they could be light skinned looking. And then once they get out in the sun for a significant amount of time, they go completely jet black.
Even me, you know when I wear my turban, and it's sunny, I always have like a triangle, you know, because that part of my head is, the top part is not, is covered with the turban, so you can see the shade change. Yeah, like it can be like almost like a shade, like a totally different shade depending on
when
how
I went
hot it
to Africa and came back, bro, after spending like 6 weeks or whatever, the last time, I was my enhanced color, which was a kind of ruddy red kind of look, rather than a dark skin. You know what I mean? Like completely black.
so you
skin.
do
I haven't got
do
that.
get a tan then, Maku. You do
It's not
tan.
a tan. It's my melanin is enhanced, as in
saying melanin activated.
No, I'm saying it's in its full capacity. Like I'm saying, if someone's light skinned
It's what it's supposed to be.
they
It's
seem
what you're saying.
yellow skinned, when they go to Africa, they will become gold looking. You know what
Yeah,
I
but
mean?
Maku, apart from
So,
it
like,
protecting you from the sun, whatever, do you believe it has any other kind of like positives?
Are you all right?
I don't know. Like, I'm asking you a question because I only
It
know
is the
about.
most, bruv. It regulates your sleep, your wakeness, how you breathe, how you process information, how you see, how you everything, how you
Have you got
think.
proof on that though?
Well, I
Yeah,
can't
man.
believe you've never heard
Yeah,
me
bring the
talk
proof,
about
man.
no
Because
melanin.
I need. Like, I'm not saying you're a
Bro,
liar,
not
but
only does it
I've
do
never
that,
heard
but
of anything
we looked this up.
apart from.
That we looked this up. That hold on, Raj.
Yeah.
Raj. We looked this up the other day. We found that melanin absorbs radiation more than other complexions. And we also found out that it was also more resistant to UV radiation. So there's science
Listen,
to the point
Yeah,
where even in
that I'm not
space,
going to
we looked
argue
this up
Zulu,
the
about.
other
hold
That's
on,
day.
obvious,
Raj.
dude. That's obvious.
When
the
white
reason,
people put on
they're sending things
sunscreen,
into space, and they're
go on, Zulu.
sorry, Zulu, go on.
they're sending things into they're sending things into space, and they're putting melanin around it to protect it from the harmful
That's
radiation and
Yeah, but
rays.
I've not
So
argued that
melanin itself
it
has
doesn't. It
utility.
doesn't.
It's
It's
very
a
So
useful
so
in terms of.
Dublin. One thing.
So
I
imagine
universal
a
chemical.
human being.
melanin protects you from
Imagine
the negative effects of the
a
sun. There's no doubt about that. But
human
whatever effects do you think it has?
being filled with
My brother, we listen. The science of melanin is still being studied, but they know enough to tell you all the significant things that the brothers just mentioned. Do you get what I'm saying? And I'm just saying, like, the reason you wake up at a certain time is not because of the fucking sun, or it's not because of your fucking alarm clock. It's because of your melanin. You have different types of melanin. Your melanin helps you regenerate while you sleep. Yeah, so there's different types of
Yeah,
melanin.
but what happens if
right?
you don't
And
have
I'm saying,
melanin though? A lot of melanin, like people that
Nah,
are
you can't
albinos.
be a
no
human
one,
being
no one.
without
You
melanin.
can't. You can't.
No, I'm saying if you have less, I didn't say you didn't have none, but I'm saying the less of melanin you have, the
Well,
more white
okay.
you are, the less of melanin. Are you
Well,
saying
you
that
see
though?
white people in it. You see them, like you
I
see
see
them.
them all. What does that
Okay,
mean?
you're
Oh,
gonna
God, I'm not
age.
gonna go.
So they're
Let's not
cool,
go
bro.
this route.
Hold on, one
You've seen
second.
white people
They're
before.
cool. One second. One second.
I
They're
did
cool.
it. Can
They're
I just say
here.
one thing? Yeah? Can I
Hold
just say one
on.
thing?
One
Yeah.
second. Let me finish. They're cool. They're here. Yeah. The only problem is, yeah, we all agree that we're like, can't we all just get along? Yeah. The sun does not agree with this policy. Yeah. We have no control over the sun. The sun says if you go out there too long and try and
Yeah.
bring back the melanin, what your
Oh, the
body's going to
sun's
do is create moles, yeah, and those moles are cancerous, and they call
Oh,
it
the sun's telling
malignant
you to get out, Dublin.
melanoma.
Get
Well,
out of the
listen,
world. Get out.
No, it's not Dublin's.
I don't
That's
need
not Dublin's
sunscreen. I
argument.
don't need sunscreen.
That's not Dublin's argument,
Yeah.
right?
Mm.
Because his blood, he's an admixture. He's got admixtures.
He's got
that
African
help
in him.
balance his thing. Thank you. Yeah. So this is the point. Everybody around the world is hoping that they have African in them, and it's apparent enough to save them from the rays of the fucking
Why
sun.
do you think people in the
That is
Middle East
mad.
don't need sun cream? Why do you think they don't need sun cream and they're in the desert like that?
Yeah,
Because they've
they have
got
to
the
mix.
African gene in them as well.
Get it mixed.
That is true.
Yeah, but
That is true.
You would have had to mix
I have no issue
to
with people
survive.
saying that melanin is protecting you from the sun, and the
Nah,
more
that's
the
minor.
negative effects of it, and the more you have,
There's no
the more
negative
protected you can
effects.
have. And that's obvious. You could just see a white person
What
when they go
negative
to a hot
effects are there
country.
of melanin?
I didn't say it was negative. I said the negative
Oh,
effects
okay.
of the sun. Like there's obviously the sun is positive, but it has some negative on
Yeah.
people's bodies. Yeah, if
On some
you don't have
people,
melanin.
yeah.
On sun, yeah.
No, in their skin pigment. Get it right.
But
Don't-
Raj, when you
say
put
don't have melanin,
sunscreen on,
Mm.
if you put
Melanin is
sunscreen on
colour,
that and you
colour.
put UV light, light over it, it shows up black. Just shows up pure
Can I
black.
say something? You remember, Amaka, do you remember a guy called James FRD? He used to go speak to this little white
Yeah, I remember
blonde.
them.
One time he was
Yeah.
standing next to you, it was boiling hot, yeah, in the sun, yeah. When I looked at him, I could see his veins through his skin. That's how white he was. It was
Yeah, I can see my
unbelievable.
veins through my skin.
Oh no, but I'm saying like proper,
They
like he was
used to call
translucent. Yeah, and that's how I could. He was translucent, dude. Like I could literally
Yeah, but
see
when
through.
I look at my veins are green.
Yeah, they're green.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah,
wow.
but some people's are blue.
I got blue.
Yeah,
ones
it was
and
blue.
green
It was
ones.
blue, bluey greeny.
Yeah.
Now some
But
are blue and some are
listen,
green.
man ain't got
That means
thing.
you're
And the
half
fact-
original, con.
Hold on. The fact
got
that
blue
you're
bloods.
quoting you're quoting melanin. Because when you quote color, you quote melanin. Yeah? You're acknowledging the melanin within you. What's your eye color, Raj?
Brown or dark
Thank
brown.
you. Melanin, right? Even if I ask a white person, what's their eye color? Oh, blue. Melanin, right?
Yeah.
Right? Because it's color, right?
Yeah.
Oh, what's your hair color? Black, brunette, ginger. This is all color, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The only time there's absence of color, yeah, is if you're blonde.
No, even that's
No, that's still
melanin.
a
But
color. That's still a color.
if
No,
you're
it's
grey
not.
hair,
It's
like
Trust me,
it's pheomelanin.
it's not. Because what it is showing what nature shows. Yeah. When something is dry and thin, what color is it? What color is it? Huh? The desert sands and the waste parts of the world, like, yeah, no, nothing. This is dead right now.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
things age, it turns white.
Why?
when you look at grey hair, it's just
Sorry
basically the same as normal hair, but it just doesn't have the pigment in it, the color
Why?
that keeps it like supple and bendy and
Right.
quality. It just looks brittle.
Have you ever heard the theory that the reason why Northern Europeans are white and blonde hair is because they mixed with albino Africans? Have you heard that theory?
What?
That they
Yeah.
were because albinos like
No, we were
might be
saying no. We were saying it
No.
was the other way, as in albino Asians, which makes more sense because they
Nah,
call
you can't
themselves
say that.
they
You
call
can't say
themselves
that, Mackie.
one
You're trying it
second.
now.
They call themselves Caucasians, do they not?
That's just the name of the mountain.
They don't call themselves
Caucus.
core Africans.
Yeah, but is albinism hereditary? It's not hereditary. Is
Albinism.
it?
It's just albin. Anything that
No,
loses its
it's
color and
genetic.
becomes
It's
white-eyed
genetic,
No,
right?
is a
I'm saying,
process
is
of
it
albinism.
hereditary? I'm saying, is two
No.
albino parents going to give birth to a black child or an albino
I
child?
know, Zulu.
I'll
the
check,
illness
let me
of
check.
albino is
back to
separate.
it.
Exactly,
The
Zulu.
albinism
That's
is
right.
different.
But in some cases,
If it's
in
not
most
hereditary, then if you mix an albino, you're not going to have white kids. You're just going to have a black
No.
kid.
Yeah,
Let's have
exactly.
a look.
Because that's just the illness.
that's if an albino mixes with another albino, the result is probably going to be another albino more than likely. You've got
So
more
can I just read
percentage,
this
right?
in all
But
types of?
if an albino mix black, yeah, see, back
to black.
with a African or an Asian of color, that thing can disappear
But
quickly.
the
But that
kid's
gene will
not
You
going to
need
always
look.
two
be
parents, from my understanding. You need
But
two
hold on,
parents with
Matthew, the kid's
albinism
not going to
for
look
them
mixed
to.
race though. That's what I'm trying to say. Because the kid's going to look black though, even with
in
an albino
general.
mom or
No,
dad.
one. If both are albino,
No, if even if both are albino, the kid's going to come out looking like a normal black person.
as in
Yeah, I have to
features.
say that. Look, I've said it loads of times, but
Yeah.
because I do
No,
portraits,
our thing is, remember the absence of the albino thing is absence of the melanin, right? So all that's gonna happen is like the features ain't gonna change. You're
No, but
right.
it's not It's not
If
hereditary.
it's broad nose, well, it seems to be in Asia, and it seems to be in Africa like a SEMA one-off.
yeah, and
You
another
get
thing is
it won't be a whole family because I've got a cousin.
process.
One second,
Yeah.
I've got a cousin who's albino, but he's got like ginger hair. He's tall. He's fair skinned, not like pale. Yeah, he's kind of yellow, kind of brown skin, should I say? Like kind of light skin, I would say. Yeah, and his eyes are moving in his thing. He's got the glasses on and
Jittery,
all
looks
of
like
that, right?
jittery. Yeah.
Okay,
But his older brother, hold on, his older brother is shorter, a bit darker complexion. Yeah, completely normal. So I can see how it's like a one-off for us. Where when we're looking in India, we're seeing whole family.
Yeah, whole family.
Granddad,
I've seen the whole family. Mum, dad.
I just typed it in. It says here both.
You need both parents to have that gene. I think.
Maybe it's that Denisovian, because them man got the
both-
Denisovian
both-
element.
Sorry, go on.
You know, like that. Like I haven't even read it.
I know, go on, Z.
Both parents must carry an albinism gene to have a child with albinism. Parents may have
Right.
normal pigmentation but still carry the gene. When both parents carry the gene and neither parent has albinism, there is a 25% chance at each pregnancy that the baby will be born with albinism. So you can be a normal black person and still give birth to a
Right.
child who's albino because of the gene.
But how many?
Right.
So,
hold
but how
on
many?
one second. This is why I say albinism is a genetic thing. It's something that is something wrong within our genes that allows that tumbling or that process to thing. That
But it
means
can't be in a
somebody.
huge,
One second.
huge amount of the
That means
population, though.
that
the gene.
means somebody was fiddling with your genes, fam. Yeah, to
Oh,
have
doing
a
He's a
genetic
mad scientist.
default in something
Mm.
that was made perfect. Shush. Yeah, so for us to
And
be
when he,
E1B1, hold on, for us to be E1B1B and
the Anunnaki.
E1B1A and not be our ancestors 100%. Do you get it? They are something different, and the fact that they can only deal with what
Matthew,
1%
let me say one thing
of
here.
the human genome is a peak.
Yeah, I have to say, look, because I do portraits, and I've said this before loads of times. There's no argument that black people age better than other races, and the more darker the skin, the more better it ages. Because I have to look at the skin quite close up.
I don't think
to check.
statistically
And
that's
I'm
true,
telling you,
Rog.
dude, it's true.
Allow it,
Dude,
No,
telling
someone
you,
said the Chinese are the best at aging.
No, the
No,
Chinese
bro.
are the worst.
Me
They
and you
look
are
like
the
freaking
same age,
raisins
yeah?
when they get older.
And
Have you seen
I look at
Wow,
least
right.
15 years
That's
younger.
true, dude. Asians are the worst. White people are bad as well. Asians are kind of like in the middle, but the black, I swear to God, sometimes I've gone.
Are you saying the raisin? Wait, are you saying the raisin heads, Raj?
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, when it comes to, look here, I've seen black people because like when I sometimes look at the skin, I'm like, okay, I wouldn't mind doing your portrait, and I say, how old are you? I'm freaking 65. I'm like, what? It looks like freaking 40. Like he's got the skin of a 40-year-old, and that is very rarely do I see a black person who's got very wrinkly skin.
I'll give you.
That's why I don't. That's why when I do old people, you'll see on my portfolio, they're all white people or Chinese or whatever.
Right, but
because their skin gets wrinkly very quick.
Raj, look at Tom Cruise. Yeah, Tom Cruise is what, in his mid-60s now.
Yeah,
He
I'm saying on
60s.
average, dude. I'm talking about averages. There's going to be people that I'm talking about on average. Black people, the skin just ages more well than other groups, and that's not me trying to
we know that.
beg
Everyone
it.
says,
But it's just
oh,
the
black
proof
don't
that I've
cry.
seen it with my own eyes.
All that. We know that's true. Khan is
I've
the
seen
only
it with my
one
own eyes, man.
opposing these
I'm just saying, I saw a program about L'Oreal.
Yeah.
They've opened up a factory in China where they're analyzing skin on the Chinese because they're trying to work out the chemicals
Chinese
that's
are admixture
in their skin that apparently keeps them wrinkle free longer than majority.
Wrinkle free. Have you
just
seen
saying.
them?
Do you know what this sounds like?
They look like raisin heads, man. When they hit 60, they turn into raisins. Are you crazy?
Do you know what it is, Maki? You know, someone's doing good or someone's done something good or whatever. You always have to downplay, like, oh no, it's because of red-tete. No, not really. It's just like to try and make yourself feel better. But just accept it. Listen, if LeBron James is good at basketball, I'm never gonna be LeBron James. Just accept it. Why do I have to say, oh no, but LeBron was actually cheating, or maybe there was this and
some things are just like,
nah, man. LeBron James is LeBron James, and I'm Zulu. He's LeBron James.
And the thing is, it doesn't make anyone better or worse. It just means that it doesn't make anyone better or worse. It just means that certain groups age better than other groups.
But you know what they do though. But you know what they do, Maki? They'll say, "Oh, we'll give them the biological advantage." But
It's
they don't
not
have
that Zulu.
Oh, hold on. Let
You
me
man
finish.
like
Let me
to
finish.
sleep.
Let me
Listen,
finish.
You see Neanderthal
You man
genes
like to
coming
sleep
out.
10 hours a day. Everyone else sleeps 3 hours.
Let me finish. Let me finish. They'll give them the biological advantage, or they run faster, they're stronger, but they have a low IQ. We have a high IQ. Those Africans have a low IQ. So they'll give you
IQ's not
this
really a
quote,
measure of much, really.
but
But
they'll
I'm
give you
saying
the
with the aging
athleticism,
thing,
but they'll say that
the
you
more
guys
you
are dumb, though.
sleep, the
That's what
less
they'll
you
say.
age, right? And like majority of
Mad.
black people like to sleep at least 10 hours.
God, how do you know that?
It's a fact.
How do you know?
I know.
that?
I've got the black gene in me. I sleep 10 hours as well.
You ain't got
People
no
like-
black gene.
You're not black. How can you put your experience onto all black people?
So, one minute. Let's be fair. You're saying Dublin's got black ancestry, but I haven't. Why is that then? Because he's got Nigerian and I've got East African. This is Bantu supremacy.
He's done a DNA test.
Hey,
And he's got no Puerto
Zulu,
Rican.
how many hours?
I've South Bantu and West Bantu. And
How many hours do you sleep a night, Zulu?
Pause.
Zulu, how many hours?
My sleep is bad right now.
Mine is as well, but how many on average?
I probably sleep like 6 hours or 7
Oh,
hours.
how many hours do you sleep a night then, Meku?
Huh?
On average, how many hours of sleep do you have a
Well,
night?
not much still.
What
And
are
I
you
still get
lying
up
for?
early.
How much?
Early.
8, 9, 10, what? 7,
No
8?
I sleep like 7 hours a
way.
day, probably.
Yeah, I
It's
sleep
only
like
because you're
7.
over 50 now. When you're old, you don't need sleep.
Stop Zilla. I don't know if Stop Zilla
Now
is he
it's- hey,
That's not
Somalian?
true. That's
Me
not
and you
true.
are the
You from
same
Africa,
age,
Stop
Mostly.
Zilla?
and you can't even do what
Come
I
on,
can.
man.
Bro,
Are you Somalian? Yeah, how many
I'm
hours?
one.
How
Let
many?
me tell you something. It's a
You're
fact. And I
finished
don't know if
already.
you've noticed it.
How are
The
you
older you
finished
get,
at the
the
same
less...
age as me?
1 minute.
You're
I'm
finished,
asking you a
and I'm
question.
still ready to roll.
This is what Khan is good. He says something to say stuff. Well done, Khan.
Why are you putting the cart before the horse?
If you turned on your camera and I turned on my camera, they would say,
Just let him be LeBron. Let him be LeBron James, bro.
Why are we
Why do you
going
want
around
to
the bushes?
I am
I'm
LeBron.
saying the older you are, the less sleep you need.
I am LeBron, man.
Let him be LeBron.
Take it.
Is there on a serious note, is there scientific reasoning for that? Because I've never heard that.
Yeah, of course it is, man. The older you are, the less sleep you need.
Yeah?
That's not true.
Of course it is.
Isn't it? No. Isn't it more older you are, the more sleep you need?
The more sleeping old people.
Exactly.
No, it's not.
No,
He thinks old people are raving at night. Yeah, they're like boogieing away all night. Like they don't go to sleep.
Old people go to bed at 5 o'clock, bro. What are you talking about?
No. Listen to this.
No, old people wake up at 5 o'clock.
Hold on 1 second. It means when you're a parent, right, and you've done school run and you had to wake up early to take your thing, it might be still in your system. So someone like me still gets up about 7, half 7, 8 o'clock.
Exactly.
I don't know why it keeps happening. So why are you saying that we oversleeping?
No,
you're just sleeping earlier.
He's like
I'm not going to sleep
you go to
early.
bed early when you wake
I'm not
up
there 11
early,
o'clock
but-
sleep.
Yeah, but you're still sleeping the same amount of hours though.
No, you're not. You're not.
So if you go sleep, or so if you go sleep
When I
at
go
8
bed 2
o'clock
or 3 o'clock
and
in
wake
the
up
morning,
8 hours later,
don't know why
or
you're
you
not
go
up
sleep
to
at 12 o'clock and
It's not
wake
8
up 8
hours
hours
later.
later, it's still the same amount of time.
I can't remember the last time I went bed at 12 o'clock. I can't even remember.
Yeah, I go to sleep like 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, man.
Well, that's
Oh,
your
I go
business.
sleep
I'm
at like
saying,
just chatting shit. You fell asleep on the stream the other day. It was half 11.
I go to bed at like 3 in the morning, bro.
Look, he's like,
Easily.
I need to go to bed.
Yeah, we're geniuses,
3 in the
Zulu.
morning,
That's
right?
why, man. Zulu, people are geniuses. Go sleep late, man. That's what
Yesterday, wait. Yesterday I slept at 10. It's only because there's people at my house. It's the only
It's rare, isn't it, stuff to sleep at that
It's rare,
early?
man. It's rare, man.
Rare.
I was angry.
Right.
I saw
And
Obi-Wan.
hold on. Even to be a supposed road man, you know how fucking early you have to wake up to hit these roads and do what you need to do.
You can't sleep.
He's right. He's right, though.
What are you doing, man? You don't know nothing about it. That's why you talk where you
Well,
talk.
Khan is right. Miso's saying Khan is right. So maybe he is. I need to look into it, man.
But Khan's not even built physically the same.
No, sleeping for
Doesn't
hours
have
and
the
hours is
abundance.
definitely a Western thing, man. People can't
That's
afford to do that
Western.
the rest of the world.
In Africa,
No.
when they
Wake
wake
up at
up,
dawn.
hold on, they wake up with the sun, and
You wake
that's
up at
something
dawn,
like
yeah.
4:30 in the morning.
Exactly. So.
I mean, this is
6:30
a
in the
new
morning,
phenomenon,
I
man.
got
Like,
kids going school. Hold on, banging the gate, dropping off the hose or something. You know what I mean? Like 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, an hour or two after dawn, you're at school.
I'm up.
yeah, but
bro.
everybody in the past, when there was
This
at
is Africa.
night time when it was
I don't know
dark,
what you're
people would
doing.
go sleep 7, 8 o'clock. My mum, I used to speak to my asking my mum. This
All them
this
8,
50,
9
60 years
o'clock.
ago, and they used
The
to wake
day's
up
done.
5, 6 o'clock in the morning. That was a normal
9
sleeping
o'clock
pattern.
is the day's finished. You should have done
Yeah.
bare things
Now it's
before
all
that. It was
tipsy
bare
turvy
hours.
because of electric and lights.
7 o'clock, people work till 7 now.
I know,
Ooh,
man.
yeah, I know. I'm
7
an
to
artist
7
though,
now,
so
isn't it,
give me a bit of
But you
leeway.
can't
man.
compare your
Some
time
people
clock.
do night shifts as well, so you gotta take that into account.
I was gonna say, yeah, the reason that black skin doesn't crack here, black don't crack, is because we've got melanin in it. So
Yeah, I mean, whatever the
against-
reason,
That's
it's a
what I'm
fact
saying,
though,
man.
because I've
against the sun damage, which causes wrinkles, spots
Right.
in the skin, rough skin
Mhm.
texture.
Mhm.
Sometimes there's broken vessels under the skin surface.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
studied
we've
this. You
also
know,
got
sometimes I
like
go
the
on the
thick
train, yeah.
dermis, so like this.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Now, when I go on the
Second layer
train,
of
I
skin
study
is
this a lot, yeah, because I like to
protects
see, like,
us.
because I do portraits. I'm telling you, man, the
Like, we
Chinese
don't really get
don't age
wrinkles
well.
like that. It's not
I'm sorry,
like,
man. Everybody.
you know what I
But this
mean?
is my
Maybe a
question,
few
though.
lines, but
Yeah.
This is my question to
like,
you
that's
guys.
rare.
Baggy
though.
eyes and that.
But
Like
this is
some.
my question to you guys.
That's
though.
hereditary.
Why do
Some.
other people find it hard to not give compliments, just accept the facts of this is how these guys are built
without
without
explaining
having
it.
to
He's got Neanderthal
exactly.
DNA. That's why.
Hold on, let me
He's got
finish. This is important because this is the same thing that I've heard from racist white people. Like, yeah, they're good at sports, but they have a low IQ.
But
It's like
yeah,
we can't be good at sports and have a high IQ or
It
the
doesn't make
same
sense.
IQ. There
You
have
must
to be
have a
one
high
thing.
IQ
there has to be a
to play
limitation.
sport.
Yeah, I get you, man.
There has to be a limitation to our greatness. You see?
Don't you have to have a high
I
IQ
never
to play
understood
sport
that.
though? Like
You
sport is
exactly.
complex.
Hold on.
Anything
Wouldn't
is
you have a
complex.
higher IQ if you were healthier?
Right. They say.
No, but
Yeah.
IQ can also
And
be.
hand coordination, feet
Body,
coordination,
healthy
whichever one it is,
mind.
whatever sport.
Right.
Yeah. You'd have to have
Racist
certain
bullshit,
skills,
man.
gross and
He
motor
knows,
skills,
man.
in
He
it.
knows. Yeah,
Yeah, but
only
the
Turkish
IQ is
wrestling
based
are
upon
you
like
better than us.
solving
That's
problems.
only.
Yeah,
And that's because we're
but
not
there's other
interested in
types of IQ though. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
but
other
we
types
built
of like
civilization, so clearly our
Man,
IQ
fuck
was
You
higher.
guys
IQ,
even
We
build
man.
pyramids. You guys can't even build the
Why are you
pyramids that
talking
we
about
we
built.
knew that if
IQ?
you sleep with your horses, you're going
I'm
to get
saying
pricked.
that
Like we knew that.
there's other types of
No,
intelligence
Sarah,
here,
no,
Sleep
no,
with the
no, no,
cows,
no,
you're
like when
going
no,
to
it
get
comes to
no,
pricked.
no.
art, when it comes to
You're
stuff like that.
violating.
It's
You're
not
violating.
just
You're
about
violating.
solving problems.
Man, a melanin retarded out here talking smack. It makes no fucking sense. Yeah,
I
you
got
know what
melanin.
it
I
is.
got melanin. I got
Yeah,
melanin.
you got melanin, exactly. So you don't have the same thing. But I'm saying a person who came from your people who was albino, right, and managed to, you know, how to
My
civilize
people.
albinism. 1 second. How to civilize albinism is to mix back with the melanated people. It only fucking makes sense. This is what Europeans have been doing since they became fucking civilized albinos, but only civilized to the extent that they weren't dying out straight away or dying instantly like before. Because once
Tell
you
me your
get
theory
poly,
though, because I'm not understanding what you're saying. My
okay,
people were responsible for albinos from my people went over
no,
to what, Europe, or I don't
no,
know what you're
I'm
saying.
saying we all have this albinism in our
Couldn't have been that
DNA,
many albinos,
right?
could there?
1 second,
Of
one
course
second.
not.
But they were horny
Dublin
though. They were
knows.
horny.
But
They were horny.
remember, you as an Indian is an admixture. The
As of
original
today,
you as a
yeah.
Dravidian and all of that, you're from the Horn,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I agree,
So
I agree,
you're
I
of
agree.
the people of the Nilotic and all of these type of looks, and
Mixed
yes,
with a bit of
right.
Russian.
Well,
We
later
got
on,
mixed up over the last couple of thousands years.
later
It's
on,
got a
like
bit of
as you
Russian,
said,
you know.
Khan, you're 100% correct
Step
that they've
people.
got
The
they've
step
got
people.
Turkic,
Yeah.
they've got all sorts, like
Yeah.
many incursions into
That's
India,
where horses came from.
right,
All
has
the way.
diluted the. But yet, in spite of that, you still got 100% pure, unadulterated Africans living in India untouched,
Yes, the CD
right?
people,
The
untouchables.
ones who you see who are the general population are the ones who have been touched,
No, no one's disagreeing with that. We've been mixed
right?
up.
So this is
Look at
our
And
the
the
look at the
further
thing.
south you
Sentinelese.
and the further south you go, the less they're mixed. So the further
Oh,
north you go, the more they're mixed.
Look at the Sentinelese people in the island.
well, let's go. Let's do this. I think we should
Like
do
those
this.
people look like more African than African. Like those guys look proper African, bro.
Oh dear,
Like what
oh
we
dear,
doing?
oh dear, oh dear. Let's go. Not play no games.
All right, let's have a look.
Straight away.
What's the channel called?
Don't
Yeah, you
worry
want to flag
about
it. Yeah, you want to try to flag it.
Yeah, I'm gonna flag it. Yeah.
You have the Mani.
Oh
You
dear.
have, in southern Thailand, you have a related group in northern Malaysia, sometimes called Sakai, S-E-K-A-I. You have the Andaman Islanders, and there are at least two groups. One group is called the Onge, O-N-G-E, or O-N-J-E. I think it's O-N-G-E. And another is called the Jawara.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's
Is
gonna
that
get
the one from
sticky.
That guy's
India?
darker than me, bro. He's darker
This
than
is
me.
8 minutes of stickiness for anyone who thinks they're Asian, yeah, and not an admixture of a mixture of a mixture of a mixture of a mixture, yeah.
Then
The
no one.
original people
But we
still
know.
reside
I know
in
that though. I
those
know that.
regions all over. No, hold
Yeah,
on.
but I've never argued against that.
No, because
Obviously, that's
people
true.
thinking Asia's just India. So like, let's fall back, yeah. When it's Malaysia, when it's everywhere, when it's Bali, where it's Japan, where it's everywhere. Like,
Well, who's argued against that though? I don't think
no,
Yeah, I
anyone's
think
arguing.
you're preaching
let's
to the
get
converted here.
perspective.
Everybody knows that people went from Africa
Let's
and
get
migrated into
onto
India over there, and then
perspective.
other groups started coming
Yeah,
in and
but when
mixing.
you're calling yourself different names like you're different, and then wondering why these things are happening, that Europeans are coming out of admixtures, yeah, let's get it straight then, innit? Let's go back to source and the original people and obviously get an understanding of how this became the way it is. How we've got so many Europeans who are in recess of their melanin. How did this happen? Yeah, because the only genetic way or the only evidence we got is albinism.
Does he
You know
explain it
the
in this?
problem
Does he
with
explain it in this?
the problem with white people,
Unless
Matthew,
you
is
want to
that
be
there's
from the
so many of
monkey.
them. There's a lot of
Unless you want to be
like
from a
there's a
monkey,
lot of white people.
I'm
So
out.
when you think about the lands
Yes.
that belong to white people, starting from England, going up to Germany, Finland, all the way across literally to Japan, down to Turkey, Persia, which is a huge country. There's like a lot of white people, and any black that was there originally has just been bleached out, unfortunately. And obviously that's where the whitewashing comes from, isn't it? Because
Yeah,
when
I'm
the
saying
black's
we were
not there,
there.
visibly there, it's easy to deny it. Do you know what I mean?
But as I said, yeah, it sounds good. Sounds all good. But as
So
I said,
Mesopotamia was
like,
black as well then. Miso,
everywhere was fucking black.
Originally.
Are you
yeah,
dumb?
Miso doesn't agree
Yeah.
with
If
that.
it wasn't
Well,
black
if
or Asian,
Come on,
Ireland was
Miso, come on.
like,
hold
if the
on.
people that built
The whole
Newgrange
culture is black and
were
Asian. Like you can see it. You can see the Hindu, the thing. All of that is mixed in
This is why it's
Mesopotamia.
Afro
We've said this
Asiatic.
before. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
it's
see the Kemet, the
Afro-Asiatic,
Egypt,
So
meaning
it's a
Middle
mix between the
Eastern.
African and the
Yeah, I mean, obviously
and
to
the
get to India,
Asiatic,
you
the
have to
original,
go through
who are still
Mesopotamia.
Africans. Again, because if the Africans who are still in India are still Africans, then obviously they went off to India and they were still African. From their descendants come these admixtures that you're going to call all these other people, and then eventually Indians,
From my understanding,
Pakistani,
those
Gujaratis,
Africans that
Jats, all of these type of things is a millennium, and you're definitely an admixture of an admixture. This is what I'm trying
yeah,
to
I
say.
don't disagree.
You know
I
what I'm
did my DNA test. It's all over the place.
Right.
The
So
thing, the
you got
thing
a
with
bit of Khan
Indians
in
is
you.
though, the thing with Indians
bro,
is
Yeah,
that
you
they
got a
were
bit of Khan in
isolated.
you.
Yeah, from
Yeah,
You honestly.
Tajikistan. What is it?
They were isolated for
Right.
so long that they homogenized and became their own separate group. So even though they have these elements of J in there, hunter-gatherers, farmers, they got it all in there really, like the Indians, but they've homogenized and become their own entity.
Right. So, but again, the original matrix of who made them or whatever are still there.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I
blueprint's
mean, they were on
still
the
there.
island. They were on the island that
So,
never got
like, we
mixed
can't
out.
say,
So, yeah,
oh,
obviously, yeah,
you're
no one's got
related to
them.
me.
Yeah.
No, you're related to the Africans who left Africa at a particular point and went to India.
Yes.
Yeah, but I have no issue with that.
Exactly,
No, but
Maku.
yeah,
Now
but
you're
hold
saying the
on.
truth. That's the truth.
No,
Now you're
That's
saying
the
what
truth.
I'm
I'm not
saying.
arguing with this. It's a
Shut your mouth.
good theory.
Anyway,
man.
let Rakona, Rushdie, and the rest of them tell you, man. Like,
Yeah,
shut up,
Maku
man.
ain't gonna have hardly
Look,
any
listen.
relation to an Indian.
Then you have
What? Sorry?
I'm saying you're not gonna have any relation to an Indian.
That's
Although
not true,
Indians
bro.
will
Like, what
have
are we doing, man?
admixture African in their makeup, saying that Indian didn't get back to your part of Africa. It did get back to, for example, you know, the East Africans like the Somalis and all them lot got a big amount of Indian in them.
Bro, they
have they got Indians
even
in them?
themselves. Hold
Yeah,
on,
the
they
T,
are
the
in
T
the,
haplogroup group is
bro.
black Indian.
Listen,
Oh, no,
they
alright.
within themselves, yeah, are a unique set of people within Africa. We're all unique
That's
in a
right.
sense.
They're a set of
But,
people.
bruh, our origins of our existence far supersedes anything of what you're talking about. We don't have no interference from no Turkic and because you don't exist yet. We have to go out there as these people.
No, we would have existed, but
to
in our
create
in
y'all.
our previous black form.
Come on, bro. No, there's no previous black form.
Of course
You
there
either
is.
existed or you didn't. Like,
Bruv,
stop it, man.
you're making out like white people just fell out the sky.
No, I
There were
didn't.
black people that gradually turned white, innit? Obviously trapped on
Albinism.
top of a mountain
How is
somewhere.
albinism out of the sky?
Yeah, that's
How is it?
albinism. That's what it's
But
called.
hold on,
Albinism.
How is it
but
out? But how is it out of the sky?
By saying albinism, you're agreeing with him because then you're saying that they were originally black. That's what Khan is saying.
So you are saying that albinism is the cause for?
I'm saying there's a
white
difference
people.
between the illness called albinoism and albinism, which is a completely different thing, which is a
Listen to
natural
what I'm saying.
process of basically adapting to your
lightning.
environment based on where you're
Lightning.
living.
No, I don't do that. I'm saying, yeah, for us as Africans, we create albinos, right? This is a fact, right? But our albinos, according to the biblical and other information that I've collated, yeah, is in every 4th generation strain. So it pops out now and again. It's
But
like
you'd see them then.
1 second, bro. It's like
Yeah, you're talking about
it's not
albinos,
as
like
prevalent. 1 second, as it is in Asia. This is why that's the difference. And then the fact that these Europeans who came out of Asians, they clearly tell you that. Yeah? Clearly. Facts. Yeah? Even got it in the name.
Do you know, can I
Yeah?
just say
Hold
something?
on 1 second. No, you can't.
When you're ready,
Yeah?
when you're ready.
Let me finish my monologue. Yeah?
No,
Even
of
got
course.
it in their fucking name, yeah, that they are Caucasians. You thought it was because of the Caucasus Mountains. Yeah? But that's your level of overstanding. Yeah? Carcass Asian. Dead, deteriorating Asian. Doesn't mean Caucasus Mountains.
Caucasus as in.
Anyway,
mean that.
Zulu, are you
Right.
there? Zulu, brother.
I'm here.
All right.
They're
What I
gonna
want to
say
draw a
Caucasoid,
comparison
right?
between albinoism and albinism is the same as the difference between type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes. The end result is the same, but the causes are two completely different things. So you can have a genetic
One's
fault.
a lot more radical.
You can have a genetic fault in people that results in them being white, or you can have a natural process which ends up with them being white. Either way, you're ending up with white people.
And how long does that natural process take?
Exactly. Go on.
Well, it's not more to do with the time, but their environment. It's to do with the environment.
Okay, so what kind of
wasn't one. Like,
Can we listen to the video? Because I need to go.
There isn't a white gene. Like there isn't one single gene for whiteness. It's like
what
more
kind
of
of
about
environment?
3 or
make
4
sense.
different genetic changes.
Some of us have been there a couple generations and we haven't
What kind of
faded.
environments
Allow it,
encourage albinism?
Obviously, where they were living high up in the mountains, there's less thing in it. There's less quality of the sunlight. So it's the same as living in the Highlands of Scotland, for example.
If
So
black
Caucasus
people,
Mountains would be.
hold on one
populations in the
second.
Philippines.
If black people
Sometimes
was
called the
couldn't get enough sunlight, the thing they would get first would most likely be rickets.
Do you know there's 200,000 albinos in India?
Because of lack of vitamin D, is it?
Right, because of the lack of vitamin D, right? So
Rather than going light. Yeah,
we know how the process works with us.
Hey,
We're
dude,
not
share the
talking
screen for
about
a second
that.
before you do your one.
What I'm talking about, hold on
but
one
the-
second. What I'm
Yeah.
talking about is the process of what they're saying. They are saying they are Caucasians, right? Or Caucasoids, yeah? And when they give this depiction, they show Asians and themselves, right? It's not me who put it together and said, oh, this would be smart if I said this. No, these are the fucking facts, the evidence of what they say. Yeah, you can dispute whether they're facts or not, but this is what Europeans say. The European scientists, the European anthropologists, the European World Health Organization, they all agree to these circumstances.
Just share the screen.
Well,
share
I
my
don't
screen
care.
for a minute,
One
Maku.
sec, man, Raj, man.
Because
Patience,
otherwise,
brother.
if you're speaking,
Listen, Maku, I'm gonna tell you
and
why what
having
you're saying
credible
don't make
talk,
sense.
it's gotta be on some credibility.
I'm going to
You
tell
know
you
what I'm
why what you're saying
And if-
don't make sense here, because place names change according to languages. The mountain that you're calling Caucasus Mountains in European language, it's got about 5 different names in 5 different languages. Same like Africa. Africa's called Africa because Europeans called it Africa. Africans didn't call it
How
Africa.
old are the languages they're being quoted? in?
Europe, but you're saying the Europeans are the baby
Oh,
in this.
mate.
So how does their language take precedent then?
Where does it take precedent? I'm just
You're
saying
you're
how
going
they
by
explain.
them.
I'm
You're the
saying
one
what
going
they-
by them.
Yes, I'm saying how they explain themselves. Are you dumb?
Yeah, I can be dumb sometimes.
No, yeah. So what do you call yourself? Are you Caucasian or not?
I'm Anatolian.
Do you say you're Caucasian? Have you ever admitted to being Caucasian?
That's the denomination given to me.
Have
yes.
you ever admitted to being Caucasian?
Yes.
Thank you.
Only
Why
when
did
I'm
you say-
speaking
why did you
English,
say
though.
yes? Why did you
Only
say
when
yes?
I'm speaking English, though.
But I'm saying, like, look, just for general term, okay, so we're speaking English, and I'm speaking English, and I was explaining something in English about what English people and Europeans say about themselves. Where is the fault? Where's the argument here? Just let me finish what I'm saying, yeah? Because this is what they say, not what I say.
Yeah, but you're mispronouncing it. It's not
No,
Caucasian.
it doesn't mean no.
It's the Caucasus.
No, the
It is.
Caucasus
It's not
is a
Asian. There's no
mountain
Asian
region.
in Caucasian.
Listen, the Caucasus is a mountain region in Georgia. We know this.
Yes,
just above
but
Turkey.
I'm saying there's no
right? We
Asian
know
in
that, but hold
Caucasian.
on. Again, plain and simple. Let me break it down simply for you. Yeah. Do we know of a race of people who started in a cave system?
Yeah.
That live above the surface of the earth?
Yeah.
Because in the inner earth, they can talk all that, yeah?
Neanderthals
Whatever.
lived in
Your
caves.
cubes, sorry. No. Yeah, but you could. Did they originate in the caves?
The cave. Well, I don't know. I can't answer that.
You
I don't want to lie.
stupid motherfucker. But you're
I
gonna
don't wanna
say,
lie.
you're gonna say, hold on one second. You're gonna
I
say
don't wanna lie, innit?
Neanderthals. Hold on. You're gonna say that Neanderthals came from Africa. Like what are we doing here?
But did Neanderthals do all those cave
Oh my
paintings?
god.
There's caves in
Hold on one
Africa.
second. Hold on. How many to sustain whole civilizations? Are you dumb? Where?
We don't know where these underground cave systems are,
So no
do
one's
we?
on that. So
They
no
could be
one's on that.
anywhere.
So no one's on that. Everyone's above surface in Africa. Yeah, there's deserts, and we don't have kids in deserts. So we only stay in the pockets where we at,
It's
by
not true. In
rivers
South
and all
Africa,
of
there's a
that, right?
cave system in South Africa
But
where the
no one
oldest
lives
living cave
there.
paintings were found.
God,
And that's where
no
people
one
used
lives
to
in the
live.
cave.
That's where
No.
Neanderthals used to live.
Are you saying a whole tribe or a whole designation of people lived in caves continuously for a couple thousand years before going somewhere else? Like,
Well,
as
yes,
I've
I'm
always,
saying that,
hold on,
yes.
as I've
I
always
only think
repeated, that sounds dumb, because I said, as I always maintained, even though people say, Europeans say they're from the Caucasus Mountains, right? I'm saying, they didn't originate there, right? They were taken there. They were quarantined there. They were put in that position there. I've said this many times, yeah? And then there's many evidence to back it up. We've got pharaohs taking whole armies up to the Caucasus region. Why? What for? What purpose? To keep
and
some
leaving
people
armies
maintained.
there.
Yeah, leaving armies there. Thank you.
Hey, Mac,
Yeah?
share my screen for
That
a
is
second.
a weird. That is a
Hold on,
weird
man.
fact.
Hold on.
Like,
You
you
lot
know?
gonna get this work, and especially Khan. Yeah, because you gonna learn today. Yeah, we don't play no games with the truth. Yeah, we know what it is. Yeah, and we've been telling you from time subtly. But there's a time for that, and there's a time to fucking slap a nigga face with the information. There is. You know what I mean? Because all this dilly dallying has led to silly conversations and silly statements and all of this type of things that really you shouldn't be getting away with, Con. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be
Oh, thank
saying
God you
these
said
things.
God. Thank God.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't be saying these things
I'm
I
not
if you knew
personally,
about
I'm
I
not
stand
involved.
by
I'm not
everything that I've
involved.
said, and I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
it's
yeah.
evidenced as well. So there you go.
what's
Like, you're gonna have a
evidence.
hard
You ain't
time
brought evidence of
overturning the
shit.
work that I've put in with
You've
just
never
some
put
sort of
in no work.
conversational rant.
No,
But you know, you're
I hear
welcome
you.
to
I hear you.
try. You're
You're
welcome
always
to
in an
try.
opposing view, yeah. But that just brings out the inner intellectual in me, and then I'm
Yes,
just
that's
ready
fine,
to
Maku. But
hold
here's my point:
on.
to be the champion, you
You don't
have
want
to
this work.
beat the current champion, which
You're
is
not
moi.
even a champion.
Is
You're not
myself.
even a champion. You've never had a debate. You're not
You
even a
have to
champion of
say, you know,
nothing.
he is the champion
Yeah, you're the champion dissenter.
What
Yeah,
happened to Raj?
of the panels, but not for all the right
you
reasons,
can't
for the
even
wrong,
be a
not for the wrong
champion.
reasons. Like,
Hold on, you can't even be a champion critiquer. Yeah, and come with excellent questions because you would have to know the question you're asking sometimes,
brother,
and you
Here's
don't.
the
Now,
here's the thing,
where
yeah.
hold on. There's other people out here who ask questions that they clearly know the answers to, like myself, because I can't wait for your intellectual retardedness to kick in. Do you know what I'm saying? I have to fucking answer questions
are you
that
saying goes full
I
retard
pose.
all the time?
No, I did it so much, yeah, that when I first went to Speaker's Corner, someone asked me to calm down. They were like, "Why do you ask questions and then answer them?" I was like, "Bruh, because I can't fucking wait for y'all to catch up. I'm
For real
fucking
though.
slow." You get
Long.
what I'm saying? So
It's a long thing
it's a
waiting for the
reality.
answer.
Thank you. Yeah. And
I
then
hear you. I
I
hear you.
remember sometimes I have to. A man will ask me a question. I have to break down the question, school him about what he asked me about, then answer the question, and then hope that he understands the whole bigger picture of it. No, it's fucking sometimes it's futile because motherfuckers is so dumb and they want to talk about IQ and they haven't even taken an IQ test or whatever.
Hey,
And me who
Mackie,
has,
sorry, man.
I don't
I
even
need to
care.
shoot in a
Hold
minute.
on.
Can I just quickly just show
Yeah.
a screen for a second?
Ugh. What are you showing now?
It's albinos in India.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
So let me just see because it's quite interesting to look at
That will
them.
help.
So
Make it
where is
wake up.
it? So here's the albinos in India.
That's right.
So you got loads of families. This is
Families.
150,000 albinos. That's a lot. So look at this woman.
Out of a billion, though, Raj.
I know, but it's still a lot. I thought it'd be like maybe 1,000 or something. There's loads. There's whole families worth of them.
In a billion.
And we're saying
Yeah.
over time, if they've been constantly,
I mean, they might.
leaving,
I mean, they look like white people. I mean, they could have migrated over to Europe. Maybe they were
right,
persecuted or something, and then they were like, "Okay, we're going to move over to Europe." And then they start
right.
mating with
And who do you
Neanderthals.
think would persecute them, other than the sun?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the sun
How
is
hot is
persecuting
India
them.
again?
Yeah.
How hot
More
is
than that,
India
albinos.
again?
Let's not make fun of them, but yeah,
Right.
they
So
are
if
being
you're
persecuted.
no, it's reality. How hot is India? It's fucking
Yeah,
hot.
it's boiling. You can go up to like 50 degrees sometimes,
Right.
man.
So my point is, anywhere in the world where albinos live, they know to sustain or live alive above 14 years
You
old,
need to move.
they're
You need
going
to
to
move.
have to
He's
move.
saying they all went to the Caucasus Mountains.
No, but they
all
wouldn't.
went.
They all right. So if
Like
you're
homing pigeons, like
I didn't say
homing
that.
pigeons.
I didn't say
I
that.
just want to show you because
Remember,
Thingy said
when I say they were escorted, yeah, they were
Okay.
quarantined. You don't
Rounded
quarantine
up
yourself.
from all over the place.
Right.
no, but if you
Or
think
just
about it,
India.
if they're dying in masses
But
because of
unfortunately, that's going to match up with the Yakub story. So I'll just leave
so
it alone.
can I just say this to me though? Here is a Punjabi Sikh guy who's an albino. So there are Punjabis that are albinos as well. And he said he's never seen a Punjabi albino.
Raj, there's English albinos. It's just that you can't tell the difference. They
Yeah, I
look the
know,
same.
This guy, when he doesn't wear his
You
turban,
you can. They've white
you can,
eyelashes.
you
They've
can
white
kind of tell a bit,
eyebrows.
yeah. But the more
What's
whiter
that,
they are,
albino
the less you
Sikhs?
can tell.
What's this? What is
Yeah,
this?
this is an albino Sikh guy.
Oh man.
Yeah, so he's when it's not his fault, is it? He's
looking like facts.
What do you mean, man?
He's his.
We're looking
mum.
like Khan.
What do you mean? Man's getting bare gal out in India.
Oh, so his mum's normal. You see, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, his
Oh,
mum's
they're
normal.
queuing
I
up
think
at the
this
door.
could be his grandma.
Please, can I have your albino babies?
Okay.
Have
But what I'm
They're
saying is, Khan. Yeah,
Dude, they don't want a gene
Raj.
that's gonna hurt them.
Raj.
Like they don't want their children to be hurt by the sun.
It's
So
aesthetics,
So,
Raj.
as I
The
said-
whole
no,
thing
it's
is
not
yeah,
aesthetics. He looks like a
Machiavelli's got
freaking
this
alien.
whole argument based on science here, but one thing he's forgetting: humans. Yeah, it's all about sex. It's all about sexuality and attractiveness. And
Right.
why do people go from being black to white? Is because up on their mountain, in the middle of nowhere, isolated from everyone, they come up with this idea that they're more attracted to lighter people.
Who come up with that idea?
To albinos? Are you mad, Khan? Fuck off,
Bro.
bro.
So
Bro,
what
I
I'm saying is,
guarantee you, Dublin, this geezer in India,
Bro.
he's the Indian Brad Pitt.
No, he's
right
in
now.
the UK. He's in the. I think
He's
he's
the
not
Indian
Canadian.
stud, bruv, this geezer.
right?
Canadian,
He has to go
Canadian.
somewhere colder, man. He can't be just staying in India.
I think he's in
right? What do you
Canada.
think this is? We just
He can't
explained.
he can't stay in India. Are
We
you
just
mad?
explained. If you want long life expectancy, there's no disrespect.
Yeah, can I
Man's
say?
moving
Can
to
I,
Iceland.
Hold on
Can
one
I-
second. These are the information that we study and we overstand about the situation, right? So when we make these statements, yeah, trust me, they're based on critical. We've done the research, so we know what we're talking. We ain't just making it up on the spot and saying, "Ah, you lot are albinos. You fucking are albinos." Yeah, just
No,
civilized.
they're not.
Hold on. one
Albino
second.
is a disease. Albinism is something different.
Civilized albinos. Yeah, that is my usual statement to Europeans. They are civilized albinos. But even in that civilized and cleaning up of them, yeah, and making them able to sustain some form of life and procreate and continue.
Why weren't they
If don't-
civilized?
One second.
Yeah.
If they don't breed
For
back,
Dublin, man.
Can I just say
hold
something?
on.
Can
If
I
they
say
don't
something? Let me
breed
say
back
something.
with the original people for
The
some
majority
melanin,
of Europeans
they're going to die
were
out.
melanated. If anything, they were black, while white people were still stuck on their mountain. So talking about white people and Europeans as
mountain?
if they're the same, the Caucasus Mountains, going all the way up to Russia, yeah, all that whole region of the
This is
northern
all-
steppe or of
This
the
is
steppe
making
people,
no
then
sense,
people were white, and the Europeans were black people. So for you
They
to
were.
keep talking about Europeans as if European means white, it doesn't.
Exactly,
means white
exactly
now.
what I said.
It means
But
black.
Yeah, it means white. I know.
European
I
means
mean,
black. It was the northern steppe people, the
Europa,
Yamnaya, who invaded the
Yoruba.
British
Like, what are we
Isles
doing here,
and
man?
replaced them by up to
We don't want to hurt your
90%.
feelings, but it goes back to us again. So it doesn't
Are you
matter.
listening to
you
what I'm
say.
saying?
because
to you?
Yeah,
look,
Doesn't
there's
matter,
evidence.
I'm
There's
saying to
evidence of
you, you're
humans on
getting
this
your
island.
people.
No, I
mixed up.
agree with Khan on this one. I think that Europe is probably Africans probably migrated to Europe. And
Definitely.
then from a
Definitely.
We didn't
different
say
culture,
that.
maybe
We
they
didn't
mixed
say
with
that's not the case.
Neanderthals or
Hold on. We didn't
whatever,
even say
and then
that's
they
not the
mixed
case.
out.
One second. We didn't even say that's not the case. And any African who mixed with a Neanderthal would still have traces of Neanderthal in their fucking DNA. Yes or no? And that's not the case. The only
are you
people who've got that is fucking Europeans.
Yeah, but they've been bred
Alone
out
and
over
solely.
time. So the
Hold
African,
on. So they
You
have
can't-
been around. Hold on. They have been around in some form as long as 30,000 years ago, supposedly, with the Neanderthal.
You can't use the Neanderthal DNA as a
Does
marker.
Neanderthal actually come
You're
up
trying to
in
use it as a
people's
marker,
DNA
going, "Oh, if
test?
you've got Neanderthal, in you, it
Europeans'
means
DNA,
X,
yeah.
Y, and Z." It doesn't.
It does.
No,
It
it
means
doesn't,
you was
because I'll
fucking
tell
them.
you why it doesn't.
You
Because
was
you're
fucking them.
comparing You're comparing apples and
We're not
oranges. You're
Africans.
comparing
Fucking
Africans who
no
never left
monkey
Africa
gang.
With
to
all
Africans
And
who
can we
Europeans,
didn't leave
confirm
Africa.
Neanderthals are real? Can we confirm that they're real? Can we confirm that? 100.
I
Real
mean, there's
what?
enough evidence to say
Neanderthals
they're
are real
about. I
what?
mean, the
Real what?
No,
skeletons
they're
and
in people's DNA, but are they about? Where's one whole descendant of a
they all
fucking
got bred
Neanderthal?
out. They
they're
got bred out.
gone. Yeah, they're
They
gone.
got
Into
bred out.
who?
Bred out
With the
or
original,
wiped out.
so all right. So from my understanding is all right. So my understanding, people from Africa
It's
migrated
either going to
upwards.
be you.
Well, so
Hold on
let me
one
say something.
second. It's either going to be you. It's either going to be the Orientals. Do you get what I'm saying? Or
All
it's
right, so let me
either...
say from what I
Nah,
understand. Yeah,
bruh.
I may be wrong, but from my understanding, Africans migrated out over to Northern Europe, or into Europe, and then they met a group called Neanderthals, maybe 60,000 years
No,
ago.
no, you're
And
wrong.
let me
No,
finish. Let me
not.
finish.
No.
If I'm wrong, then you can say it. Then what happened is that it started mating, probably warring, and then over time, the Neanderthals basically got bred out. Yeah, over time. So if you're Neanderthal and a Homo sapien having sex, they would have a child that was mixed. Then if a Homo sapien then had that particular child had sex with a Homo sapien again, they would have bred out the Neanderthal over time. The more times they're breeding with other Homo sapiens, right?
Yeah, cut a long story short, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
okay. So when they're still going to have traces of that.
Yeah, and that's why when you
interaction
do
in their
DNA
right?
tests of white people, they have between 3 to 5% of Neanderthal DNA in their thing.
Right. So
All white
hold on,
people
hold
don't
on,
have
hold
that.
on, hold on,
Yeah,
hold on,
all, nearly
hold
all.
on, hold on,
No, they
hold on,
don't.
hold
Yeah,
on,
they do.
hold on. Yes, they
including
do.
China, Oriental,
Yes, they
South
do.
Asian.
So you
Middle
need to
East.
check your DNA again, Dublin.
Yeah.
'Cause
Khan's got it in
the
him. Khan's got
European
it.
side of you, unfortunately, probably got some Neanderthal.
100%.
That's
100%. There's
what
no,
they're
there's no, there's
claiming.
no way you
Right?
haven't got
Hold
it.
on one second.
Why in the court then?
This claim came about 6 to 8 years ago, right? When they started making this claim. So don't worry, Dublin. They ain't always said this. Yeah, it's a new thing.
Why didn't it come up on mine then? If it
No,
was
you
true.
didn't do the right DNA test. Then.
One
Thank God
minute.
you got-
Did you do a
Thank
DNA
God you
test
got
thing?
enough Africans to
Yeah.
Dublin,
wash it
did you
out.
do a DNA
or wipe
test?
it
What
out.
was your paternal haploid group? Your dad's dad? What group was it?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't even look into it that far.
No, you just did what I did, which was a 20. What is it? The ancestry.
Ancestry, yeah.
Yeah, that's not the
That's
same. That's not the
bollocks.
same.
That's bollocks. You
That's
wasted your money.
So,
bro.
That's it, bollocks.
and what can you do?
Bollocks.
Can you
And
do?
he ain't even
what's
done
it-
none. You
I
know
don't
when a
need
man
to do
ain't
it.
done even done one
What's the
iota.
best
I
one
don't
to
need
use?
to do it.
Talking. You're saying
I
you're
can't.
day
What
two,
is the best
just
one
off
to
the
use
bat.
though? If not
23 and
Yeah,
me.
exactly. Can yeah.
23 and me is the best one. I don't need to do
Why?
it because I'm the same haploid group as my
Why?
dad.
Why is it better, Can?
Oh, your dad's got
Because it
Neanderthal
goes
in
into
him.
more
Like that
detail.
was-
it goes into your haplogroup.
And can
it
you?
goes
Not,
into
but
more
if they've
detail.
done the DNA test, can you not get that information off them? No.
If you get the what's it called, the raw data, there's other programs out there you can plug it into, and it shows you like more details. I can
So
help
you
you with that, Dublin.
So you
But
understand,
have to
Dublin?
file the original
Dublin,
file.
you understand that East Asians and Europeans have Neanderthal DNA between some people have got up to 8-9%, but on average between 1 to 5%. Africans that are still in Africa and never left will not have any Neanderthal DNA, but they say they got a
What
ghost
about-
DNA. Indians don't have Neanderthal DNA. I thought it was Denisovan we have, but
What
they said
about
we don't
indigenous
have, we don't have
Americans?
Denisovan DNA. There's a ghost
Denisovan is
DNA
Chinese.
Indians as well, so we don't have Neanderthal DNA either. Or Denisovan. I thought we'd have
The lie
Denisovan.
detector said that was a lie. They do say Asians have Asians is in Orientals.
Yeah, Orientals have, but I'm talking about
Oriental
South Asians, Indians, Pakistanis. We don't have Neanderthal
Well,
DNA.
because you're African originally, but again, that's a different story.
Yeah, they
You know,
probably didn't mate. They didn't
everybody's
mate with Neanderthals.
no, but
did they?
everybody's story is not the same.
All right, so
This is
yeah,
clear.
I understand.
So
Pe-
it's
so
showing
there was
now.
two-
Hold on
so-
one
so-
second.
so-
One
okay,
second.
let me just
It's
say this
showing
before you give me.
It's showing clearly that we are not have all the same origin and we're not all mixed together because we don't all have the same things we contain
So,
within us.
Maku, what like
Yeah?
there was probably
Some of us
different
have
migrations,
admixtures.
yeah. Hold on, the
Mhm.
different
Yeah,
migrations.
but because
the
because the
Africans, one minute,
originality is there,
Dublin, 1
Michael,
minute.
it,
What
Dublin,
about
one
the
second.
albino migration?
the
That's what
mixtures
they were
came
talking
from the mixtures came from the
Yeah.
originals, no?
The
No,
albino
I got comes
migration.
back. No,
Yeah,
the
the
albino
albino-
migration, when they migrated or they were quarantined and directed to the Caucasus Mountains region. We're not doubting that. The Europeans ain't doubting that. They're definitely saying that. Khan's saying that. I'm saying that. Yeah. But I'm saying no one originates in a cave. Am I wrong in saying that?
Yes, you're wrong.
How?
Because they're
They may have
saying
lived in a
that
cave,
the
but they wouldn't have
original
originated from a
humans
cave,
lived
would
in
they?
No one
caves in South
originates in a
Africa.
cave. What
They would have went to the
people?
cave
Yes, they
to
did.
a shelter.
I said what people originated in a cave, and then you
The
said
cave
Neanderthal.
system. There's
So
a
hold
cave
on.
system in South Africa
So hold
where
Yeah, but
they're
they
on.
use
saying
it as
that
a home,
all
and not
humans
as
originate from.
No,
it's a
bro.
home, isn't it? They would have been out. They would have
That's
used
a
the
lie.
cave as
No
shelter.
one originates from a cave.
Yeah, it would
Right?
have been
Let's
shelter.
be
They wouldn't have
honest.
gone there. They wouldn't have suddenly
Yeah.
popped up from caves.
You
That'd
can't
be
have
just
this
when they're
much
coming from.
melanin. Hold on, and originate from a fucking cave. Are
But
you
we don't know
stupid
if
or
the
something?
original
Use your
Africans were
fucking
as
brain.
melanated as
You see,
you. We don't
but
know
now
that
hold on. Because
because
you're
the
not as
Khoisan ain't as
melanated as
dark as
me,
you,
yeah, you don't have the thought processes of me.
bro.
And
You're
only
trying.
common sense, hold
My
on,
God.
which is rare, yeah, would let you know that having melanin, yeah, is contrary to living in a cave. You can't.
That's right. So
So
we're saying that the
why are you
original
saying
Africans
Africans?
were not as black as some of the black people
Well,
of
so Khan,
today.
How
what
do
he's
you
trying
know
to say,
that?
look here, Khan, let me say something.
You don't know
Look,
that.
look. What would have happened?
But it's
They wouldn't have
logical.
originated from
You
a cave,
don't
but
know that.
the caves were used as shelter,
And
right?
your lack of
To sleep in.
melanin
It
is
was
not
like a home,
allowing
right,
you to
Khan?
be logical.
Khan, wasn't the cave like a home? It wasn't something that people just popped out from. They would have come from outside, and they would have used caves
Yeah,
as easy
Right.
ways to kind of
yeah,
shelter
they're just
themselves
going. They
from
Sure,
the
just
right.
go home
sun,
to
the
sleep.
rain.
They just go home
Yeah,
to
so they
sleep,
didn't
bro.
originate from a cave. It's not like they
Right.
popped out
So
from
where's
a
the
cave.
argument? I just don't know. He's
What
just
I'm
saying
trying
no
to
because
say
he's
is
dumb.
that from the beginnings of
He's got that
humanity,
Neanderthal
there was
DNA.
always this
It's
cave
stubborn
dwelling.
Neanderthal DNA.
Yeah,
It's coming.
stubborn
There was always
Neanderthals.
this cave
Right.
dwelling
Doesn't make sense.
aspect was
I
always
know,
there.
but you're making right. So I agree with you, but you're
You
making
can
it as if
learn that
human
though.
beings kind of sprung out of the caves. The caves are kind of
No,
like were just used as
the
shelter.
opposite.
So this is why you have the word caveman, because people couldn't build houses then. Would
Right.
use the shades, the caves in order to sleep in, to shield us up. But we didn't come from the caves. We didn't pop
No.
out from caves.
In Africa, we got huts and shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
it would have been a
building
different
mud
environment.
brick houses. We're building houses out of stone. Yeah, in the Stone Age. Trust me. Yeah. While some
It's
man
called
was
the
in caves.
Stone Age for a
Yeah.
reason.
No, because we were manipulating stone. That's fact.
No, it's because you
Yeah.
didn't have nothing else but stone. There was
No,
no
we
iron.
manipulate.
There was no
Of
copper.
course,
There was
there's
no
iron.
bronze. It
There's
was
iron.
the Iron Age. I mean,
One
sorry,
thing
the
there
Stone
is
Age.
that one thing there is iron in the Stone Age because building those pyramids, they had iron rods. Yeah, inside. If you go inside the pyramid, you'll see
A
these
lot.
little hooks.
But what is this?
Hold on
What
1 second.
is a
1
Stone Age though?
second.
What date is
1
Stone Age?
second. Yeah, and the idea of smelting metal is African. That's it. There's no one doing it before us. And we're
Here's the
doing it
thing,
all
though.
over
Here's
the.
the thing,
Hold
Raj.
on,
What
hold on,
Maku
hold
makes a
on,
mistake,
hold
yeah.
on, hold on,
When he goes
hold on.
back in
We're
time,
doing it all over
he
the
doesn't
continent,
do
bro.
it
Oh my God.
according to the time. He's bringing his modern thinking back in time with him. Like you're doing that as well, Raj. You're saying,
I
oh,
don't
people lived
do
in
that.
caves and they only came out certain blah blah blah. You got to
Yeah.
remember back then Africa was lush and green, and it was different from the Africa you're imagining now as a harsh environment where
Yeah, so
people
where's
had
the
to
cave
hide in the
life?
caves.
Where's the cave life for
No,
Africans?
we're not talking about caves. I'm not talking about it's like
Yeah,
raining all the
you
time.
can't get a
I'm talking
million.
about
Hold on 1 second. There's no cave that's gonna take 1 million Africans,
Yet
50,000
again,
Africans,
you're putting your
Listen,
modern
100,000
thinking.
Africans. There's none.
What million
There's
those
none.
people are you
people,
talking about,
those
bro? There weren't
people
no
could,
million
those
people.
people
We're
could have
talking
ran
about
in.
a tribe back then would have been 10 people.
So can I just give
Those
the date of
people
the
could have
Stone
ran
Age?
into the
10
cave
people cannot
because
make
of
us now.
anything.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
they
they
did.
Because of
say,
a hurricane.
1 second.
Yeah.
Because of
They say,
It could have been a lion or anything. They might
they
have run in
say,
just to protect
1
themselves.
second. They say out of 100 people living in a village, right? After 100 years, they will all be related, and a male and a female, will have to leave
Yes.
that village to go somewhere else. So the
People
fuck are you
for
talking about?
Are you talking about
generations.
Lord? I think you've been watching too much Lord of the
Listen,
Rings. You know
people
when the
for
orcs come
generations
out
Lord of
of
the
the
Rings.
caves?
No, that's
their
fact.
own
No, I'm talking
If you
about
wanna,
Khan. Khan. I'm
true.
talking about
They were.
Khan. I'm talking about Khan. Is you watching Lord of the Rings and the orcs come out the caves and stuff. That's not how it
yeah,
happened. We didn't
that's
come
not
out
how
of
it
caves.
happened, bro.
We used caves as shelter. That was the main reason why we
It
had
makes
them.
sense.
And whether
Animals
in
was
Africa
using
it
them
was
before
lush,
you.
there was still lions and dangerous animals. There still would would have been times when it was raining. There still would have been times when
Raj,
it was
why do you
cold.
mention, as soon as we're talking about
Raining.
Africa, why are you mentioning lions? There's lions in Afghanistan, bro.
Well, there's lions in
got
India as
nothing
well.
to do with anything, bro.
I'm just using the most dangerous animal
analogy,
that
or
you might
bear or
encounter
something. Let's say a
in
bear or something.
Africa, and it's a lion, isn't it? Like a
Yeah.
lion is going to be more dangerous than a freaking any of the other animals. That's why they king of the jungle, right?
Outside in the wilderness of everywhere else, other than Africa, yeah, you're going to encounter bears and all of these who inhabit and hibernate in caves and that, and blah blah blah, at your own peril. Do you get what I'm saying? But it seems like these Neanderthal lived with their animal, livestock, and all of that, and this is how disease spread and blah blah blah. So they could not have originated in the cave, and as soon as they was available, they were out of the cave and becoming.
Can I just give you the time?
Hold on, and becoming Western hunter gatherers or hunting mammoth, yeah, or whatever they were saying, yeah. All that clubbing women over the head and dragging them into the cave is a madness. But
Right, so can I just quickly just say that it said the Stone Age began about 2.6 million years ago, when researchers found the earliest evidence of human beings using tools and lasted until 3,300 BC. Now, I believe the Egyptian civilization is way older than that, 3,000 BC. I think you need to add like another 20,
that is us.
So I mean, he's right. That at that time when they're talking about Stone Age, the Egyptians wouldn't have been using stone tools to build pyramids or advanced civilizations. Right. They would have been using bronze or whatever there was at the time.
Whatever they had, gold. Yeah. I mean, they had iron. Still, and I said even in some of the structures like the Giza pyramid, the main one, Khufu's pyramid, yeah, you could see these little hooks on the inside of the pyramid as you're inside it that they were using that were metal. Other than that, there was no masonry, no cement.
The precision in the pyramid is undeniable to say that they had some sort of technology that we can't remember.
And if you could do that, hold on, and they weren't living there. A pyramid is not designed for human habitation.
No, they were power plants of some sort. Beyond burying people in them.
Oh, see, I didn't realize how heavy they were, Dublin. They're like the weight of like 5 cars each block, from my understanding. They're unbelievable weight.
And then you have,
and they drag from an area.
Look, Raj,
they drag from a different area to bring over there. I mean, I don't know how to do it.
150
from that pyramid, from that period of time, you have replicas all over the earth of those 3 pyramids aligning to Sirius, aligning to Orion.
I believe they're older.
There's one here in Ireland.
Raj, you know what the theory is of how they move those huge blocks? They're saying that they use
vibration,
sound,
right?
They use sound and vibration to make them hover, to make them float.
I've heard another one that they were giants and the giants moved.
So
I think the vibrations.
Yeah, but the only place you're going to find giants is in Africa again.
But even then, when you go to Samaria as well, they've got like 200-ton blocks.
Even the Aztecs. Have you seen the Aztec ones? Have you seen the Aztec ones? They're insane.
And then the newest one is Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah, it's mad.
And they're still digging that up, and it's huge.
Hey, dudes, I need to go, man. Big up to everybody. Don't worry, man. You are the champ. You are the number one. You're the
reigning champion, bro.
You're the reigning, but of being entertaining, saying silly things and giving us good view. Good view. It's good to have differing views, isn't it? That's the main thing.
What's going on with you and Ghost? You put up a reminder.
Oh yeah. He's trying to basically belittle, trying to say that it's Punjabi culture that was responsible for grooming. I'm going to prove him 100% wrong because I've lived. I want to make Punjabis here in London, man. Because most Pakistanis in East London are Punjabi. Let them hear it. Yeah, let's see if anyone hears it. I want to talk to them.
Yeah, man. Post that link in the chat, though. Definitely.
Yeah. I'm gonna go live later on, man. In a little bit, maybe an hour or so. Anyway, big up anyone, man. Take care, man. Take care.
Yeah, man.
Take care, Rajinder.
Man said Rajinder, yeah, no. Yeah, let's hear what these guys.
It's his name, man. I'm being accurate.
Yeah, let's see if this is accurate.
Or Eta, or I think we should call them Akta, which just means the people. You have a tradition of a similar group in Taiwan. These are the diminutive Africoids. These are the small blacks, similar in many ways to the Twa or so-called pygmies in Central Africa. These are very, very ancient people who left Africa perhaps 60, 70, maybe 100,000 years ago and became isolated.
Even with isolation, people are not turning light skin. So that weather and the climate is fucking.
But they're in the tropics. He's talking about the tropics, Taiwan and Thailand.
I'm saying because of that, man's not fading. Man's not fading.
Yeah, but they're still in the tropics.
The only way fading happens is mixing.
Fading would happen though in the likes of
It don't
Norway
happen, bro.
or
It just don't happen.
Sweden.
I'm here. I'm fucking in England, bruv. What are we talking
I
about?
know what you're saying. I know
Right.
what
So what I'm saying is,
you're saying,
it
but
happens
over thousands and
depending.
thousands of years.
Depends on who I mix with. If I keep it the same and I go with a woman
I don't know.
from Africa
Look.
and you know what I mean, I keep an African wife and all of that, or someone from Africa via the
I'm
Caribbean or whatever.
halfway
You know what I
there.
mean?
I actually am halfway there with the albino stretch, but it is stretching
No, it's not
my
stretching. It's
faith in
reality.
what I'm listening to. I don't know. I
Reality.
don't know.
I've been spitting this for years, and other men have been spitting it for years, and it's a fact, bro. You know what I mean? The Europeans know it. They tell us it. Yeah, they try and make
Fact, but look, we
pleasure
don't know. But
combat it.
look, in all reality, what the reality
Mm.
is, we don't know what happened past 11,000
You
years
don't.
ago, and
You
we
don't.
might say we do.
Why? You know why? Because
But
your,
Michael,
your
okay, even
people.
then,
One second. Your people never.
33,000 years ago,
Okay, your
right?
people
Say that.
never invented writing. They never had a writing system.
Yeah, we
Up
had
until
home
just
writing. We did. No,
and
no,
how
we
old is
had
that?
home writing.
How old is that?
They found home sticks in Russia that were 11,000 BC, and
Did
home
you
writing
Yeah,
see?
came
see,
from.
Did you
Turkish. That's
see?
where Turkish writing
Hold on.
comes from. There.
Did you see the? How old was the Zimbabwean measuring thing that
I'm
was?
not saying. Look. I'm
What?
not saying that. It's only obvious that everything. But whatever. I'm just saying
Okay. The
wherever
time
humans
comparison,
went.
you can't compare. You can't compare. There's no
Of
time
course
comparison.
not.
You're
No,
talking
of
last
course not.
5 minutes.
Right,
That's
right,
not
right.
new. So anything you come with, hold on, is not a new
But I think.
invention.
But
It's not a new
but it's not
invention.
even. It's not
Yeah.
even that. I think.
We have to go back to the origins of it. If people was the originals writing, building pyramids, doing all this type of stuff, inventing language, speaking a language, having different dialects of language, bruh, these people are well in advance of what these Europeans are trying to tell us.
I'm not.
Right.
I'm not
And these
doubting that for a second.
Europeans who they confess were the last to get language, last to get
Yeah.
this, last to get that. How am I supposed to listen to him convincingly? No. Yeah. I know from my people who had libraries, who have universities, the concept of university came from them, the concept of studying and reading books came from them. What are we doing here?
But you're
No,
acting
there's
like
no but.
you're putting
We
no no
don't
no no
but.
no 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 no. But you're acting like they
Mm.
didn't pass that information out to the wider world, to their brothers and sisters, where they knew went out in boats and that. Like, how did we build Newgrange?
We saw
I'm not
okay.
saying we. How did how did the Africans that were in Northern build Newgrange? Obviously, because they got the information either before they left, or as I know from all my studies, that they were trading with them all along. They were trading
Well,
with them all along.
as I said, African is African, isn't it? All I'm saying is technology travels with a people. You're 100% correct.
Yeah, of
So when
course.
you
Yeah.
look around the world, you see the level of technology, yeah, and it's
The-
all similar, right? So you have to understand, yes, they got it and they spread it out and did it. But hold on, if a people only existed, yeah, and are not existing up until today as the same, do you get what I'm saying? It shows that something happened, or do you get what I'm saying? Their level of information, like if we go to Australia, who've been isolated for 75,000 years, supposedly, when they first went to Australia, right? They
Yeah.
knew about boomerangs. They knew
yeah,
about
we were talking about this before. Yeah.
they knew about those things. So those are
Mm.
African technologies, right? But that's at a particular time in history, so we can pinpoint things. You're trying to say 70,000 years ago, Africans was just doing the boomerang thing. Well, they might have been, and they must have been, because their descendants who went to Australia, who were isolated, who didn't get no update. Whereas in other places around the world, those people got updated. They got it in their history that their cousins or their family or their gods or the whatever used to come and visit them, return to those places and up them with information, garments, cloth, mythoses, and all of these type of things. So there was a stage in human history where that connection was fine. Things were being transported from the Africa to the Americas and back again into Europe and all of these type of places, no problem. Yeah. But at a different point, it got cut off. Some say continental drift, where it was a river to cross over to the Americas. Then it turned into an ocean. Now the argument again is it sudden or was it over gradual over time? That's
But
another argument.
did that
Right?
information not get cut off from
Can I ask?
everyone,
Can I ask a
even people
question?
in
Can I ask you a
Africa?
question? Let me ask you a question. In terms of information, yeah, documented information.
Yep.
Surely there came a point in time where the Bible was the only thing that was there.
Oh, please, bro. What you're gonna
No,
have to understand is, yeah. What are you talking about in Africa or around the world?
I'm just saying that all these things about hieroglyphs and writings on the walls and the
Yeah.
Sumerian tablets and
Yeah. Mhm.
that was maybe down to less than, we could definitely say less than 1% of the world's intelligentsia. All right.
No, it's not 1%.
What we will call widespread
Why is it
knowledge.
1%?
Because these
When
things, yeah,
some people are living.
we
Hold on.
can't say
Some
that it
people
ever
ain't
went
even in
to.
existence yet.
What I'm saying is, you can't say it ever goes to zero, because if something's in existence, you can say even if there's one person that's able to read the Sumerian text, you can't take it below less than 1%. So I'm bringing it down to 1%, but that's just me being generous. In reality, the impact of these things on humanity was negligible. All this knowledge that we have about Egypt now, it's all rediscovered stuff. At one point, the only thing people had to go by was the Bible.
In Europe.
In the world.
No, don't be stupid, bruv. In Europe. Say it for how it is. And remember that they're taking on a paradigm for them
You
even to know
can't,
about a
yeah,
Bible.
you
Right?
can't say the world when especially South America, Mexico. You
Doesn't even
look
make
at
sense.
them. They got on quite
What do
fucking
they
well
care about that? They don't care
Yeah, but
about
you're
that.
looking
without
at
the
the height of
Spanish
the
coming.
The Aztecs and the
No,
you're
Mayans
looking
bro.
at
didn't
the
care
height
about
of their
that. No, you're right.
civilization. All them things
Olmecs
rose,
didn't care
went
about
up,
that
and
shit.
came
But
down
What are
again.
we talking about? Bro, forget all that.
bro,
Yeah?
they were all good until the Spanish came. They really
What I'm
were
trying to say, the
in South
modern
America
invention, the modern, why everyone's
and
made up
Mexico
now. You've got a Turkey, you've got a
and
thing,
North
you've got a
America.
England, you've got a Spain, you've got a Portugal, you've got a thing. In these times, yeah, the whole world becomes fucked up, yeah. And only in recent times, I'm saying since the 1800s, yeah, has there been a change in look and everything around the world. Because prior to that, yeah, it was all melanated. You could see everybody knew their ancestors and had a connection with people from across whatever, until these Europeans started to come and put blockers in, start police the seas and the oceans that were being traversed thousands of years before you even fucking existed. Mad thing. Then they want to
But
indulge
then
in
even
slavery and all that. That's all new. That's all millennium. We're not gonna think it's a fucking genocide, and it's a
but to say
continuous
that then
genocide.
it means that the normal day-to-day people will still have all that ancestry, even though it's been whitewashed out of them.
No, we say, look,
No?
there's a saying that if you want to keep a secret, yeah, you don't tell no fucking body, right? Right. So if we invented writing, we invented the concepts of theology, astronomy, and all of that. Wouldn't we have systems to keep that away from the general guy, the guy who's a farmer? He doesn't
Yeah.
need to know that. Yeah. The guy who's a medicine man, he needs to know medicine. So he can go and study medicine and what roots are this and that and that and that. We've got different processes. We always had a hierarchy. We always had a kingship and queens and pharaohs and all that. We've always had that. Yeah. So we've always been civilized. We've always been the civilizers. We've always gone places and created new civilizations. It's a chicken wing to us. Yeah. We can build it and leave it. And then someone can come out else and inhabit it, or it can grow over with a forest, and then other people come later on and, oh my god, magnificent, these people must have died out, or no, bruv. People can build shit and move on. They can enjoy the fruits of that land and and then take the goods if they want and just leave and go back home.
So you don't
And
agree
even
that a lot of this stuff is just rediscovered stuff, like recent rediscovered stuff?
definitely. There's no discovery. There's just dis and cover. You're gonna find it and then cover it up because it doesn't concern you, Europeans. I mean, them Europeans they never existed. So they're definitely interested in what happened before they existed. So I can't wrong them in that. But then get this information and then try and make it like, yeah, you was there or you don't know who it was, is a complete travesty for the whole of human existence, because that's the missing parts of world history. Yeah, the bits you don't want to tell is the truth that these black people or these melanated people traverse the planet, yeah, in chariots, on ships, on all sorts, flying machines or whatever. Yeah, you just don't want to accept it when you used to worship man, and everybody else used to worship man in the beginning. Yeah, because of our advanced technology and all of that, which we got from our ancestors. When we tell our story starts off the planet.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, Maku. If you're going by the biblical narrative, this whole picture you're painting of people who were worshipped by others and had technological advancements and recorded history, they were actually the oppressors. They were oppressing the Hebrews. They were oppressing people, slaving them. And basically, when they got their just desserts and they got erased from history, then no one really gave a fuck. No one cried a tear for them. They were forgotten.
Who's that?
People are too willing to forget them.
But who's that though? I don't know.
The survivors, the ones that God chose, the Hebrews.
What are you talking about?
If you think about the world as it is today, right? The Western powers, everything's
Did
based
God
on
save the
Christianity and the Bible, right?
Did God save
So
the
they're
Hebrews?
the survivors.
Did God save the Hebrews or did he scatter the Hebrews?
Eventually they were scattered, but they
Right. And why were they scattered? Hold on. Why were they
that's
scattered?
not their covenant, though.
Hold
the covenant.
Regardless of the covenant,
No, it's not regardless.
Yeah, regardless of the covenant, because you can get circumcised and still be a bad motherfucker. It doesn't make sense.
Right. What I'm saying is, them ones get scattered. They're the ones that got scattered.
But they all got the covenant, like you're saying, right?
No, they didn't. They got scattered. The ones that,
and what you're
that
calling
didn't
a
go
covenant,
astray.
hold on. What you're calling a covenant in Africa is just a process. It's just something we've done for
But the
thousands
covenant
of years.
didn't survive in Africa.
Which predate your biblical version of it. Like, what are we doing here?
No, you don't understand what I'm saying.
Did someone say Israelites? I'm here.
I know,
right?
man.
So what I'm saying is the Israelites had to seek refuge outside of Africa and then return to Africa at a later date.
What's outside of Africa?
So what?
Well, you know what I mean. What is the
outside of
current
Africa, for real?
day border of Africa?
Where's that?
Like Egypt.
What?
They had to leave Egypt and then come back after, innit?
Bro, Israel is in Africa.
They're not
What are
from
you talking
Egypt.
about?
Are they? Hold on. Are Israelites from Egypt?
Are Israelites from Egypt? Yeah.
Man, I had to say that again. Bro, Israelites come from Canaan, and the first person to go to Canaan who gave birth to the Hebrews is Abraham, who came from the land of Ur, which is in Sumeria. So
Right,
the Israelites in origin are
one
Sumerian.
minute. Slow your roll, man.
What are we doing here?
What I'm saying to you is, Zulu, no matter how much knowledge and how much power and technology and military might these people had, God erased them from the planet.
What do you mean erase them from the planet,
We're
bro?
still here.
Like what I'm saying by that is that their power and their knowledge didn't pass on to the future generation.
What are you talking about? What?
I'm saying to you, the Kemetans.
Bro, me and Maki are still here. What do you mean the Israelites have gone? Me and Maki are still here.
I don't.
But you do not walk around with
Kemetan
texts in your pocket, teaching them to your children. You're teaching them the Bible.
Oh, mate.
Bro, we're reading the same books. Whether you're Christian, whether you're a Jew, whatever. Even in Africa, ironically, we're using those same books that we had thousands of years ago. Still,
yeah, but what you're missing out cleverly is the fact that there's no lineage from then till now. You've rediscovered this knowledge. It's rediscovered.
I know I'm from the tribe of God. My ancestral history.
My brother.
We know we came
from the discovered by who? Europeans. Like, look, you can't discover something we do.
Discovered.
If we're doing it, hold on. If we're doing it and living it, then that's not a rediscovery.
This is the difference. Let me tell you the difference.
My argument is that at one point the only book was the Bible.
Con, let me tell you this here. The difference between
there wasn't people Zulu. There wasn't people walking around with a Bible in one pocket and committing text in the other.
Con, you need to hear what I'm saying, brother.
How about the Bible was in Kemet? How about that?
But that's not the point. We're talking about two tribes that went to war with each other. They're opposite tribes. You're not going to be carrying around the books of your enemy and perpetuating their culture when you escape from them with your life.
Man, let me speak, man.
Go on, bro.
The difference between us. the difference between us Bantu and the Ashkenazi and all these other people who claim to be Jews is when they take on Judaism, they take on a religion. But us as Bantus have that proto-Hebrew culture built within our African systems, regardless of what spiritual systems we're following.
Right.
Hence why we still keep the feast of festival of the first fruits. We still abstain from certain animals. We still practice these Hebraic. Hence why they call it the Hebrewisms of West Africa. There's a whole books written on these native African tribes expressing Mesopotamian culture, right? That only shows that they were in those regions before any Ashkenazi, any Mizri, any Beta Israel was around. We were in those regions, and what we're still doing today is a continuation. Maybe not exactly to the teat, because obviously things get lost along the way as we're scattered. But in our culture, embedded in our culture, is still Hebrewisms.
Well, let's see. Let's see if
Yeah,
we're
but you're
in
saying what
Asia.
I'm saying. You
Hold on. Let's
misunderstood
see if
what
we're
I'm
in
saying that
Asia, man.
means.
No, you're trying to
Huh?
say there's no trace of them. God erased them. They're all finished. What kind of shit is that?
Hold
I'm
on.
not
Let's
saying the
see. Let's
Hebrews, I'm
see.
saying the Committans.
Let's see if we're spread around the
The
planet.
Committans.
Africans. Just say Africans, and
I
it
thought you were
might
talking about
give
the
you a better
Hebrews.
understanding.
No, obviously you
Yeah?
thought that, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm
They're
saying the
all Africans.
Hebrews were chosen by God to survive, and they outlived their enemy who was consigned to the annals of history. They didn't get to pass their knowledge on. The only knowledge we have now of ancient Egypt, I'm not talking about culturally what the people that were, surviving that period carried with them. I'm talking about academically. The knowledge that we
Sorry.
have now of the technologies of
Other
ancient
than God,
Egypt
yeah.
are
Sorry.
rediscovered.
Other than God, yeah. Who's mashing up ancient Egypt? I don't think God assigned Israelites to mash up Egyptians. No, I think they asked them to fight other tribes that they were related to, yeah, in the land of what we're calling Arabia,
Canaan.
yeah.
The Israelites
So
never
like,
mashed up Egypt.
why is
Only
this an
God. Only
African?
God
Why
mashed
is
up
this a
Egypt.
Kemetan? Hold on, and there's no
Right. Now you're
Kemetan.
saying what I'm saying, finally.
Hold on. There's no Kemetan history of what you're saying to corroborate it as well. Like that would be fine, but you just made that up.
All right, can I ask you a question? Be honest. In the battle between Moses and Pharaoh when Pharaoh died, yeah?
Oh, come on,
Was
bro.
there any other pharaohs after that Pharaoh?
And they, the
Yes,
women
of
have
course
these
there was.
rings.
And he went to another pharaoh and did the same thing. Like, know
Who?
the story,
Moses?
bro. No, I'm saying like Abraham. Like Abraham's dealing with thing. He's dealing
No,
with.
I'm saying Moses.
We don't
Moses.
know what
Moses.
even pharaoh that is.
No, so wait,
That's
Con,
the
are you saying?
problem.
Are you
What?
asking? Did that? Hold on, Con. Are you asking? Did that Pharaoh in the Red Sea have a successor? Is that what you're
Yeah.
asking?
Yeah.
If
As
that was
far
the
as
case,
far as
then yeah.
as far as we know, yes, because it doesn't
If
say in the
that's the
Bible
case,
that.
then Zulu, how comes in 1,000 years from Moses to Jesus, by the time we get to Jesus' time, there's a distinct lack of Egyptian dominance in that region?
Because
No,
the
they're
Greeks
still
came in.
dominant, man.
Hold on.
So,
The reason why
so
there's
there's
a
a
lack.
decline.
Yeah,
Hold on.
so
Let
they're
me
gonna
finish.
tell their own
Con,
story.
let me finish. I'll
Yeah.
explain to you, bro. Because
Yeah, that's fine.
the Greeks had Canaan as a providence, right? The first empires was Egypt and Samaria, right? So of course they would have dominated that region for the longest time. But as the Persians came in, the Syrians came in, Greeks came
Right.
in, Romans came in,
Right.
they started to
Right.
lose control of that area. And during Jesus' time, it would have been the Romans eventually that now had
Yeah.
Palestine as its providence. But it would have
Right.
been Egypt in Moses' time, in Abraham's time, because Canaan would pay tribute to Egypt. The Canaanite kings would pay tribute to the Egyptian pharaohs. They would even go on campaigns, and they would help the Egyptians fight the what was the Egyptians' enemy? The Hittites.
And even the
Hittites.
Sumerian one,
Yeah.
even the
So the
Sumerian one
Canaanites was a
earlier.
part of Egypt at one point in time,
Yeah, obviously, but then you just gone back in history to the point
Not that
where
much.
but not in
Egypt was
Jesus' time.
still a dominant power. I'm talking about how did it come about that this Egyptian dominance ended?
Oh, don't even watch that. Hold on. Let me play
It's
the tape,
because
man.
when Ptolemy came in, that's when you start to see the real collapse of Egypt.
Right. Thank you. And what is Ptolemy? The last dynasty? That means
He's not
no
even Egyptian. He's
African.
Greek.
Wait, no
Yeah,
Africans
it's
have
Macedonian.
been on that throne or in that region or thing or whatever. Remember, we're talking about Cleopatra is one of them, and she's Cypriot. Do you know what I'm saying? So
So for the
like,
longest
let's
time, we
move
haven't been
forward.
in Egypt. For the longest time,
Mm.
we left a
And
long
that's all
time
they
ago, bro.
and we kept on saying that's all they concentrate on. Alexandria, that is Egypt. It's not Memphis. It's not Heliopolis. It's not those places down the Nile. They don't want nothing to do with that.
It's not
They don't know none of the
Tamaray. It's
history.
none of that. They don't care
None
about
of
that.
that. They're in their Egypt bag. And their Egypt bag, yeah, consists of Alexandria, where all Homer and all of these people went to, right? Who they rate highly, the Greek philosophers. So no, please don't play no games.
It's already been
like you
run
lot
down,
are
Con. All I'm
super
saying is Kemet was run
intellectual.
down from a long time ago, bro.
Yeah, it was dead food.
And
When
then it
Napoleon
got
found
even more run down with the Arab
Right.
invasion, with the Ottomans
Yes.
coming in. That's when it got even more run down.
Man
So
licking
when
cannons
when
at the
people
pyramid.
say, "Oh, those people in Egypt today are the real Egyptians," it's like, bro, you're talking about thousands and thousands of years of colonization and people being moved out and ran out and bred out. Like, come on, man, how are they the original?
They said that hole that you see in the center of the main pyramid was done by these Bait Arabs or Bait Ottomans or whatever, and it said it took them 5 years to make that dent. 5 years to just dent one block or blow one block up, bro. Get out of here. And then the mess that they caused in Nubia is
And
unfathomable.
all the
You
noses
get
that
me?
they
But the
broke
evidence
down,
is there. Yeah.
all the
And
noses
then
that they
let
smashed
alone
down.
by the time it gets to Napoleon and the whole shit's deep in sand. Do you know how far forward in the future we have to come to the fucking Napoleon, bruv? Drop us out. And they said the libraries of Alexandria was burnt down. No, lie number one. Yeah, they ran away to Rome, set up their thing again. Yeah, with that information. So what do you think's in the Vatican libraries and all of that underneath St. Peter's, whatever? Yeah, it's that information of their bait Kemet shit. And when you see what they're doing in their Masonic schools, it's that. It's not Egypt. I mean, it's not Kemet Tamaray. It's Egypt, Alexandria. Because they learned to keep secrets from us. We had secret schools, so they never learned from us. They just saw the information and thought that was it and made their own interpretations of it, started writing their own texts and all of this and, sperm lettuce and all of that. Mad thing. Anyway, let's play this thing, man.
Things that
It's
they wear
another
on their
Asian
necks
video, man.
That's identical
Yeah.
to an African tribe of women in East Africa who wear the same type of rings on their necks.
Mad.
So this just shows that the African-Asian connection is still there. They still carry on some of the African cultures and traditions in certain parts of Asia. I once had a professor of mine working on my doctorate tell me that she went to Japan and they went into the mountains of Japan. Now, this isn't a conscious woman by most definitions, but she couldn't wait to come back and tell me this. She said, Umar, I was in Japan. We went up into the spiritual temples of Japan, and we sat down in one of the temples waiting for the priest to come out and teach us a little bit about what they believe and what they stand for. She said, Umar, they walked out of the temples and their skin was just as black as ours. They had gray afros because they were elders. Now, she said the phenotype looked like the modern Asian, but she said the skin was black and they had gray afros, hair standing up on top like Don King. And she said it totally overcame me. They sat down and they began to talk. And she said, I couldn't believe these were black men.
Right.
They were Japanese, but they were black men.
Black Japanese.
When you read the European philosophers, what did they say? They often said that Africa had two great civilizations, Egypt in the north and Asia in the south. The white man said this. So they often, in ancient times, Asia was considered a part of Africa.
Let's get a rewind
so
on that.
Often, in ancient times, Asia was considered a part of Africa or Africa's second civilization.
Right.
They said that you go to Asia and it's nothing but a carbon copy of Africa because it was settled by the Africans. A lot of people don't know that there are pyramids all over Asia, and there are pyramids in China, in Japan. They have an underwater pyramid that a lot of people don't know about. And you can go there now, and that's one of those ancient mysteries. But again, pyramids are all over the planet.
Facts.
And when I walked around Indonesia, I saw people like jet black, dark. I ran into a couple of people with afros. I saw one Asian brother, full-blooded Asian guy with an afro, and I had to stop him. I said, brother, where are you from? And the brother was like, I'm from here, right here in Indonesia. So that African presence, that African phenotype is still throughout Asia to this day.
See, this is what I've been thinking, investigating, Zulu.
Whoa,
yeah, you're not investigating this whole thing of African people being all throughout Asia.
I'll admit, yeah,
So
Kwan
obviously
has said this
we
before. So.
was looking at it together at one point, and we come up with the Koreans were originally a tribe of Africans, and they maintained the African haploid groups in Korea.
What about the Japanese though? The original Japanese.
The Japanese, I don't know if the main leading families were African, but the culture, the civilization was started by Africans. Whether or not they were outbred by the people they mixed with, this is what I'm investigating. This is what I'm looking into. Why is it with some tribes, the Africans, for example, with the Greeks, for example, versus the Turks, right? They got equal amount of influence from Africa, but it's just on one side with the Greeks, the E1s seem to maintain their hierarchy. So a lot of the leading families would have been black men who married Greek women. Their children would have been the same color as if you look on a parallel on the Turkish side, whereas with the Turkish side, it would have been the Turkish man that maintained his lineage, but he would have married an African woman. So their children would have come the same color. It's just a haploid group on one side would more likely be African.
Right.
So Mediterranean people have a high percentage of African DNA.
What is the predominant gene?
It's not about the dominant gene.
I'm saying, what is the predominant? I didn't say dominant gene. I said predominant gene on the planet.
What do you mean? I don't know.
So
you tell me. Tell me.
Let me tell you.
Yeah, go on.
That means if I mix with anyone else, my genes are predominant. Yeah. So they're not going to look like themselves anymore. They're going to look like a version of me.
Yes, exactly what I'm saying.
100%.
Exactly.
So you can't talk about ghost DNA with us and all of this. We are the predominant gene. Once we stay whole, it's what comes out of us, what we mix with. As I said,
I agree with what you're saying, but
once
if you
we
think
start
about
mixing
it,
with you albinos, then all sorts of Spanish and all of it. That's how those things are made.
Yeah.
Like, you got to
There's
know
no
your
problem.
place, man.
Yeah, but when you say know your place, you got to realize that
man.
we ran you back to Africa.
Oh, here we go.
You used to rule all around the world. Where are you now?
We ran you out of here, man.
You got to run out, bro.
Mad.
No.
Look, here's the thing. African civilization was based on wealth and
God
knowledge.
had to scatter us, bro.
The
you didn't do
current
nothing.
world
God
is
had
run
to
on.
do it, bro.
Can I just not finish
what
I'm saying, bro?
Why are you taking credit for what God did, bro?
Bro,
like,
can I just say my piece?
Allow it, man.
Can I just say my piece?
If we were on righteousness, you wouldn't have been able to overtake us. If we were on righteousness, you wouldn't be able to do nothing to us, bro. That's a fact.
I can't hear everything at once. One at a time. Say that again, Zulu.
I'm saying if we were following the laws of God and if we were on righteousness, God wouldn't have allowed you to scatter us or do whatever you did.
Scatter you?
Yeah. Meaning
no.
the planet. That's why we're watching this video.
You got it the wrong way around. You got it the wrong way around.
Hold on. That's why we're watching this video, because we're around the planet. So this one thing that we can prove is that we are the original people everywhere around the planet. And we'll go through as many videos. Hold on.
More superior, military-minded people.
More superior. What?
In military
oh
ways.
My God.
Of course. What do you mean in military? Listen.
Don't do this.
Listen. Let me tell you something.
Military can't go everywhere, bro.
At the moment, the world that we're living in is dictated by military mights. It's not dictated by civilization, by knowledge, by culture. All these things have taken a second place to military might right now. This is the world we're living in. Unfortunately.
That's the world you're living in.
No, it's the fact that this is the world we're living in right now. It's a military.
You come from a holiday. Hold on. You come from a holiday island, and you're talking about military.
But we're talking about the Hittites ran the Egyptians out. They
the Hittites got smacked up by the Egyptians. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
No. That was
you're talking about the Hyksos. You're talking about the Hyksos.
No, the Hyksos were let in,
and the Hyksos got smacked up as well. Eventually, they got smacked up eventually.
Or
anyone that's tried on Kemi got smacked up.
All right, so what are we going to call it? A draw then, isn't it?
No.
No, but
what happens? No. What happens is, we let you in. We teach you the sciences. We give you hospitality.
Right. But
and then you
hear what I'm
snake us.
saying, Zulu.
Hold
This
on,
superiority that
hold
you're
on.
claiming
No, it's not
doesn't stretch
superiority,
into the
bro.
military fields.
It's evil. It's not superiority. It's evil, bro. We let you in with open arms. We teach you sciences, and then you backstab us, bro. That's not smart. That's evil.
But that is the ways. That's the ways of the world.
That's not in our hearts to do that.
Hold on.
Right. I'm not saying it is. I'm not
Wait,
trying to
man.
make you out to be demons
Sorry.
or bad people. I'm just saying
Sorry.
the way the world is today is based on military
What is it
superiority.
Can we have a timeline between those Cleopatra, yeah, and Ottomans? Because like,
Man said we
bruv, you gotta
outbred
take
you
the
know.
time into perspective. Like, what you're talking about is late in the day with you little Ottomans, right? And when we're saying that we left the region, we've gone. There's no us in Egypt or thing that you could of note. No, there was some small Tuaregs and some sub tribes and mainly Arabs, yeah, that
And
occupied these
Bedouins.
desert, and we don't live there no more. So
Right, look.
taking it over, hold on, it's not taking us over, bro, because we
It
left.
is though, because look at it this way.
Gone.
At your peak, in your peak
Yeah.
times, you was out in
And then
Korea,
when we
out
came
in China, you was out in
back,
Japan. This is your peak times where you expanded out as much as you could expand out. You covered the whole of Asia. When you
created
look
the
at
whole-
where are you now, not only have you been pushed back into Africa, but you've even lost North Africa.
doesn't even make sense, bro. Okay?
But this
The
is
North
the truth,
Africans,
though.
the North Africans are running around claiming to be us. Are they not?
But Con, I think another
Are they not?
misconception is.
Hold on one second. Are they not, Khan? They're running around
Look,
claiming to be African.
if it was a world war, we know Algeria, for example, and Morocco. We know whose side they're on. They're not on your side, are they?
Yeah, because they're not us.
Not a world war.
Go
and look them up. Look them up.
Con, this is the
Algeria,
thing that you forget. Let me say
some of
this
these
quickly.
countries are failed states. Go on.
But this is the thing that you forget, Con. Yeah, when they say we got ran out, we got bred out, sometimes it's black people choosing to mix with white people and lightening the civilization, and then making themselves separate from their darker, relatives or ancestors.
So you're saying they had a sexual preference for white people?
I'm saying this is what happened with the harems, with the Moors. This is what happened with the Amazigh and all these olive-looking people in North Africa. They mixed with Europeans. So it doesn't mean that we weren't there before.
Zulu. You're
It's just
saying
that
what I'm saying, that even throughout that whole region of the Mediterranean and the Levant, there are E1B1 people that survived, and they were the ruling elite, and they married into white women, like you're saying. So their phenotype looks white, but actually they are black people. Their haploid group they are black people. Let's not judge them by their skin color. They're African people.
You don't even know.
No, but they can't be more African than me, though.
No, I'm not saying that they're more African than you. I'm saying compared to me, they're African.
Okay, but then compared to me, what are they?
They're like, some people that you left behind. You know when the fluff falls out your pocket, the little lints. That's what they are to you. They're like your crumbs from your table.
So,
that's what you are.
You're only counting paternal then, is that what it is?
I don't know why you're trying to...
Yeah, exactly, Zulu. Now you're getting it. This is why me and Maku can never agree.
But Khan, you're completely disregarding the maternal. You're completely disregarding maternal DNA.
Yes,
bro.
I am. But I'm doing that because you have to create a strong line, a lineage. You have to understand.
But that's not
clearly.
scientific. That's not scientific.
It's not.
That's cultural. When we say, oh, you are what your dad is, that's cultural. That's not scientific. That's not factual. You're 50% of your mom and you're 50% of your dad. That's the facts.
I understand that. But like I said to you, there's different sciences that cover different subjects. And when they come together, we have to fill in the blanks ourselves. So if I'm coming with this haploid group DNA science, it has to go by the paternal line. It has to.
Okay, that's if you go by the paternal haplogroup. But if you go by the maternal one, it's going to show a different marker, right?
Right. So this is what I'm saying to you. When I'm looking at different Turkic tribes and the amount of African culture that they retain, I can see that it's different. So when you look at, for example, Attila the Hun, he used to do African facial markings that, you see African people, the lines on their faces.
Scarification.
They used to do that too. It's an African thing that they used to do, right? So different Turkic tribes have got a different percentage of African admixture. And not only that,
is it?
Culturally, they maintain certain words like Oba. We use words like Oba in Turkish.
Sorry,
Yeah?
we're bro, don't do that. Yeah.
Man's
We're
trying
not
to
buying
beg
it.
the Yoruba team, right?
I know, man.
I'm not begging it. I'm not begging it because when you look it up,
No,
it's
we
the
don't want
actual
you.
Yoruba that were out
We don't
there.
want
It's not
Man's
all
gonna
you.
say
because,
we have
brother.
Let the
But it's
Asians.
Man's gonna
true.
say
But it's
Yeah.
true.
Let's get this
Man's gonna
African
say
president. Go on.
Man's
Yo,
gonna say
Go on.
we have our own
Go on.
yo.
Ogusi and we have
I
our own
know,
pound of
yeah,
jam,
yeah.
you
We
know.
got our own Gucci. We got our own
Remember,
pound of
like
jam.
my lap
In
Majun
there.
and Ugusi.
Yeah, that was in the Gucci. In there. Like, fuck off. Anyway, let's play the video, and then we're gonna play another video, and we're gonna play another. Yeah, go and get that work, man.
You know what is Zulu? You know, 1
Nice
minute. Let me just say something, Zulu. You know what is with these man?
Hey,
If I was to come down to Speaker's Corner with my sister and my cousin, they'd be going up to them going, you know that you come from Africans too. But when I say it, because I'm a man, all of a sudden, nah, you're begging it. But if I brought my sister down, they'll be like, did you know that we're all the same? So don't try to make out like you got an equal opportunities policy on who's involved and who ain't involved. That's all it
See,
is.
this is what we're trying to
Yeah,
say
I'll
again.
bring some pretty little
He
Turkish
said,
girls down. You're going to
right,
be all over them like a rash.
right.
Don't even
You,
make it
or
out to
are
be
they
different.
going to be all over us?
They're
like
gonna
a
be
rat?
all over us. Exactly.
Well, that's not
Right.
right.
So that's
Listen,
You're gonna be all over
that's
us.
equal opportunities,
And
man.
now,
I'm not involved in that.
and now,
I'm
hold
not
on.
involved.
You're going to be the cock blocker.
Never
I'm going
that.
to burn you to
Never
Yeah, you're gonna
that.
be the racist brother. That's gonna be,
Never
oh no,
that. Who,
no,
me?
all of a
Are you
sudden,
joking
they're
me?
you're putting your
they're
hands in front.
I'll
Talking
be
about,
too busy
nah,
getting
they're
my
married.
own.
Yeah, thank you,
Nah, you're
engaged.
gonna be like now, Michael, they're
She's
taking. You
engaged.
can't have
She's
these ones. You
engaged,
can't
isn't
have
it?
these ones.
Bro,
That's what
listen
you're
to what
Why
I'm
are you
telling
looking at
you.
my sister like that?
Listen to what I'm
No,
telling you.
tell
My
your sister, why is your
granddad,
sister looking at me
listen,
like that?
my granddad was a black man. I've shown you his
Oh, stop it,
photo.
man! Stop it, man!
Stop it.
Stop
Stop
it,
it.
I've
man!
shown you his
Oh,
photograph.
no, I'm not
Bro,
buying it.
how'd you go from being the black to what you are now? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Don't be silly, Zulu.
Come
Don't
on,
be
you said
silly.
granddad. You didn't say
Man
great,
is
great, great. You said
fully.
granddad. That's not that long
Bruv,
ago.
my
That's
granddad was
far.
phenotypically black. He looked like fucking Radar.
What? You think that's
My granddad was his phenotype. He looked like an African. His phenotype was African.
Nah. You're mocking it, Con. You're
I don't
mocking
know.
it,
I'm
Con.
serious.
know.
What do you
How
mean?
are
Why
you
am I
gonna
gonna
use
lie
radar as
for?
an example for black? I'm
Radar.
sorry, radar.
I'm just saying, like, he
I'm
didn't
sorry
have
if you're
the
listening,
dark.
radar.
Eyes or what?
He
What
didn't
are we
have
talking about?
dark skin, but his facial
Bro.
features
Nah,
were
bro.
No, man, that sounds
African.
European.
I'm sorry if you're listening, radar, but you can't use it as an
Yeah.
example, bro. I'm
Why
sorry.
not?
No, that's not fair as well.
Really?
Why?
Really, Con? Really?
I don't understand. I'm saying to you, the man was phenotypically African.
No, but
Because you had big lips and big nose, right? Is that the only reason why? You had big
but if a man's mixed race, yeah,
When you see
and you're
Ethiopian,
saying your
when you
granddad
see Ethiopian
phenotypically
or
look,
Somali type people, they
I
don't
don't know.
necessarily have the big lips. I don't know why you're saying that.
They had the dark skin though.
Exactly. So how do you know it's
I
But
don't
it's
African
not
know.
just the
features
skin
then?
that makes them African.
Yeah, I think so.
I see. This is where we disagree now. So you're coming with Bantu supremacy yet again.
No, I'm saying
Bantu supremacy.
Albinoidism is there. We said this. Vitiligo is there.
I can't believe you tried it, Con.
Yeah?
Oh my
These are
God.
things that we have.
What
Yeah?
was that
But we're not
all
gonna
about,
make that
Con?
the major
Come on,
thing.
man. How are you gonna have
We're not gonna
a
make that
black
the major
grandmother,
thing,
a
albino.
black everyone's black now in your family?
Yeah.
The way you're sounding.
Yeah.
You call
Like
saying
they
everyone's
look more
black.
black than you. Yeah, is that what you're
That
saying?
doesn't even make
My
sense. But
sister
how do
look-
you not look black? How do you
you'll
have
be
black
all over these
grandparents and
Turkish girls.
you don't look black? Make sense
And
of
you
that.
don't even like Turkish girls.
Yeah, I don't like Turkish girls. You can have
So
them.
like, what are you doing?
We'll swap. I'll take
How are you
Axum. You
convincing
take.
us? If they got that Kurdish nose and that like Butter's face, like
Man said
bro,
you would
how
take
are you?
Axum, you know. Axum, you
Or
better
short,
jump on, bro.
or they're short and they look like their dads and that. Like, allow it, man. You go like all Turkish women look biscuit,
Nah, that
like, bro.
radar example was
If
so
it's a
bad,
swap
man.
seat,
Come on, I rate you for
you're not
other
gonna.
things, for other
We're not doing it.
information.
I'm not
but
doing
that
a swap
radar
seat.
thing, bro, was a bad example. That was
I
a
will
bad
keep
example.
the descendants.
I'm just
I will
basically
keep
showing you that it's
descendants
not
of
all
all
about how
African
dark
type.
you are. You've got this
Aye.
idea that the darker you are, the more African you are. I'm saying no, I
No, I
don't
never
agree
said
with
that.
that.
But
It's
when
not
we're
about
talking
skin
in
color,
the
Con.
region,
Obviously, the
no,
phenotype is important, right? Like,
I'm saying in the region that you're
but how
talking
come you
about,
don't phenotypically look African?
Ethiopia,
Then?
you know. Come on, Zulu. Ethiopia.
What do you mean, Zulu? I'm
How
quite
are
a
you
good-looking
light
guy, you
skin in
know. Like I don't
Ethiopia?
look like the
How does that make
average
sense?
Ottoman.
Huh?
I'm
How
no,
are
you
you
look look like a normal Mediterranean. You look like a
I
normal
don't have that big
Mediterranean.
hook nose.
You
1
look-
minute.
you
I
look
don't
like a
have the big
normal
hook nose. My
You look
eyebrows
like a
don't meet in the
normal.
middle.
You look like a normal Mediterranean person. You don't look African.
Thank you. Nothing. Zero.
Nothing African.
I'm not saying I look African,
Zero
bro. I'm not saying I look African.
But if you're saying you've got black grandparents, that means you should look
Man's
like
got,
some of that.
bruv, listen, man's got black features, innit? A few of my features.
Where?
Yeah, for
What school did you
example,
go to?
if I was to shave my head and you look at the shape
black
of my,
features.
my skull, it doesn't look like a
Fuck's sake.
Turkish
Oh
flat
my
flat
God.
back. You know them flat back Turkish heads. I ain't got one of them.
Man's saying I've got
I ain't
African
got one of them
skull.
flat back heads.
It's fine,
Get
Khan.
me? Them man got
Son,
flat
you're
back
joking,
heads, bro.
You're joking.
We
You're joking,
listening.
You're joking.
I'm telling you, them man got
Man
flat
said I've
back
got
heads.
African skull, you know.
Bro, listen. I'm telling you, I've got features in it. I've got certain features. I'm not going to go into the deeps of it, but there is certain
you're trying to say
features.
the below the belt features.
Charge your number, Zulu. I would send you pound right now.
Really? Is that all
Zulu,
Africans are to you,
listen.
Khan? Is
I'm
that all
serious.
Africans
When
are
my
to you?
girlfriend
He looks like chili sauce salad.
Zulu, I'm not lying to you. When my girlfriend fell pregnant, I had to warn her. I said, listen, man's got a good percentage of African DNA. Like, don't be surprised if the baby comes out, you know, highly melanated. Like, don't be shocked.
Wow.
I had to warn her. Because you know what is Zulu?
Is
In our
dead.
family,
That is a lie.
we call it the checkerboard effect.
You know there was a cheap.
We call it the
Don't listen
checkerboard
to this.
effect. Like
This
one
is
child
lies,
will
man.
come out white,
Mikey,
the
what
other
in
one
the
will come out
blackface is
black.
happening right now?
I know, man. We're
What do you
talking
mean?
about Africans
Some
in
sort of
Asia,
a cheap chatter plan.
Eurasia. This man said he's Asian originally.
Bro,
you know,
Dublin's
but
blacker
like,
than you, bro. What are we doing? Dublin's
Yeah,
more
man.
African than you.
Yeah, easily.
Listen, man's got a lot of features. Yeah, not just
Khan
like
is dark
physical
though.
features.
Khan is dark, right? Aren't
Not
you,
just
Khan?
physical
No.
features. Not just
Dark as
physical.
what?
Man can
Nah,
draw. I
you're
can
darker
paint.
than him,
For
Dublin.
I can
European?
dance.
What do you
Like
mean?
I've got good, like you know,
Dublin?
creativity skills as
Have you
well.
I know
seen
he
Most
has
white
got the
people
point,
don't
you
have
know.
that.
Pale,
No,
fam.
I was
Pale with a comb over.
Nah.
Come on, man. Let's fuck it, man. What are we doing out here?
Getting
I
dissed by a
thought he was
barber.
dark. I thought he was
Oh.
dark.
My hair's
Anyway,
starting
let's go. Let's go. Let's
He's
go.
doing the
Man's gonna say,
Gordon
oh,
Ramsay.
I can eat watermelons
it
like
along.
you guys. I can do barbecues like you guys. Like, bro, you're
I'm not
black,
saying
man.
like you guys. I'm just saying I'm not like the average of my thingy group, my
Yeah, because you're
designated group.
Mongolian.
What's wrong with Mongolians? I'm not trying to deny Mongolians.
But this is another thing I don't like, Kanye. You say that, oh, you guys want to be everyone, but you're doing the same thing.
Who?
You want to
I've
be
never said
Mongolian.
that.
You want to be
No,
Anatolian.
wrong.
You want to be everything. You want to be black.
Wrong.
It's like you want to be
I've never
everything.
said that. I've never said that. I said the first British were black. Yeah, even when they done that Cheddar Man thing and they done the model so melanated that the whole British public was going mad. How are you making the original British man black? They were freaking out. Do you get me? But I'm not saying that. But yet Maku's saying, oh, if you come to the dance with a Turkish girl and man move to her, you'd be the one doing the cock block. Nah, mate. I
That's a
don't think
fact.
so.
That's a
I
fact.
don't think so.
I do.
I don't think so.
And I think you know it. That's why you
But
said it
what are you
again.
talking about?
Anyway,
You're
let's
talking
move forward,
nonsense.
man.
Yeah, that's why you're smiling
Khan's
right now
into
because you know
redhead
it's true.
MJs.
You know
You're
it's
talking
true, man.
nonsense,
He
mate.
know it's
he
true,
doesn't
Khan.
want the Turkish
You'd
girls.
feel, you'd feel
He
away.
just
Be
wants
honest.
redhead MJs.
Khan, be honest. You'd feel away. Be honest.
Why am I going to feel away if my black brother wants to incorporate his
My
DNA
black brother.
with
I don't even like the way you said that, man. I don't know what's going on.
Sorry, go on.
Can't be
Sorry,
clapping on the back pause.
Finish what you were saying, Khan. Go on.
Hello?
Is she gone?
Yeah, man. I don't know
You're
what
not
this
getting
guy.
me in trouble. You're getting me in trouble. I'm speaking loud.
You know what you're saying, cuz. You know what you're saying. Let me play the
Yeah.
video, man. What I'm to you. It's only a couple minutes. Fuck's sake.
Play the thing now, brother.
Well,
The
now man's
Buddha
trying to
has
speak power
knotty
plus.
hair.
Look.
Every time you see the Buddha, his hair is knotted. Just a thought.
Oh shit.
There's a painting
Look
called
at
the
that.
Nambam painting of the Portuguese when they first go over to Japan. And when you look at this painting, the painting was made in around sometime in the 1500s, and it was the first eyewitness account of what they saw. Many of the Asian people there were dark-skinned, and half the people who were supposed to be Portuguese were dark-skinned.
There's a tradition begun by a man named Alexander Francis Chamberlain, at least in April 1914, in a publication called the Journal of Race Development. And I can quote him almost exactly. And he says, and even in far-off Japan, we can find traces of the ancient Negro. For when the Japanese armies in the 8th century, now here I'm paraphrasing, when the Japanese armies in the 8th century were fighting their traditional enemy, the Ainu, they were led by a famous Negro general named Sakanoye Tomomuraro. And this man became the first shogun in Japanese history. First of all, Australia itself is the world's second smallest continent, second only after Antarctica. It's the smallest inhabited continent. The name Australia means Great South Land. And the first people of Australia were the people we call Aboriginal Australians, commonly called black fellas. And of course, you have different names, the Koori, the Guri, the Noongar, and various names.
The people of Australia, originally Australia was an African land. In fact, in European documentation, they considered it an African satellite. When the British came into Australia and began the mass extermination of African people, they were crystal clear who they were exterminating because they said it. And also we know that right off the coast of Australia was an island called Tasmania, a little island off the coast of Tasmania. There are no living Tasmanians in existence right now. You can't find a Tasmanian man, woman, or child because the British systematically exterminated the entire population.
It wasn't until January 1967 that Aboriginal people in Australia were considered humans for the first time. In January 1967, there was a national referendum to decide that Aboriginal Australians should have Australian citizenship. Up to that point, they were officially, and you can document this, classified as flora and fauna and plants and animals. You have three major island chains: North Pacific, West Pacific, and South Pacific. Melanesia, Polynesia, Micronesia. Melanesia is the South Pacific. That means the Black Islands. And the biggest island is New Guinea. Others include New Caledonia, New Ireland, New Britain, Fiji, the Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, which used to be known as New Hebrides. These are the Black Islands. And the people that I've encountered in this part of the world tend to say they come from Africa. People tend to have very, very Africoid features: dark skin, tightly curled hair, large afros, we call them today. Many of them say they come from Africa, especially in Fiji. And also in Buka Island. I ask people, where do you come from? We come from Africa. And they're very matter of fact about it. Buka, B-U-K, means black skin. And they have the reputation of being...
Not Turkey. Not descendants of the Ottomans, Romans, thing. No, none of that. Stop it.
blackest human beings on earth. So quite naturally, that was where I wanted to lay my head. If you look at images of King Kamehameha, and I know you have, who is what might be considered the founder of Hawaii. It's like the founding father of Hawaii. Clearly Africa.
Come on, man.
Mad.
Family right there. Artist impression, yeah? Mad thing.
One of the most famous Hawaiians is a guy named Duke Kahanamoku. Duke was one of the forefathers of modern surfing, and they would use Duke to promote tourism in Hawaii.
This one's cold. You're gonna have to compare it with the music.
What's this one now?
We're watching the Star Wars thing.
We're going straight into another video.
Huh?
Are we going straight into another video?
Yeah, no long time.
Okay.
Hello again, everyone, and thank you for clicking on this
watching
video.
the Star Wars thing.
I hope you've been learning a lot of new, revealing, and exciting information from my videos. This video sort of falls in line with the other videos that I've been producing, which deal with Europeans of color. However, in this video, I will be covering Asian people of color. One of the big reasons that I'm venturing away from Europeans for now is I keep seeing videos on YouTube and Instagram regarding Asian people and their reactions to people of color, especially as it pertains to people most commonly described as Black people. So let's dive in. The name of this video, as you can see, is Dark-Skinned Asian People. Now, I know the titles I choose for my videos are not very sexy, but that's how I like my research, straight up and to the point. All right, so I know some of you have seen some of these titles on YouTube, like Chinese meet Black people for first time. What do Chinese think of Black people?
What?
Small town Korean woman meets her first Black person. What Japanese people think of Black people?
Racism.
Being dark-skinned in the Philippines.
Jeez.
Well, let me let you in on a secret. Asian people were dark-skinned, or AKA Black people, in the recent past. And obviously, there are still many Asian countries that have large numbers of brown or dark-skinned people. I'm mostly going to show you the Asian people that do not know or do not want to know that they are directly related to past relatives that were all dark-skinned. These ethnicities are Chinese, Korean, Filipino, and Japanese people. This is Professor Li Jin of Fudan University in Shanghai. I saw a very interesting
I've
video
seen this
featuring
guy. It's
him
good.
on
It's good.
YouTube. I highly suggest you check it out. I'm going to place a link to that video in the description area. One of China's leading geneticists confirms that all Chinese people can trace their genetic lineage back to Africa.
That's right.
What's interesting is that he originally set out to prove that Chinese people independently evolved, but the evidence forced him to change his position and admit the truth. I'm not sure if this information comes as a shock to you. I was somewhat shocked that it was actually revealed, although after watching this video, it should be somewhat obvious to you. All right, so just as a disclaimer, the following photographic evidence has been gathered from sources like the Library of Congress online, Google Images, Pinterest, and Getty Images. All right, so check out this video, and this is of the late Qing Dynasty, which was approximately 150 years ago. As you can see, this appears to be a man and his wife, Qing nobility. You can also see that the woman's face is painted with a white paint or cream. Very common in China, Korea, and Japan during this time period. You can also see that the man's complexion is very dark. No doubt her face was dark as well. So let me veer off for a minute and talk about why women painted their faces.
I think we've seen this video before.
There are several similar theories, but this explanation from reference.com summed it up pretty good. All right, so that reference goes on to read, pale skin is a long coveted sign of beauty in China, and skin whitening is an 18 billion a year industry in Asia. Although there are many modern companies competing in the industry, skin whitening is a tradition.
Hold on, Con. 18 billion in Asia. What does that suggest to you?
What's 18 billion people?
No, the industry of skin whitening.
Oh, money, 18 billion in money. I thought, yeah.
What does that suggest to you?
It suggests to me that people of ancient stock who are highly melanated, for some reason have adopted the ideology that lighter skin is better.
Okay.
Being dark doesn't make you free from this kind of thinking or brainwashing.
Okay.
This brainwashing is rife throughout the whole world, not just the Christian world and their oppression of Africa, but it does go out to places like Asia.
Where does the brainwashing come from?
My brother.
This is what we're getting to.
If there is 18, they're making 18 billion, from skin whitening products.
Yeah.
How many billion people are there in India? How many billion people are there in China? Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh, hundreds of billions, man. Hundreds of billions.
Okay, so I'm saying there's a lot of people, and we would say the majority, that are using these things because why? Because they are dark-skinned people. Mud. So all your little theory of ghost DNA goes out the window. Because no matter what, these men are making 18 billion a year. Hold on, bros. 18 billion a year on skin lightening products. Not because they're yellow.
My point is this. When we look at, for example, going back to the argument of the Mongols being closely related to the original Africans, you can see that it weren't just the Mongols. That was true throughout the whole of throughout the whole of Asia. Philippines, Thai, all them. They were all black people originally. The question is, why is it that they have this preference for white? Iceland. Oh, I got to go and sort out my shopping, guys. But hold it up in it. I'll be back soon.
Yeah, man. Yo, Marco, have you seen the Champions League thing?
Huh?
Liverpool versus Real Madrid.
Has it started?
I think it's supposed to be like 5 or 4. I think maybe it's probably already done now.
Oh shit. Yeah, I ain't seen Zellini and a few others. They might be quiet, bro.
Yeah, that's how you know.
Check my phone.
I hope they lose, man. But yeah, man, that Star Wars thing, bro. I'm telling you, when I watch that shit.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna put it on in a minute. Hold on.
Do you want the link?
No, I'm thinking I ain't seen no score, man.
Oh, you're looking up for the score?
Yeah,
I thought it was
I
supposed
got
to be
football.
5 or 4 or something like that. Maybe it's a bit late. Maybe it's at 8. I think it's at 8, you know?
No,
Oh, it's 8:30, 8:30, 8:30. It's not started yet.
I was gonna say.
8:30. And I think it's on
Mm,
YouTube for free. Did they stream those for free? The Champions League one.
no, I don't know.
They
But
usually
it's
put
on
it on
YouTube.
TV for free.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. That's crazy. Anyway, let me. That wasn't the one. Yeah, you're right. Zulu. That was something else. I don't even think it was in this playlist.
I'll
Oh, it
put the
should
link in the
be.
private chat.
Wait. That was the planet one. Skin. All right. Let me just boom. Get rid of this. Just get them on this and this. All on another page. No, I had the Star Wars one pulled up already. What am I talking about? Remember, you can see the back of the little kid. I did put it up at first.
Yeah.
Watch. I can't wait. Get your popcorn, people. You get me? Zulu's taking us down another road again. We enjoyed last week's one. What was last week's one again?
Marvel.
Marvel.
The End
My
Game.
favorite. Yeah,
Yeah,
Endgame
Thanos.
was
I
End
can't look at
Game.
Thanos the same anymore now. It's
No, I knew. No, I've got the A to Z thing, innit? So
This is
I
good. I
knew.
watched this earlier.
I knew. He's the
It's good, isn't it,
embodiment
Dominic?
of evil.
Yeah, it is good.
Yeah, he's in the embodiment of evil for this part of the universe. It's mad. As I told you, his brother looked like a sweet boy compared to him. He's mad. He's pissed.
It's mad fun.
How you come out purple and your brother's just white with blonde hair and that? Like, what are we doing?
I'm telling you, these guys are exposing the industry, bro. They did another one on light workers the other day, like exposing witchcraft, exposing all this You know, all these people that are into meditation and astral projecting, and even psychedelics. So I know some people might disagree, but they expose that too. So that's going to
Yeah.
be interesting one another time. But yeah,
Of course. I mean, on different people, it has different effects. Remember that if some people take it, they're definitely going to see what the concept is. You know, what they're grown up seeing and that. Hold on one sec. Yeah, you know, like what all these movies, all these things that will be in their DNT trip. You would have to grow up in an environment of pure clarity. You've never seen violence. You've never seen a snuff movie. You've never seen Marvel. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. To take it and have a good experience 100%. It's either
but you
that
know what it is,
or
Matthew?
you, yeah.
Sorry to cut you, but you know when people say like, "Oh, God created, so therefore you can take it." Well, God created the tree of life of good and evil, and He told Adam and Eve not to eat it. So just because God created something doesn't mean you can eat it.
Yeah, but sometimes sometimes poisons are cures. So sometimes it's better. Yeah. Sometimes
Okay,
poisons
but
are
how many
cures.
people have to die before we find out? How many people have to die before we find out how to use it?
Well, it has different effects on different people. That's all we can
Oh
say.
man.
You know what I mean? That some people take things and they, as I said, my friend can't smoke weed. He see pink elephants. And he swear down he saw a pink elephant in the corner of the room. I said, yeah, don't smoke weed, man. Smoke cigarette. Do whatever you say. Wait, drink a Budweiser. Yeah, I agreed with him. Like the look in his eye when he told me, I'm not gonna doubt a man when he tells me that. I'm like, okay, safe. Yeah,
And
I
let's
don't
not
see
forget,
that.
Marco, if fallen angels or aliens, whatever, can manipulate the DNA, what makes you think they haven't manipulated plants? What makes you think they haven't made certain strands of things to cause certain things?
That's true. That's
That is
true.
You know what I
true. That
mean?
is
Like
true.
we as humans now do GMO. What makes you think they weren't doing ancient GMO?
No, I don't think it even needs to be GMO because there's examples in the Asian pantheon that the wickedest of beings make rubies, right? The wickedness, the wicked, the evil beings and demonic or whatever, their bones, their thing when they carve.
Oh, that energy goes into rubies. Yeah.
Makes those rubies and blah blah blah. It could be a theory, it could be true, it could be bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So there's something to say. What you're saying is correct, Zulu. You know what I mean?
You know what it is? But you know what it is, Michael? Like when you're forcing these spiritual experiences on, it always seems to have a negative. Like you get what you want, you get what you're looking for, but when you come out of it, will you be the same? Because
I feel like. Go on.
No, I was just gonna say quickly. I feel like I was created with everything I need to interface with the spiritual realm. My brain naturally releases DMT when I'm sleeping and I dream. That's my way of interfacing with the spiritual realm. Why am I going to force that experience on by taking something?
Well, you don't have to. You're right. You don't have to do. You still have to train, though. You think sleeping is enough? No. Meditation might be a thing that you might need to do, or is another way to do it. As I said, because if all those things are within you, if you naturally create DMT and all of these chemicals are in your body already, cannabinoids are in your body already. I don't need to smoke weed, to be honest. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Michael, meditation
whether
is
you
not
need
natural.
to top up,
Meditation is not natural. Someone has to teach you to cross your legs and to empty your mind and to close your eyes. Someone teaches you how to do that. You're not born knowing how to meditate.
You teach yourself.
Come on, you're not born knowing to meditate.
You teach yourself. I'm saying you teach yourself, or you're taught by someone. That's fine.
Yeah, Zulu. Look, Zulu. What do you think? What do you think going out and looking out into the sea is? And not talking to yourself.
That's not meditation, though.
That's a form of meditation. It is, brother.
Okay, but is that the same as going to a yogi and going?
No, but we're okay. But we're not talking about doing mantras.
Some man,
that's the kind of meditation I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I hear you. But not everyone's going to do that, and that's not always the process. Sometimes there's different tones and all of that. Yes, you can listen to reach whatever vibration you're trying to get into. You know what I mean? Mine would be the resonance of the planet. If I can't get that
hertz,
tone, if I can't get that tone, I'm not interested. Yeah, because anything else is judge. If you speed it up, it's judge. If you have to know about music and what vibrations and music can do anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but when you're sitting there repeating things over and over again, and we know what the Bible says about repetition, Jesus specifically tells us when we pray, we must
the video last week, man. The Hindu thing, repetition is a bad thing. I said, okay, thank you. Has everyone heard? Yeah, repetition is a bad thing. That's why we say mantra.
So you see those people in church, Matthew, that are like, so you see those people in church, they're like, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. It's like, bro, God can hear you the first time. Like, why are you repeating it over and over again? It's a bit. If you're trying to get in a trance, you know what I mean?
Naturally, but they do. Yeah, they do, and they can, because half of the human condition is that. Some are created to be priests, you know, to uphold the knowledge and thing, and others are meant to be worshippers. Yes, facts. You can see it within our people alone. You know what I mean? We might not be a certain way, but our parents might be a certain way. You know what I mean? They always need that thing to believe in that church that, you know, they've always been like that. Then you go grandparents or great grandparents wasn't that. Yeah, grandparents was, but great grandparents wasn't. But we still exist, or we're still here. So, like, bro, what does it all matter? As long as you find your own way, that's the most significant thing. Do you get what I'm saying? You are more the sum than the sum of what they tell you. That's my maintenance. You know what I mean? You've got all these powers, you've got all these abilities, but they've been switched off for a particular reason. You are a fallen angel. You know, someone think they're Ottoman and all of that. That means nothing, bro. We're talking about metaphysical and on the spiritual level. You got to know certain things about yourself and about your existence and what these books and these ancient texts and these ancient civilizations are trying to tell you. Yeah, enjoy life and live life,
and how they correlate to your life.
Be, as I said, be peaceful. Do you get what I'm saying? Be peaceful. Be a peacemaker. That's not hard instructions. Human beings make things.
The main thing to take out of them as well.
All this meditation, all this chakra, all this higher self. It's all Hinduism and it's all demonology. This is what Satan does, right? Satan in the fall made himself to be like God. What did he say to God? He said, I will be like the Most High. I will make my throne above the clouds. Da, 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 da. Rebel, rebel, rebel. Yeah? When he comes down on earth, what does he tell Eve? You take this fruit. No, you won't die. You're going to be like God. So now when you look at this Hinduism and demonology, what do they tell you? Achieve your higher self.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
You can be like
Hold
God.
on.
Access
That's
your
for
higher
Satan.
self.
That's for Lucifer.
That's all demonology, man.
Yeah, but that's for Lucifer, right? And
Yeah, but that's
you're
the meditation that
I'm
I'm
agreeing
talking
with
about.
you. Yeah, but that's not the same thing. Sitting in the lotus position is not what they're doing. For example, right? If you look at a picture of Shiva, he's sitting in some type of meditation position, but it's not the same as how you're taught to meditate, whether you be in Egypt or you
So,
be in India or you
It's
be.
exactly the
You get
same,
what I'm saying?
bro.
No, not necessarily.
but
Yeah.
Maku, you
Even
be the
Baphomet,
first one saying all this stuff comes from Kemet and a 16-pointed flower called the lotus is in
No, but
Kemet.
the
And
lotus position, hold on, the lotus position is the lotus position. What they are doing, as Baphomet, like Zulu just said, and thing, you look, their hand positions are different. They've got 2 fingers up and 2 fingers. This is different. This is not meditation, bro.
look,
You gotta
let's,
know,
Maku,
but it's definitely identical.
there was
Hold
a
on,
fork in the
hold
road.
on.
People of
It's
God
definitely
separated
identical
themselves off from
to.
these people that you're calling Kemetans, and God chose one lot of people over the other.
I'm not
Yes,
even interested in what you're talking about right now.
that's a fact.
I'm trying to play Star Wars. Let's play Star Wars. Let's talk religion tomorrow.
Everyone stay
Tomorrow
away
we
from
can talk religion.
psychedelics. Yes.
I'm trying to stay away from religion as such today because we would just want to explore anything, can it? This is what the learning day is. That's why I didn't really go into religion. I got bare religious videos that would just smash man out of the park. I don't know what he's doing.
Ain't
Yeah,
about religion. Ain't about religion.
I can
Ain't
play
about
Hindu
religion.
stuff. I can play all of these things that I've got stored in my memory banks or on my thing. I do research. I sit here sometimes when I got a little time and find videos for us to sit down and watch and analyze. Of course, I've got to do that.
Of course.
Yeah, and I got an
Just a
extensive
quick
library
disclaimer
of
before
things.
you play the video. Everyone stay away from psychedelics and stay away from meditation.
And all this Buddhism, Hinduism, it's all the devil, man.
It's bullshit, man. All of
Yeah,
it.
we know that. I think from what my information, I agree because they say that Satan fell into the order of sin or Singi or Shiva. So,
Yes, Singi, exactly.
right. So
And don't forget, the most evil man that ever
preordained.
lived, Genghis Khan, was a Buddhist.
Wait. You said stay away from psychedelics. What about mushrooms? Can I
Stay away
still
from
eat
that,
that
bro.
or now?
Stay away from mushrooms.
Stay away from that.
Stay away from all of
Azulu,
it.
I swear you said you was on doing that. Why you turn your back on it?
No, I was being rebellious.
Okay, you repented.
You know when
for
you
it.
have those, temptations
Mashallah.
in your head. I had a temptation.
Yeah. Come on, I know them ones, man.
Why are you bringing up the brother's sins for, man?
I know, right? Why are you bringing up my sins for? What the fuck, man?
No, I thought you said you were like, yo, stops. When I come down to London, you and me go and shroom it up. Pause. I was like, all right, cool. And now you're gonna turn
No,
your
I mean,
back
I was
on, man.
thinking, I was debating whether I
Say
should
less.
try it or not, but
Say
then I
less, say
realized,
less.
no, I'm not gonna.
All right, Shukwan.
put that
No
shit on my
problem,
body. Hell
no problem. Mashallah.
Shukwan.
You're gonna try. You're gonna try it though. Wow. So you're gonna try it. You're
Nah, I've
listening.
never tried it.
Wow.
You know what? I've
You
never
put it
even
in his
come
head,
across it.
Zulus. Pause.
I've never come across it, so I ain't trying to go for mushroom. Pause.
This
You know
is
what I mean?
bad B, man. All right, let's watch the thing, man. Let's watch the
Let's
thing.
get
Let's
it.
Let the force be with you,
this
guys. Let
properly.
the force be with you.
And
Man,
come on.
Let the pause be with you.
Are you ready to get your dreams crushed up? Are you ready?
Wait, hold on. Before you play, would you rather
Mm-hmm.
pick the Sith or the light side? Forgot the Jedi.
I'd rather pick the
Dark
Sith.
side
After
or
watching this video, I'd rather pick the Sith.
Yeah, I'd rather be the Sith.
All right, say less.
I'd rather be the Sith.
We always knew the dark side was us.
Yeah.
But we
Big
were
man
Jedi.
thing.
We were Jedi, but the dark side was us. You see how they try to play on
Play
it?
with
I
it.
told you everything's in reverse.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Imagine Darth Vader's all black here. He's all black here,
Mm.
voiced by a black actor, and he's saying to the white kid,
Mm-hmm.
Luke Skywalker, I'm your father. Think about the connections, my dog. Think about that. Come on.
The darkness, everybody. The darkness.
That's no
The
coincidence,
darkness. Yeah, your dad's Rick James and that. Extra black. Or Eddie Murphy and that. Mad. Yeah, Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac's your
Luke,
dad.
I'm your father.
Yeah, I'm your father, nigga. Motherfucker.
Yeah, E1B1 is your daddy.
Rick James, motherfucker.
E1B1 is your daddy, huh? What are you gonna do about it?
What you gonna do?
Man
What you
said
gonna
fuck
do?
that and killed himself. Or tried to.
Yeah,
Yeah, he tried to
are we
jump
ready
off the
for?
thing. What the hell?
Hold on, let me get my juice. Let me get a juice still.
Where's
Yeah,
Meso,
yeah,
man? We
let's
need
go, let's
Meso.
go.
Yeah, we need man.
Yeah, we need
Messing,
Mezzo.
man. Come on.
Oh, we need all Star
They're
Wars.
talking
Where's
about
the Star Wars
Arab
family,
people
man?
here in Star Wars, man, saying that you know, Chewbacca, all of that, man.
Yeah, just mention Iraq. Will jump on. All you have to do is mention Iraq.
They mentioned what's his name again? Oh damn, I was thinking of the other guy. God damn.
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, I was thinking about Osama bin Laden. That's how you know I've been Americanized.
Stops.
All right.
Okay.
Big up stops anyway, bro.
Big up.
I'm ready. Let's do this.
I heard someone's hand rubbing like Birdman. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Zulu.
Oh, the dark side took him out. Peak.
What? You're cutting out. What's going on?
Yeah, his internet's moving like calling me Carter.
Oh, mad.
Delay.
Yeah, it's moving patchy. It's like a patchy beard.
What is Apache beard?
Let me ask some of my Mali brothers. But no, let me look in the mirror.
Fuck you.
That's Dr. Yakub, man.
Fuck off, man.
Oh, who said they leaked a trailer for Obi-Wan? The Obi-Wan that's coming out on Disney Plus.
It's out. The first two are out. The first two are out last night.
I watched it yesterday.
I'm gonna have to wait.
I'm not trying to buy Disney Plus, man. What the fuck?
Nah, man. Chewbacca was from Iraq.
You'll get it.
Chewbacca was from Iraq.
I'll send you some links. I'll send you some links.
Yeah, Tuscan Raiders are Taliban, 100% from Afghan.
Just put in Prime Wire, Mackie, and you'll get whatever you want.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Television wise or cinema wise. Prime Wire is a good site. It is.
So far,
no ads, no nothing.
Okay.
So far, it's good still.
I remember that back in the day. Yeah, I used to have this website where it had all the series. You know, I used to.
Is it one, two, three
from
movies?
A to Z.
Movies?
No, it was A to Z of
A to Z. Yeah.
TV series, like everything. Game of Thrones, everything on there, man.
Well, is that gone
Korean,
now? Is it gone?
Arab.
Gone. They took it.
Yeah,
they took
man.
it away.
Yeah.
Man.
So what's people using
Prime
now?
Wires.
I use apps on my Android phone.
Yeah, what have you got?
Prime Wire is what I use.
BTV, that's what I use.
How do you spell it? B and the TV?
Yeah, just like a B, like the actual bug. BTV.
Okay. Yeah.
And then you type in APK and then you download it. And
There's another one called Project Free TV.1.
Project Free TV is good. Yeah, that's good.
Project Free TV.
I watched Moon Knight.
Putlocker.
I watched Moon Knight on that. Moon Knight is good as well. You need to watch that, Max.
Moonlight.
Yeah, Moon Knight. Is
Shadow Moon. What's it, Shadow Moon?
No, it's Moonlight, bro. Shadow Moon. What the fuck?
Moon Knight.
Oh, and that's
spelled with a K.
American Gods. Have you ever watched American Gods?
Yeah.
You should watch it, bro. You should watch it. It's an interesting thing. It's the old gods versus the new gods.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
That's an accent thing.
Irish leprechaun.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
Nah. It's basically Thor asking the old gods, "Yo, we gotta beat these new internet gods." Da.
Yeah,
like, cut from here. Nah, they're too strong. It's actually sick.
Yeah, I'll try.
Are we gonna actually watch this now?
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry. Sorry, Enne.
Everyone get your sausages ready. Pause.
Hey, Dad. Why do you keep all your toys in boxes? How do you play with them?
I get the reference.
I collect them.
Does Mom know you keep mac and cheese in here?
Okay, this isn't for eating. I collect these too.
So, toys you can't play with and mac and cheese you can't eat? This is a room of lies.
Oh, that was a bar still.
That was a hidden gem in it.
A little bar.
Imagine getting told by your own kid, like you just live in lies, like.
That was an African uncle. He would have slapped. Get out of here, man.
Yeah, man, who are you talking to like that?
Rumor lie. Rumor hold this punch and
Your father is a liar. Stupid. Oh, I am your father.
Star Wars.
a multi-generational phenomenon that has attracted audiences from all walks of life. It's become a global obsession that has crossed over all religious boundaries, regardless of your spiritual beliefs. An epic war between good and evil fought on a cosmic battlefield. It's gained the world's attention, yet it all sounds awfully familiar to a similar scenario which generations have debated for centuries. Is there really a cosmic battle taking place in the universe that we are knowingly or unknowingly a part of?
You see this app
Brother,
right
how you
here?
hitting us
It's
with the
called
ad,
Audible.
man? 20
Using
seconds.
just this little app on my phone, I was able to
20 seconds of the video, hit man with the ad.
Perhaps the
that
attraction
Dravidian
is due to the
face.
spiritual themes of its storyline, as it is probably one of the biggest reasons why Christians draw parallels with it to the Bible.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
The ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the Force.
Don't try to frighten us with your sorcerer's ways, Lord Vader.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Did the creators of Star Wars intend for this connection to the supernatural realm? And if so, where did they get their inspiration from? How is it possible that Buddhists, Taoists, atheists, Christians, and all kinds of different faiths all seem to connect with this series with an almost religious fanaticism, claiming it to explain many truths about the universe? But yet, if you are a Christian, could there be any danger in watching them if the message relayed in the films differs from that of the Bible? What if you know the truths that are taught in the Holy Scriptures? Could these fanciful stories have an influence on your beliefs? Looking at the Star Wars series through the lens of the Bible, you may begin to see that we are indeed engaged in a great war of cosmic proportions to which the allegiance of many is being influenced. There are many parallels and similarities that this series has with the Bible. In Star Wars, there are spiritual forces at war.
For my ally is the Force, and a powerful ally it is. Life creates it, makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter.
There are prophecies of the one who will come, who has the ability to see things before they happen.
Is he not to destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force? So the prophecy says.
He will bring faith and balance and order to the universe. There are even plot lines of self-sacrificing acts. Love and friendship are the major themes, yet the protagonists form a rebellion against a highly organized system that aims to destroy planets. What if these themes come directly from the Bible, only they show you an opposing view of the real war in heaven? Could this be a subtle attack on God? It's hard to imagine the iconic Jedi without his lightsaber. Obi-Wan describes these trusty laser swords as an elegant weapon, and in the hands of its master, it's hard to argue with his assessment. A lightsaber can cut through metal, deflect blaster shots, and even bring light to dark places. Without it, they're in deep trouble. Like the lightsaber, Scripture is often portrayed as being a weapon. In Ephesians 6, believers are called to take up the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God, in order to defend oneself against the enemy. The psalmist says, "Thy word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path." While the lightsaber may be the hallmark of the true Jedi Knight, the Bible is the tool of the true Christian. When we keep it close, we can be a force for good, but without it, we're next to useless. So let's examine the plot lines through the lens of God's holy word and see how the characters from Star Wars resemble certain characters in the Bible. There are few villains in the Star Wars universe more menacing than Darth Vader. With his crimson lightsaber and his ragged breathing, the Darth Lord of the Sith inspires fear wherever he goes. Audiences have witnessed him destroy planets, murder subordinates, even torture his own children. This Dark Lord was once good, but then let pride and anger overtake him, and the dark side of the Force began to grow in him like a plague. Sounds a lot like the devil, right? Or does it? You see, let's take a closer look, and you will begin to see strange parallels between the Dark Lord Vader and the Savior of the world. For example, Anakin Skywalker, the innocent boy who grew up to become Darth Vader, has an interesting beginning. When Qui-Gon Jinn asks the question, "Who is Anakin's father?" this is what his mother says.
The Force is unusually strong with him. That much is clear. Who was his father?
There was no father.
Mutt.
I carried
Does
him.
that
I
sound
gave
like
birth.
Matthew?
I raised him.
Mhm.
I can't explain what happened.
There was only one birth in the whole Bible where a woman was not pregnant and then suddenly was. Matthew 1:18 says this.
This is how the birth of Jesus Christ came about. His mother Mary was pledged in marriage to Joseph, but before they came together, she was found to be with child through the Holy Spirit.
Right.
There's only one being who can tell the future. It says in 2 Peter 1:21.
For the prophecy came not in old time by the will of man, but holy men of God spake as they were moved by the Holy Ghost.
God is the only one who can tell things before they happen. And the same being was prophesied to come and save the people. Likewise, there are more than 40 prophecies of Jesus' coming to save mankind. Anakin decides to become Darth Vader because he believes that he can learn to use the Force to create and save lives.
It's a Sith legend. Darth Plagueis was a dark lord of the Sith, so powerful and so wise, he could use the Force to influence the midi-chlorians to create life. He had such a knowledge of the dark side, he could even keep the ones he cared about from dying. He could actually save people from death.
There's only one in the Bible that can do that. Jesus is the only one in the Bible that has the ability to create life. John 1:3 says,
All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made.
And his mission was to save us. Luke 19:10 says,
For the Son of Man is come to seek and save that which was lost.
Anakin Skywalker tells Obi-Wan Kenobi,
I have brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire.
this is not something that you can attribute to the devil. He also states,
I discovered the 8 immortal kings of Samaria lived a total of 241,200 years.
Oh, is it?
I've discovered through my research that these type of stories have an element of truth to them. Immortality is not only a possibility, but a
All right.
If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
which is very similar to the same words Jesus used in Matthew 12, verse 30, where the Bible says,
He that is not with me is against me.
It is implied
Literally
that
from the Bible,
he
word
dies
for word.
and then is raised back to life and becomes a master of the Force.
Mutt.
His outfit suspiciously resembles
The
the priestly
resurrection.
outfit with an ephod, which typifies the work of Jesus in the sanctuary. If you go to a Star Wars convention, you will see Darth Vader's original outfit. It isn't by chance that Hebrew is written in between the buttons on his chest plate.
Mutt.
So if Anakin is like a twisted Christ type, then what would that naturally make Luke Skywalker like? Satan's original name meant light bearer. Ironically, Luke's name comes from the Greek origin, which means light giving, a very similar meaning to that of Lucifer. And like the originator of sin, Luke fights for the rebellion. The Bible says in 1 Samuel 15:23 that
Rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft.
Satan's whole purpose is to rebel against the order of God. It's interesting that the Republic is depicted as the orderly empire, one where the stormtroopers have pure white suits. Remember, God is a God of order. Let's talk about the Force. What is it? Director George Lucas said in a 1980s interview with Time magazine, the Force has two sides. It's not a malevolent or benevolent thing. It has a bad side to it, involving hate and fear, and it has a good side, involving love, charity, fairness, and hope. He goes on to say in the interview that he believes that there is a so-called force in real life. When you are born, you have this energy field all around you. You could call it an aura. An archaic description would be a halo. It is an idea that has gone all the way through history. When you die, your energy field joins all other energy fields in the universe. And while you're still living, that larger energy field is sympathetic to your own energy field. The belief that all nature is one and that you can master and control it by enlightenment is essentially a pagan worldview. In paganism, morality becomes what you make of it. The force is neither good nor evil, and it depends on how you tap into it and use it. The Bible teaches that there's two ways humans view the spiritual world. The Apostle Paul illustrates it like this in Romans 1:25.
Who changed the truth of God into a lie and worshipped and served the created more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen.
In an interview with Charlie Rose, the question was asked,
where did the idea of force come from?
The force basically came from, distilling all of the religious beliefs, spiritual beliefs, go all around the world, all through time, finding the similarities, and then creating an easy to deal with metaphor for what religion is. And the point is that in the very beginning, when you have people worshiping rocks and deer, they called it life force. They called it the force. That's what it was. And so where did the name come from? It came from basically life force, of what the more primitive religions believed in. And then you go through all the other religions and they have the same thing. It's all the same. Whether you believe in God, don't believe in God, believe in religion, don't believe in religion. The issue is that you either don't believe there's anything else out there, which is I think would be hard to live with at the same time. I believe something's out there, I just don't know what it is. I have no idea, or would I dare to guess, but I do know that religions aren't based on it. They're human psychological needs that have been put together mostly to create a society.
Also, in many other interviews, Lucas repeats the same thing, such as this interview in a series with the Discovery Channel titled The Science of Star Wars. George Lucas tells us where the religious influence in the movie comes from.
Most of the spiritual reality in the movie is based on a synthesis of all religions, a synthesis of, through history, the way man has perceived the unknown and the great mystery and tried to deal with that. And we're dealing with an area of our mind, an area of our reality that we do not flex very much, and that we either go down some rigid dogmatic reality that has been handed down to us, or we go into other areas, different cultures and different ways of looking at reality, and begin to do things that other people in other realities can't do. That's the fascinating part of it. That's what's fun about it.
But the real inspiration for the Star Wars saga, director George Lucas attributes to Joseph Campbell.
Star Wars producer-director George Lucas.
About 10 years ago, I set out to write a children's film. I had an idea of doing a modern fairy tale, stumbled across A Hero with 1,000 Faces. After reading more of Joe's books, I began to understand how I could do this. It was a great gift and a very important moment. If I don't, it's possible that if I hadn't run across that, I would still be writing Star Wars today.
Joseph Campbell was a student of Carl Jung, one of the leading voices in bringing Gnosticism into the 21st century. Gnostics believe that God is actually evil, and Joseph Campbell echoes this same belief.
Now, it's a great puzzler to well-trained Christians to come across the trickster hero, because he's both a kind of devil and fool and the creator of the world. Now, that trickster trait turns up in deities like Yahweh. Yahweh's a trickster. He lets people build a building, and then because it gets to be 3 stories high, he afraid it's going to wreck heaven, and he comes down and floods the world. That's a trickster stunt. That's a ridiculous act. And we think it quite normal for a deity to behave that way. If a human being behaved that way, we would send him to a lunatic asylum. And here you have the deity coming through as the trickster, as the destroyer, as the disruptor of programs. Yahweh's full of this kind of thing.
Joseph Campbell believes that the serpent is actually the good guy. Joseph Campbell was quoted saying, "God is within you. You yourself are the creator. And if you find that place within you from which you
What does
brought
that
this
sound like,
thing
Mackie?
about, you will be able to
There's
live
that
with
beefy.
and affirm it.
It sounds like
Perhaps
a new
even enjoy it.
sounds
as
like New
your
Age,
life.
right? Sounds like
Gnosticism
some New Age
flips the
shit,
biblical
right?
narrative
Some
upside
Hinduism
down
shit,
and makes
some
God
meditation
evil
shit,
and
right?
Satan good. True freedom comes from enlightenment, and that you must break free from the Creator's control. Ultimately,
emphasis on
you
that, right.
become so knowledgeable that you can become as God. The same lies told in the Garden of Eden are retold down the generations. To give you an example of other films that also share these same Gnostic overtones are movies like The Matrix, The Truman Show, and the Hunger Games series, just to name a few. Seeing how George Lucas was heavily influenced by Campbell's work, then you can begin to understand the upside-down biblical worldview coming out of the Star Wars.
Have you been influenced by Buddhism? Because Star Wars came along just about the time there was this growing interest in America and Eastern religions.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a mixture of all kinds of mythology and religious beliefs that have been amalgamated into the movie, and I've tried to take the ideas that seem to cut across the most cultures, because I'm fascinated by that, and I think that's one of the things that I really got from Joe Campbell was that what he was trying to do is find the common threads through the various mythology, through the religions.
Throughout the history of the human race, man has always worshipped some form of a god. The problem here is there is a marked difference between the living God of the Bible and other gods that have been worshipped throughout the ages. In order for the Star Wars movies to be allegories for Jesus, they must share in common attributes. For example, the mission of Jesus, according to Matthew 1:21, was to save his people from their sins. The mission that Jesus gave to his disciples after his resurrection was that repentance and remission of sin should be preached in his name to all nations, Luke 24:46. The whole point of the gospel centers around the need of Christ's righteousness. It's a call to fully surrender our lives to God and his principles, not rebel against them. Another strange parallel in the Star Wars series to the great controversy between Christ and Satan is that Darth Vader is called Lord.
You've done well, Lord Vader.
He has the power to execute judgment upon people and has created a device that he can destroy an entire planet.
Wow, bad man.
This is not something
Wow,
that
so
the
many
devil
ads.
has the power to do,
I know.
even though I'm sure he would if he was given the chance. God has the power to wipe away an entire planet and will do so after the final judgment. You see, the Star Wars series is like looking at the cosmic conflict from Satan's perspective. But what if you know the truth? Would these myths have any influence upon your beliefs? You may be thinking it's just a make-believe story. It doesn't affect you. But the whole purpose of art is to affect the viewer. For centuries, art has been used to influence politics. Today, Hollywood is known as one of the most influential businesses on the planet. Cinema is art, and its primary function is to affect the viewers. It's one of the reasons why George Lucas wanted to make the Star Wars series in the first place, to affect children.
But then when I started to go into Star Wars, they said, "Why are you making a children's film?" I said, "Well, because I think I can have more of an influence on people. And I think I can have things to say that I can actually influence kids, adolescents, 12-year-olds.
Make no mistake, the Hollywood elite artists are very aware of the influence they have. So my question to you is this: What are these movies ultimately teaching you in the context of the biblical cosmic controversy? Whose side are they wanting to influence you to sympathize with? For the film titled Rogue One, the movie poster had a tagline saying, "A rebellion built on hope." The dictionary describes rogue as a dishonest or unprincipled man. The synonym for the word means villain, devil, monster, or hellion. These are only terms that can be attributed to Satan himself. If Rogue One follows in the same footsteps as its previous films and is based upon Gnostic ideologies, it will incite you to side with the rebellion. In the Bible, there is a prophecy that describes the last rebellious stance against the destruction of the wicked world. In Revelation 20, verse 7, the city of Jerusalem comes down and the devil instigates a war against the city in an attempt to defend the earth from total destruction. Are these movies creating in you a desire to sympathize with the devil and fall on the wrong side of the great controversy? The Bible says in 1 Samuel 15:23,
"For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft."
and the Bible describes the only safeguard against being lost. In 2 Thessalonians 2:9-12, it says,
"The coming of the lawless one will be in accordance with how Satan works. He will use all sorts of displays of power through signs and wonders that serve the lie, and all the ways that wickedness deceives those who are perishing. They perish because they refuse to love the truth and so be saved. For this reason, God sends them a powerful delusion so that they will believe the lie, and so that all will be condemned who have not believed the truth and have delighted in wickedness.
Remember,
to the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them."
It is true that there is a rebel in us all, and we all share in one thing, a sinful nature.
"For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God." Romans 3:23.
What is interesting about this picture is it doesn't match the quote. A death trooper, which is pictured, is not a rebel. A death trooper is like a secret agent stormtrooper. So if the quote doesn't match the imagery, what are we supposed to believe? The imagery now changes the idea of what a rebel is. If you look at the image and read the label, you are going to associate a rebel with a death trooper.
First time I saw it, I was like, whoa.
Watching Princess Leia take charge, I thought, girls can do that.
I like the characters that do their own thing, like me.
It is an unconventional way to connect with the kids, but students love it when you use Star Wars to teach Shakespeare.
Do or do not, there is no try. That's my parenting motto. Star Wars helps me teach my kids to stand up for hope, for good will always prevail.
It's about being true to yourself, even if that means having stormtroopers walk you down the aisle. Not just fans,
not just parents.
What was winning, yeah?
I hear what this is going.
Then George Lucas
So they
sells
kind
the
of
Star Wars series.
What in the
George
Eunice
Lucas
wedding
made a
is going on
shocking
here?
move by selling his 40-year-old production company, Lucasfilm, to Disney for a
billion.
whopping $4 billion.
Yeah, that's billion with a B. Star Wars has always had a separation of good and evil in the Force, a light and a dark side of it. As soon as Disney acquired the series, they began to merge the idea that in order to have peace in the universe, one must balance the Force, basically saying that light must embrace the darkness, and the darkness must blend with the light.
True.
Yin and yang, huh? Uh-oh.
Just breathe. Now, reach out. What do you see?
Light. Darkness.
balance is so much bigger. I need someone to show me my place in all this.
You need both light and darkness
Uh-huh.
to become something great. This is the most dangerous philosophy, and the Bible has much to say on this subject. In Ephesians 5:11 it says,
And have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove them.
John 1:6 says,
If we say that we have fellowship with him and walk in darkness, we lie and do not the truth.
we are not called to embrace the darkness, but to walk in the light. The Bible describes the Christian as a special people. 1 Peter 2:9 says,
But ye are the chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye should shew forth the praises of him who hath called you out of darkness into his marvelous light.
Jesus himself says,
I am come, a light into the world, that whosoever believeth on me should not abide in darkness. John 12:46.
Nowhere in the Bible does it say we need to blend light with darkness. It actually encourages the opposite, for us to walk in the light and to not have fellowship with darkness. This great cosmic war is coming to a final close. Whose side do you stand on? Those who are in open rebellion or those
The
who
white
walk in the
people
light?
or the black?
Jesus sums it up with these words.
Yet a little while the light is with you. Walk while ye have the light, lest darkness come upon you. For he that walketh in darkness knoweth not whither he goeth. John 12:35. Take heed therefore that the light which is in thee be not darkness. Luke 11:35.
Everyone, thanks for watching. We need your help with two things. First of all, share this video. I mean, who hasn't heard of Star Wars? So if you know somebody who loves it,
Yeah, it was great. It was great. It's good. It's
The
fantastic.
especially turning everyone to a stormtrooper.
So, what
And
did you
then,
think about the Darth Vader thing with the Hebrew thing on his chest? What was
That
that
was
all
mad.
about?
That was mad. That was
I think
mad.
I missed
never
that one.
noticed something. But
You
I
missed it,
do
Stokes.
understand.
Just a little bit because I had to go get my food, innit?
Bro,
Yeah, it's the
No, don't worry,
Ashkenazi
I'm gonna
thing.
watch it again.
bro,
But
the
them and
whole Vader's outfit has Hebrew on it, bro.
What? Say that again one more
on the
time.
chest plate.
Vader's
And he's got a
outfit, you know
chest plate on it.
the chest plate, yeah.
Yeah.
Daddy Vader. Yeah.
It's like like
Okay.
the high priest has like a
Is it me or
like
Zulu's
it's
lagging?
directly. Am I lagging?
Yeah.
Cutting out.
I'll jump back in.
So basically, George Lucas is a huge fraud. He can't write a story to save his life, and he just copied it all out of the Bible.
Isn't it a Gnostic text, isn't it? That's what they said.
Yeah, he said all around the world. So it's based on the Hindu, because the Hindu faith is the one that can links on to everyone else's. It's got a
The
little
life
bit of
force.
everybody's. It's got a little bit of. It's one of those type of religions that you could just take. It's got so many aspects in it, like different, Buddhism, Taoism, thisism, whatever ism. You know what I mean? So yeah, that is very similar to that, but that would lead man to Kabbalah, and that's what he would
Yes.
definitely be into, because he's not
He's
a
a Jew.
practicing Jew. Yeah, he's not a
Yeah.
practicing. And these Sephardic Jews, as I've said many times before, are into Kabbalah, Talmud, and all sorts of
Yes.
mystical, mad stuff that's going on with that thing. Yeah, anyway, Judaism, as they call it. But yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I
But
just
yeah,
wanted to
man.
screenshot the thing so I can show Stopzilla the Hebrew thing. That's all.
Yeah, show me if you
Look
can.
at
Yeah, on the
image.
chest plate.
See,
On
look at
the
that.
chest plate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
it's
on
in
the-
Hebrew.
That's on the chest plate of Darth Vader's original costume.
Well, what does it say?
I've
Is it
not
actual Hebrew
translated it,
letters?
but
Because I know sometimes the screen is just, when something pops up on the screen, you see these type of letters, but it didn't really look like Hebrew. But this one looks like Hebrew. I'm not gonna lie.
Those are
Yeah, it was
100%. Those are
definitely there in the
Hebrew
video.
letters. There's Aleph,
Yeah.
there's Bet, there's Gimel. All of these are Hebrew letters. Mad.
Okay.
So no one can say this isn't
yeah.
directly. No one can say this isn't directly addressing
Hebrew.
something when it clearly is.
Yep.
There you go.
Man's holding the.
There you go. Right there you go. See, that's better. That's better. Huh?
Escanar's
Mad.
Fader.
So all of you Star Wars fans, I'll just burn your dreams. There you go. And your Marvel dreams. Anything else? Anything else you want me to destroy?
Mortal Kombat.
Matrix is next, by the way. Another day. Matrix is gonna be
Bro,
destroyed
Matrix,
as
they
well.
ruined the movie so hard. Like, it doesn't matter where they. This is dead, man. Matrix dead food now.
Matrix is so bad. What they did to Morbius was a piss take, bro.
Like, they just put another black man there. So, like, yeah, just like him. If that is not a spit on the face, I don't.
How do you think Lawrence
Go.
Fishburne feels, fam? He's still well and healthy, just sitting there acting, doing John Wick, and man couldn't even
Still
invite
well
him back
and
for
healthy,
Morbius.
you know.
How do you think he feels? Do you know there was an interview. He said he never even got a call. He never even got a call.
He never got a call.
Nothing.
Bro,
not even a
that's
call,
a vile, man. That's
a
a vile.
violation.
Everyone else was still in the movie except for my man, and he was
Everyone.
the one. He was the one that made it famous. No black man with no glasses. Like, how's he wearing that glasses? Madness. And they replaced him for no reason.
No reason.
I get it because yeah. They replaced him with a random black guy that looks like him. He's just got one head like him. That's about it.
Oh yeah, that guy.
They redid
that fighting scene in the dojo. Like they're just bullshit.
Yeah,
man.
they just deleted my man. But you know, in the original Matrix like storyline, like you know when Neo dies, Morpheus goes looking for him, and then Morpheus dies. So when I saw that, I thought, okay, fair enough. They're going off the story, but that man just went off the rails. Nothing to do with that.
Yeah, now Morpheus is an AI or some shit like that, some projection. Like, oh my gosh.
I heard they're gonna do that with Iron Man. They're gonna make him like some sort of projection.
They're probably gonna do that, aren't they?
Yeah.
Fuck, they might as well bring Tupac back out while they're at it.
To be honest with you, Robert Downey Jr. is the best.
I know.
Robert Downey Jr. is the best Iron Man. He's the only Iron Man. No other person.
I think he was the only Iron Man. Was there any other Iron Mans other than him?
There's the Black Iron Man. Black Iron Man.
That's War Machine. He's his
That's his bro.
And he was still good though. He had like some good weaponry.
Bro, he always get knocked out the sky anyway. It's so funny. He's there back in the cold and then he gets beat up. But obviously, like, you know.
Did you be honest? Did you tear up on Endgame when he snapped his fingers? Did you tear up a bit?
Who? Robert Downey.
Yeah. A little bit, yeah. It was a bit thing of him, innit? Sacrificing himself, sort of thing.
I think Hulk should have died, man, or Captain America, man.
It's one person I was really happy that actually died, and I was like, finally, how can they hang with supernatural beings for like 5 movies? And that's what's her name? Black Widow.
Black Widow.
Oh,
you were happy Black Widow died. That was sad.
I know,
man.
she sacrificed herself. You're telling me alien invasion, the world's blowing up, this and that. You're telling me she had to sacrifice herself to die.
Why couldn't Kurt have died, man? Kurt was a lame character.
Who?
Kurt.
The Hawkeye guy.
Who's Kurt?
Hawkeye, yeah. Kurt.
Yeah, Hawkeye should have died. Yeah,
they're both lame as each other. I'm not gonna lie, but
you know what's so sad? Yeah, when Black Widow died, they didn't even give her a proper funeral. They gave Iron Man a proper funeral and everything. When she died, no one cared. Like,
he saved the world. Yeah, she was just along the way.
Russian agent anyway. She's like, she's not as good. She's not as clean living as him, innit? Or he's this sort of like evil guy who redeemed himself and come back as good. But like, she was always a bit scummy. The way she like tricked Hulk, she was well scummy, well like crafty.
Yeah, that Black Widow movie was shit as well.
That Rogue One was good though.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's seen Rogue One at the Star Wars films. That Rogue One's probably one of the best Star Wars films.
Now, Darth Vader was genuinely scary when he was walking in that hallway. Like, he was genuinely scary.
Yeah, he was like a bad man. Just walking through them like a hot knife through butter, just like they're not even there.
But apparently in Obi-Wan, he's going to be even more scary now.
Yeah.
Because the original actor Hayden Christensen, who
Sorry,
played Anakin,
sorry.
is gonna play Darth Vader.
Yeah, but yeah, that was, I think, yeah, Rogue One was the only one that portrayed how my man moves, how he kills people, and that. Because you can't run.
But you
Yeah,
think
there's
they're
no
gonna-
point running. He's just gonna
You
strap
can't really
you up
run,
from behind.
and you can't run if you're within distance anyway. So you're pretty much dead.
I wonder what voice they're gonna use for this new Darth Vader in Obi-Wan.
Do you know
I hope they
what?
don't use-
One move I think Darth Vader should have had. Yeah, you know the M Bison move where he just like teleports across.
Oh, that'll make him OP. He would have killed the Sith a long time ago.
Yeah, that's one thing I think like they should have put on Vader. Just to
Yeah,
be
but
able
I
to
like.
just be up in your face within like 2 seconds.
Yeah, but you saw what happened to Anakin, bros.
Yeah, that was
With
the
all that
reason. If it wasn't for
chosen
that,
one, man got his arms and legs chopped off, bro. Allow
chopped
it,
off.
man. Doing special
It's true.
flips and that. Why you do special flips in midair? You
Yeah,
get
and
me?
my man told
Obi-Wan
you, yo,
and
you
that was
lost.
so extra. That was so extra, wasn't it? He didn't need to do
So
a front
extra.
flip. Like, what the
But
hell?
you know
what?
that's his
Man just
character,
sliced the
innit?
leg,
Like
zoom.
he's
Legs came
flamboyant.
off.
He likes to risk it all and that. You know what I mean? For that one move
Like,
or
you
whatnot.
literally giving me
That
free
was
reigns to cut your legs off. Like, you're just gonna
Yeah.
do a front flip right in
Like,
front of me. Like,
really?
what the fuck?
And even
Really, is that
warned
what we
him,
do?
said to him, "Listen, allow it, bro. I got the
No,
high
got the
bro,
ground.
high
lost.
ground.
Just chill."
Imagine
true
killing
story.
your own
stupid
pupil, though.
motherfucker. I told you.
Your own apprentice. Imagine
Yeah, of
training
course.
someone and then having
Sometimes
to
it
put them
happens.
down.
It happens, man.
Yeah, you should have killed him. You should have chopped his head off there and then. But I think it set
But Mace
precedent for
Windu,
everything else.
Mace Windu is the strongest Jedi, though.
You know what? Mace Windu is the only character apparently that controlled light and dark. He was the only one
Yeah.
that can actually use it.
They
That's
don't
why he
even
got
know
the.
where he is, bro. Mace Windu is not even definitely dead. You know.
Yeah, they don't even
Yeah,
want to
they
say
don't
he's
know where
dead.
he's
he
probably
is.
not dead. I don't think he's dead.
Nah,
Yeah,
if
they
he
can
can
still bring
control
him back
both,
at any time.
yeah, they could,
Because
but they're
listen,
gonna
Samuel
reboot him
Jackson
with.
looks really good for his age. He's in his 70s. He looks not that bad for
Yeah,
his
they
age.
can use CGI.
Bro, if
My
they
man
can
can
bring
jump
back
around.
Peter Cushing from the dead, they can do anything.
Listen, Tom
Did you
Cruise
see
is
that
doing
Rogue One?
Yeah.
We come out the cinema, my girlfriend's going, "I didn't know Peter Cushing was still alive." I was going, "Babe, he's not." That was the whole thing.
Oh, the Admiral, the one of the.
Yeah,
Was
Rogue
that
One.
fake? Was
She's
that
like, "I didn't know
CGI?
Peter
Yeah, he's
Cushing
dead.
was still
He's
alive."
dead. He's
He's
dead.
like, "Are you
Time
all
ago.
right?"
man.
Man,
Did they do
died
CGI on him the whole
years
time?
ago.
Yeah, it was CGI the whole time, bro.
Yeah, the whole time,
Mad.
and she didn't even clock. And then she was like,
Mad.
"Oh, Princess Leia didn't look good though. They messed her face up." I was
She
like, "Yeah,
died
it's
halfway
true.
through,
She
I
looked
swear.
dead. Princess Leia looked dead, bro."
Yeah, they had to do that off quickly, man. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
Luke, mash up.
do you see him in
Nah,
Mandalorian?
they mashed him. Forget
Bruv,
about
Luke
looking
was
mashed
sick
up.
in
They mashed
Mandalorian.
him.
Mashed up in Mandalorian. I can't even lie. He looked mashed
They
up.
mashed him up though. They mashed him up because in the comic books and that. Do you know how strong this guy is? It's crazy.
Yeah.
And you're telling me throughout 2 movies, man does one move and kills himself. Say less.
No, the new Star Wars.
the
is shit.
movies
The
were
new-
so
the new
shit.
sequels were
Fucking-
so bad. Ever since Disney bought Star Wars, it went downhill.
Yeah,
That's
it
a
went
fact.
down. Yeah, it went down the shit. But obviously they
The only
knew
thing
like.
Disney bought.
They done it
The
on
only thing Disney
purpose,
bought,
bro.
that-
They
that-
didn't
that
want
was-
to be
that
a
wasn't that
rival
bad.
to Marvel. They wanted Marvel to take over.
Yeah, but when Disney bought Marvel, it actually kind of made it a bit better, though. I can't even lie.
Yeah, they made one better and one shit.
Yeah,
It's the balance of the force.
Because I can't like those Avengers movies are some of the best movies
No,
ever
George
made. Period.
Lucas has made his peas, bro. You don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
about none
yeah,
of
that's
that.
why he sold it for 5 billion, man. He don't care. He don't care if they put like.
But they had to beg him to come
anything.
back. They begged
Yeah,
him,
but
please
imagine
come back,
something
fix
you've
up this whole
made.
mess.
Yeah, but
Swear
imagine
down.
someone- Yeah, but imagine
Yeah.
someone shits on something that you've made and then make it into this LGBT crap, and this woman is superhero crap. How would you feel?
But I got 5 billion. I can give you 5 billion reasons why I wouldn't care. But obviously, that is his baby. He needs to come back and fix this shit up. It's a mess. It's a mess.
Bro, they had to mess it up on purpose, bro. Their Jedi religion was taking over Christianity and Judaism. Like, they had to mess it
What?
up.
Oh yeah, there is a religion in it. The Jedi religion.
Yeah,
I saw on
it
the
was
news
taken
once. I'm
over.
like, no way. No way did this guy just create a story in his head, maybe when he was younger, teenager, God knows, and now people are praying to it. Does that mean he's going to hell?
Yeah, it does. Or he's drawing some special energy from it.
Allah,
Definitely
yeah,
got
yeah,
enough
yeah.
money
Because
from
he
it.
didn't come out and say, yo, man, stop praying to this. Like, what you lot doing? Like, I created this from my head.
I'm out, man.
Yeah, yeah.
George Lucas and them type of man.
Man, oh,
Did you see Kanye West? It was so funny. He's getting a man's name is George Lucas. What's the name of the main character? Luke. Man's putting his own name in the film. No one's even noticing.
Is that what Kanye West said?
Crack, bro. Kanye's nuts.
Hey, real talk. Hey, he's spitting facts though.
George Lucas and Luke.
Luke,
but
Lucas.
Luke and Lucifer and all of that is all.
Luke, it's a trifecta right there, bro.
Right. Lucifer.
He could have just named the character Lucas and done with it, then, innit?
Or Liam. Exactly. Liam Skywalker has a ring to it, no?
Liam?
No, I'm joking. Anything with that.
Dave Skywalker, like no.
Jonathan Skywalker.
Patrick. O'Shaughnessy Skywalker.
Imagine if they gave him an African name though. That would be mad.
Adetumbo.
One bogus storyline, man. Man's got blonde hair, blue eyes, and he's living in the desert.
Mad. What are we doing here?
I mean, why is it only in Tatooine that they sell slaves and that? That's what I didn't really get. All the other planets are living good. Not even living good, but you know, everything's good.
Backwater. Man said backwater planet. Backwash. Yeah. Living with people who are not your parents. What the hell? I don't know what's going on. Yeah. Man's got midichlorians in him. Pause. What's going on?
Swimming around.
That's what they said to him. Why go Jin? He's got extraordinary.
Man's actual name is Jin. He's actually a Jin.
I know. They didn't clock that. They didn't clock that from time. They went for every religion and every way of life. Just like, yeah, it's true, Jins, yes. Yeah, so why is the Jin helping? Whispering in your little boy's ears and that. Mad.
Qui-Gon's the one, innit? He brings them all the up to the level of immortality.
Well, he's the
when you read the novels and that, he's the one that's exploring the realms of immortality.
Better physics.
Yeah.
Mad.
So really, it doesn't matter that Anakin's killing off all the Jedis because they all become immortals.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there should have been an army of immortals, like light beings.
Yeah, we've seen them still. You know, in the end, or right at the end, when they're all standing together, Obi-Wan, thing, and Yoda.
That's in the remake where they thingy that CGI'd it up.
Yeah, they CGI'd it up, but yeah, definitely in the original, it was still.
It was
Darth
Vader.
Yeah, Vader.
About the mask. Yeah.
Exactly.
It was like, that's your dad. Mad. I'd be pissed as well.
Your dad looks like Banksy. Banksy on crack. After a rough weekend.
This helmet. Nah, pause. Nah. Definitely. Yeah. I was thinking, who did he look like? And man said it. Banksy. Yeah. That's what it is. Yeah, not accepting any different. Yeah. That was a eureka moment. So I've got here.
Oh shit! They're putting the last football match live on YouTube for free.
Where?
It's for free on YouTube, hosted by BT Sports. Mud.
Oh yeah.
Where's all the girls today, man? The girls dipped out.
Man's in the yard watching football matches. They're cleaning and that. You know how
girls
it goes,
love
man.
football, innit? We noticed.
Looking at
What
them,
happened to
man.
the female hours, man?
Look.
Men in shorts.
Fuck it.
I think the sun came out today, innit? They got brave. They went out.
And right now it's getting dark, so we'll be back.
Just came back with some pudding, got some cake and custard.
What pudding you got?
Eunice would love hearing that. I also love pudding.
There's no hummus. There's no hummus here, though.
There's hummus on it. No, Zulu, shut the fuck up. Nah, you wouldn't say that. You wouldn't.
Will be hummus.
Are you taking a piss?
Eunice cracked me up. It's like Moroccan hummus, Filipino hummus. She's counting all the hummuses. Man's doing tesbih. He's counting hummuses, fam.
No, you're fucking. You
Like,
said she.
like the 99 names of Allah. Man, just like the 99 virgins of hummus. It's like normal hummus, organic hummus.
Oh yeah, Con. I forgot to say that you made me laugh so hard that day, bro. When you said I'm gonna put a new meaning to the word the jizya. You're not gonna lie, bro.
What with Sonny?
I laughed so hard that day. Like, you don't even understand. I even had to type in the chat, "You're a legend." That was so funny. That was so fucking funny.
For a
Like,
day and a
Con's
half, I
really funny.
warned Shiny now.
Con's
I
really
warned
funny,
him.
fam.
Mm.
And
I told him, I said,
you
"You
know
ain't ready for
someone's
Con.
funny.
Are you all right?"
You know how you know someone's funny when they can be funny in the chat as well. That's
Mm.
when you know they're finally
Yeah.
funny.
It's harder, isn't it, in the chat?
Nah, it's quite easy in the chat.
Nah, not to properly make people laugh.
It's the
Oh, you
delivery,
mean
though.
from the chat to the panel?
Yeah, it's the
Or
delivery.
just in the chat. Okay.
There's the tonality, there's the timing. With the chat, it's like,
Exactly.
really...
Yeah. Sometimes you might write something banger and then no one looks at it. It just goes
What's
goes
funny
up.
about that is man said he was looking for man. That's why.
Yeah, he deserved what he got, man.
Yeah, I told him, I warned him. I said, "Allow it, man."
Oh,
He
yeah.
said, "Yeah, where's Khan?" I said, "Raw."
Now, because he sees us bantering amongst each other, he thinks that he could jump in on the act as well. That's what it is. He didn't realize that we've known each other for years and that.
And bro, he's not even professional. He hasn't been on a roast. He hasn't done nothing. Like, what's your credentials, bro? You think you can go up against Khan? You think it's gonna be easy? I'll step out of the way, but
I can.
yeah. Only Eunice is getting brave for you.
Do you know Eunice is getting brave because
Big up,
he's
Sneaks. Are you
figuring
jumping
out.
on? What you doing?
Yeah, jump on Sneaks, man.
We need to do another roast battle, man.
That was so
I'll never
funny,
forget, like, mate.
The Magnolia bar. I'm telling you, man, that was so dope.
The way Born Rich destroyed me, I couldn't say nothing. He just fucked me up differently, and I was like, right. I was
the American thing,
I was like
man.
riding on this high, I just slayed Bear Man, I'm in the final. And then Born Rich just slaughtered me. I was like, nah, it's just like being in primary school again.
When you said the radar, when you talked about when you dropped the Magnolia bar, oh my god!
Yeah, I think that one off of Maku, innit? That was a homage bar.
Wait. When did this happen? I don't think I was even.
You never saw the radar versus Con roast. Oh my god!
How long was this? A year ago? 2 years? 6 months?
Think about
it's been about 3 years, 2 years, something like that.
2 years. I did not exist around there. 2-3 years.
Yeah, but it's still online, man. You can go and watch them.
I'll find out.
There were some legendary battles, man. Fucking Captain Rambo got slayed by what's his name?
So these are names I don't even know. They're not even about.
It was Waleed.
Yeah, Waleed put in an appearance, bro. Yeah, man. That was legendary, bro. That was
fucked him up.
Yeah, it's true. Born went like he got fucked up by that girl though. What was her name?
It was the bed, man. When I said, "Well, both of you with a fat ass," on that little bed. Like,
but you know what it is, when you have a language barrier though, you got to give them like extra points because obviously
some people with the funny accents are funny, don't get it twisted.
He wanted to be talking about you're like my anus, like those things ain't funny. I don't care
your face is like my bum, my anus.
See, shit like that will make me laugh because
it's the language barrier, fam. It kills it.
The only one that worked is your nostrils are like the Channel Tunnel. You get me? Like, I was like, oh, you get me? And he said there were people at the border. I was cracking up. Immigration at the border of man's nostrils.
When he took off his hat, it was a wrap. It was over.
He shouldn't have done that.
When he showed his hairline, it was over.
You have to be on camera to roast each other. Is this the stipulation?
It was over.
Hold on. Is this
when we saw that receding? When we saw that
my fucking shield.
Oh, stop Zilla.
Yeah.
I was at my girl's for about 3 days,
Yeah.
They made me put the camera on to do the roast battle. Bro, I look so rough. I don't know how I even held my own. And then Born Rich is going to...
Warriors.
Hello, Jupiter.
Who's that?
That's Jupiter.
Yes, me. Your nemesis, isn't it?
Mad.
Jeez. Mad.
Who's nemesis?
What is going on?
Yours, really. Yeah.
Oh, Jupiter, you still on that HRT?
I'm muted. I'll be back.
Am I still what?
You still on that HRT?
I've never been on HRT. You still on it?
What's
No,
HRT?
I'm waiting to go on it.
Yeah,
What is
well,
that?
you need
Is that
it.
money? I need money.
What's HRT? What's this?
It's like this magic cream that they give you, and you rub it on your arm, and it soaks into your cells of your body, and you rejuvenate, and you become 30 years younger.
No way.
Yeah.
What? I've never heard that before. I thought it was a
Testosterone.
tablet. I
No,
wouldn't
that's
take
the
it
women's
anyway.
one. That's the
Shall I
women's
tell you
one.
why? Years
Why?
ago, when my mum went to get hormone replacement therapy, she went to go and get it. And she come home. She had this big book indoors where she'd look up all the tablets and that. And she looked it up. And she went, "That's got horse piss in it. I am never taking that."
Horse piss, you know.
Yeah,
Right.
there's no way I'll be taking it.
It's haram.
Hey,
Can't
so
take it. It's
what
got
do you think
piss in
about
it.
that girl coming after you, Dupes? What's her
What
name?
girl?
That Trumpy girl, man. That far right
Oh,
girl, man.
crazy hatchet sort of, yeah.
What's her name?
Leave her to it. Some of it's comical, some of it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it was all right. Still, it was like, yeah, she just came out. What's her name again? I can't remember, man. Tommy's girl. Tommy's like
The one with the red hair.
What, the trans
yeah.
one?
No.
Oh, you mean Jada? I thought you were talking about fucking Nutty
Yeah.
Draw.
No, Jade. Yeah, is it Jade, isn't it?
Jade.
Yeah.
Jada. Oh, I thought that was funny because it
Yeah, that was mad.
basically
She was boosting up your name for you, isn't she?
Really?
Who's making you famous?
Making you famous. Gets a
Yeah.
couple more
Yeah.
subscribers of that.
But
I
I
heard
told
your
Jada
rap.
Franson. I take that as a badge of honor.
I heard your freestyle against Betty. Mad. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's who I thought you were talking about. That's why I had to put
No.
out.
Yeah, no, that was something different. That was funny still. I thought that was entertaining.
No, I'm just having a laugh. But she takes it all serious.
Is
Some
she-
woman, right? Some woman come on my show about
Someone said she just had a baby.
Well, she's been showing her scar and saying someone said it's where she had something taken out of her. I don't know if it was appendix
Oh,
scar,
shit. Mhm.
but apparently she's saying that it's where she's had a cesarean. I'm not so
Whatever,
sure.
man.
Yeah, but
No hospital pictures.
Yeah, I know.
Female steak.
To be honest, I
It's so
don't
weird.
care.
I know. No.
Yeah,
This
the
has
bottom
gone
line
too far
is if
now,
she's got
like-
kids, if she ain't got kids, whatever the fuck she is, we all know she's just mad, you know.
But is it, yeah, that's mental illness now. I mean, you can't be faking
No,
having
but,
kids.
but they say that if women don't have kids by a certain age, they do go mad.
Yeah, that's kind of true. That's why they go.
I
all
don't
the
know
cast-
if it's true, but I've heard it.
that
Apparently,
true?
it affects the
I
brain
mean,
chemistry.
you get them. I mean, you're not using the purpose of your life. It's a
Do you
bit,
know
it's a
any
bit nut, isn't it?
spinsters? Do you know any
No, I
spinsters
think there's
who-
an actual physiological thing for it. Like,
I think it could be true based on some truth. We need
Yeah.
some women to confirm though.
yeah. Because I've heard women telling me that doctors told them you better have a baby soon because you're gonna.
I just think they're nuts anyway.
You're not gonna live as long and things like that.
Yeah. Women in
Yeah.
general have lost their mind, their goddamn mind.
Yeah, okay, now back.
In general. So
Big up the women, man. We owe them, man. Without them, we couldn't have babies, innit?
Well, she said that she married
Pick them
and
up,
she lived with, cohabitated with an Eritrean, but she gave the
A
baby
what?
an Ethiopian
She
name.
shot my
Eritrean. Eritrean. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout my Eritreans, man.
Who was living with the Eritrean?
That's what she
Oh,
reckons.
the beast. Okay.
Yeah, but then the baby that she reckons she's had, she's called it
Hmm.
an Ethiopian name, so I don't know.
Mad. So what's she doing
Oh,
now?
so someone else's baby she's passing off as her own, you mean?
It's probably a baby she snatched.
They're sharing the baby.
Yeah, I mean she's
Mushroom.
crazy enough.
So
She's
are
one
they
of
playing
those
hot
people-
potato with the baby?
Yeah.
How
Goes
does
in with
anyone
the
letting
fucking-
Betty babysit their baby, man? Allow it.
She's crazy, man.
You better put one of them Apple tags, and you can trace it. Better stick one of them in the nappy, bruv.
Or it could have been
The
them
baby's
seagulls.
gonna
You
go
know them
missing.
seagulls them seagulls with the babies in their mouth that drop them off and that.
Oh, stop, Zilla. What are them things called they sell now? Apple
What?
sells them. Where it's
See
like
that?
a tracker, AirTag or something.
I think
Apple.
so. You can put it on bare Apple devices, innit?
No, it's like a little circle, like a 50p piece. You can hide it anywhere. You can put it in your girlfriend's handbag, whatever.
Too sure, bro.
It's about 25 quid.
I'm not too sure.
Yeah,
I think
how
you
do
get
you know?
4 for
You're
£100.
spying on your girlfriend, Khan.
Yeah, well, you know how girls are these days. Yeah, I'm just going out for a drink after work with the girls. Yeah, right. She turns up 3 days later.
He's been looking at the ones you can
On a
stick in
massive
their handbag.
bender.
They don't even know it's there.
Yeah.
Listen,
That's
if
what
you
people are
go,
doing with them now, isn't it? Hiding them in
nah,
their girlfriend's handbag, sticking them in
I
the
don't know
car,
about that.
hiding them under the back seat.
If your girl goes on a massive 3-day bender, it's not your girl.
Yeah.
She might as well stay where she is. I don't understand. I don't know about all this coming back and
You don't
forgiveness
need
and all
to.
of
You
that.
don't need to
Just stay out
fucking.
there, man. You don't need to come back here. For what? Yeah? For what, man? No, man. Allow it, man. Leave it, let it go.
Yeah, they even try it on Maku. Maku's already had the locks changed, the windows, the different windows put in. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, security system up, mate.
Yeah.
It's
It
to
got
be trusting
infrared
in these.
lights.
No, but I mean, you have to have trust in certain respects, yeah. But it can get to a stage where you quickly see. But I think foresight is the good thing, you know. You don't go to places like the club or thing anymore to find women. It's
It's all online. It's all online now.
social functions and that. It better be
So,
that. Do the online one,
Gurdeep's
man. It
saying
might
I
end up
should
in a mess.
ask you what happened on Valentine's Day in the car park.
To who?
I don't know. Gurdeep said, ask him. I don't know who's
What's
him.
Deep's like fucking Inspector Gadget? Fucking hell. What do you know about people's love lives, Gurdeep, bruv? You're spying on people.
Wow. What happened in the car park? What?
I don't know.
What are you talking about? Is he referring
Who's
to
gone
you?
quiet? Whoever's gone quiet is the him he's
Innit?
talking about.
Could be calm.
You have to get him to jump on and explain it. Valentine's Day.
Okay, no, that was ages ago, isn't it?
It's coming around again soon. You better start saving up.
Oh, it ain't coming around again soon. I'm on holiday before I'm going fucking celebrating Valentine's. Fuck that. We got Christmas in between as well. Plus we've got the gas and electricity hike coming in October. That should be fun to look
Fucking
forward
hell. State of affairs, mate. We're fucked either way.
Yeah.
So what are you doing for the Jubilee?
Oh, me, I'm going away. I'm going away somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
What's
Nigeria
Jubilee? Thursday and Friday?
No, only for a couple of days. We're going away somewhere. Huh?
What's Jubilee? Thursday and Friday? Or is it Monday as well?
I think they're starting it on the Thursday, Friday, and then
Saturday, Sunday, then Monday, bank holiday Monday. And
I
everyone's
thought
back to work
it
Tuesday.
was a bank holiday, but apparently everything's still up and running as normal, I'm being told. I don't know how true that is.
I don't know. It's
Gurdeep
Thursday,
said 14th of February 2022 at approximately 7 p.m. He's actually fucking, he's got it all written down somewhere. He said, Khan knows. What did you do, Khan?
Don't know. I hope there's going to be no divorce lawyers involved, Gurdeep here, mate. You're making it sound well suspect.
Fucking hell, was
Said
he
you
in
got
your
a new,
bushes
did you
or
get a
something?
new
Was he
did you
hiding
get a
in your
new
house?
did you get a new fridge put in, yeah? Valentine's Day, yeah?
Oh, did you? You got a new fridge? Is that what your Valentine's present was?
Can't. Hello. F.T.K.
Khan's gone really quiet.
What's going on?
Mm.
Now my boy just wanted me to put a pizza on for him, so I just
Did
have
you
to
get
check
it
the
out of your
oven.
new fridge?
No, I've got the same old fridge. Fridge is older than him, and he's like
Yeah.
14. We've had the same fridge the whole time.
So what's going on? What's going on? He's saying, what was you doing? Approximately 7 o'clock.
Yeah, at 7
God
o'clock at
knows what
night.
he's talking
7
about. God knows what he's on about, man.
Mm.
Pizza's in the freezer. You have to
You
pick
must
what
be
one you
doing
want.
Said finish the story at 7 o'clock at night.
belongs
Thanks to the new fridge and Valentine's Day.
What year is he saying? 2020 what?
2. So this year.
2022, this year, February. I know where I was.
And
it weren't in no car park.
Mad.
I was eating strawberries dipped in chocolate.
Mad. Fuck's sake.
That's nice. That is strawberries.
Oh
Why did
no,
you
I was
ask,
well
Gertie?
surprised. I was like, wow, it is special.
See what happens when you
Is that
ask,
because you
Gertie.
bought a new fridge?
Nah.
Oh, man.
We don't live together.
What's the fridge got to do with it then? Why does he keep
I
saying?
don't know what the fuck he's on this fucking Gertie. He's not fucking Bad Marsh on crack. When Bad Marsh ain't on crack.
Yeah, Bad Marsh comes on
Yeah,
my
Monday's a bank holiday, man. But yeah, that's it. All it is Monday.
Why did you want the Monday off and have a long weekend?
Stick it on that.
Did you finish your course, Makud? Are you
Yeah, I did.
somewhere now?
I qualified and that. Just waiting for the badge itself.
That's about £200, isn't it? You got to pay extra money.
Yeah, it's been paid.
Yeah, it's long though. They should just give it to you.
Are you enjoying it working in construction?
No, it's the construction was the first one, isn't it? I done security now.
Oh, so you want to work on the doors at nightclubs, you dirty old man?
No, both. It's the security on the construction site.
Oh, okay.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, they
Might
get
work
quite
out.
good money. I've heard they get quite good money actually.
For doing fuck all.
Not as much as like having an actual like being an electrician or a carpenter and that, because they're self-employed, but it's still good wage. I mean, not to be laughed at. Yeah.
And personal protection, the options are open. Still.
Yeah, the bad side of it's the hours. You got to do like 12-hour shifts and that to get that good money. That's long.
Yeah.
Really, what you want to do is the CCTV thingy. CCTV little add-on bit that makes it better.
Yeah, but actually, he doesn't, because this will keep him fitter.
What, sitting around?
No, he don't sit there, does he? He has to walk
Yeah,
about.
sit down.
Things. Oh, you just sit there?
Now and again. Yeah, well, now and again, you do your patrol, innit, like, or whatever. But if they've got CCTV, you're definitely sitting down all day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's better if you ain't got it, because it keeps
Clipboard, waving in trucks and that. So you're right. The other way, I'm still out and about a little bit if I want to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But in the main, no. And really, you're just making sure everything's safe, which is
He said that you nicked a fridge from a car park on Valentine's Day.
mad. What is Gertie from? Is that what happened?
He said you stole the fridge.
Mad.
Yeah, man. What's he talking about?
You never ever stolen a fridge? Oh.
My fridge come out. I had a little bachelor
from?
pad, didn't it? I had my little bachelor pad in Islington before my girlfriend got pregnant. It was all fully kitted out, innit? So when I moved out, I took everything with me.
Oh, you having another baby?
No, I had my baby like fucking. He's 14 now, isn't he? My little one's like 12. I ain't having no more. I'm too old, so I can't be changing nappies and staying up. I can't do it, mate.
I got myself 2 kittens. They're driving me mad.
Is it a thing kitten? What they called?
Kitten? What are you on about?
What's it called? Thing kitten. What they called? The one with the stripes, like a tiger.
They're just black and white cats, little tabby cats.
I don't like black and white cats.
Tabbies,
I like Bengals. I like Bengali cats.
Oh no! These are just ordinary little kittens, but they're
When
nice.
the Shahid is going on there?
Yeah, they're nice. I want to get them little tuxedos. I'm going to get them collars and then put little bows on and make them into tuxedo collars. Yeah.
You're nuts.
Because they look like they're wearing tuxedos because they're black and white. Yeah.
Why not? Why not? Thanks to do, innit? Keep you busy.
Yeah.
Playing with the cats.
Look, they're almost identical as well. They've got little white feet and just a little tip of their tails is white, and like their nose and the bottom of their face, and then just their chest. Looks like they've got a shirt on. Yeah, so. With white socks. They're very Michael Jackson-ish. I might get him a Michael Jackson wig and that as well.
To call one of them Michael?
No. That's going too far.
Go on.
I'm
Well,
only
what have you
joking,
called them?
anyway.
What have you
Didn't really
called
get
them?
me big
What are
enough.
their names? The two cats.
One's called Tippy, because, well, basically, my son and daughter were supposed to name him. The boy decided to make a name for the cat, so he called his Rengo. And the girl couldn't be asked. So I just picked the name Tippy because it was easy.
Yeah, I had the dog called Tippy.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. The Felix cat on the packet of that's what they look like.
Yeah, that was funny. What that woman done. She was like, yeah. You was like, yeah. You know, sometimes like once I'm around Nigerian, I'm transracial or something like that. Was it saying?
Yeah.
You was trans
Yeah.
something, anyway. But yeah, that you felt more Nigerian, you're inner
Trans-fluid.
Nigerian. You're
Yeah.
inner once you was around Nigerians. That's right.
I swear,
Crazy.
Real
Wanna
used to
evolve.
dream up these storylines and give them to these lot to
No.
say on the. Like there was the other one with Chartel going, "I want to get a hijab and hang around with the Muslims or whatever."
No, do you
Remember
know
that
how
one?
it come? I'll tell you where it come about. So I'm friends with Sarah Garvey on Facebook, and he made a post saying he felt like he was a white millionaire, like taking the piss out of trans. At the same time, online on YouTube, what's her name? Oh, what was her name? Charlotte. What was her name? Chartel. She was going around saying that she'd been regressed and she'd found out she was a Maasai warrior and she was trans. And I thought, this is brilliant. I can use this to say, yeah, I know what you mean. I agree with you. And then go along with it and see the reaction of everybody. And everybody kicked off. It was brilliant.
Okay. So what you said, you was trans. And
Yeah, I
when
told
you,
him I was. Hector
you're
even
transitioning.
told everyone. They went to Hector. They said
You're
to Hector,
transitioning
do you
into
think this
Nigeria.
is funny, bruv? Do you think
Mm.
this is funny, eh? She's taking the mickey out of Nigerians by saying she's transracial. Hector went, what do you mean? I'm white.
Yeah, bloody crazy. Yeah, but I get it. It makes
Sorry,
sense.
right?
It makes sense. Makes sense. No, it makes sense. It makes sense now.
But so many
see the
people
concept.
bought it and thought it was real, and then it ended up with Freedom for Britain, because Freedom for Britain hates me. Can you remember who he is?
Yeah, the guy. Yeah, I remember that dopey guy.
He's the one who goes around saying wed wobbin. He can't pronounce his R's.
Oh, it's properly. Yeah.
I'm freedom for Britain. So he's yeah, he hates me because I take the piss out of him because he was right. Do you remember Scientific Method?
Yeah, yeah.
When we was on Vellies, he was really, really racist to him.
Right.
I mean, really badly.
And so he should be, because Ansar ain't got no chill. He's been really, really racist to the man them as well. So, you know,
well, I didn't know that, but at the time, I
Mm.
hadn't observed that, and at the time it was
Right.
disproportionate, and I had to go at Freedom for Britain, and he got upset. So since then, and I won't let him on my shows, and nor will Wendy, because we don't like him. And since then, he's been running around trying to join every movement he can to try and get a group of people to back him up to come at me.
And my other question is, what happened to Brian Hill? Nothing.
What happened to him? He got
Yeah, what happened
NFA'd
to
on
him?
a load of stuff. Yeah,
He got what?
He got NFA'd on a load of stuff. No further action on a load of stuff.
Oh, he went caught in it.
Jeez. Mud.
Yeah.
He went caught in it. No, man, I'm saying like nothing happened to him for doing what he done to Wendy and that. Like, what is this?
Well, that ain't. Wendy never went to the police, did she?
No, but well, she got sons, she got friends. Yeah, someone should have at least fucking put him in his place or something. I don't know. You lot do things different from us. Yeah, if someone offends us like that, we find them and we make them know
Knock
it's
on
not
doors.
that. We make them know it's not that. And that little fucking ugly fuck. Yeah, it's mad. He's crazy. He's so.
He's an old man with a heart problem, though, isn't he? You hit him, and he'll probably fucking die, and then you're going to get done for murder like that.
But here's the thing, though, Maku.
Mm.
To catch them, you have to literally expose yourself. Because you're going to take someone to court, they're going to end up knowing your full name, where you live, and everything.
I went to
we don't do that.
Filming you
I
on the
know.
dock.
You think court has anything to do with this process that we're?
Yeah, but Wendy's going around calling people the N-word. Like she don't want to get exposed herself, does she?
I'm just saying, it doesn't take. If I was the son of someone being abused or afflicted online and all this, you know,
I don't care what's going on.
Yeah, but she done her fair share of abusing.
I'm just saying,
it's fair, isn't it?
I'm just saying. Yeah, there was no repercussion
there are certain
for
rules
those actions.
that people need to be aware of. So if you enter a free speech site and they say it's free speech, and you are both engaged in the conversation, and the context of it is there's insults going both ways, they won't bother taking anybody's case up because you've both engaged in it. Yeah.
So what? There's no sympathy or no regress for Wendy then? She just got to move on.
Yeah, but she, to be honest,
she could take it, man.
You know
it
what?
was
You're
mainly
different.
Rodney that was the one that was out of order. But me and Hector did go to Wembley to look for Rodney at the address that we were given for him.
Damn, all the way to Wembley.
Yeah, and we filmed it. He wouldn't come out. He asked us how many people we had with us.
Well, what side of Wembley does he live at? Supposedly.
Right by the stadium.
Don't worry where he lives.
Oh man, I know what you're talking about. Them flats at that. Oh damn.
Oh, Jupiter, who was the guy that nearly committed suicide because of online bullying? Remember, and you had to stick up for him.
Oh,
Who's
that little prick, right? I stuck up for him, and do you know what he's doing now? He's joined with Brian Hill and all the trolls to pick on other people. He's a little cunt.
Serious? Easy. After all that? Easy, yeah.
Easy.
Oh, yeah, easy, yeah.
He's now gone back to the girl that helped the people that trolled him. I can't believe that. That's how thick he is. Yeah.
What in the Star Wars
feel let down about that?
But that's what happens.
I don't feel let down because I don't know him, but I do
the
think
turncoat business is mad.
Yeah.
Are you lot jump on, man? Why are you lot sitting out there, man? What's going on here?
Right.
That was literally the worst thing I really got scared, man.
No,
I don't like things like people committing suicide and blaming it on other people. That's mad.
I'm sure you lot got better questions than me because I only know what I can remember quite now. And I know there's more, but I just right at this present moment it hasn't come to mind. But I know Jupiter's got some questions to answer, but I can't.
I've got questions.
What, who Jupiter? Questions to answer.
I'm here to be interrogated, am I?
Interrogated. No,
do you have ways of making me talk?
We don't do that. We do clarification, like, right, this is what I heard. Or
let me try and reel off some questions for Jupiter. What happened to that girl that chucked the coffee on you at Speaker's Corner?
Oh, she got 2 counts of assault, found guilty, £50 fine for me, and £50 fine for Hector. That we have never seen the fucking light of day of.
I was just about to say, like, where the money?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
She probably told him she could.
Yeah, the police took it, man.
Be a week or something. But I'm not bothered like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, she got a suspended sentence for 12 months and banned over to keep the peace.
She's a mad student.
So she also had a case upcoming where, when she attacked the police officer.
Yeah.
She bit him as well, didn't she? And she caused him. Yeah, he had lupus. He's got lupus. And when she bit him, she caused him to have a really severe reaction where he had to go in hospital for 2 weeks. So
you get a medal for that.
Imagine being a police officer and
lucky
then you didn't get shot, you didn't get stabbed, you got bitten.
She got found guilty for that, but I don't know.
You have to.
No, she's cool, man. I think
that's the worst thing that can happen to you being a police officer. Telling your friends, I got bitten, Yeah, like you didn't get shot, you didn't get stabbed. No, I just got bitten.
A man will retire off that. That's how these men stay. Any excuse. You know what I mean?
Yo, that bite took a lot out of me.
Yeah,
I'm traumatized.
He did retire. He did retire recently.
These police take their piss.
Yeah.
Because of that, yeah.
Yeah, I would retire.
These are the same police standing outside nurseries while killers fucking execute children. They're like, no, we're not going.
Sarah, I'll tell you about people.
Did you not see the video of her though when she was getting arrested, where she kicked him up the
Yeah,
bollocks?
with all
What,
rolling
there's a
around
whole
on the floor
video?
like idiots. Yeah, we've seen
No,
it.
but she
And
was
she
on the
fucking
floor.
is screaming, and 11 police
Yeah.
officers
Yeah.
had to carry her to the van. And
Yeah, I swear
Listen,
her biting
Sarah,
his
you must
ankles
know about
on
Luis
camera.
Suarez. He loves biting people on national TV. But anyway, go on.
Who likes biting people?
Yeah, Sarah said, who bites people? I said Luis Suarez. He loves biting people. People love biting people in fights, you know. I don't know. Like, if you witness over like 100 fights, you must have witnessed 2-3 that someone goes, "Hey,
I'm
he's
blaming Mike
biting me."
Tyson. I think Tyson started it all off.
Started the fuckery. Yeah. Coming out of jail and biting ear fuckery. Yeah, Isabella, she's mad. Anyway, but that girl's like a ADHD genius and all sorts of. I don't know what's wrong with her. Anyway, I just leave it alone.
well, she came down
when
after she
came
got
online.
arrested by the police, carried out about 3 weeks later. She came back down and started rolling all around the floor, throwing her legs in the air and stuff. But I think that
remember
was,
that. Yeah, I saw that.
yeah, I think that was to try and make out she was mental and plead the sort of like mental illness card. But I got told quite by somebody in authority that actually they checked her mental health and they deemed her sane. That it was all
Seriously?
fake. She was just, that she was just a.
She's a university student, man. Come on.
Yeah, so if she's at university, she ain't that fucking insane, is she? You know
No,
what I mean?
she's not insane. She's just off key. She is off key though. There's no doubt about that. I mean, anyone
biting
messing
people,
around.
you're definitely off something.
Mhm.
Could be drugs or mental issues, son.
Yeah, but yeah, if the man's got lupus though, yeah, that's gonna be a thing, innit? Yeah, but fuck the police anyway, man.
True.
Hope that nigga died from it.
Nigga retired in the Bahamas.
Fuck the police. That's how I treat them.
And now I hope he's got a Jeremy Beadle hand.
I don't know what that is, but that sounds mad.
Fucking Deadpool hand. One Deadpool hand. No,
Yeah, the
baby
Deadpool hand, the small little hand.
Oh, yeah,
small
them
little
one.
baby hand. Baby claw. Caca hand. Yeah, man, like every caca
Chillo, you're
hand.
tapped. She wrote, "I'd love to bite someone, really just sink my teeth in. You're usually not allowed to bite people. When you do, you always
Who
got
said
to
that?
hold back."
You horny little slut.
Trillo,
Who said
Trillo. Hey,
that?
Trillo, let me tell you something, yeah?
Mad.
Two of my friends
What
were
you doing?
fighting once, right? Well, one of them ain't my friend no more. And then obviously the fat guy got on top of the other guy, pause, because he's bigger than him, right? And then they're tussling and turning, and then all I hear the fat guy going, "Oh, he's biting my nipple."
Oh, that's like my sexual fantasy. I
and
love
literally, I asked my mate after the fight, like, "Why'd you bite him?" He goes, "Yo, the guy was too big, man." He goes, "He would not get off of me," because I had to think of something.
How can you fight someone that's biting your nipple, man? That's like literally.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Yeah, he
that's
literally,
literally your
my man
girlfriend
stopped.
right there.
He stopped. Like, he actually stopped fighting, and then just because of that, his nose got broke because he wasn't paying
Stopped
attention.
fighting, come in his pants, and was like, "I got to go home now."
Whoa! I don't know about that one. But my man, he got bit so hard. You know what he did? He called police. He actually called police. He's like, "No, you violated."
No, they can't bite me hard enough.
Yeah,
I
you
need
can
it
call
hard.
the police. You don't have to not call the police. If you want to fucking look, if you want to get justice in this world, you can walk 2 lanes at the same time.
Oh no, I understand. But if it's between two friends, like obviously you're friends, you two knocked each other's doors, and then now you're fighting. Now you're calling police on each other. It's
If you,
escalated.
that's a bit much, yeah. But
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. If it's just random, like in your case, I'm guessing it was random.
But then it
You know,
depends. If the friend fucking bites your fucking nipple off, you've got every right to fucking call the police.
Nah, I didn't buy him up, but he bit hard. But and then he let off some combos, suppose.
Get some victim fucking cash out of it if you can.
Yeah, in my experience, the nipples don't come off that easy. You can bite them quite hard.
Wow.
That's my experience. What do you know? Oh, you the nipple maestro.
Nipple meister. Now, what is he talking about?
God knows some pretty fucking women. Then they've got cold hard nipples. Yeah.
Wow.
No, they bite me.
What?
Oh no, it's getting
Wait.
You can't.
You just said the girl bit you and you bit her.
You can't bite a woman's nipple. She'll punch you
It's
in the
ridiculous.
face.
Yeah, this sounds like I'm fucking landed on Rodney's show when he's talking to Fat Dan. Fuck's sake.
Mad. When did this
Have
start?
you never been on Rodney K's show? It's mental cases.
Who's at Fat Ann? Sounds like my cup of tea.
Fat Dan.
Oh, damn.
Oh, you know, Fat Dan, he turned up on Jedi's the other week trying to say that I dressed Hector up in nappies.
What was all that about? That was mad.
Oh, he wanted
I
to
could
get his
never
own
imagine
back.
Uncle Hector wearing nappies.
I missed that
Come
episode.
on, mate.
No
I've
way.
had 8 kids. You really think I'm going to have a fetish to wipe someone's ass? Fuck off.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
But no, he wanted to get his own back because what happened was I started to stream early that morning and Triller turned up on it drunk from the night before and started going on about grooming gangs and a load of shit. And I put him in his place and he didn't like it because he basically said that Indian people or Pakistanis who partake in grooming, they've learned it off of all British people because all British people were groomers.
Yep.
And no, so I basically said to him, are you British? He said, yeah. I said, so you talking about yourself then, didn't you?
That's
I
true.
said, you can't go around saying that. So then I put him in his place. I showed him right up. Then Manny Cinder come on and sort of like put the boot in a bit more. And Triller got butter left, and Fat Dan got butter because he wanted Triller to troll me. And it all backfired. And so they went over to Jedi like they always do, running over to Jedi to try and get the Jedi to put the boot in. That's all that was.
You know. See, ain't beefing no more.
But we actually found that funny. Me and Hector found it funny that they were saying that I dressed him up in a nappy.
Well, you look, got loads of channels to go to, man. I'm sure there's no.
So it's you that does the dressing up, Jupiter, innit? Michael Jackson hat and all that.
Why would I want to dress up as Michael Jackson?
Mad.
Well, I'm saying that hat that you had on, it's like
Is that Bruno Mars?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
The Bruno Mars one. Mad.
Oh, is that what it was?
Do you know how many people didn't realise that I was taking the piss with that video either, though? Or any of my videos? They all think, right?
That you're serious.
Yeah. They don't get it.
Yeah.
They don't get my sense of humour.
Yeah. You got to be careful what you put out there, though, man. People can use it against you. I suppose if you don't care, if you're thick-skinned, it don't matter.
Yeah, it don't matter. Jada Franson used the one of me dancing as well in the fishnet tie.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, she was going in on that as well.
You know what? If you're keeping your man happy, then more power to you, mate. Because, do you know what I mean? Life without a bit of sauce, it's a bit boring. It's a bit boring, isn't it?
Listen, Khan, at the end of the day, I know
life.
one thing for sure, right? You can all fucking call me fat and ugly at 54. You wouldn't have been able to do it.
54, you're only a few years older than me, mate. Like, don't get
You wouldn't have been able to do it when I was the same age as Jada. She looks like someone's rammed her into the back of a truck.
Yeah,
and
she's a state, mate. She's fucking finished.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I had to laugh though, because in the same thing she was going on about, and all these transracials, yeah, they go and get all these operations on the NHS. I don't believe in cosmetic surgery, and she's had a tit lift. I was like, you lying bitch.
Who had a tit lift? Con.
No, Jada.
Fuckery.
Sorry, Con.
Away, you know.
I like God. No. I like God. I just start shooting funny shots at him.
Don't have it.
Shout out to MJ and Mzilini, man. No Champions League this year. I know it hurts. It's all right though.
What's happening?
No, they're losing right now.
Tell me the score, man.
Hey, Raj, what's happened with this ghost fella? He's a piss taker, isn't he?
Oh, I just don't worry. I mean, it's there's lower hanging fruits. Sometimes I have to get in the gutter to.
Now, why does that guy hate you so much, like every day?
Because I offered him to a boxing match here, and he freaking shut himself. Went to Pakistan, converted to a woman, had his dingling chopped off, had it reattached, and then come back to the UK. So obviously he's hurt.
In many places.
Yeah,
that was 2 years ago.
I know, but he's still hurting. Like, imagine being scared of me in a boxing match. Just imagine the embarrassment. You can't walk around anywhere afterwards. Even you, Jupiter, if like you could probably beat me up in a boxing match. Like, why would you freaking run away from that? And he migrated to Pakistan. Had to go on a witness protection program.
Why do you fucking
Sash, you want to buy me one, please?
No, to be honest with you, I mean, yesterday he made an accusation that it's the Sikhs and the Punjabis. Because there's different. Pakistan is made up of different groups of people, and the majority of people in London are from Punjab. Like Ards, Dil, and all of these people, and the majority from the north are from a place called Kashmir. And he's saying that no, it's Punjabis, the people that are from the land of the Punjab, including the Sikhs, are responsible for all the grooming. And I've done it. I'm not going to go into it because, like, go to my channel, watch it. I've got broken down with statistics.
Tribal for my liking.
Yeah, no. But the thing is, I'm not having somebody going around saying, okay, this
how
particular
can I
group of
tell
people.
the difference? Has any of you got scars on your face or
No, I mean, No, I mean, you're not going to be able to, from an outside perspective, it's difficult to tell, obviously. But from us, like, it's like saying Asian grooming gangs. Like, it's a very specific group. The north of England, most of the Asians there are from Pakistan. Like, the Pakistanis are mainly from a particular area from Pakistan, and that area is known even in Pakistan as the hillbillies of Pakistan. Like, they're known for being backwards. Mr. Amarais, that's the type of TYO, Halima. They're all Kashmiris, Meepolis. So that's the kind of, like, mentality. Like, even when you went speakers, remember that time when those guys were trying to attack me and you lot were there?
Yeah.
They were Kashmiris as well. They were Meepolis. They were talking about, they're going to stab me. They're going to do this. No? They think they're proper gangsters and stuff, man.
And now you've got ghosts chasing around after you and silly little Triller as well.
Oh, no. Me and Triller are cool now, man. We're cool now. I don't think
for now.
No, the only problem is that you lot make so many jokes about it. I have to laugh sometimes. Then I feel bad. Like, I'm going to get caught up one day. I'm going to say that. I have to be very careful because some of the jokes are funny, innit? Like, I start laughing, so I have to mute myself a lot. Like, when you laugh, I see the funny side of it.
A bit annoying that people can't just fucking allow you to have a laugh and joke. Don't get that it's fucking not really meant serious.
No, but if you've called a truce and then somebody's saying they bring up something about him, and then like but include me in it, like about the poems, I can't help but laugh because I find it hilarious. I find it hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, I find it hilarious. Yeah, but I have to then think, okay, if I'm laughing, am I adding to the kind of like the maybe you might see it as provocation, isn't it? So I have to be careful.
We was giving it large over on Rodney's again last night.
What about what? About who?
He was saying all the same shit that he said on mine about British people being the ones that are all the perverts and I don't know. It just.
I think most British kids at 16 get GCSEs. I'm not going to say the rest.
Yeah, and then he was going on.
Are you saying someone else say it? Someone else say it.
No, but as I said, the majority doing this grooming gang thing, he is correct, are English men of the age of 30 and about
not
30 years
grooming.
old,
Most of the paedophiles.
Most loner paedophiles, 99 whatever percent, are going to be from a white background.
Right. Yeah. As I say, there's going to be more paedophiles who are British than there is of any other denomination.
Yeah, that's obvious.
No one's denying that. I mean, even I, when I see, like, whenever they say the word paedophile, like the image that you get in your head, it isn't of a brown.
So he
or
wasn't
black
wrong.
guy.
It depends how passionate he was trying to say it. And knowing Triller after some drink, it's not going to come out right. It's going to sound.
Did you know what I was looking into? Yeah, sorry. Remember because I was trying to figure out, like in about Birmingham and stuff like that. In the 2000 what is it? 2000? I can't remember the Lizelle thing. Have you heard about that? The Lizelle riots. Years ago, yeah. Remember there was a massive blow up in Birmingham. I didn't really understand what was going on, but when I looked into it, it was that.
Oh, ain't that the one where a black girl got groomed?
Yeah. Because look, isn't it weird? Like when they went for a black girl, the whole black community freaking burnt the house down. They've never done it again. They never did it again. You don't hear no cases. So this is the thing is, I don't agree with it per se, but look, your girl, one of your women had been attacked, and you freaking like showed proper force, and no one's done it again because I didn't really understand what was going on at the time. Now that I look back at it, I was like, oh, that's the reason why there was a girl that I think she went into a shop or something, and then everyone found out. And guess what? There were Pakistani guys that did it. Yeah.
What? I don't know
well,
why.
They tried to abuse her, or I think they raped her or something. I can't remember the exact thing.
In the shop.
Yeah. In a hair
but she
shop.
went to go to the shop stop. Okay.
What happened here? Remember there was like massive right. The whole of freaking Birmingham was like freaking on fire because and I don't really understand. But that's sometimes you have to react like that. I'm sorry, like you don't hear about them doing it against black girls now because they know the reactions are going to be freaking huge.
Yeah, but that's a lie actually, because there
What was
are
it, man?
black victims and there are Muslim victims as well. But Muslim victims have just started speaking out actually.
Yeah, but they're gonna think twice. Like if they know
There's
the
actually
reaction is really
Muslims that have been affected by it, but that were told to be silenced for years and years, and they're starting to come out now. Jacko Radio has got a brilliant little video on it if ever you want to use that.
Yeah, I can say this now because I got permission from Manny. Yeah, even now, remember I said me and Manny we're going to do a recording somewhere up north. I don't want to say where, but even now, there's Pakistani guys going to Sikh temples, trying to get the steel bangle. You know, we call it a kara, yeah, and they're trying to buy it from the temples. And obviously, what they're trying to do is to get the bangle and then pretend to be Sikh, because not all Sikh wear turbans. And the priest at the temple had to give an announcement to make sure the girls watch out and stuff like that. This is not acceptable. I don't care what part where you're from. You can't.
Bangles.
You can't. You know, but I'm just saying. But you can't expect people to put up with that shit. Like they've been doing that for like freaking 30, 40 years in these northern towns. Yeah, and it's not Somalians, it's not freaking Bengalis, it's not thingy. I don't care. I'm going to call it kettle from what it is. It's mainly Pakistanis from the Meepuri area of Pakistan. I'm sorry. That's a fact.
Yeah, but only when it comes to grooming. When it comes to, like you say, the paedophilia, it's mainly white.
Yeah, it's white people. No one's going to deny that.
But we have to be. Look, all religion has got bad religious people in it, and all religions. Did you see the story in the Daily Mail today about the Amish?
Amish, oh, they do some crazy thing. Amish.
Yeah, fucking hell,
They're
that was
mad,
really
those dudes.
In the US,
They're like marrying kids and everything, man. It's crazy. I've said there's so many stories about them. They're very backwards, man. Even the Mormons as well, are doing crazy things.
Ooh.
Yeah, a lot of people from each place are doing crazy things, man. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, no one's going to deny it.
And then you've only got to look online and see all the fucking weirdos that are trolls that do some strange fucking fuckery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's crazy, man. What's been happening to you?
Guess what? That Fat Dan, you know Fat Dan, didn't you, Raj?
Oh, dude, I saw it. Do you know what? Yeah, Shani said
He's
the most hilarious.
Moon loves animals, right? And she see a video where he was beating the dog, and it is quite bad. And
do you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna. Sorry, go ahead.
It made her cry, right? It made her cry, and she phoned the RSPCA, and he's seen her on a channel upset about it, saying she's gonna. So he goes live, and he done a Freedom for Britain, right? He said that isn't my dog. You could because the dog's off camera, but you know that he's hitting the dog because he's shouting at the dog, right? And then you hear it whining. Because that's not his dog's whine, his dog whines different.
It spills a bit.
Dirty wine.
Dirty wine dog. Dirty wine. Dirty whining dog.
Don't dirty wine on your dogs, people.
Yeah, oh God. Oh, Jupiter, I'm gonna call you now, yeah, Sheikh Jupiter.
Well, what have I done?
Do you know Shani? Yeah, big up to Shani though. I've got no issue with it. She used you as a she was saying that you know about Islam allowing what was it? I can't remember what it was. Yeah, something about if you fall out the fold of Islam, you have to do X, Y, Z. I said it's the only way you fall out of the Islam. You can sin like drink and stuff, but you're sinning. But it's if you don't believe in the Prophet, or you don't believe in this, then you're out. She said, Jupiter told me that. She used you as a reference. I'm not even joking.
What?
She used you as the recording. Go to the Jedi. Nah, she did. She was there.
What she say? What she say? I want to hear.
I'll have to let me find it. So I don't want to put words in. She said.
You know what? You know what? You know what's even better? She's in the chat. Trilla, why would you tell us?
All I can say is that she must have mellowed since she had the baby.
And then I said, no offense to you. I said I spoke to real Dawa guys like Adnan Rashid, Muhammad. God, sorry, I had to do it, but I was cracking. I was like, wow, they're using Jupiter as a kind of reference point. About who can apostate.
A long way.
Yeah, Jupiter, shaking Jupiter. Oh,
where's Keith?
Now you can decide who's
apostated
from it.
Keith's about still. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Who's about?
Keith. This guy Keith. He's from Scotland still.
I thought you said Hakidat. Yeah, I think Hakidat might need to come back.
He was in the chat before.
He's not the one who runs around with the name Torn Labia, is he?
No.
Torn Labia. Who's
yeah.
What?
I had some fucking idiot turn up on my show 2 days ago with the name Torn Labia. And,
you should have asked how it got torn. Should have asked how he got born.
I think he wanted a porn bomb, but I was too quick. I covered the screen, and then he was Scottish, and he started talking a load of old shit, and he got upset because I wouldn't unblock him in the chat. And I said, "Why would I want to listen to what you've got to say?" You know what I mean?
Trying to find that bit with. Oh, did you hear me and Randy's conversation? That Randy cracks me up, man. Like he's like white privilege in India is like next level. Now, I don't believe in white privilege, but when you go to different countries like India, you do have
you do.
a European white
you'll see
privilege.
it.
They see you as a cash money, like money. Like that's what they see you as a way to make money. So they'll be extra nice, man. And so he was going and like, you know, the way he's talking, man. I think his intentions aren't bad. But he was showing me a picture of a guy on a postcard. He said this was Gandhi. It was just some random Indian. Some random Indian.
That's like a Chinese person.
Yeah, he's like,
this is a rapper.
But dude, I found the horse. You know, the horse Ephraim. I found it.
I found the horse that he's been touching. Look.
You can play Jedi Stream. You can play Jedi Stream, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just play this because I found some evidence about the horse shagging from Arts. Randy had some evidence.
I remember when you had that debate and he got caught.
No,
quite sad.
This is yesterday. So he was showing postcards, of India. Is it taken by her or is it a postcard?
No, these are postcards.
Oh, let's have a look at this because this should be interesting. How old are they?
This is probably 1940s, yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah. Let's have a look at it. That's not too
bad.
bad.
You can see how that's posed, yeah.
Yeah.
I have to warn you now, though.
They're all posed.
You always say people are all.
Is that Ard shagging a horse? I'll put that back a minute. No, put that back. Oh, that's Ard shagging a horse. Oh, we got it. Up, man.
Mad.
Is that Mahatma Gandhi doing a madness?
It's Ard. It's Ard. You got it.
What's he grabbing?
It used to be a
what
postcard.
has happened to Ard? Where is Ard? Does he still float about?
He was around last Ramadan. Telling us
probably too busy horsing about. Yeah, and here's his bit about the Mahatma Gandhi. Randi, jaldi, Randi.
What's this about? So it's a Christian journal. We've got Gandhi on the front.
Oh, Ban Gandhi, man, he was a racist. Freaking
bless the Lord, oh my soul.
Oh, with Gandhi? Are you sure it's just not some random? That's just a random Indian, you bloody budwad ding ding. What's wrong with you? Like, go back, don't zoom in.
Oh my God, that's so racist. You don't know the difference.
Oh, this is Gandhi. This is a random Indian.
Has that fella even got glasses?
It's not Gandhi. Just because he's got bald hair, we're not all look the same.
He kind of looks like Gandhi.
But I don't think he's like that. Certain people are just ignorant in it. I don't think he's malicious. But some of the stuff he says, like earlier he said to me, "Your internet in India is
He's
bad."
not allowed to be malicious. God is to punish him. She'll fucking whip him 100 times.
Yeah, it's like I told him like because he said he wants to go to India and repay us. So why don't you go back and let them whip you? Like just whip you around the street.
What does he want to repay?
So for because he's great granddad. His granddad was in India, so that's why he's got all these postcards and stuff.
Oh,
and so I said, all right. He said he wants to give back, and I said, all right. Why don't you go back and let them whip you and beat you and shit? If you really want to give back,
I mean, let them shit on you.
The money back instead of making us fucking suffer. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the thing is just
already doing that for him. For the whole.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, like some people have good intentions, like Randy, but they're so patronizing when they talk about it. Oh, like we need to help you for Indians. Like the thing is, just leave us alone. Like leave the Indians alone. Let them just do their own thing, innit? Like we don't need you going over there, freaking. I know. Do you know what else he said? Did you hear what he said about Jedi, Mackie? I asked him. He said, "I donate to Jedi because he's black." I said, "What do you mean?"
I don't think Jedi's complaining.
He don't care, but I was like, "What?" I said, "Imagine that you just donate to people because of their color." Like with sympathy cases, it's so weird. Like, I don't know. I think he's a funny dude.
Why he doesn't enjoy the show?
No, I said, what about the actual content then? Like, do
you like it?
So I like that as well. But the main thing was that he was black. That's the reason why. I said, why don't you give more than he's only giving £5?
I ain't even funny, Raj. Right?
You have to be dark in it to get more money.
Why not? We might not be sort of like the best of pals at the moment because whatever. But come on, do you think Jedi cares?
No, he doesn't. But it's just he don't care. He didn't say nothing. But to me, it was a little bit shocked because sometimes you people don't like to just say it outrightly like that. I was like, all right, why don't you give me some money? Then I asked him for money. I thought, I'm brown. Like, just give me some.
Because you're brown.
You must give it to me.
I need to get a bit darker, mate.
He needs to give me some money then. Like, yeah, I mean, I think people have good intentions, but a lot of people that are like these goody two-shoe kind of lefty type people can come across as quite patronizing. You know, the white man's burden, but in a weird, a different way. Oh, we need to help these little Indians.
Does Randy give you money yet?
Randy?
Yeah, Randy.
Not that I remember, no.
And do you know what? Do you know what the word Randy?
You want to
You know,
say
if he goes to India,
what's Randy mean?
money for being black? You tell me I'm not black.
So if he went Indian, yeah, and he called himself Randy, people would say Randy, jaldi, jaldi, Randy, yeah. Do you know what that means? Hurry up, prostitute.
Randy, jaldi.
Randy means prostitute, yeah, whore, yeah, and jaldi means hurry.
I think that's Trilla's
so
favorite
imagine
word
it,
as well.
yeah.
Randy, jaldi.
I can't react to anything because yeah, I'm just.
Sorry.
I made it out Southall though.
Yeah, I heard you was telling me. Fucking
yeah, I did think to myself that should I?
He might be coming out the corner.
But I'll be honest with you, there was nothing there, man. It was freaking shit, man. I didn't get anything.
Whoever comes out the corner shop, you're looking at the hand. Hopefully,
I was walking around that.
Please, that's not a JD bottle.
Oh god. I was like, everywhere I was walking, I was like, oh no, I better not say nothing. But the thing is, I went there, but there was nothing there. I went Hounslow instead to get some food and stuff. There was nothing there, man. It's freaking dead, Southall, man.
It's dead, man. It's just one strip, man.
But Southall used to be like really, really kind of vibrant.
Popping, isn't it? Busy.
Yeah, now it's just dead. I went there. I was trying to get a new kurta pajama. You like one of those Indian things because I've got something coming up, and I just couldn't find anything, man. So I'm gonna have to go back to East London, where odds and do a little walk around in East London as well, Forest Gate.
Oh, East London, shithole.
Yeah, he said. Remember, he said both of those two do the same thing. Like he told me I can't go Forest Gate. So I went Forest Gate, and this guy said I can't go Southall, so I went Southall, but nothing happens. It's just like little old aunties there. I don't know what they think Southall and Forest Gate is like.
People shopping, man.
They're dreaming.
It's just like little old aunties, man. The most danger I get here is like an old auntie with a walking stick. Like there's nothing there.
It's the LED effect,
or maybe like a
surprise if they give you a good beating. There's been a good fair few videos of old girls that people have tried to.
Yeah, I get a beating with a stick or with a samosa. Or with a samosa or something, yeah. It's like, yeah, I mean, obviously there might be parts of that area that are more dangerous than others, but the way people are making out to be some freaking like I don't know, Compton or something like. You know, I tried to go Compton, didn't I, Macu?
Is it?
Yeah, when I was in LA, somebody was we were just talking. They said, "Oh, you want to go Compton?" I said, "Yeah." One of the guys, and then they forbade me to go. They said I'll get killed. I'm not joking. They said you talk too much.
They're having his fucking zoot, thinking. Yeah, go on. You take over for a bit while I'll mellow out.
Yeah, this is no, you can't. If you go there, yeah, like it is dangerous down there. Like you're gonna get your head kicked in because this ain't like London. Like you can say something. Like if you go there, it's dangerous. They will like if you make a joke or something, they don't know you. They ain't gonna mess about. The guy was a Mexican driver, and he told me, I said I want to see because I was in Orange County and that's like rich, yeah. Like there's nothing going on. It's boring. I said, hey, can I just go somewhere like a little bit more? I said, what's famous? He said, oh yeah, Compton is famous for the home of hip hop or like famous rappers. I said, oh, take me down there. And then they asked permission from the person that flew me out. He said, no. Banned me from going. Yeah, he won't let me go. He won't let me out the area.
Wait, did you pay for your own ticket?
No, they paid for it. They paid for everything.
Question. I've been here a while now. I want to ask you a question.
Go on.
Naku, Hector's fuming. They're trying to blame Nigeria for monkeypox. What say you?
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
Have you ever heard of
monkeypox? Yeah. Monkeypox is a variant of smallpox, and smallpox itself came from Europe. So I don't know.
Well, he reckons
it's not
monkeypox.
Just like green monkey, the first person to get what they're calling AIDS was a guy from Middle England somewhere. I think it was Liverpool.
No, he's an American. It was an American.
Wait a minute. Wait, have they even got monkeys in Nigeria?
I don't know.
Well,
I
not
even
really.
call it
I don't know.
monkey.
Well, the pox came from the monkey there, innit?
Nah, it's all
We ain't
bullshit.
got no
bro.
monkey like that. Not for us, bro.
Well, Hector,
Yeah.
Hector grew up there, right? He didn't come over there.
Mm.
I'm not going to say exact age, but I mean, until he was a well-established adult. Let me put it that way. And he's never heard of monkeypox. He said, "What the fuck are they on about? I come from Nigeria."
Yeah, it's
The
bollocks.
funny thing was, right?
Slander.
He was listening to it on the news, right? And he was shaking his head. And I went, "What's the matter with you?" He went, "Have you not heard about this monkeypox?" He said, "You British are very funny people." He said, all these diseases. And then the next thing, the newsreader went, "And it's originated in Nigeria."
Do you know how
upset. He's probably
Well, do you know
upset,
how
bro.
do you know how the problem was? Do you know the monkeys in Africa, the AIDS, but you know the Europeans used to go down and shoot animals and they'd eat them. You know, they'd use that. And what they would do, they would be eating the animals that had thingy, and that's how it passed to Europe.
Yep.
Because they used to go hunting there. That's how it transferred from man.
Yeah, they were going to
transferred from
Africa.
man to human because they started to eat the meat.
Got scratched or eat the green
No, they were
monkey.
eating it.
That's
They
your
were eating it.
business,
They
man.
were eating it. Then it went over to. Then they travelled over to the west, and then it mutated in some way. I don't know how it works.
Well, they took it,
and
put
then
it
it went
in the
into
lab.
humans. Yeah.
Put it in the lab, and then it escaped from the lab or the monkey sanctuary, where they were doing Ebola tests and all of that only a couple years ago. Like, stop it, man.
What
Not
do you reckon's
involved.
next? What do you reckon's going to be the next one to try and scare us?
No, when they do stuff like that, I point to the situation in the pandemic when they said the new Indian variant, right? And then what had happened is what had happened was that variant seemed to spread in England and was announced in England way before it even existed in India. So the
Do you
Indian
know what
officials
happened
came
in
out
India, though?
and said,
India
"This is a
got
lie."
upset with that.
The whole
India
of it
got upset
like,
with
yeah,
that.
that was mad. This is
because
a
it's
lie.
like
How
No,
have
they
you got
used
Indian
I
variant
think
that's not in
it was
India?
called-
It didn't originate
I
in
think
India.
it was
Like, what are we
called
doing here?
ivermectin that they used, and they flatlined it within weeks, right? And basically, we could have used that over here, and it would have cost £2 something a person. But instead, they decided to still inject people at a cost of 20 odd pounds per person. Ivermectin, yeah. They used that to flatline. India actually got the cure, basically to flatline it, and they never bothered using it in this country. It's disgusting, and that's an actual fact. That if you go and look it up, that's true.
Wow.
Crazy.
Jupiter, you never told us what your thoughts are on this whole Ukraine immigration situation where people getting paid
Hold on
for
one
looking
second.
after
Sorry, Con.
Ukrainian women that are coming taking away husbands from the wives and all that. What do you think about that?
Did you see about the fella down in Devon?
Bang out of order, mate. Left his kid and
Yeah,
run off with
he fucked off
some
with a
hook.
Ukrainian after 10 days.
Bang out of order. He could have waited for her to get a job in the fucking sauna, and he wouldn't have had to run away with her.
Oh, dude, man.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a liberty. You want the truth? I'm being serious now. I think it's a liberty. They were paying people. They've never paid people before to take people in.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a hypocrisy, though. Like, you got to call that hypocrisy. Like, why is it that the Ukrainian white people are getting like special
That's
treatment?
their cousins, isn't it? That's their cousins.
I know, but it's just so. I mean, it's just so kind of freaking in your face. It's like you can't.
Are they
ignore
your
it.
cousin? They ain't fucking my cousin.
Yeah,
your
they are your cousin. What are you talking about?
They're closer to Khan, to be honest.
They're my
from
cousins. They're your people.
They're from like you could.
They come from the Caucasus Mountains, like you said. So
Yeah, they're closer to the fucking.
related.
nothing to do with me.
Jupiter says he's got Ashkenazi though.
Is
Got
Trilla
Ashkenazi
Cactus?
DNA.
They're definitely on that.
Can I ask you? Because
Yeah,
Trilla
man.
Cactus,
The whole of Europe
Shani?
got Ashkenazi.
Ukrainians. They're one people.
Well,
us,
then that's
anyway.
what we're saying. Then cool. Relax.
Hey, is
All
Trilla
all the
Cactus?
Europeans got a little
borders
touch of
were anyway,
Ashkenazi.
so.
Dude, can I just ask you? Is Trilla Cactus Shani?
Yeah.
No,
Oh, all right.
somebody else.
She's
No,
saying
no,
I'm
no.
close.
Trilla
Right,
is
so
somebody else.
Can I play
That's
the
it,
bit about
that's it.
Shani though, just to prove
No.
it? Yeah, just because
No,
everyone's saying lying. Have a look
Go
at
on then.
this.
Yeah. Anyway,
Just one minute.
the monkeypox thing. Yeah, it's just another
Kick in the
the
teeth.
the World Health Organization likes to blame Africa for the diseases they create in their labs. When the countries, I'm going to list the countries where the cases were found in: Australia, Belgium, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Portugal, Spain, Sweden, UK, and the United States of America. Those are the countries that are listed in the WHO website who have this disease. There's no African countries.
Because there's no Nigerians living in them countries.
No.
Is there?
So if it was from Nigeria or Africa,
No,
I'm
she's
sure we would have had
mocking
at
it.
least one case in the region where it started.
Yeah.
And we know that a lot of it's nothing to do with people eating bushmeat like they like to blame. It's because they like to experiment on animals out there, and then shit pop off.
They got
But
monkeys.
Like, they
Sarah,
like to experiment on
why are they
animals.
releasing these type of stories? Because
So
it sounds
they've
like
done
they're
that
trying to
before with the
extort money
AIDS
out of
and the
these African
HIV. They like to,
countries.
you know.
You know, because they don't donate that much to World Health Organization. They're sort of like blacklisting them.
But yeah, the statistics don't match that narrative they're pushing. And
Yeah.
every picture that you see, the black person, okay.
So how are they linked to Nigeria?
It's
Though?
worse than
What's
that.
their
If
logic?
you look at the picture that they're showing of monkeypox, it's exactly the same one they used for smallpox.
Yeah,
And
it's
the
very
other
similar.
one,
It's very similar.
shingles
It's
as
almost the
well.
same thing.
There was one where they literally recycled the exact same picture from a shingles article.
Yeah,
Literally the exact same hand, whatever.
Yeah.
So it's just manipulation, innit? It's just the usual
Good luck,
shit that
man.
they have to do. They have to have a boogeyman and a
They're trying
scary
to extort
thing.
money out of these governments, man. The same way Trump was trying to charge China for COVID.
I
They're saying they can
mean,
pay for
do you
it.
blame? Do you blame him?
No, I'm just saying that that's the whole idea behind it.
Even with COVID, there were like sprays and anti what are they called? Like insects and stuff like that. There were sprays that actually had on the back they can protect you from COVID, the COVID virus, before COVID even hit.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
we know this shit existed before they
Do you
made a
know?
big
Do you know what it
hoo-ha
is, Sarah? Sarah, it's a
Yeah.
bit of a tit for tat thing because these countries, they're blaming America for global warming. They're saying that America should pay for it. They're saying that they should pay for all the.
I don't even believe in global warming, but yeah.
But that's what they're saying, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
their argument. They're saying
can
that
I just say there's
America's
a-
putting a tax on fuel, so other countries can't catch up to them.
Has anyone
You get me?
taken the vaccine? Because I haven't taken the vaccine yet. I'm probably not going to take
The badge, and we're not trying to get the channel fucked up. So
Oh,
go back to the
I had
terminology.
one and regretted it, but I never had no side effects, and I never
What?
took no more after that. And
never took it.
Oh, do you? Is that
I
with that
never had
freaking thing?
COVID. Hector never had COVID.
I did.
But everybody else that I know that had injection 2, 3, and 4, they've all had COVID. So
Yeah, I had 2 injections and I
Good
caught
luck.
COVID.
4? What's 4?
Can't do
Yeah.
what? You had
Thicker skin. You have to
freedom,
go
yeah?
double deep. Double deep.
I'm not involved.
You start drilling into the earth. Sorry, Con. Sorry,
my mum was on the phone. No, you got to have it. You got to have it. You're going to end up dying. I said, I don't fucking care.
I just test myself like once a month, yeah,
And
just
then
because
they
my
all
mum and
caught
stuff like that. I'm
COVID.
negative.
And me and Hector never got touched.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, the problem I had.
People that had it, and we.
Well, the thing is, though, to look here, wearing a mask, I don't care about. It's not a big deal. Standing 2 meters apart, I don't care. Isolate, I don't care. But when you're starting to tell people to inject yourself with vaccines that have only been tested
you're
for
not
like
allowed
3
to go
months,
anywhere.
like when they've
that's
been
a
saying, well,
problem.
the thing is, they've been saying for like the last 60 years that all medicine should be tested
7
and
years. 5
regulated
years.
for 7 years. And all of a sudden, they're telling us we need to just pump it in. I was like,
Couple of
no,
months.
5 to 7 years, and they're not liable if you die, and it hasn't
Yeah.
been tested, but you want to force me to take
Yeah.
it.
So why
Well,
are they suddenly
tell you
discarded
how-
that?
how bad it is, Raj, that even
It's
Wendy,
all right for
that's
Jupiter
really
still.
pro-vax, has opened her eyes and said she's not pro-vax no more for COVID things. And she's also said that she's got her own theory to why they're saying monkeypox. She thinks it's because it's affecting mainly children. And she thinks that they're trying to pressurize all those parents
So
that
yeah, that makes sense.
wouldn't give their children the COVID injection to now go and have an injection for monkeypox instead.
I'll be honest with you, like as the older I'm getting, the more and conspiracies I
Doesn't
think
even
might be
matter.
real. Like,
There's
it's-
super
the way
HIV on the rise, all sorts of stuff going on. So.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, like
always
they've had these regulations in place to test medicine since like I think the 1920s, 30s, and all of a sudden they're telling us to ignore it. Oh, don't worry about it now. For this one, you can use it, but all the rest we have to go through the regulations. How does that make sense? Like you have one rule for all of them.
No, it doesn't
yeah?
make sense, and most people.
Well, you know,
wouldn't go
Boris
along
is
with it.
Boris is in cahoots with the World Economic Forum, and I think it's next week
Yeah.
actually that they're putting forward that it's going to be mandatory. The
Mandatory,
next
yeah.
pandemic,
Most people do it because of work, though.
everyone's got to take an injection. I'm not taking it. I'll tell you that.
That's why I
Mandatory
didn't
for
spend
what?
my own
What?
thing,
What's
'cause I was like,
mandatory?
nah, not me.
COVID?
That would be me. Are you mad?
No, for the next pandemic. So obviously they're going to do.
There'll be another one, yeah, 100%. Probably August.
And then everybody, yeah.
How do you know the date? That's
Well,
scary.
it's holiday. It's always carnival season. It's always holiday season. It's always carnival season.
Yeah.
Can I just play that video of Shani saying because I need to go? Please, I beg you, man. I beg you. I beg you. I want
to say no to you.
No, you need to.
Leave
no Shani one's alone.
asked.
No, listen to it, man. Listen to it. Oh, no, man.
Leave it, man.
Oh, that's out of order, man. I feel like a school kid. You know when you're trying to show something.
Why are you
school.
doing AV like that in the chat, man? That is deep.
Yeah, I know they're fighting, seek violence.
What she called him? She called him Peter Singh.
What did she call him?
Peter Singh. You shouldn't be busy in a corner being mad because people think you're racist for being not.
Yeah,
Hey, go sit in the corner for that comment, man.
No, I do agree with that. The thing is, I think the problem. I mean, I like F.T.K, yeah, but I think he takes things too personally. Like, just because somebody's not attracted to X, Y, Z, it doesn't mean they hate you or they're racist. They just probably just don't find that.
Perveen, you know what in the world is happening? Sorry.
Yeah, so it's
Perveen,
not...
I'm done.
Oh my god.
Listen, if I want to
Oh my
go to
God.
black racism, I just go and look at fucking Betty Boop's channel for fuck's sake.
Oh no! But this is the doorbell's ringing.
Yeah, and she's your friend.
Who's that? I don't even know
Oh,
who
fuck.
Doorbell's ringing. Like, whenever
But
they
she
talk
was
about
your
Hassan-
friend though.
Sorry,
She was
sorry,
your
Smitty,
friend
my
before
English not very
Jupiter.
good.
Yeah,
The
she
beef
was
is
for a little
another.
You
while,
can't
but
throw
I'm
no
wised
stones.
up.
She's still, and I'm going to say she still is a friend of mine. Yeah.
Oh,
she
you're
still is a
fucking
friend of mine.
mental. Do you know
No,
what she
but
said about Speaker's Corner online? She's never going on it again because you're all full of racists. There you go.
There you go, mate.
Sorry, Snitty. English not very good.
I mean, whenever I talk about certain people's names
Yeah,
come up, it's time for me to leave, man.
I'm going to be talking to Manny as well because she's going around saying that all over the place, and yet Manny let her on.
Oh, was she on there? Okay, all right. So she on there on
she
Monday.
went on there to
I'll
diss
listen to it.
me, diss
Oh,
Wendy,
Trillo, whoa.
diss Jedi, diss fucking black people, and all her.
Who is this? I'm so lost. Is it the beast?
The beast, yeah.
Black people.
Yeah.
I'm going. All right, doorbell's
yeah,
ringing, man. Thanks
yeah.
everybody. I appreciate it. Everybody, man. I need to. It's time for me to
Doorbell's
go.
ringing.
Man.
No one ain't
Take
ringing
care,
no
man.
doorbell, man.
Yeah, I'm scared,
Okay,
man. I'm
okay.
scared. I'm scared. I'm going.
Yeah, I know. You're
Whoever rang that door, they're still out there for half an hour ago.
Probably his mom. Anyways.
Man's got
I'm
a
going to
meeting to
remember
go
that,
to.
by the way, guys. Every time I want to get rid of Raj, I just got to mention Betty. Fucking hell, that was quick. Are you shagging her,
Don't
Raj?
summon this beast.
Oh, Jupiter, have you ever tried Five Guys?
Bro, I beg you don't.
No,
tell me
I
what
have
that
not. And I know it's meant to be a restaurant, but no, I haven't.
All right. You
Yeah,
caught
only
me out.
Khan would come up with that one. Matty.
Yes. Put some respect on it.
Innit?
Jeez.
Oh my god, what is this war between AV and Sneaky? Did I miss something
Yeah,
today?
maybe if you find the
I feel
woman.
like
They
I'm
always
lost.
love flirting with Sneaky. This is their way of doing it. Getting their attention.
Yeah.
Last week it was Triller. Fucking hell.
It's basically grooming.
Raj said
but,
no,
yeah.
lol. in the side, he said no. Yeah,
He's trying to groom.
Grooming.
Grooming.
Intimidation, grooming.
This is some up north battle tactics, man. It's
It's
crazy.
called negging. Have you heard of
Definitely an up
negging?
north thing, man. For
It's
real.
called negging when you
And
negatively
you heard,
attack someone. It's like,
yeah, this will make you laugh, Matthew.
Mm.
And you heard the last propaganda coming out from her.
From
Apparently,
her?
I groomed her to try to be a Tommy Robinson supporter.
Who did that?
Apparently,
talking
I
about?
did. The
The Beast?
nutcase.
No
The
way.
beast. The
Yeah,
beast.
that's what he's
The Beast.
accusing me of at the moment.
I
Yeah,
don't know
no.
what she's doing. No,
But usually
Mad.
there's a beauty with the beast. Well, there's no beauty in there. Just the beast.
just
Nah,
the
it's just a
beast.
beast, man. No beauty
Okay.
in that.
Beast and the beast.
The beast pretending to be a beauty, forcing the issue.
The beast on top of the beast.
I'm beautiful and stuff like that. I'm a beautiful black woman and stuff like that. Like, allow it, man.
Looking like Marco Rashford.
Demon,
Crazy.
man.
You know?
Demon. Demon! Yeah.
Apparently, she went and did you know that she went and reported me to the police? Did I tell you guys?
what
Oh
really,
my god, what
really?
is all this snitching going on, man?
All because of the
No,
rap.
seriously. So she went to the police
It's
and made
crazy.
the claim, right? This is what she tried to get me done for. That I called her BB. I'm not talking about any words. Literally, the letter BB. Right?
2 B's.
But it wasn't me. No, I'm being serious, right? It wasn't even me.
What was it?
and
Baby
it was
burglar?
I was gonna
What's
say
going
something,
on?
but let me.
And her
What was it?
evidence was a screenshot, right, of a clone, right, that could have been herself. I'm just saying. right? But, and they said to me at the interview, right? Because I took my lawyer along. They asked me to come in for a.
Wow.
They asked me.
Wow, they
they
called
asked
you.
me to-
Ah,
yeah, they
wow.
asked me to come in for an interview, right? I took my lawyer along, and they said to me, "What does BB stand for?"
You should have added BBL or something. Adding an L to it.
I said, "I don't know, British Broadcasting,
Brazilian butt without the lift.
big bum." You know, I don't know.
That's such a random. Did she actually call the police? Just
Oh, I know what BB stands for now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Did
mission.
she?
Yeah, okay.
I'm not even gonna say the rest.
No.
You should have just said I was speaking about the BBL.
No,
There's
they
so
done
many
it
things you
okay.
could
I
just.
didn't
Brazilian
get
butt,
charged.
but no lift.
Yeah,
Where's the
so
lift?
many things.
Where's the lift?
Yeah, I didn't get charged of anything. My solicitor
Way, Real Madrid win the Champions League.
Yeah, I told you, bro.
Unlucky.
I can hear them upstairs.
Zellini
My husband's friends are
crying.
upstairs.
He's crying.
They're crying.
He's
Mad.
crying
They're
in
pissed.
caps right now. How you shouting in caps, Zellini? That is crazy.
Oh,
Man,
well,
the man will
lads.
talk
Oh, well.
about quadruple, you
Unlucky.
know.
Zellini's punching a
I
wall
know.
somewhere, man.
I know. Bear of them. MJ is pretending she's not a Liverpool fan all of a sudden.
I'm
You know how
from
they do.
Ireland, from the Emerald
You know
I'm
what I'm
Isle.
saying?
saying bare people lost money tonight. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Bare
can't see no. Nanifa, you will walk alone.
I lie. You're getting pepper sprayed in that before the match.
You get me?
Get beat up.
You get me?
In the match, they get beat up. Crazy.
Where was it? France as well, where they did it. What was
The
the
France.
Oh, you
France.
see? That's what I'm saying. It's a
Paris.
long way home.
People
Yeah,
really
he's
thought
all
they
going
could beat
bed early tonight,
Ancelotti and Real Madrid. Come
Yeah.
on, wake
Hot
up,
cocoa.
man. Wake
You know
up.
when you get upset, yeah, you go bed early.
That's it. Nanifa's brushing her teeth right now, or her tooth.
Yeah, man. She's it, man.
You get me?
Poor
Angelini
thing.
right now, man. Oh, man.
Angelini's
Speak,
rolling that
speak.
bedtime zoo.
Big
Bare
man.
people.
He's rolling the zoot while he's in the bed. He's tucking himself in while he's tucking it in. How?
Tucking himself in and tucking the zoo in. Like, yeah, let me shove this stuff.
So anyway, since
What
I've been
shove
gone,
this
what
in?
has been the topics going on with you guys? Then
Since
what's
you've
been going
been
on with you
gone.
lot?
Mainly, it's
Everything.
been about haploid groups.
Oh,
All
fuck.
right.
No, it's not. But during the week, yeah, boy, I don't know. These lot would have to fill you
We've
in.
been
'Cause I ain't
talking
been around.
about demonic possession of Hollywood stars. Been talking about
Oh.
the perpetuation of demonology through the media and like such.
And Hinduism and all
Hinduism
sorts.
basically being the root of all evil. What else?
Great. And the Skenazis, your people, and Jupiter's people. Yeah.
Fuck off. I don't know why you keep saying that. I'm not at Skenasi.
Yes, you are.
And do
You
you
told me that.
know? Do you know that actually there is Nigerian Ashkenazi Jews, and that's a fact. Look it up.
Yeah, but they're not you. You're
Exactly.
the
I
other
just told you
Ashkenazi.
they're not me.
No, you're the other Ashkenazi.
I'm not
Remember
Ashkenazi at all. I don't know
you
who told
did
you that
the
shit.
DNA
I think
and you
I'm
told me.
2%. I think I'm about
Right.
2%
You did the
Ashkenazi.
DNA and that's what you said to me.
Because when you
said
get
you're
the German blood,
30%.
the
No, my
Ashkenazi comes for
DNA,
free.
I had 1% Middle
Right.
Eastern, and obviously that
1%
must refer-
And
Middle
where was the
Eastern.
rest? Most of it
Yeah,
was
and
Europe, right?
obviously that would refer to the Jewish. Obviously.
But how do you only get
No.
1%?
No.
Well,
No.
because obviously I didn't take
1%.
up the genes.
Yeah, you
But the
just
rest
didn't
of it
take
was
That's
Central
mad.
Europe and that. This
Yeah.
part of it was
So
England.
I
So like, what are we
I
doing
can't
here?
remember it. I can't remember it exactly, but it was
You're not
roughly
English.
around. It was
Hold up,
roughly around this ballpark. 46% English,
man.
and then
Mhm.
another 30, roughly 30 something British. You know, Irish,
Yeah,
Scottish,
mixture.
yeah, and Welsh.
German.
And then I had a bit of Balkan Island.
Yeah.
And then what was it? What was the other one? There was another
German,
one. that was-
innit? Wasn't there German in there?
No German.
Central Europe or some.
Scandinavian. I had a little
Oh,
bit of
yeah, see.
Scandinavian and 1% Middle Eastern.
That's funny, isn't it? I know a brother and sister who took it, and one of them come out with French blood, and the other one come out with German. Mad. It's what you take
Yeah,
up, isn't it?
it's not like Mark Smith. I did a video and showed it, but I can't be bothered trailing through my video. But I will release it again tomorrow, just for those people who
Right.
don't believe.
You
But I
wanted
can't
1% Nigerian as well. I bet you did.
Huh?
That would have helped. That would have helped your claim if you had 1% Nigerian or something.
No,
But
why do I want to be 1% Nigerian?
that would help.
Help what?
What?
She's already married the guy.
Yeah, for what?
If you found it in your DNA.
If I want to get a Nigerian passport, all I have to
Mhm.
do is fill in a fucking form.
I know. Doesn't make you Nigerian though, does it?
No, but our
No,
kids
it
are half
makes me, no,
Nigerian,
it
so what's the
does. It
difference?
makes me a Nigerian citizen if I want.
No, Matthew, this is what we're doing, yeah.
She tell her, yeah, that's what we're doing. Man. What's she doing?
Right, so you having a
So
British
you're
passport
Nigerian now?
don't make you British, no?
No,
No. I'm not British. Sorry.
obviously not. Come on.
Get out of my country.
We're all classified as
I'm
British.
just here trying to make
You're
my
not
money.
even
When
English.
your currency completely drops,
Yeah,
I'll leave.
you're
Don't worry.
British, same like me. You get me? Your passport is same like mine. So
I'm
don't play
British
that. You know
Muslim.
this.
I'm British Muslim.
And
Like
if I've got
Jordan,
a
Jordan M.
Nigerian
You're a
passport, it'll
foreigner
be the
born
same
here.
like
No,
yours
but
as
What
well,
are we
wouldn't
doing?
it?
in
I'm
Nigeria,
a
I'm
white
sure
British
they would
Muslim.
write like.
You ain't Cornish. You ain't none of these original people of
Did you
England
say
or the
Cornish?
Angles.
Welsh.
You're from fucking
Welsh.
Europe.
Welsh.
Welsh. And
Yeah,
the
I've got
Celts
Welsh.
came here. They came here from somewhere else. So like, what are we doing?
Welsh
Who
are the
remembers?
Everyone
original
knows that.
English.
Remembers when Wales played
Go and
No,
Turkey
look
they're
at
not.
it.
in the
Look
World
it up.
Cup?
Welsh
No,
are
they're
the
not,
Now,
original
them
man.
Welsh are like 6
The
foot
Welsh
tall
speak Gaelic.
giants, bro.
Yeah, and they
They're
used to
very
live in
Welsh,
Germanic
Gaul.
looking.
when they
Yeah.
invaded from mainland Europe, most of the
See,
English
invaded from
retreated to
mainland
Wales.
Europe. What are you doing?
Hold on, I'm
You came
telling
from
you
Europe,
something.
man. Mainland.
I'm telling you something,
Sorry.
mister. Please, sir, may I speak?
Go on.
Yeah, so, yeah, no, when they invaded from mainland Europe, you know, these people that you're trying to pass off as my cousins.
Yeah. Family.
The English, they run up to the Welsh mountain. They retreated into Wales, and
That's right.
Wales is the oldest indigenous
People.
people. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What in the
I was
land?
going to ask you though, Jupiter, while you're here, can you please tell Maku that ancient Sumerian outdates the Kemetans? You tell him because he keeps trying to say that Kemet's the oldest, and I know it's
No,
the Sumerians.
Kemet's not the oldest. The oldest recorded is Sumerian, written.
Tell him.
But where Maku is kind of right, the oral traditions of Egypt that they eventually wrote down later on, which was exactly the same, the oral traditions.
Exactly the same, innit? Same story,
Yeah,
same mythos.
when they eventually wrote it down,
Mm.
they talked of a time which was equal to the Sumerians, but actually the Sumerians was Arcadian.
Advanced.
They got their stories from the Arcadians, and the Arcadians are the ancestors of both the Kemetans and the Sumerians.
So they
Thank
got it from the
you.
Kemetans again.
Thank
So everything goes back to Kemet, right? Because they seem to
No.
pre-exist all of
No,
what
it
you're
goes back
speaking
to
about.
the Arcadians and pre-Arcadian. Probably.
Listen. Like, let's not play this silly game, yeah, when you know the time limit for what you're saying is Sumeria. The stories and mythos go back thousands of years, yeah, and same for the Kemet, go back thousands of years before Kemet. So, like, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is acknowledge that the stories are the same and they are the same people that traveled to those areas at different times. There's nothing wrong with that. Do you get what I'm saying?
But they
Now they just have.
What it would
Hold
suggest.
on, man. They just have
What it
different
would
dialects
suggest
of the
is
same
that
language.
the two
But
brothers,
the
Enlil
history.
and Enki,
Wait.
one was
They,
the Kemetan line and one was the Sumerian line. That was what it would suggest.
well,
And then
no.
Abraham and Sarah crossed back over because they were Sumerian.
Yeah, that's
All
later,
the
man. That's
Abrahamic
all.
faiths
All
come
later,
from
man. Because
Arcadia.
Abraham's gonna cross over, yeah, and go where? He's gonna go to Egypt, isn't it? So it already exists. It's been there for thousands of years. Like, what are we doing, man? So what I'm saying to you is, like, when you put biblical to Kemetan, yeah, it's just a blip because Kemetan's first in any biblical text or whatever.
No,
And
No, that's not
historical.
true.
One
Sumerian and
second.
Arcadian.
One second. Yeah, and for hundreds of years, yeah, it's been Kemet, according to the historians and all of that. I don't know what you're doing. And even
No.
according to, one second, artifacts and thing just predate the whole existence of what you're saying of a 4,600
So cuneiform is
years.
older
One
than
second.
hieroglyphics.
Yeah, but
Cuneiform is older.
cuneiform is also hieroglyphics because if you want cuneiform, Egyptian
not.
cuneiform, if you want
Cuneiform is just fucking lines, mate.
sorry. If you want Egyptian cuneiform, just look it up, please. Like, don't say things you don't do research on. Like, so dumb. Like, please. Who do you think you're
Yeah,
arguing
but
with? Someone who
Egyptian
knows what he's
cuneiform
talking
is
about.
not Egyptian
Look
hieroglyphics.
at Egyptian cuneiform, though.
I'm
If
not
it's there,
disputing
hold
that, but
on,
I
hold
said
on, hold on.
cuneiform is
If it's
older
there,
than hieroglyphics.
no, it's not, because they also have hieroglyphics, right? In Sumeria, they
What?
also have carved images in the wall, do they not? Right. So they also
Sumerians
have.
never had hieroglyphics, they had
Hurry.
cuneiform, and
No,
before that,
listen. They've got.
Sanskrit.
Listen. You go. There's pieces of cuneiform of the Sumerians' walls and stuff with these huge griffins and
Can
all
I
of these things.
can
That
I
hold
can I
on,
just try
hold
to inject a bit
on,
of logic?
hold on, hold
Yeah,
on.
go
That are
on.
carved out of stone. Right.
Right.
So,
Here's the
and you're
deal.
saying, hold on, and you're saying that these people, yeah, did not do hieroglyphics. Forget the cylinder scrolls. Forget all the statues and images that you've got of Ishtar and Damuzi and all of these characters that are same in Kemet as Isis and Osiris.
All right.
What
So
are we doing here?
if you're saying that ancient Kemet was contemporary with the Akkadians,
I'm not saying
then you
nothing,
can't
bro.
argue that before the Akkadians come the
Arcadian's a
Sumerians.
baby, man. Again, to Kemet. Again, look at the dates.
You just
Yeah, this
said
is
that
baby stuff.
Akkadians the
Hold
same
on one
age
second,
as
my
Kemet.
brother. No, where?
You said that.
I didn't say that. So I'm telling you right now, that's not what I'm saying. No.
Okay.
How did you work that out?
Because I thought that's what you said.
Sumer, the place Sumer, the land of Sumer or Shinar, yeah, comes from the word Sumer Semoket, which is an
Right, okay,
Egyptian
so
word.
but
So hold on
global
one
city is
second,
older,
dummies.
is older
One
than
second,
that
man.
location
What
anyway.
one? Why are you talking while I'm talking? Like, relax yourself. You lot don't know nothing about nothing. So sit
Okay.
down and learn from the person who knows better. So you lot getting it all twisted up. You got your little information. That's cool. I told you this many times before, Jupiter. And when I put you in your place, you run off. So
Okay, I'm
let's
not
get it
running
right.
anywhere. I
Okay,
don't know
good,
why you're
good,
getting
good. That's
emotional.
good.
You're getting a bit.
No, I'm just saying that's
You're
good.
taking
But
things a bit personal for some
no, I'm
reason.
not getting things personal. I just don't like people talking when I'm talking, and then we can have a fluent conversation because I always be
Okay, go on
quiet
then.
when you're gonna talk. Simple. Do you get what I'm saying? Because you're gonna say, "Oh, you're gonna go on a monologue, Maku." Yeah, right. It's there.
I never
It's in the
said
back of
any of that. Oi.
the. I'm just saying it's in the back of the recesses. I know, but just cool, man. Everyone relax. Yeah.
Fucking hell, I come over here to have a chilled
So,
conversation.
as I said, you just looked up Egyptian hieroglyph. I mean, cuneiform. Cool, no problem. And we understand that both sets of civilization also have figurines, statues, and hieroglyphics. That's clear, right? But what I'm trying to say to you is when you look at the history of Sumeria, yeah, and when the Sumerians and Akkadians and Babylonians and you know what I'm saying, they're all the same people, all around the same time. So I don't know why we're making all this different distinction from Akkadian to Sumerian. Sumeria is the area where Akkadians, Babylonians, and other people live. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Now let's get that clear and out of the way. But the first emerging civilization in that thing is still way down the line for Egypt. Way down the line.
Seems that
You know what
Mesa
I'm
ain't
saying?
agreeing with you in the chat. He's saying
Hmm?
Sumerian is older.
No, what they tell you officially,
Yes,
but
well,
their
so
thing,
Sumerian
their
is
thing.
older.
1 second. What they're going to tell you is that Egypt is 4,000, and Sumeria is 4,000, and blah blah blah. And the
Okay.
difference is about
How
100. Hold
old
on,
is
hold on,
global
hold on, hold
technically?
on, hold on. They're going to tell you that one, yeah, is about maybe 100 to 200 years older, supposedly, like they're saying with
Mm.
Sumeria, right? But what they're doing with that is starting from the dynastical period of Egypt, which is so fucking disrespectful or so fucking dumb to assume life and everything started when they joined Upper and Lower Egypt under Nama. Why would you think that? That's just so dumb.
Nobody
And
thinks that.
then hold on, and then they're gonna say there's another 3,800 years back that they don't know about Egypt. Now you add their 4,500 to the 3,800 of pre-dynastic Egypt. Is that the same numbers as Sumeria? Like, let's not play this game because Egypt now is closer to 10,000 years, according to the scientists and the anthropologists and the archaeologists. So what are we doing?
I don't know. I don't know why you're competing.
Oh,
Because
I just say why you don't know. You
It's
just
been
dunce.
found to be older
So
than
many
both of
dunce.
them. And
But
actually,
they
that civilization has now been
and what? No, that's
confirmed
just a temple.
as
Remember?
as the oldest civilization, and they don't understand the history of it because a lot of their structures was carvings of animals and stuff that they just don't understand it all, and they're trying to work out what was going on there. But that's took us back
Bruv,
thousands
you
of
don't
years
even
before.
know, bruv.
But when
How
you
old is Göbekli Tepe? Is 10,000 or 11,000 years old, right? You don't even
a lot
exist.
older
So
than
hold on one second. And the people doing the
the
science on it,
timeline.
wait, yeah? Because what language did they speak?
Nobody knows.
Right.
Turkish,
No,
obviously.
no. A form of archaic cuneiform. So it's cuneiform they can't fully work out yet. I'm done. Just
No, the
relax your fucking
cuneiform's
self.
already been worn
Oh
out.
my
Because if you
man.
go,
I
I
just want
think
What are you
to
doing?
say the civilization
We're
of
talking
Göbekli
about
Tepe is
Göbekli Tepe,
11,000
right?
years old.
Thank
Me
you.
as a Turkish person has been living there for 30,000 years.
What?
So how can you tell me that I wasn't there? There's
No,
over
you weren't there, man.
200
You're not
Sumerian
Turkish.
words in the Turkish language.
You're Cypriot. I don't know what you're doing.
Think,
Cyprus is just
what
the
do you
other
mean?
day. You got nothing to do with the story. Fall back and have
Bruv,
several seats.
the thing is,
Before the emergence of
what are you on
any of
about?
your people, these things exist. One second,
You're
bro.
claiming to be
Bro.
Hebrew, but the
1 second.
Cypriots
I'm
and the
not
Hebrews
claiming
mixed
anything. I'm telling you what we are, man.
with each other.
We those original people, yeah. Because as you
You're
said,
not
the
no
bloodline
original
already tells
people.
you.
You ain't
I
original.
already tell you that we're E1B1B, E1B1A around that region
How
at
are
that
you
I
time.
original if
don't
you're
know what the
E? Look,
Hold
haplogroup
A,
on,
B,
hold
C,
on,
D,
my
E.
brother,
You're number
my
5
brother,
on the list.
my brother. Okay, but they're saying in that region is number 5 on the list, and in Egypt is much older, obviously.
Bruv,
So
do you not get
this
it?
is what also proves 1 second that Egypt
Mongolians
is
are
older.
older than
Like, what are
you.
you doing, bro?
Bruv, you're E. Mongolians are C. They're older than you.
If we're an admixture of an admixture of an admixture that's still 100% black by the time it gets down to us, what are you talking about? You
I'm
don't
not arguing
exist.
about black.
You don't exist though.
That's cheating. You're taking it to black
Where
now.
do
You're
you
cheating.
exist? No, I'm
You're
talking
cheating.
DNA. You want to
Back
talk
then,
about
everyone was
haplogroups?
black. There weren't no white people back then.
Right,
Everyone
just
was
so
black.
everyone knows,
That's right.
recent scientific discoveries are suggesting that not everybody came out of Africa.
That's lies.
Yeah, we know that.
No, there is
We know
discoveries
that. We
now
don't
that
care.
are saying that,
But
they
I've said
do
that to
believe
Khan many times.
that
Yeah.
it's not enough evidence yet, Khan, to say that the out of Africa theory is abolished, but
Or even
more and
correct.
more stuff is coming forward to say that they believe, and they don't know how, that there was more than one cradle of civilization.
Civilization's different. That's a totally different conversation.
No, it's not. It's definitely relevant because when we're talking about the earliest civilizations according to Europeans, not according to Africans, because remember that Egypt is in Africa, and Africa hasn't been waiting for Egypt to form and rise. We've been doing our thing thousands of years before the emergence of even that.
The civilization is based on farming.
But if we're
farming,
sticking to
started
the
back in
earliest
Mesopotamia.
civilization, it is Göbekli Tepe, and not
But hold
not
on, that's not
in
nothing to do
Sumeria.
with you. Again, the words, the writing system in Göbekli Tepe, which is not far, right, from that region. They're closer in relation to anyone, like
What's
any
the
of us.
writing system? Because can you look this up? What's the writing
Archaic
system?
cuneiform. That's what they said. They can't work it out.
Yes, cuneiform.
The fuck, man. It's just simple. Like, leave it alone.
What I'm trying to
Right, so
explain
you don't know
if
about.
archaic cuneiform, it wouldn't be the same cuneiform that they already, because you know how they managed to decipher.
They can already decipher cuneiform. I
Here's the
don't
thing,
I don't disagree with
but
it.
you know
right?
how? Because they went to is it Iran? They went
Bruh.
to the Bedouin. What's the name of that wall? Belsim Wall, something like that. There's an inscription that's actually in the mountainside that's written in stone. It's ancient, and it had 3 languages in it. It was not decoded by Westerners. It was already there from ancient times.
Well, we are the ancient people, so if anyone you want to decode from, you come and speak to us. No problem.
Who?
Or the people from around
How
there.
can you be?
I'm saying the people from around there, bro. Like
No,
that's how you
brother.
work out things.
You
A lot of the times, 1 second, bro. A lot of the times when people, like the people who live around there now, yeah, would have some elements of those, you know, those languages that were being used prior to them migrating to those areas. Those things are clear. But as I said, a lot of this thing is not set in ancient times, it's set in recent times. Any emergence of any Europeans joining or settling there
What are
and
you on
pretending to be,
about?
1 second, and pretending to be Arabs or pretending to be Turks or pretending to be
So
this when
you
you're
do know there's
strictly,
Sumerian stories
one
of them
second,
of
one
someone giving birth to
second,
a white
one
child, and
second,
they think that it's not the
one second.
father's.
Because the first civilization that emerged for you is Greece. Now, please
No,
fall back.
No.
Yeah. Oh, you want to claim Troy?
Indus Valley. Indus Valley.
No, Indus
Yeah.
Valley tells you what it is, bro. It's
Indus Valley's
Indian
before
people,
Greece.
and those
Yeah,
people
and
were
you can't
definitely
kick out the
black.
Indian. You can't kick out the Indian influence. You can't, because the last,
We
if you
never
go
did that.
by the Sumerians scripts, the transcripts that they left behind,
Yeah, we never did that. Still,
the
we
text,
always
right?
maintained
If
that
you
it was.
if you go by the translated stuff, and it goes by the Middle Eastern.
Sorry, I just played this already, man. It doesn't make sense what you're saying.
Yeah,
Like, we
can you let
know
me finish,
what you're
though? Can
saying.
you just
No,
let me
we know what
finish?
you're saying. It's dead food. Like,
Right.
we
So what am I
already
saying?
agree. We
What
already
am I
agree
saying?
that
If you go by
Asian.
their transcripts, the last half demigod actually lived in India.
Oh, bruv. So what? I told you, no one's arguing the fact that Asians have an influence in this Middle Eastern discussion. No one. We've definitely made a point of it. I've even shown fucking videos earlier. That. Yeah, it's cool, man. No problem. But that's still got nothing to do with you or Khan.
What do you mean?
So bring me
Caucasian
something.
mountains,
Bring me a
mate. Caucasian
civilization that's
mountains.
you lot. Hold on. That's you lot, and that was originally somewhere else and then moved to that region, yeah, which already had multiple
What do you
civilizations
mean? It's in
before.
Genesis.
Wait, man. Before the
Maku,
And you
first
saw
you
the
could
doors
tell me that I've
European
fly
changed
out.
color.
was in that area.
Maku,
That's
you could
the
tell
other
me that I've
day.
changed color, but you can't tell me I changed location. You can't
What?
tell me I weren't there. I was there.
You
Maybe
was
I
in
was black
Cyprus.
and I turned white, but I was
You
still
was in
there.
Cyprus. You was
Cyprus
in
is just
Cyprus.
a 2-minute swim
Right.
from
You was
Israel,
in
bro.
Cyprus, man. I don't.
What you on
What
about?
Israel? We're not talking about Israel. Israel's Africa.
Well,
Yeah,
where was
that's
you when all
easy.
this was happening?
You
Why
see,
you
you was
listen?
quiet there because
All
you
this
know the truth.
civilization,
Yeah.
listen,
When
all
we're
this
talking
civilization
up
was
now,
kicking
when
off
we
there.
come
Where
up
was
towards
you?
you,
Where was
sorry,
you? Where
sorry,
was
my
you?
brother.
Personally, where was you?
Sorry. You could say,
E1B1A, where was you?
bruv, you could say where we or where was I or whatever. I'm
Right.
saying
So
you
you
didn't
took
exist.
the Mesopotamian
Your
civilization
existence.
into Africa
Oh
with
my god.
you. You
No,
took it
bro.
with you. You took the farming
Relax.
technology, and now majority of Africa is E1B1A. What happened to A, B, and C and D? Why are we on E? Because you ain't the originals. You moved from
Because
outside
man,
of Africa back into Africa.
this makes no sense, man. We got original
That's a
No,
DNA.
so
fact.
We live in Africa
listen, this
firmly.
is down
Hold
to
on.
my understanding,
Hold
but I
on.
would have to
We
say
live
you're
in
wrong.
we live in firmly. Yeah, he chat shit. Yeah, no one listens to Khan because Khan doesn't even know where he's from. That's the reality.
Well,
Bro,
you
I
And we're
all
don't
trying to
need to
work
about.
it
know
out
where
What
I'm
do
for
you
him.
from.
think?
That
We
whole
yeah,
area is
yeah, but
mine.
he's
I
trying to
run all
claim
that.
stuff, but he's from Cyprus.
I run
That's
all
it.
that
That's the
area.
bottom line. Yeah,
Cyprus
you're not.
is nice. That's where I
Hold
want to go
on.
on holiday.
Thank
Greece.
you. It's a holiday resort, right? Ayanapa. That's your
No, I ain't
history.
going Ayia Napa, mate.
No, I'm just saying.
A lot
I'm
more
just saying.
cities than
When
that.
we think of Cyprus, we think of Ayia Napa. Relax yourself. Everyone,
No, that's
relax.
what you think
Yeah?
of. It ain't what I think of.
But I don't think of
Cyprus is
warring.
J.
I don't think of.
Cyprus
Hold
is
on.
J2, like the rest
Hold
of that
on.
whole entire region.
I
Can't
don't think of
separate off
Sumeria.
Cyprus.
I don't think of Sumeria. I don't think
Cyprus is
of
J2, bro.
Phoenicians. I don't think of Sumerians. I don't think of Mesopotamians. I don't think of none of those things when I think of
What about the
Cyprus. That's fact.
Mycenaeans? What about the
No, I don't think
Minoans?
none of them.
What
No,
about all
none
the
of them.
mighty
None of them is
J2
you.
civilizations? Yes, they are
Yeah.
exactly the same as
And you're
me.
saying
The
Manoa,
Phoenicians.
the
What about the
island of
Phoenicians?
Manoa is Cyprus? Is that what you're saying?
It's a little swim from Cyprus, yeah.
Okay, it's not Cyprus though.
It's Crete. It's not far from there.
Right, it's not Cyprus though.
But it's not far from there.
Why are you claiming an island that you don't even live
before
on?
hieroglyph.
Shut up. You don't live there. And then when you go there and you examine the wall, the pictures on the walls, who do they resemble?
What's that
You,
got to do
They're
with
all
Anatolians
J2, my
or
friend.
Africans?
The Hebrews, they were
Or
J2.
sorry.
They had
Let me make it
mixed
easy
in.
for you.
Bruv, listen, let me tell you
Egyptian.
something. The
Again.
Hebrews that you keep going on about, that you're the Hebrews, they had Cypriot mixed in with them from the get-go.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as Cypriot.
You see, I
back in the
don't
day.
understand
No
this,
get-go
Matthew. Why are you
of
getting
Cypriot.
hung up on colour?
Yeah,
Because if you
it's all
go
about
back
colour.
I
far
didn't say
enough,
colour,
most
man.
people were darker. What are you on
No,
about?
yeah, I know that. I've explained that to him bare times. He knows that.
Who
So
cares
he
about colour?
and hold on.
Exactly,
Everyone
it's not
cares.
about
Nature,
colour, is it?
nature cares about color. Yeah, because as I said to him, yeah, if someone mixes with me, they are not themselves. I'm me. Yeah, I can make different
No,
people.
wrong.
I can make
Wrong.
sub branches. I can make Turks.
Wrong.
I can make Greeks. I can
Bruv,
make
you're
British.
number
I can make
5 on
Indians.
the
I can make
list.
Chinese. I can make all these things. Tell
No,
me
you
that I'm
can't.
fucking wrong.
No, you can't.
Ah, you're a pussy, man.
No, you can't.
So
You know nothing, man.
who is first, Khan? Explain to
The
me. who this is.
Natufians, the Natufians, the original people that came out of Africa that then became Maku's tribe in the Middle Eastern area, and then they turned around and went back into Africa and mixed with the Africans there.
Are they Africans?
Right.
Africans who came
Bruv,
out
your
of
tribe is
Africa.
your
Hold
tribe
on.
is from the Middle
Africans
East,
who
bro.
you just said Africans who came out of Africa and went to the Middle East and then came back from the
Yorubas
Middle
are
East,
ancestrally mixed. That's a
right?
fact.
And they are definitely Africans, are they not?
Yes, we're not saying you're not African, and we're not saying
Okay,
you're not black.
cool.
But
So,
what we're
so
saying
hold on.
is
You're not even
you're
making
not
no
the
sense, bro.
original.
We're not saying we
There's
was
been some
original. You sat here.
modifications.
One second.
Listen.
You sat here and
Listen.
sorry, Jupiter. You sat here
Listen.
and heard us talking about we're E1B1A and E1B1B. Yeah, compared to the A1 that is the original African still in Africa, our ancestors. Yeah, we as different tribes are different sub branches. We said this already. To be a Nubian, you have to be of 2 tribes, Dongolawi and the
Brother,
next tribe. One
listen
second.
to how fake
One
what you're
second, my
saying
brother.
is, yeah?
One second. No, it's not fake. I'm just
I'm gonna show you
repeating
now. I'm
what
gonna
I've
show
said
you.
many
but
times
you know
before
how diverse
because you don't
Africa
listen.
is. To be fair.
You're
Yeah,
trying
thank
to
you.
claim,
This is
you're
what I'm
trying to
say
claim
to
your
him.
mum's side. Yeah, you're trying to
Oh
say,
my God.
as a
What are you
man, I
doing,
went
man?
back into Africa and married an original African woman. That's like me getting on a plane now,
You made a
flying out to
mistake from the
Africa,
start.
marrying a
I
woman, and
married
then when
Made a
my
an
kid
mistake.
comes out
original.
going, he's an original African. No,
Right.
mate. It goes by the
So,
dad's side.
I did.
we're not original Africans.
If you're not
We're
claiming original, are you?
listen, our DNA goes back millions of years, yes, right?
Who? On what
And
side? Your mum's side
we
or your
hold
dad's side?
on both sides. Like what we
No,
doing? They're
because your
both
dad's side
African.
comes from Mesopotamia.
What are you doing, man? You can't tell me where my people come from.
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
I'm saying, yeah, where my
Let
people
my
are in the
people
majority.
go.
One second. My people have been all over this planet, and there's
Who's
DNA
your
traces
people?
of
You're
them.
British.
Yoruba. Like, what are you
Yeah,
doing?
they've been all over, but
And
they're
be
still number
quiet and
5 on the
sit in the
list.
corner. Yeah,
There's still
I
5
don't
sets
come
of
from
people that came
Benin
before
or nothing like
them.
that. I'm a real Nigerian.
Even the Mongols
Yeah,
came before
because
You're
you.
a real
one
fucking
thing,
British, and you
one
owe
thing,
responsibility to the rest of your
your
nation.
husband, sorry, your husband will tell you, yeah, that in Nigeria, the predominant tribe is the Yoruba, and
That's
a lot
true.
of people
That
are
is true.
sub
And
branches
he would
of
also
one
tell you
second.
that
One
the
second.
Yoruba
What are you
are
doing?
mixed race with the
What are you doing?
Sokoto tribe that came in
Sorry, what are you
from the
doing?
Middle East.
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Are you mad? Have you lost your fucking mind? You gonna tell me about my shit? I beg you, just fall back, man.
Who's the Sokoto tribe?
You're not even smart enough for what you're trying to do. Yeah, just wait there on mute.
Stop
Silly
being
woman.
rude. Why are you getting
Yeah,
upset?
like
No,
no,
you were
shut up
shouting over
when
him,
I'm
Jupiter.
talking.
Be fair.
Thank you.
All
When
right,
I'm
I
talking, you're
apologize.
not gonna fucking do that. Yeah, and then come in with false information. So stupid. Yeah, you can look it up anywhere, and they'll fucking show you and tell you we're 75% of the population. So that means if not everybody's Yoruba, and there's so many other tribes there, they are sub branches of the Yoruba mixed with those other tribes. Those are clear things
That
that we
sounds like
know.
Yoruba
Yeah,
supremacy to me,
and we
man.
told you, hold on, it's not supremacy. When we come
Yeah,
down to an
it's not
area,
75.
yeah,
Check it.
yeah, it is 75%. We're 75%
It's
of
not
the
75%,
population. What are
and
you
you
doing?
are mixed. If you're
What?
Yoruba, you're mixed.
We know we're mixed,
Yeah.
but it's an African mix. Like, what are you doing?
So you're
No,
a
it's not.
hybrid
It's
king.
Middle Eastern
Man's
from
a
the
hybrid
It's not a
king.
hybrid, man.
Caliphate.
I'm saying every tribe in Africa, especially in the modern times, yeah, within their name, yeah, usually contains the 2 tribes that came together to create this new sub-tribe. What don't you understand of that? But this process has been going on for thousands of years. So within Africa, because there's so much diversity, right?
Yeah.
I've explained this many times already. I'm not going to sit here and pretend and but it's got nothing to do with any Europeans. Your babies in this. Yeah, you don't have anything,
Well, I
horse
wouldn't
in this
call
race.
Middle Easterners
One second.
European
One
anyway.
second. I'm talking about Khan, and he's not Middle Eastern. He's from Cyprus, meaning someone's Greek and someone's fucking Turkish. Yeah, that's cool. Whatever.
Still Middle
Yeah,
Eastern.
but it's
Of course it is.
Mediterranean. Let's get it right. Right? You're in the Mediterranean Sea. You're surrounded by the Mediterranean. You're Mediterranean. Let's get it right. Yeah. Your argument is not our argument. You're not even mainland Turkey. You're not even mainland Mesopotamia.
God.
So
Cyprus
why are
is
you
closer
even
to
talking?
Israel than it is to Turkey.
So what?
So it's Middle East.
Close most. Try and swim it and see what happens to you.
You can row it in a boat.
No, okay, you can row it in a boat, but you can't swim it. Good.
Yeah, they
Well,
probably
I
did
can't
have
swim
boats,
either.
to be fair.
So until you got boats, you were stuck on that island.
Exactly.
But how did you get to that island?
With
You got to that island on
the
boats.
Egyptians brought the boats there.
Right. You got there on boats, right?
The Egyptians come there with the
Right.
boats.
So the emergence of boats. You're a baby in this. This is not your argument. Yeah. You have no horse in this race. What you want to do is bring yourself in. It's cool. But when
Not
we
trying
check
to
your
bring myself
shit,
in.
it's 17, 18.
What are you trying
Let
to
me tell
claim?
you
Are you
something.
trying to claim black?
Let me tell you
Is that what
something,
you're doing, Khan?
I'm saying, yeah, if my people were there 30,000 years ago, right? Then anything that Maku's chatting about, all this civilization and this history and the Yorubas moving in and out of Africa, that didn't happen until way after that. So if I was in that area and I mingled all around the area from Anatolia to the Caucasus to Cyprus to Phoenicia, bruv, you might as well say, I'm your daddy.
Wait, you're calling yourself the original African, yeah?
Nah, I'm just
Does it
saying
even
that
make
the
sense?
civilization started with us, innit? We
Does it make
educated
sense?
these lot,
He said
taught
he's
them how
a.
to
He
do
said he's
farming,
a.
and then they took that information back to Africa and
Did you say
spread it
you
all
was
around.
European, Khan? Did you say you was European? Right, you're
Civilization
European.
starts with farming.
Once you said you're European, it
I'm
rubs
not
you out
saying
of
I'm
all
not saying that the
conversation.
first Europeans weren't black. I'll concede that the first Europeans were
You
black,
ain't us.
but the
No, they weren't
civilization
black.
started with
Say they
farming.
were
Why does
African.
anybody care who was there first?
No, why does anyone care about skin color?
No, it's not about
Exactly.
skin color. I'm saying who's the baby and who's the elder in this DNA and gene pool. Who's the predominant gene?
Right
What
now,
are the
I think
facts of
I'm
the matter?
probably
One
the
second.
eldest
One
on the
second.
panel.
One second.
Respectful elders.
1 second. 1 second. Yeah. I'm saying that the predominant gene, the predominant people, the scientists agree. You lot are the oldest people on the planet. What the fuck is he talking about? If we are the oldest people on the planet,
But you're
Africans are
not.
the oldest people. 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, because it's not me saying it. It's the scientists and the anthropologists and the archaeologists and finding the oldest bones in Africa. So you say, but you're not. But everybody else says, but you are. So you sound
Not
stupid.
true.
Come on,
Not true.
Stop it.
The oldest bones are now not
Go
from
on.
Africa.
Where are they from?
Australia, believe it or not.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Australia.
The oldest bones of who? Is found
And
in
everyone
Australia.
knows Australia was
Go
originally
on.
part of India.
How old are Australians even?
I don't know,
That you're
to be
talking
fair,
about?
but
And
I
where
watched
did
the
they come from?
documentary, and it's
Hold
only
on.
just recently that they found, I think it was a finger bone and a toe bone of somebody ancient that predates Africans, which is why they're now
No
saying
one
there may have
predates
been two
Africans.
cradles
What are
of
you talking about?
civilization.
No, there were other hominids, but there's things that were here that weren't us.
Yeah, but they're
So
not
what they're
related to
talking
us.
about
They're not
us
related to us.
as
They
What
would
do
have
you mean
died out on
things
their
that
own.
are here that ain't us?
They
Even
ain't
the
us.
They died
Well,
Neanderthals.
out,
no,
man. They
thank
didn't
you.
make
They
it. They didn't make it.
Neanderthal ain't us. It's not us. It's not in all of us. It's in some of you.
Yeah.
No, but
That's
you
my
would have
That
had
is true. That you can't argue.
Andersovian
That
or
is true.
You can't
Denisovian.
argue with that. Shush, Neanderthal woman.
Yeah,
What are you
no,
talking
it
about?
is true.
It's got
He would
nothing
have
to
had
do with me.
Denisovian or Andersovian, whereas we had
No,
No,
the
Neanderthal.
Denisovians was in
But at some point,
China.
right, and the
They was in
Denisovians
China
are half Neanderthal.
and half
They found that out.
Chinese.
So what are you doing? Get your research up to date, love.
right, so
You know what
most
I mean?
Africans have
Come
got
around here.
ancient Denisovian, and most Europeans have got
Whatever,
ancient
man.
Neanderthal.
Where's
Where'd you
Denisovian?
get
Who
that
told you
from?
that? Bullshit. Bola.
I'll have to go and look for it. There is actually
Yeah,
a
you're
paper
gonna
that
have to go and
actually.
look for it. Yeah,
Ah,
man.
you tried it.
You tried it, man. That's dead food, man.
No, I'm
You
being
ain't got no
serious,
evidence on that.
Carl.
There ain't
No, you're
Denisovian
not
in
being serious.
Africa. Don't be silly.
Yeah, exactly.
The
If it was
ancient
Denisovians
Africans
in
were
Africa,
Denisovian. Yes, they've had the Denisovian mix.
what is he
You're
doing,
trying
man?
it. You're trying it.
No, I'm
We're
being
older than
serious.
what they're calling Denisovian. Denisovians are not as old as Homo sapiens. So what are we doing out here? This is so silly.
Well, you've had a mix there with
So
Denisovians, so
silly.
you've got to ask
No one
yourself
mixed
why.
with them. And any mixes that occurred with them happened
Oh,
outside
shut up. Don't make out
the
that black
continent
men
of
don't
Africa.
like mixing.
We do. But we'll
Well,
mix
there
with
you go.
humans. We'll mix the mixture of the mix. So if we, unbeknownst to us, unbeknownst to us, you Euros are out there mixing with monkey
Listen,
man,
Mako,
and monkey
even in the
gang.
North
Hold
and South
on,
Pole, I bet
hold
you
on.
there's a
And it
black
seems,
man.
yeah, now, yeah.
Even in
But
the past, I bet there was
original,
one
the
that had the
original,
guts to
yeah. But
travel.
you're just dodging the Inuits and acting like they're not
Just
black, like
dodging
they ain't
the
got melanin.
Inuits.
They're Mongols, fam. Inuits are Mongols.
Again, what are we trying to say here? Are they not Homo sapien? Or are you saying Mongolians are not part of the three phenotypes, original phenotypes? We already established this long time. Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid. So
What
what are
about
we doing?
almonds?
There's no almonds. No. Sorry.
No almonds.
There's no almonds. You talk about almonds. Like, what are you doing? Just throwing something in that doesn't even make sense.
Almonds are
No, man.
the Anatolians.
Oh, please. Nah, they're not.
Because
old as
Armenia
history.
is right near there, isn't it?
No, but that's got nothing to do with human phenotypes or
It
Homo
is
sapien
Armenoid.
phenotypes.
It is. It is.
Nah, what is it?
The Armenoid phenotype. It is. There is one.
Yeah, what is it? What is it?
That big hook nose, sort of melanated with very light curly hair.
That's an African, right?
Well, they're one step from African.
No, they are Africans, right? You know,
Well,
Africans look like that.
Well,
they
they're
are
not.
Africans.
They're actually
They are
Anatolian.
Africans. Are
They're
they
their own
Africans?
category. They're not
Are they
African, no.
Africans with hook nose?
Yeah.
Right. Are
But
they
not the
African
type
with
of
thin nose?
I'm talking about them
Are they
big Jew
Africans with
noses.
long nose? Yeah, man. Big Jew noses,
Nah.
yes. Are they Africans with all types of noses?
Yeah, but are there Africans that have got them hook noses from mixing with other people?
No.
Of course they have.
They've mixed with, yes, sorry. They have mixed with people within Africa. They didn't need to leave
No,
Africa
not within Africa.
to mix. Yeah,
They
this
went
is
all the way
where
to
you're making
India.
your mistake.
They went all the way to
Why
India and
does
back
anyone
again.
care?
But Indians are them. It doesn't
No,
make
they're
sense.
not. Well,
So, are they not?
maybe, yeah.
Right. So what are you talking about?
Can we all just stop hovering each other? Why does it matter? Can
Yeah,
I
no,
serious
he's trying to find an
question?
escape route, but he's getting slapped.
There ain't no
at every
escape
fucking
route.
corner.
I'm saying to
Yeah,
you,
you're getting
look.
trapped. Go on.
The principle
Say.
of the matter
Okay, I hear
is
you.
you're E. You're number 5 on the list.
Oh, for
There's
fuck's
5
sake.
groups of people that came before you. There's no way on God's earth you can
So
claim
what are
to
you
be
claiming
the
to be? Are you
original.
telling me you're an original?
Right.
No.
So exactly, he's got nothing
What
to
are
do with
you
the
on the list
conversation.
then?
He's
What are
just
you?
outside. He's outside of the
Jay,
petri
I'm
dish
Jay.
talking.
Yeah, so where's that on
Yeah?
the list? Is that below or above?
It's sort of
Way
like
down the line, man.
E and J are the same level. It's just
E
that
and
J
J.
come about
No, man.
10,000 years
E
before.
and J is a drink.
Okay, so you're both 5 on the list.
They
and
both
you're
have the same
arguing.
ancestor. They both come from the original people.
He's just
So
making
like Noah, so
he's making a
Jupiter is
futile
like
argument.
Noah.
You know,
He's the original,
you know when you hear it,
and then
Jupiter,
he
you're
had
thinking to
3
yourself,
sons.
what the fuck
right?
is he talking
You
about?
can't say one's older than the other. They're all the same like generation.
He went to
Yeah, I would
Noah.
agree. And if you go back to Sumerian text and you go back
He
to the
went
ancient
to
biblical
Noah,
text,
man.
and if you go
What are we
back to
doing?
what they later put into the Quran, because it is younger than the Christian faith, believe it or not,
Here we go.
Jewish faith. If you go back and you look at all of it, it all goes back to Sumeria. All the stories that are in the Bible are in Sumeria.
Exactly. If we went in a time machine, Maku's ancestors were living in fucking Mesopotamia.
I agree. I think everybody's were, to be fair.
Exactly.
Not everybody's. No.
All right, not everybody.
Yeah,
but everybody.
Yeah, they did. And they were
Everybody that's
the
part of the story.
survivors.
Everyone that's part of the
showing you.
story.
And they were
Yeah,
the
thank you,
survivors
thank
of
you.
the ancient
That makes
flood.
sense. That
There
makes
may have
sense,
been
right?
a prehistory. There
Sorry,
may have been a
that
prehistory.
story is based on one particular family. So how does this represent the whole world and the whole of Africa and the whole of China and all of these places around the world, yeah, where people existed while this situation was
Well,
supposedly
according
going
to
on?
the Sumerian text, and they're the oldest written text that we've got, okay,
Because you're done.
and they were written in stone, in archaic language, and not actually deciphered by Westerners. The actual
I
translation.
don't know what you're doing now.
Well,
What are you
because I'm making a point so that people understand. I'm not being biased. The translations were already, I think it was in Iran on the wall, where they had 3 different languages. That's how they got to understand what cuneiform translations, how they could translate
Yeah,
it.
so what? It's not
In
yours.
those translations, what they tell us is that we're all related because we were the survivors of the flood. Now, who were the people that survived the flood? Who were the people? Well, you had Noah's family.
What story was this?
Noah's family.
What story was Sumerian? What Sumerian story was the account of the flood?
If you go back, you'll find it. I can't remember what the title of it's called. But
It's called
there.
the flood of
Yeah.
Utnapishtim, right?
Right.
And
Okay.
also the Epic of Gilgamesh touches on it because he supposedly meets Utnapishtim, and
Yeah.
Utnapishtim tells him about the flood. Like, what are we doing? What has this got
Yeah,
to do with you lot?
so that's good information there, Mako. I'm not going to dispute that. But what I'm saying is that what they say is that they were the survivors of the flood. After the flood, yeah, there were certain races that actually got complete bloodlines that completely got destroyed.
Where?
Yeah, of
Who?
course there was.
Can you do
Yeah.
them by name? Can you write them by name?
And
Was they written
everybody
down?
else that
I don't
survived the
know.
flood will go back to the survivors. So it doesn't matter
Okay,
what
so
you
who's the
say.
survivors? Who's the
The
survivors?
3 sons of Noah.
No, they say other people survived because they were
It
still
wasn't
giants.
just Noah.
They
It
were
wasn't just
still,
Noah. According to
thank
the
you.
Sumerian
They were
text,
still giants in the earth in those days, according to the Bible.
yeah, there were
And
demigods
after
that
that,
survived.
hold on. And after that, that's what it says. So
But none of them are you, Maku. So why do you care?
I'm not saying it's me. Just get the story correct, according to even if you're doing with the biblical or you're dealing with the Sumerian. Each one, I will address you on both. Go on.
All right. So here's my argument. If me and you are different sons of the same father, just because you and the father, let's say Noah, happen to be the same color, yeah, don't make you more of his son than me. I'm still his son equally. But you're trying to make out like the color makes a difference. It's like me having 2 sons, and if I'm ginger, my son comes out ginger, and my other son didn't come out ginger, I'm trying to alienate my son now. Nah, you ain't got the same hair as dad. That's not gonna make a
100%,
difference.
because all
Sorry.
of my 8
Excuse me.
children are
Excuse me.
equal. I agree with you.
Mr. Afterbirth, yeah. When I'm having a conversation
Why are you
about
calling him
ancient
Afterbirth?
thing, because he never existed. You got to understand this.
You
Neither
can't
did you.
say
But
that.
that's not
I
an issue.
existed in my
Yeah.
black form.
No,
Why
you
do you say
existed in.
overstand? Just say comprehend.
Wait. Right. You existed in Neanderthal form. Yeah. And some type of admixture albino-sized Europeans went out into the
So was you
wilderness
Homo
and started.
Africanus then?
Hold on, and
Was
started
you
having
like
sex.
the
1 minute.
What are you
Aboriginal?
doing, man?
Let him explain it. Because I know where he's gone wrong already. Go on, Maki.
Yeah,
What are you doing? You see,
Go on.
you two original cave dwellers, yeah, are
Yeah.
showing your
they're
fucking
getting
ass.
racist now. Stop
No,
it
I'm
now.
saying,
No. Wait.
yeah,
One thing
you're
he's got wrong is no one,
blatantly showing your ass, yeah, because you
no one
don't
ain't
have the
Neanderthal
ability,
on their
and
dad's side,
You know
only on
that
their mum's side.
what?
It's an
You don't have
admixture.
enough
It's an
melanin,
admixture.
yeah, to
So
make you
what?
just cool while I'm talking. I don't understand how this is happening, yeah. That when I want to talk, yeah, you lot just got Tourette's or something.
Nah.
And then you're gonna
Nah.
sit there like, yeah,
Oh,
gassing each
getting
other
up
up
in your
on
feelings.
both of you lot's
I
stupidity.
reckon Maku
Nah,
was
this is
part of that
much.
tribe where they roll their with a stick.
Yeah, I got bars. You know you can't get to me. I'm ready for you. Yeah.
No one's trying to
fuck both
get
of
to
you up.
you. I'm
But
I'm
you both
over here
chat
having
shit.
a laugh and a fucking
No.
drink.
Yeah, but you chat shit. I'm not gonna let you chat shit to my audience.
What do you mean I chat shit? I'm actually fucking
I'm not
telling
gonna
the
let you chat
truth.
shit. No, you're not.
Maku, for
So
you to
where
tell me
you're
that I'm
telling
a
the truth,
Neanderthal,
I'll say
yeah?
yes. What?
Maku, for you to call me a Neanderthal,
I'm calling you a
that's
Neanderthal.
like my brother telling me that my dad's not my dad. You're as a brother, you're my brother, yeah? Me and your brothers. I've got a bit of Neanderthal from my mum's side, you haven't. And you're coming up to me now and going, yeah, dad's not your dad. And I'm
You
saying,
haven't
yeah,
got
but
anything I've got.
Neanderthal's on the mum's side. That's nothing to do with dad. Why are you trying to disown me, bro?
You've got nothing I've got. There's no similarity in
Not
DNA to
true.
me and
Not
you
true.
ever. Why?
Not
How?
true.
Show why. Show where and how. Explain.
We'll show it when it
That
comes
you've
to the
turned
debate
out
with
as a fat.
Meso. When it
Hold
comes to
on.
the debate with Meso, I'll show it.
Turned into a fat Cypriot side parting guy or comb over guy. How did this happen from this pure?
But you turned
smooth?
into a black
Hold on.
You skinny
Hold on.
dowsim.
No, man. Come on, look. Let's change the picture.
You fire
You show your
breathing
picture.
Hindu dowsim.
You got to
but
show
the black version.
You got to show Biggie Smalls, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to show Biggie Smalls. I don't
Big
have
up
to show
BIG, man. Big up all the fat people.
I can't believe we've only got 6 people watching. I need to go and tell people I'm on Macca's.
Who you? Is that how much you got on you? Look, Khan don't even have shoulders like this. You're not even built like this, bro.
What?
I'll break
Shut
you.
up, brother.
You know what I'm saying?
Shut
I'm a
up.
monster
You're having
compared to you.
All right, mate.
Yeah,
All right,
an
whatever.
Olympian. This is what they talk about in these books. These
But we
gods.
saw you standing next to Frank
These
Bruno.
melanated gods.
You look
How
like
did
his
we?
child.
Yeah,
You
but
look like
how
his
did
child,
we?
bro.
He's a giant. Come on, man.
Nah, he's a giant. It's true.
He's a
Maka,
giant.
can I
And you're
replay this
fat
on my stream tomorrow and get people to come over here for you?
Yeah, if you want, mate. Whatever
Yeah.
floats your
I
boat,
will.
mate.
I'll break it down tomorrow because this is quite a laugh. And do you
As
know
long as
what?
you ain't gonna go over there and slander my brother or anything, you know what I mean?
No, I'm not going to do
No,
that.
mate,
I'm just
no, mate.
going to say that I had a laugh. And this is like the old days where people can actually take the piss, make their fucking actual political points, and talk fucking truths. Khan's actually right for once, and I don't even like Khan, and Khan don't even like me.
What are you on about? You're always flirting with me, you little minx. I don't like Khan. Shut up. Have a day off.
Right now, I'm firmly on Maku's side. How dare you insult me?
Listen, you're not
That's what I'm
that.
saying, man.
I
He's
know
just
for a fact
reckless,
you're
man.
not that fussy.
He's
got no
taking
Me or
respect.
Maku, you don't give a shit. You take
You
either
ain't
one of us.
nowhere near my
Look.
type. You're not melanated.
Listen.
Get out of here.
Right. Oh shit! You're gonna take that
3
L.
pints and a packet of crisps, mate.
You hear it? You're not melanated. So how did I go? How did we go from this picture here to you, Cohen? And you are not Biggie Smalls. Yeah. Nowhere, no likeness. If anyone, you could have been related to him, but you don't even look like Biggie.
It ain't about what you look like.
It is. Because you're completely
you don't,
European looking.
But you don't
How
look
did
Indian.
How did I turn from African, yeah, with proper shoulders? These are man shoulders. Look at the shoulders. Yeah. Even Superman ain't got shoulders like me. You know what I'm saying?
All right, big up,
Those are
big
fake
up.
shoulder
Big
pads.
up the shoulders. Big up the shoulder
Yeah?
genetics.
As I said, I'll break you, bruv. Yeah.
You could
You're like
try.
a sandwich,
I'll let you have
little
one free
sandwich
shot,
con.
innit?
Yeah.
Pause on that.
Shot. You can't even run. I'll be dancing around you, fly kicking you. You know what I mean? All sorts of fuckeries. Spinning bird kick, a hoogan.
That's what Connor thought when he fought Habib, but Habib still
Climbing.
fucked him up.
You're not Habib.
I'm Habib, fam. I'm the bear that Habib was wrestling with.
Nothing.
That's
Yeah?
me.
No, come on, man. Yeah, there's
But
some.
there ain't no bears in Africa. What
There's
you
some
fronting
real
for?
tough Turkish man. Yeah.
There's no
But
bears
a
in
lot
Africa.
a lot of them are short. And let alone Cypriot. I've never seen a bad man Cypriot.
Bro,
Like
it's cold on the
no,
Caucasus
no.
Mountains. They gotta be short to
You've
survive.
never seen a bad man Cypriot.
No, I've never.
Don't be silly.
They like to think they're bad, but
you on about?
come on. Tank top and a Mercedes convertible does not make you a
Yeah, but
bad
that's
guy.
because they keep it on the down low, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cypriot's
Tank
running the
top.
whole of fucking South London. What are you chatting about?
Oh, whatever.
What are you on about?
No
That's
one
the
believes that.
Albanians, mate. I've got all my gang waiting to fucking
Thank
kick you.
you.
What in South? You got Albanians in South as well.
I've never seen a Cypriot flag in anger. Like,
you
oh my God,
talking? This
Cypriots
guy.
around here. Oh my God.
This guy.
You just made that up, man. Cypriots around South London.
Anyway, can we stop this competition now? Can we just change the subject?
Yeah. Cypriots are dance, man.
I mean, you
Yeah.
are
What
brothers
you
in
came
arms
into this-
eventually.
No
You're
brothers,
mad,
man.
bro. Go
Are
and
you
look on
mad?
your
Yeah?
maps and see.
Ask him to turn on his
Go
camera,
and look on
and
your
I'll turn on
maps,
mine,
your world
and you'll
maps,
see
and
the
see
difference.
who's the only independent
How are
people
you?
that stood up to the
Yeah,
West
but
and
I
survived.
remember Khan telling everyone he had a black cock.
I have got a black
Oh
cock.
my god! Pause.
That's what he actually
What is
told
this?
people. Yeah.
I didn't even know
No
until my girlfriend
fucking
told
way.
me. She said it's not meant to be that color.
What?
Oh my
Yeah.
You
god.
need to get that checked out, man.
I
Doctor
know.
life.
Because I've never seen a white man with a black cock before.
Mad.
I know, it's crazy. Imagine
Mad.
that. I had 3 women laughing at me at the Christmas dinner. I was like, what are you lot laughing for? They were giggling. I was like,
What do you
what's
mean?
going
No.
on?
What,
And they
sorry.
were like,
I need
she
clarification.
told us about
What?
you. I was
That's
like,
because
what?
they thought you bought the wrong colour strap on.
I think you've got gangrene. Sorry, I'm not a doctor, but I think you might have gangrene in the penis. Because, like, what? How is your penis black? What do you mean?
It's discoloration due to blood mixing.
So the only bit that came out black was
The wood.
Pause.
Yeah. It's not just the color that resembles either.
Oh my god, his
I'm not
balls are
buying
black
it.
as well.
They are. Well, they don't
That's
look
why.
black. They just look
That's-
slightly. They just look tanned. They just look tanned.
Hector, have
Is
you
that,
ever
is that why your girl lifted? Have you ever heard this
My
before?
girl never left me.
This is like what? You've got dicaligo.
Dicaligo.
Yeah, you got dicaligo. Yeah, like the only thing that's black on you is
Yeah.
reverse. Sorry, reverse vitiligo.
reverse engineering?
Yeah, reverse. Everything is in reverse.
Mhm.
Yeah, Turkgenics. Mad. It must be the Sky Turks. So Sky Turks coming from the sky with black willies.
The
Nah,
Sky
no
Turks
way.
were Sumerian. They were Sumerian.
Sky Turks. Now they're Sumerian.
Rewind. The man said balls are black. Oh.
You done it to yourself, Khan. I didn't even say it. You said it.
I don't mind. I don't mind it.
Yeah,
I like
but
it.
why?
Black
Why would
balled.
you do that?
Do you know what
Well,
black balls?
it's better than having a pink dick.
What's wrong with pink dicks?
I don't know.
Why are you insulting all the fucking white men out there? What'd they ever do to you?
And why are you
I
an expert?
don't mind the pink fanny.
What? Why are you an expert on
pink
dicks?
fannies.
Like, what is going on? Huh?
I'm not
Why are you an
expert.
expert? No,
I'm not
you
claiming
You went from
expert
black
status.
to this pink, and what's next? Yellow.
Just saying that. I
Go on.
think it would be weird, like if it was pink.
You're having this conversation with who?
Just saying. You ask me, I'm telling you.
No, I'm not asking you anything. I'm saying you took it to Jupiter, and this is what you're talking about.
I know it's getting a bit strange. I've got to go quiet.
She's a married woman, man. Allow it.
No, you should have allowed it.
You
You
know
didn't
that
even mention it.
I'm such a perfect lady.
Yeah. Where's Wendy when you need her?
Yeah, Wendy will be out.
Straight laced Wendy.
Yeah, Wendy will be straight in it and say, "What do you mean, Khan? You
How
got
dare you,
fucking
Khan?
black dick."
Listen.
You.
Can you find him a girl? Because he's available right now.
I'm not available actually.
What? You're taking again?
Have you ever?
Or you went back? Or you
I
went back? You
I went back,
fucking
innit?
simp.
I
And
never
how the fuck are
simped.
you on here talking
never
to man
simped.
and you simp? You fucking simped, bro.
I never simped.
She kicked you out, and
She
now
never
you're saying
kicked me
you
out.
left out. No, that was a lie that you spun after.
She never kicked me out. That
you
was about 2 years ago. You're getting mixed up.
Oh man, no.
She never
this
kicked
is
me out.
crazy. You got kicked out.
She
Now
never
you're
kicked me
back.
out.
Now you're back, bossy. No wonder you're so confident. I knew there was something wrong. Yeah, the other weeks when you split up with her, yeah, you was mad. You was
I dashed
upset.
her,
Your
fam. I
attitude-
dashed her.
But you had bad
She
attitude.
came crying back. She was like,
So the evidence,
please,
the evidence of your
I love
actions,
you.
your evidence of your actions, it was the opposite. Reflects the opposite of that. What you said, it was clear.
No, why is it
you
opposite?
You was like a bear with a sore head. You was running around attacking everyone. This one, yeah, you fucking bitch. And why? When we asked you why this happened, it was because you split up with your girlfriend.
Yeah, but I
Innit?
regretted the idea after. I regretted it. I was like, nah, I can't.
Did you make up with her and get back with her?
I had to.
This guy's flaky, man.
I
Was
can't
that
go.
when was that when you was asking Buffy, what's her name, Buffy and Fluffy, to lick ice lollies?
Oh, do you remember that?
Yeah.
Bluffy and who?
Buffy was funny, man. She used to cook food on the thing on the what's it on the
There were
Hangouts.
two women on reels.
They used to cook food on the Hangouts.
You
Man. I
used
used to
to
watch
sit
them.
there for hours going, will you suck an ice lolly for me live?
So
But you
he
could
did
do that on reels though.
So you ate a Magnum in reverse, yeah? Mad thing.
Wow.
It was a Magnum that he asked her to suck, funny enough.
Mad, you see?
What's wrong with Magnums and sucking? What's wrong with getting girls to suck your Magnum?
Forget it.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Now you're saying you got a Magnum.
I've got a nice dark chocolate Magnum, innit?
Nah, it doesn't even make sense. Yeah. That is definitely gangrene or something. There's something wrong with that. You need to get that checked out. Trust me. You get me?
I think it's quite common amongst Middle Eastern men.
Middle Eastern.
Yeah,
You're
it's quite
from
common.
Cyprus, bro.
It's quite common, bro.
So you've been getting blackballed from Day Square.
They're not black. They're just not pink.
Hey, you fucked up yourself, man. I didn't have to say nothing.
But it's a God-given
That's
thing, man. You can't be fucked up about that.
Typical Cypriot.
It's a God-given thing, man. You have to go. You have to roll with it, man. You have to,
pull my finger behavior.
You have to love yourself, bro. That's what this world's about. Learning to love yourself, isn't it?
XR2I with the
Learning to love yourself
and the
is
alloy.
the greatest love of all.
Wow.
You got to learn to love yourself.
Everybody should love themselves, I agree.
Did you just quote a woman who died in the bath? Mad.
Oh, that went right on my
I'm moving
nose.
forward. I'm moving forward. You know what I mean? This energy is not manly around here. You know what I mean? I'm the only man maintaining. Yeah, the only species, because I don't know what Khan's do. You went back. The fucking pussy.
But it happens, man.
No, shush. I don't hear nothing from you, man.
I'll be
Let me
having
down,
fun.
man.
This is just like the old days.
Yeah, he let me down, man. Can you believe it, Jupiter? After all the smack he was talking,
I'm too old to be alone.
She fucking this and yeah, I made her know and and man, I'll never go back to her. She fucking tried this and fucking tried that. Look
Never
at you
fucking
now.
makes me a cup of tea when I ask for it.
Happens a lot to you, doesn't it? Do you remember when you had when you had Wally do the same thing?
Waleed.
Yeah, he went back as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He fucking cried on Maku's shoulder. Maku defended him, and then he went back. And then the next minute, the two of them turned up trying to diss him. It was well
Trying to diss everyone. No, I tried to diss everyone.
Burned his
Just came
bridges
back
that
on the
Waleed,
scene.
didn't he? Right, burned his bridges, man.
Now I heard
never
his
do
bridge-
that.
the
I
bridge-
never do
I
that.
heard the bridge is fucked now.
I never do that.
Yeah, the bridge has been fully snapped. So yeah.
I wonder where he is now, that guy.
Listen, I knew it was downhill when I saw him get boxed by Brian Hill for talking about Brian Hill.
Oh,
Mad.
that was bad, weren't it? Yeah.
Mm.
He was sitting on a train slacking off Brian Hill and Zubida whacked him one. Knocked the phone out of his hands.
Brian's a thug, isn't he? He's a bit of a thug,
Wow.
that Brian.
It kind of went to what I was saying about Zubaydah and Waleed.
Did you
Like,
hear the latest
you
one,
can't
though,
talk
where
any
they had
smack
a row,
about
and then-
me
and then he
when she
went
was beating
about
you up on
going-
the high road.
And Zubida, you can't stop talking about me because you sucked the shit from my dirt box. You know that you like it. Remember that one?
No.
That happened recently, yeah.
Good luck for
That's
that
about
boy.
5
I don't know
months.
why. I don't know why he's got to say things like that. Like,
But hold
what's-
on, you lot. Well,
It's
you
like he's
lot- hold on.
boasting.
Hold on. You lot been in the black sector though. You've been over the other side, especially you, Jupiter. You've been there a time ago. In the black sector, innit? We didn't know about this thing until this year.
What, eating arseholes?
No, man. That's your business, man.
That's a
Little
standard
starfish.
thing, man. That's a
Dirty
standard
starfish,
thing.
motherfucker.
There ain't nothing
Like, we're
fucking
not talking
special
about
about
that.
Let me assure you, I do not enjoy anything around my bum hole. Anything at all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I'm not
crazy.
gonna-
I'm not even entertaining that conversation. I was actually
Exactly.
talking about the you know what I'm talking about, the rose sector, the black sector, where Shahid is, where uh
Yeah, no,
Gotti.
that's crazy.
Remember,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
Gotti and all them. I remember all them shows. The one where they clipped where he said the N word or whatever.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I went
all
on to
those crazy
Gottie's
people.
Gotti, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jupiter,
But
do you
I
know Miss
swear
Mona?
down on my
but that
kids.
whole sector is called the black sector supposedly. We
Yeah,
didn't know that
yeah, but
then.
that's what Shahid calls it. I don't know why you lot are accepting that. But I
No,
swear
they
down
call
on
it. They call it.
lives,
We've got a
right?
lot of them come
I
over now.
honestly believed that
Yeah,
was a
that's
crazy
true, man.
white
To be
woman
fair.
that was talking to me on that occasion, and I ain't even lying about that.
She was.
You know, no, they're trying to say that she was mixed race or something, and so
Nah,
therefore
she
I was
wasn't. She
racist.
wasn't. She wasn't. She wasn't. I knew even then when I watched it. Yeah, and I watched it before it became a thing. Do you get what I'm saying? I watched the whole of it, and I was like, "Right, this is a mad interaction." And then
Yeah,
someone clipped it and made that argument about you and the N word. But I watched the
yeah.
whole thing because Shahid put it up. Do you get what I'm saying? I
Exactly.
was
And I
subscribed to
really
Shahid.
believe that she was white and she was one of these white women
She
that
was.
went around
She is.
calling everyone that sort of like
Yeah,
N word,
N
but
word.
with the
Yeah,
A on the end. Yeah.
yeah. She's one of them psycho bitch. I remember. Yeah. So she was there. Bullets got. He was egging her on. All sorts of shit. It's their way and how they talk in it when you're over there.
Yeah.
And we didn't even know about no black sector or no rose sector where they dox each other, do
What
all
do you
sorts of
think of
madness.
that Mr. Unknown? He's fucking far out, isn't he?
I don't even know who's Mr. Unknown.
I'll just
I
wait for
don't
him.
know him.
I'll just wait for him to turn up on yours or
I
Jedi's
don't
and
know.
just
I
sit
don't
back
know.
and watch.
What Mr.
I
Unknown? I
did.
don't
To
know.
be fair, though, I did think when Janet turned up, there would be fireworks, but for some reason, it didn't go that way. But I did think that was going to be entertaining.
Yeah, man. That was Ashley gonna get that work, man. Poor Ashley.
Yeah, Ashley thought he was
Yeah.
coming on to sort her out and got done over. Oh
But
God!
as you say, you know who the champions are. You get me? You could choose your instrument of death, whether it's me or Jedi. You get me? And, and let's keep it 100. You get me? Got the whole universe of this YouTube at our will still. Click the fingers, Thanos, end a career, start a career. You know what I
Yeah, I
mean?
don't want to talk about Jedi because otherwise
What
people
I'm
will
saying,
say, "Oh, you're
with
talking
great
about
power. Yeah, don't
Jedi."
talk about him. Don't talk about him. I mentioned him. He's my brother. I can
Yeah,
talk about him.
yeah.
Anyway, so I'm saying with great power comes great responsibility. That's why I'm humble. That's why I just do my thing. My thing is information, jokes, and keep it normal. But obviously,
Right.
if you cross me, I'll fuck up your shit. It's normal.
I ain't
I
coming
mean,
to
I'm just
fucking
human.
start around.
Mhm.
Where's all these fucking death threats coming from?
Not
Where are you
you. I'm
coming
just
from,
saying in
Lance?
general. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah.
Like
No, I'm
my
coming
attitude
from.
towards things. Yeah, but in general, I'm just chilling, man.
Matthew, you know, every so often I just drop in here. You know that. You know
Yeah,
it's
yeah, of course, of course. But I was talking about like no, because of this rose sector and black sector.
Oh,
I was so amazed when it came about. I was just like, "Rah, I didn't know this was out here where people just go in on each other." It was so like immature in a way because it wasn't
Yeah, it's true.
structured properly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And I'm fucking raw. We'd be the best at that. You know we would. You get me? And they more come over to us now, tune into us, which is cool. You get me? And jump on the panel. Some of them are calm, some of them are absolutely batshit crazy. It's just
yeah,
how
yeah,
life
but
goes.
some of the batshit crazy ones and the ones that associate with Shahid, I just can't stand. I'm not gonna
Oh,
lie.
Shahid fucked himself up.
Oh,
Do you see the one with
Jupiter.
him wearing the dress?
These days, yeah,
No,
Oh no,
you gotta
no.
struggle to get on the panel these days. It's a full panel.
where?
When these parts, Jedi and Maku.
Oh, I don't
Panel's
know.
full. You can't even get on in the daytime. It's just full up. That's how thingy it is. That's how lively it is over here now. We've got everyone over here now.
The
Well,
US
good
We've got
luck.
Raj, we've got Trilla, we've got fucking Ari from America, we've got Miss Mona,
Yeah, I don't
we've
look.
got fucking
Can't,
MJ.
I don't begrudge anyone, but I'm not gonna lie.
It's packed. It's packed over here.
Some of those Americans are fucking off their head, and I don't even get where they're coming from. I just don't get it. But Ari, believe it or not, I actually like her.
I
do
like
like
her
Ari's the
too.
best,
I
I
man.
like
like
her. She's
Ari.
decent.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do like Ari. I like
Yeah.
Ari. Who's the other
Yeah.
one? like.
It's very diverse panel, very diverse. El
Miss
Ronda,
Mona.
we've got a couple of
I know a lot of
Nazis as
people don't
well.
like Miss Mona, but I like Miss Mona. I always have. Always
What,
have.
Strap on Sally?
Yeah,
Miss
I've
Mona.
always liked her. I
Peggy
think she's
Sue.
funny. I
Peggy
think
Sue,
she's
I call her.
crazy, but she's funny. I've always liked her.
Yeah, she's cool, man. I will get with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's funny as fuck.
Miss Mona knows me from from Bullet Scotty. That's
That's
what a
what I
lot of
said.
people don't
Yeah, like
understand.
yeah, it's true.
Whenever I think of Bullet Scotty, I always think of Empress Becca.
You know.
Nah, yeah. All them days now, we was in the hangouts, man. It was fucking dangerous in there, man. And he was coming on our shows earlier, pause.
Yeah.
Jumping on, just thinking about porn bombing. When you can't
Yeah, that's
take
out
it,
of
bro.
order. That is out of order.
Bullets. That's why he's not allowed on these days, man. Otherwise, it'll be fine.
Can't be doing that. That's a disrespect.
And we smoked him so many times. We fucking blew his head off so many times. He come back.
I feel sorry for
these
Bullet
zombies.
Scotty because I think he wants to fit in, but he gets
Mm.
jealous when other people get figures, and I don't understand that.
You should just
Be
relax.
desperate.
A lot of people are just like taps, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
know
don't get that
Speaks
because
Corner
I
was
don't.
tapped.
I know that you've got to be a little bit competitive to keep your channel going, but I've never ever worried about figures.
Mm. Have you been on Sarah Garvey's what's it called? Jupiter.
I haven't been. I
What's
haven't
it
been
called? The
over.
thing that he does? A pod show. What is it called?
Yeah, I haven't. Banksy has. Banksy's been on, and Ultra's been on, but I've
What,
not
on
gone on
camera? Sitting around with all the people sitting in a circle.
Not on camera, but on the phone in bit. They've gone in and spoken to
Oh,
me.
right, okay.
But I don't know what to make of Sarah though, because I like
Sarah-
some of what he says. I'm not gonna lie, but I do think that he tends to go.
A bit too much to Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, but
R.I.P.
not even that. Just that. I don't know if he's just going with the flow and it's not genuine feelings.
They try to wind up the women, I've noticed.
Yeah, so. But I do still think he's all right, and I do still play his videos, and he still allows me to do it without striking me, and go through what he believes in that. So
I wonder if he gets to see his kid when he explained the story about his kid and that. I felt well sorry for him because I've been through that, man. That's not easy to live through.
Do you know what?
That will drive
Calm.
anyone to the edge. Like
one of the things that stops me being a feminist is the fact that I believe that fathers don't get equal rights within the family courts.
Yeah,
and I've said this from time. You could go back. I know I'm not mentioning Jedi's name for clout or anything, if that's what people think, but you can go back to very early shows. One of the first times I went on Jedi's, and you will see that that's actually what I said. I don't think men get justice within our system as it is at the moment, and that's wrong.
yeah, I agree. He's a bit out of order, but maybe if a lot of more men didn't run away from their responsibilities and stood up, the courts will start thinking, well, maybe we've got to give these lot their rights. But a lot of dads just walk away.
Yeah,
You know?
and I agree with you. But do you think it's right, as a woman, yeah, that if I was to split up from Hector tomorrow, forget colour, right? Because I know some people are going to sit here and go, oh, yeah, they're always going to believe the white woman over the black man. Forget that, right? If I went to a court and I sat there and I could sit there and go, yeah, well, when I was with him, he kicked me in the belly when I was pregnant. They don't even check. They don't even ask you, did you report it? Is there a police record? Anything from the doctors? Anything from the hospital? They'll just believe it. And they'll go, right, well, he's violent. Yeah.
Well, it counts
And
against you, doesn't it?
that to me is
It'll
wrong.
go against you.
And I know that. I know it from people that have asked me to go and accompany them to court because they're frightened. And even friends.
It's another thing. Like, there's no legal
I've
aid for it. Like,
decent
if you want to go
people. I've
court,
sat in a room and heard
your
them
own.
lie so blatantly that I've stopped being friends with them when I've got outside. They don't know that's the reason. I've gradually distanced myself, but it's because I'm like, what? You're lying. You've never told me any of this shit. That's a lie.
Maddest thing ever, when I went to family law court, my barrister that I paid for, turned up, and he was a Sikh guy, but he was a gay Sikh, so it was even weirder. It's so weird. But you know what I mean? He was just like super intelligent. Like, it was mad.
Oh, no, you met up with a gay Sikh.
Gay Sikh at court, man.
Maku was just silently waiting there like an assassin.
It was the maddest thing
His
ever.
ears picked up. Gay Sikh,
What?
I can twist
Gay
this
Sikh
one.
at court. Mad. I didn't even need to twist
I
it. He
didn't know you
made
could
itself
get
up.
gay Sikhs. Man's like fully turbaned up and everything,
Oh,
but with a
shit.
big beard.
Looking for war.
Camp as fuck. I was like, right, I hope this guy does well today.
What?
He smashed it, man. He done really well.
Smash
It was
what?
worth every penny. The family law court thing.
Oh.
Yeah. He done really well for me, man.
I'm not trying to be horrible now. I'm being serious, and you don't have to
Boom.
answer if you don't want to. So did you?
Big up, Ari.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
What's up,
Hey,
what's up?
Juke.
Yo.
Hello, Ari. I
I'm like,
don't think
I usually catch snipe early in the mornings, but what's up, Jupiter?
Yeah, no, we're having fun. We're having fun.
I know, but I want to know why is so much hate for you? I don't consider you as a racist. I really don't. You know, like my sister-in-law that my brother been married to for over 30 years, you know, she might, if she get mad at me, she might call me the N-word and stuff like that. But I take it as, well, if I call you all kinds of this and that and the other, I shouldn't be offended if you call me that. But I've been watching your moves, you know, for a while now, and I don't consider you as a racist. I really don't.
She's setting me up, isn't she? So, Ari, let me just be honest with you, right? You fucking try to blade me with a switch knife, I'm gonna fucking bring out a machete. So, and then I mean verbally. So,
Sniper, big up, yeah. I'm gonna jump
yeah.
off now.
So
and
you
let the
race
ladies,
bait me. Don't expect me to
Yo.
go back.
All right.
Does it
Go on
mean
simp,
that
man.
I
Go on
actually
simp,
mean
man.
that in the real
Fucking
world?
simp.
No. In the
Yeah.
real world,
Go
would
buy
I
us some
even say
chocolates
half
and
the
shit.
things I say? No.
Mhm.
No.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? But online, if they're going to come at me and say no,
Oh no.
say it back. You know. So
Right.
I'm
I've
innocent because I ain't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you want to see him put on a dress, yeah?
Oh, you didn't see this? Let me mute.
Yeah, go on.
Your boy Wisdom. Your boy Wisdom. Up in the building.
You feel me?
He's a little shit stirrer.
Like,
This
this
one.
is the weirdest shit, bro.
I don't see a problem with him what he did.
You said what?
I do not see a problem with what Ghetto Intellect did in
Okay.
that video.
You know how I know you. You know how I know you are lying. Did you just say that you don't see a problem with Ghetto and what he did, which means this. You don't see a problem with Ghetto wearing a dress.
Correct.
So now what I need you to do is turn your camera on with your dress, your wig, your stilettos, or your regular high heels, your skirt, your blouse, your golf balls, softballs, rocket balls, Tommy balls, whatever type of balls you want to put in your breast or in your bra. Go ahead. And then in your stilettos, and in your blouse, and in your stretch pants, and whatever else. I need you to turn on your camera and get your mama clothes where you live at and put them on right now. If you don't see a problem with what Ghetto did, then you would do it yourself, correct? For you?
Correct.
Okay, so when are you going to do it? Because anybody coming here saying that they don't see a problem or have a problem with Ghetto putting on women's clothes and operating as a female, then the only way you can make me believe that that's the way you feel, not that I'm agree with it, is for you to come live and put on women's clothes. And then I would understand from your point of view, doesn't mean that I agree with it, but I would understand and you would have a point for you. You see what I'm saying? And what you are, no, I didn't say hold the dress up to you. I said, no, turn your camera off, right? Let me remove you from the platform. This is what I need you to do. No, let me remove you from the live. I ain't gonna kick you out. Well, you good. You turned your camera on. What we need you to do is get in full women's attire, and then come back and talk to me and make that point. And then we would understand from your perspective, but that doesn't mean we're going to agree with you. I understand what I'm doing. Now, if you're going to defend ghetto wearing a dress and you don't have a problem with it, then that means that you are comfortable with putting on the dress and high heels and stockings and all. Shit, hey, let's do this men in drag competition and see who's comfortable with doing that. Now, if you're going to do that, Wisdom, then you need to come and talk to me in women's attire.
Oh
if you're going to defend ghetto. And while we wait on you to get yourself together, make sure you spray some good perfume on too. Let's bring Rico in and get ready to remove that mother. That shit playing in the background, fucking up my live stream.
What the fuck?
Rico?
Yo, what up?
Suave. What's good?
Yeah, when you gonna find your mom Helen Moore? I heard.
Tell your mama to suck my dick. If we on ghetto, suck a dick. All right? Now, let's wait on Mr. Wisdom, and then we're going to close this out after that. We're not taking no more calls. Let's just ghetto. Let me see. Where the wig? Where the wig at? Where the wig, bro? Unmute your mic. No, you got, I told you. You got to outdo ghetto, my nigga. Stop it, bro. Salute to you for what you're doing, because you proving your point. Now, this is something that I can, you know what I mean? I can say I understand, but you got to get this shit right. You know what I mean? You got to do the full thing. We need to see the stilettos, the high. If you ain't got stilettos, do women body, whatever type of shoes you got, women, you got to do the full women attire right now today. Go ahead, J Solo 254.
Bro, just come out the closet, bro. Damn.
I ain't in the closet. I'm sitting.
Man, you in the closet, man.
Man, I'm sitting in my goddamn computer chair, goddamn it, at my computer, in my closet. I ain't even got a closet downstairs because ain't no fucking bedroom downstairs. So I'm not in the closet, but yeah, run like a little bitch. That's what I thought. I was gonna bring you back in. Like, come out of the closet, bro. Like, I'm not the one that wore a dress, high heels. Ghetto, you're not gonna come up here and defend yourself, bro. I'm about to bounce up out this bitch, man. We waiting on Wisdom. Wisdom, I'm gonna close out with Wisdom and let's Ghetto call it in. Shit is crazy, man.
I do not have any high heels, Drew.
All right, you don't have high heels. You got your wig, right? You got a wig?
I have a scarf, Drew.
Okay, put on a scarf because you are in another country, correct?
Yes.
So then you can put on a scarf that the women's put on or the attire to cover their face, right? Okay, do that. Do that. We're gonna excuse you on the shoes because you don't have any on back, right? Let me ask you a question. Is that a woman's scarf or a man's scarf? Is that a woman's scarf or a man's scarf? Is that a woman's scarf or a man's scarf?
This is a woman's scarf.
Okay. Are you married?
No chance.
No, I am not.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Yes, I do.
Okay, cool. Who do you live with?
My family.
Specifically, who do you live with?
My mother. My father.
Okay.
Is that your mum's
your
dress?
siblings?
Yes.
And how old are you?
21.
When do you plan on moving out your mama's house?
Tomorrow morning when she finds out you've been wearing
When
her
I
drawers.
get married.
Huh?
Right.
When I get married.
When you get what?
When?
Oh, married. I got you. When you get married. Okay. So what's to say who's to say that you won't be you won't find a woman or a queen of your choice or your liking until you're 45? So you're gonna live with your parents till you're 45?
Maybe.
Okay, cool. I like the honesty. Next question. Who clothes are you wearing that you're about to show us?
My mother's clothes.
Oh my God.
Now, show us. Go ahead. Let's do this. Let me move this off the screen. All right. So it doesn't detract from the shit. And let's let Wisdom make his point. All right. Let's go to let's double up the screen since it's you ain't now. Go ahead. Scarf.
This is my mother's scarf. That's my mother's dress.
But you wearing a scarf wrong because according to your religion and your nationality, it's supposed to be covering your face, shouldn't it? Go ahead.
I don't know how to wear a scarf. True.
So women don't? In your religion, they don't have to cover up their face and hide themselves from other men?
No, that's a fact.
So then we need you to do that.
What?
Don't tell me what you don't have to do, because right now you're operating as a
Child
female
abuse.
of your ethnic background, which the females in your ethnic background and your culture has to cover up their face. True or untrue?
True.
Okay, so you need to do it.
Fuckery.
Don't tell me what you don't have to do, because you're playing the woman of your culture. Let's do it.
I don't know how to wear a scarf.
I don't know how to wear a scarf but around my motherfucking fucking shoulders, but I'm just saying you're playing the woman of your culture. Let's get you in the proper, attire and positions, right?
I don't know how to.
Well, okay, that's fine. So, how many clothes are you wearing right now that belongs to a woman?
2.
Okay, you're wearing 2 pieces. Which is what?
The dress.
I don't see the dress. You need to show us better. Your camera fucked up. I don't see a dress.
This is a dress.
Back up. We need to see it. We need to do something. Turn your camera down a little bit.
Wow.
Okay. Oh, and it's a mini dress. Okay. Here's what we need you to do, right? I need you to turn your camera off. Do me a favor. Turn your camera off. And I need you to go get your mom's lipstick.
What?
Oh,
and then put it on your face and come back. Do that for me and then come back.
That's fucked.
That gives me great prison bitch vibes.
I know. Yeah.
Wow.
Peanut butter and no. Mud.
And who was the bloke talking to him? Why did he want to impress that man so much?
He called it trolling.
What in the botcha puzzle was going on? That's not a self. You done that to yourself. That's not a self. He enjoyed that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm beginning to. I mean,
did you know he was Trilla's cousin?
no.
What? Nah.
Yeah. They're related.
Really?
Do you know the tap apple don't fall far from the tree? You know what I mean? The tap tree.
Wait a minute, Triller that drinks a lot. That one.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Cousin, man. Obviously. Look at the fucking spasticated moves both of them do. They've got to be related.
I mean, if that was my cousin, I would drink too. I'll drink too. Like, what the hell? That's my cousin? Nah, I'm drinking.
If we're talking about spastication, then Rodney and Brian Earl were related.
Probably.
Oh, fucking hell.
Brian Earl will be like,
Whistle calling trolling. I said you wasn't trolling. You got bitched into putting that damn dress on. Get out of here with that. Talk about and other people talk. Oh, he young. He didn't know
what
what
point was he making?
mean? Huh?
Really?
Well, no.
I knew that would trigger Triller.
All right,
I'm literally,
racist.
fucking cousin, blood.
I am literally not related to him. Yeah, if anything, he's more related to you. Yeah, Maku, you're Muslim. He's a Muslim. Yeah, post the links there. Yeah, probably more like
Oh, wait,
Khan's
hold
cousin.
on, but
Maybe
you
Nasser.
two embarrass yourself online, so you must be
Bobzilla
cousins.
might be
You
related
must
to
be
you, bro.
cousins.
You get me? Might be
How
related
is he
to you, bro.
related to
You get
me?
me? Bro, you're probably
Bob
married
Tap,
into his
Bob
family
D,
somehow, some way, bro.
You cry
You
online.
know what I
He
mean, bro?
puts on
Yeah,
his mum's
suck
dress
a
online.
dick, pussy, oh.
Bob Tap.
Don't let me cuss your mum, pussy, oh. Don't let me cuss your mum,
Yeah,
pussy,
Let
oh.
that cuss your mum. She won't
Anyway,
hear
pussy,
me.
oh.
She
You
won't hear
carry
me.
on with
Your
you little
mum won't hear
fuckers,
me.
anyway.
Your
Carry
mum
on,
won't
you
hear
little
me.
weirdos.
Throw up gang signs at your mum's face. Don't make me do that. I will do that.
Oh my God!
Get out
Oh,
of here,
that
man.
man's funny.
Go chat to your cousin, man.
I don't even mind.
What's that to your cousin? It's so funny. I need this laugh. I really do. That sniper's fault, Trilla.
I knew I had to draw him out, man.
What happens then?
Yeah, that's his cousin, blood.
They talk about, oh, he's just young. He didn't know what he was doing. I said, if my sons was 7, my younger son's 16, and a nigga told him to put on a dress, he gonna say, hell no.
Trilla would do that to prove a point.
Yeah, but do you know what, Ari? Right? I don't look. We could all say, okay, he's been bullied to an extent if he was vulnerable, but he goes around giving it the hard on that he's fucking. I'm on the black sector. You know, all these black people know what's going on because I tell them, and all this bullshit. No, fuck off, you little cat shagger.
And we didn't know about the cat until someone from the UK came to Shitty Greg with the cat information, gave him all kinds of clips and everything, and that's how we found out.
Exactly. And
I thought
it was black. I funkiness in America, not get caught.
Well, you know what? When I first come on the scene, right, I thought that he said that he liked pussy and people had just fucking twisted it. And then when I actually see the real video, no, there's an actual video out there where he says, yeah, he actually shagged the cat and he took it down an alleyway. There's a video out there somewhere. I don't know where it is, but I have seen it. I'm not going to lie on that. Yeah, I've seen
now,
it.
when I met Jupiter, when I met Sniping and Jez and them, and Sniper wasn't I protecting and being protective of wisdom? Yeah, because he introduced me to the UK people, you know? And he just was moving mad in the black sector, talking about, yeah, you mess with me, I'd get the whole Speaker's Corner to come in here and roast y'all. I'm like, oh, really?
Yeah. Wisdom nothing. He can't even roast a chicken for fuck's sake.
That's what I'm saying.
He's still claiming he's the roaster. Still claiming it.
Baby Shahid, you know. What?
Although I must admit he has got thick skin because Skits has been on his case for that fucking shagging a cat for years and he's still fucking
yeah, Skits is kind of cold.
and sucks up to him. I don't know what that's all about.
Pause.
You know, why would you be friends with somebody that fucking keeps saying you fuck a cat? Nuts.
It's crazy.
He really don't care. He don't care. And he's still mad at me for bringing information over here, what he doing in the black sector. So I met up with him. I said, look, if you're a roaster, roast me right now. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like roasting. You just want me to start. I'm like, come on, you're supposed to be the top roaster. That's what you're telling your people in the UK. Come on. And then as soon as I hopped off, he talking about my dead grandmother, my dead mom. I'm like, really? So I hopped back on. I said, oh, you talking mad shit while I was gone. Now let's get to roasting. My mom not here no more. My grandmother not here anymore. Let's go. You know? And that's when he starts saying stuff. Well, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, no one believes Shy.